Chapter 1. The Awakening of Martial Spirits. In the tranquil village of Holy Spirit, a strikingly handsome young man, exuding a faint air of arrogance, was overseeing the awakening of martial spirits for a group of children. Your martial spirit is a carrot. Innate soul power level 2. A carrot? Not too shabby. After traversing so many villages, I've finally encountered a child with soul power. Su Yuntao smiled as he regarded Hu Jio before him. Though his martial spirit may seem utterly useless, the mere possession of soul power meant he could cultivate diligently and aspire to become a soul master. Thank you, esteemed soul master. Hu Jio bowed respectfully, a flicker of surprise passing through his mind. Having arrived in this world 3 months ago, ever since he learned he was in Douluo Continent, he had been plagued by anxiety, fearing he would be the unfortunate soul without any soul power level 2 innate soul power. While not exceptional, was sufficient for cultivation. The rest, of course, depended on his fortuitous advantages. As a transmigrator, how could he lack a fortuitous advantage? After stepping aside, Hu Jio felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't it said that Brother Tao would recruit any awakeners with soul power into the martial spirit hall? Why was his response so muted? Was he being looked down upon? Certainly, that must be it. Well, level 2 soul power. Wasn't Su Yuntao himself also at level 2 innate soul power? So what if it was a beast martial spirit? Did it warrant disdain for a tool martial spirit? Truly deserving of the title blind Douluo, your vision is indeed lacking. Hu Jio glared indignantly at Su Yuntao, who was now awakening the last child. It goes without saying, the last one to awaken would undoubtedly be the protagonist. Typically, significant figures make their entrance last. And in this world, the protagonist was Tang San, a prodigy with twin martial spirits and innate full soul power at level 10. At this moment, Tang San was at a critical juncture of awakening. A tiny sprout of blue-silver grass materialized in his left hand, while Hu Jio observed with keen interest as Tang San's left hand quietly clenched most likely the famed Haotian hammer. Regrettably, the boy was holding it too tightly for Hu Jio to catch a glimpse of its appearance. Tang San's awakening was accompanied by a grand display. The golden specks within the awakening array outshone those of the others. Su Yuntao's eyes sparkled at this sight, sensing that he might have awakened an extraordinary genius. Alas, what appeared before him was merely blue-silver grass. Another useless martial spirit. All right, you may leave now, Su Yuntao sighed, a look of disappointment crossing his face as he waved them off. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Seeing Tang San awaken blue-silver grass extinguished any interest Su Yuntao had in testing his soul power. Uncle, you haven't tested my soul power yet. Tang San, unperturbed, earnestly insisted on the assessment. Without turning back, Su Yuntao impatiently replied, no need for testing. I've yet to see anyone with blue-silver grass possess soul power. Please let me try, uncle. Tang San persisted. Reluctantly, Su Yuntao acquiesced and proceeded with the soul power test. What? Innate full soul power? Brother Tao was taken aback. Then, he became incredulous. What a pity for innate full soul power to manifest with a blue-silver grass martial spirit. What use is such a useless martial spirit? In his view, aside from beast martial spirits and weapon martial spirits, all others were deemed worthless. After testing Tang San's soul power, Su Yuntao left the wooden hut, his face awash with disappointment, leaving behind a group of bewildered children. As soon as Su Yuntao departed, Hu Jio was encircled by the other children as the grandson of the village chief, Old Jack, and having awakened a martial spirit, he was regarded as quite formidable among the kids. All right, everyone, settle down. Grandpa is still waiting for us outside. Let's head out. Hu Jio waved his hand with a smile, feeling little enthusiasm for the rowdy children. Exchanging a glance with Tang San, Hu Jio took the lead in departing the so-called martial spirit hall. Having awakened his martial spirit, he needed to return home and contemplate the path ahead. After all, his martial spirit was nothing remarkable, a mere carrot. He had much to ponder regarding its development. Outside the martial spirit hall, Old Jack gazed at the approaching Hu Jio with eager anticipation, clutching the certificate issued by Su Yuntao, with Hu Jio's name proudly inscribed at the top. Hu Jio was his beloved grandson, a long-awaited hope. Finally, a soul master had emerged in the village, and it was his own grandson. His joy was immeasurable. Little Jio, let Grandpa see if you've truly become a soul master. Before Hu Jio could reach him, Old Jack excitedly stepped forward to inquire. Yes, Grandpa, I awaken it. Look. Hu Jio extended his right hand, revealing a small carrot hovering in his palm. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Old Jack grasped Hu Jio's hand tightly, overwhelmed with excitement to the point of being speechless. After a considerable wait, old Jack finally sent the other children home, then took Hu Jio's hand, accompanying him to Tang San's home. Along the way, old Jack learned that Tang San's martial spirit was blue silvergrass, and that he was indeed the child with innate full soul power. Little San, would you like to attend a specialized school to learn the methods of soul master cultivation? Only there can you acquire the most accurate knowledge about martial spirits. Grandpa Jack, I need to ask my father about that. Tang San, standing to old Jack's right, replied. This little rascal knows how to keep things hidden. Seeing Tang San's sly response, Hu Jio silently mocked beside old Jack. He and Tang San were not well acquainted over the past 3 months. He had been preoccupied with acclimatizing to his current identity, leaving little time for interaction with Tang San. Very well, discuss it with your father, old Jack casually suggested, though in his heart, he had already resolved to grant the village's student quota to his beloved grandson. Though his family could afford tuition, why should they when he could attend for free? Wouldn't it be better for little Gio to enjoy a better life with that money? In no time, the trio arrived at the blacksmith shop. Upon seeing Tang Hao, old Jack wasted no time in reprimanding him. He was furious at the man's inability to provide for his own child. Old Jack held no respect for such a man. Watching his grandfather argue with the old man, Hu Jio felt a twinge of concern for his grandfather. This was the legendary Hao Yiqiandao. It was likely only old Jack who could so boldly scold a Douluo powerhouse. After a few heated exchanges, old Jack was ultimately driven away by Tang Hao's ire. On their way home, he continued to angrily berate Tang Hao for quite a while before finally calming down. Little Gio, once we get home, I have a wonderful surprise for you, old Jack said mysteriously to Hu Jio. What is it, Grandpa? Follow me, and you'll find out, old Jack replied with a smile, refusing to divulge any details. Fortunately, their home was not far, and they arrived within minutes. Once home, old Jack lovingly produced a black box. Little Gio, do you know why our village is called Holy Spirit Village? Old Jack's face radiated a sense of sanctity, his eyes filled with profound admiration. Hu Jio was somewhat puzzled by old Jack's question, but replied nonetheless, Grandpa, I know, it's because a Soul Saint Master once appeared in our village. Ha! Today Grandpa will tell you that the Soul Saint Master we once had is actually my ancestor. Old Jack proudly pointed at the black box on the table. And this is a treasure left behind by your great ancestor. How incredible! Hu Jio exclaimed in awe, a reaction that only served to inflate old Jack's pride further. Old Jack solemnly opened the black box, revealing 2 tattered tomes inside. Little Gio, look, these are the cultivation manuals passed down from our Soul Saint ancestor for the time being. You will study here with me. Once you have mastered them, Grandpa will take you to the Junior Martial Spirit Academy in Notting City. Upon hearing of the cultivation manuals left by a Soul Saint, Hu Jio exhaled quietly, thinking to himself that his fortuitous advantage was finally going to prove useful. However, he was soon captivated by another piece of news. The Martial Spirit Academy? Yes, this year our village has a student quota, and Grandpa will give it to you, so you can attend the academy. Wonderful, wonderful. I want to go to school. Upon hearing this, Hu Jio's eyes sparkled with excitement. This quota meant more than just studying, didn't it? No, it also represented Xiao Wu. This quota was akin to a betrothal. Chapter 2, The Idle Interface. It's a pity for little San, judging by that drunken father's demeanor. He will undoubtedly prevent him from attending school. Old Jack lamented, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief. The village only had 1 student quota, and if Tang San also wished to attend, it would indeed place him in a difficult position. After all, he had always found Tang San to be quite endearing due to his obedient nature. Meanwhile, Hu Jio was gleefully planning how to win over Xiao Wu. From what he understood, it seemed that Tang San had secured her affection with nothing more than a new quilt. Perhaps I should try that approach as well. He silently noted this strategy, deciding to have his mother prepare a new quilt. Little Gio, let me introduce you to our family's treasures. To old Jack, the 2 tomes were indeed treasures. Since he had taken them out, he hadn't allowed Hu Jio to touch them, only permitting him to lean in closer for a better look without any physical contact. The names inscribed within the tome are familiar to Hu Jio. 1 volume is titled Soul Power Meditation Method, while the other is called 5 Senses Enhancement Technique. The Soul Power Meditation Method is self-explanatory, being a technique for cultivating soul power. However, this method originated from Soul Saint, making it far superior to ordinary cultivation practices. As for the other volume, the 5 Senses Enhancement Technique, it was only through old Jack's introduction that Hu Jio grasped its significance. This technique was the creation of old Jack's esteemed ancestor, which propelled him to fame. Its purpose is to enhance the 5 senses of the human body: taste, hearing, sight, smell, and touch, providing a comprehensive augmentation. Upon successful cultivation of this soul technique, the benefits to an individual would be immense. Even old Jack's ancestor, the Soul Saint, could only reach the 2nd level in his lifetime, yet Even at just the second level, it provided substantial assistance, allowing him to avert numerous dangers in both life and combat. Hu Jio felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation upon hearing the introduction, eager to master it immediately and utilize his golden finger to enhance his abilities. Reflecting on his golden finger, Hu Jio focused his thoughts, and a vivid blue translucent panel materialized before his eyes. This panel was remarkably simplistic, square-shaped, resembling an inventory from a video game. Divided into several small compartments, the first 3 compartments were already available for use, and the fourth would likely unlock in a few days. He quickly comprehended the function of this panel. It serves solely for idle training, posing no harm whatsoever. By placing the skills or techniques he wished to practice into the small compartments, he could attain continuous improvement around the clock, with the insights gained from this idle practice being conferred upon him without any adverse effects. This was the quintessential tool for the lazy, a boon for traversers. As of now, he had no skills available for idle training, which explained why he had been longing at the panel for 3 months without having truly employed it even once. Now, an opportunity had arisen. The soul power meditation method and 5 senses enhancement technique were unmistakably skills that could be utilized through his golden finger. Old Jack seemed to regard these 2 skills as more precious than life itself, and he was not yet prepared to impart them today. The reason for their presentation now was merely to give Hu Jio an early glimpse. All right, Xiao Jio, if you wish to learn the skills within this tome, be sure to arrive early tomorrow. The day is waning, and you ought to return home. Surely your parents are anxiously awaiting you. Old Jack carefully returned the tome to its black box, locking it securely and clutching it tightly to his chest, as if fearing Hu Jio might snatch it away. Disappointed, Hu Jio withdrew his gaze from the black box. Old man, you really know how to keep people on edge. After a moment of jest, Hu Jio obediently replied, all right, Grandpa, we'll take my leave now and return to see you in the morning. After departing from Old Jack's residence, Hu Jio made his way home. His house was not far from Old Jack's, easily visible from a distance. Upon returning home, his father, Hu Rui, and mother, Emma, had already returned from the fields. Xiao Jio, how did it go? What soul weapon did you awaken? Hu Rui inquired while chopping firewood in the yard. In truth, it was merely a casual question. He had never truly considered that Hu Jio might possess the talent of a soul master, as the odds were akin to winning the lottery. Merely asking what soul weapon he had awakened was already quite fortunate. Just like you, it's a carrot. Hu Jio replied with a beaming smile. But I have soul power, Dad. I'm going to make it big from now on. What did you say? I mean, my soul weapon is a carrot, and I have 2nd level innate soul power. I can cultivate and become a soul master. Hu Jio reiterated, fully understanding the excitement that came with possessing soul power and extraordinary force that could not help but elate him. After all, Old Jack had been equally exhilarated earlier. 2nd level soul power? Really? How much? Tell me quickly. Upon hearing Hu Jio's words, Hu Rui could hardly believe his ears. He rushed over to Hu Jio, his face lit with excitement, raising his voice so much that it startled Emma, who was cooking inside. My soul weapon is a carrot, and my innate soul power is a 2nd level, Hu Jio answered patiently. Haha, good son, Hu Rui exclaimed, scooping up Hu Jio and lifting him high in delight. Then turning to the equally astonished Emma, behind him. Emma, did you hear? Our son possesses soul power. He's going to become a distinguished soul master. The news of Hu Jio's soul power set Hu Rui and Emma's faces alight with joy, and they spent the entire dinner discussing their son's soul weapon and soul power with uncontainable excitement. That night, Hu Jio lay alone in bed, summoning his carrot soul weapon, mesmerized by its form in the soft moonlight. Extraordinary power, it was truly within his grasp. Even now, he felt a sense of surreal disbelief. However, as time passed, he gradually calmed down, beginning to contemplate the future direction of his soul weapon and his life path. A carrot, even as a plant, was still a food item. Given his limited knowledge of soul weapon cultivation, it was difficult to ascertain how to develop it. Nonetheless, one thing was certain. His soul weapon would likely lack combat prowess. To acquire fighting capabilities, he would need to devise alternative strategies. After all, he possessed a modern mindset, brimming with innovative ideas that could resolve the minor issue of an auxiliary soul weapon lacking combat ability. Yet a more pressing concern lingered. His innate soul power was merely at the 2nd level. Innate soul power reflects one's cultivation aptitude, with the maximum level being 10. Thus, his cultivation potential was not particularly impressive. However, there are always more solutions than problems. Since his cultivation aptitude was lacking, he needed to address this issue first. Enhancing physical strength, cultivating soul power techniques, acquiring soul rings, and obtaining celestial herbs could all accelerate his training speed. In an instant, A flurry of ideas on how to enhance his training speed flashed through Hu Jio's mind. This was the advantage of being privy to the plot in advance. Chapter 3. Mastering the Skills. Early the next morning, Hu Jio, sporting dark circles under his eyes, awakened early with anticipation. Today, he would learn the soul power meditation method from old Jack, and he could hardly contain his eagerness. After hastily finishing breakfast, Hu Jio promptly made his way to old Jack's home. "Grandpa, Grandpa, I'm here," he called out loudly before even stepping into the yard. "Haha, Xiao Jio has come. Come in quickly. I never thought my little Xiao Jio would be up so early." Old Jack, who was sipping from a large bowl of porridge in the yard, beamed with delight upon seeing Hu Jio. After finishing his porridge, old Jack led Hu Jio into the room, where he placed the soul power meditation method, which he treasured dearly, on the wooden table and began explaining it to Hu Jio word by word. Though old Jack had never practiced the methods detailed in the tome himself, he had devoted his entire life to studying them, and thus was well equipped to impart his knowledge to Hu Jio. Moreover, Hu Jio is not a mere child. The instructions for the soul force meditation method recorded in the manual are quite explicit. As the morning slipped away, after Hu Jio had thoroughly studied the soul force meditation technique, a translucent azure panel materialized before him, unnoticed by the watchful old Jack. With a mere thought, the first small slot on the panel was instantly filled, emblazoned with the 5 characters soul force meditation. In the lower right corner of the slot, a numerical level appeared, level 0. Above the slot, a transparent circular ring occupied the space, with a small segment of progress gradually ascending. After activating the soul force meditation, within mere seconds, Hu Jio felt a sudden surge of comprehension regarding the technique blossom within his mind. This profound realization of nature felt as though it was an innate understanding he had come to on his own. Remarkable. Indeed, it was astonishing. Hu Jio reveled in the convenience bestowed upon him by his external aid. With a trickle of insights regarding the soul force meditation method surfacing in his mind every few seconds, intriguingly without disrupting his contemplation. Although he had already acquired the soul force meditation method and engaged in auto-training, he patiently dedicated an entire day to learning under old Jack's tutelage, intent on not appearing overly extraordinary. By the following day, while old Jack busied himself with lunch, Hu Jio swiftly perused the sensory enhancement technique, placing it in the second slot of his auto-training panel. Thus, he had quietly mastered the 2 secret texts bequeathed by his ancestors, the Soul Saints. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Throughout this time, he continued to study the soul force meditation method with old Jack, making commendable progress in front of him. He had absorbed a substantial portion of the cultivation techniques, and within 2 days, he would complete his studies. On this particular day, his auto-training panel reflected a change. The level of the soul force meditation method elevated from 0 to 1. In an instant, a substantial wave of insights regarding the cultivation of the soul force meditation method manifested in Hu Jio's mind, as if it had always resided there. Concurrently, he sensed a sudden transformation within the soul force in his dantian, experiencing faint enhancements every few seconds. This augmentation was so subtle that, had he not been attentive, he might have overlooked it entirely. What a marvelous sensation! Initially, he had thought that the auto-training panel merely augmented his understanding of the soul force meditation method without directly contributing to his cultivation. To his surprise, it had provided him with such a delightful revelation at this moment. What an exhilarating experience! The exhilarating sensation of continuously enhancing one's spiritual power is truly delightful, evoking an addictive allure. It was only at this moment that he realized skills require leveling up to the first tier to attain any advancement in cultivation. He glanced at the circular progress indicator in the second automated slot, estimating that it would take merely a day to reach the next level. As he held the enhancement of his senses in high regard, "Xiao Jio, focus. Listen to me attentively." At that moment, the voice of old Jack jolted him from his reverie. Observing old Jack, who remained undeterred and increasingly animated in his discourse, Hu Jio felt a sense of resignation. Fortunately, he was not the original Hu Jio. Had he followed old Jack's method of cultivation, though he would not have fallen into madness, the results would surely have been dishearteningly disproportionate to the effort expended. After all, old Jack himself lacked any innate talent for cultivation, despite dedicating his life to research. He had scarcely grasped the essence of the practice. Thankfully, this tedious period of hardship came to an end after a week. On this day, he finally completed the mastery of the soul power meditation technique and the enhancement of the 5 senses in the presence of old Jack. Moreover, he even demonstrated what true meditative practice entails. Through a period of diligent contemplation, Hu Jio's understanding of the soul power meditation technique deepened significantly. Although the level of the meditation technique had not ascended to the second tier, his insights had certainly expanded compared to the initial stages of his progression. Just yesterday, his soul power even elevated to a new tier, reaching the third stage of soul power. At this moment, old Jack was well acquainted with the art of meditation and cultivation. One could observe the subtle flow of soul power emanating from his being, creating an aura of radiance that enveloped him, a distinct and extraordinary presence, typically associated with soul masters, began to manifest around him. However, it is worth noting that these phenomena were deliberately showcased by Hu Jio before old Jack. In truth, such effects did not occur during genuine cultivation. All of this is merely to bring joy to the old gentleman. My little Jio is truly a genius. Hu Jio's remarkable performance was not in vain. Upon witnessing his meditative state, old Jack was utterly delighted, repeatedly exclaiming genius. In his eyes, his own offspring is undoubtedly the most exceptional. Grandfather, there is a matter I would like your assistance with. After concluding his meditation, Hu Jio opened his eyes and began to articulate the plan he had contemplated for several days. What is it that you need help with, little Jio? Speak, and your grandfather will surely see it through. Old Jack straightened his posture, momentarily shedding any semblance of stoop. Surely, you must understand, grandfather, that in our cultivation of soul power, physical fitness significantly influences the speed of our training. Moreover, my innate soul power is merely at the second level. To expedite my cultivation, I must enhance my physical strength. Therefore, I wish to request your assistance in speaking with Uncle Tang Hao to allow me to train at his place. Do you think this can be arranged? Hu Jio gazed at old Jack with eager anticipation, awaiting his response. He had contemplated this matter for several days, not for any other reason, but to ensure a smoother pursuit of Xiao Wu in the future. After all, Xiao Wu is not as easily won as one might imagine. Without some capability, it was highly unlikely that she would even cast a glance in his direction, let alone be won over. In order to acquire some combat skills before the new term commenced, he turned his attention to the hidden master of the Holy Soul Village, Tang Hao. As for Tang San, he was out of the question. That fellow was notoriously tight-lipped, and the exquisite skills of the Tang sect were unlikely to be shared. He was immediately ruled out. Thus, the only option left was to learn the chaotic wind hammer technique from Tang Hao. He vaguely recalled that the original text mentioned the technique as a legendary skill known among blacksmiths, indicating that it was not entirely impossible to be passed on. At the very least, there was a chance to learn it from the disheartened Tang Hao. Moreover, even if he failed to learn it, there was little to lose in trying. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. Chapter 4. Plotting the chaotic wind hammer technique. Xiao Jio. Blacksmithing is arduous work. If you want to build your strength, you need not go to that drunkard Tang Hao. Old Jack frowned at the notion of Hu Jio training under Tang Hao. In his mind, Tang Hao is synonymous with unreliability, and the laborious nature of training at the blacksmith shop was something he could hardly bear. But I want to train in a more challenging environment, Grandpa. Please agree to it. I know you have your ways. Hu Jio, shedding all pretense, resorted to charm in his efforts to gain access to Tang Hao's chaotic wind hammer technique. He recalled that this was the time when Tang Hao was teaching Tang San the technique, and if he missed this opportunity, there would be no second chance. After all, it was unlikely that Tang Hao would specifically teach him the secrets of the Haoyan sect. Whether he could glean some knowledge would depend on fortune. All right. Your grandfather agrees. I shall visit Tang Hao shortly. I trust that old drunkard will oblige. Old Jack, resigned, ultimately acquiesced to Hu Jio's request. He did not concern himself much with whether Tang Hao would agree, for in old Jack's eyes, he was, after all, the village chief of the Holy Soul Village. And such matters were trivial. Hiki, then I shall accompany you. It will show our sincerity. With old Jack's consent, Hu Jio beamed with delight. Very well, let us depart. To ensure their success, Hu Jio had specially returned home to fetch 2 jars of fine wine from Hu Rui's collection, strapping them onto his back before he and old Jack made their way to Tang Hao's residence. Tang Hao's abode was situated on the western side of the Holy Soul Village, at the entrance of the village, not far from Hu Jio's home. Within a mere 10 minutes, they had arrived at Tang Hao's doorstep. It was indeed old Jack who walked too slowly. If Hu Jio were to walk by himself, he would arrive in just a few minutes. Tang Hao. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, old Jack was quite unceremonious, calling out loudly before even stepping inside. Who was making such a racket? Tang Hao's impatient voice echoed from within. The curtain parted, revealing Tang Hao's figure. Old Jack. What brings you here? Of course, I have something to discuss. Jack observed Tang Hao's disheveled appearance, his brow furrowing. Yet today he sought his assistance without resorting to harsh words. Had it been in the past, a quarrel would have likely ensued by now. Speak. Tang Hao replied curtly. This is my grandson, Hu Jiao. He awakened his martial soul just a few days ago, and I wish for him to train here with you. He might also lend you a hand, so you should be grateful. Old Jack proudly proclaimed, raising his cane, as if he were presenting Hu Jiao as a gift for which Tang Hao ought to express gratitude. Absolutely not. Tang Hao dismissively refused, not even glancing at Hu Jiao. Uncle Tang Hao, please help me out. I know you enjoy a good drink, so I brought you 2 jars of fine wine today. Sensing the situation was turning dire, Jack seemed ready to erupt in anger, but Hu Jiao quickly intervened, stepping forward to place the basket he carried on the ground, deftly opening the wine seal. Instantly, the distinctive aroma of rice wine wafted through the air. As a connoisseur of spirits, Tang Hao could hardly resist, especially since he had refrained from drinking for several days to ensure Tang San had proper nourishment. The craving overwhelmed him, and without hesitation, he approached Hu Jiao, seizing a jar of wine and indulging himself. Glug, glug, glug. Ah, this wine is quite good. Given its merits, you may come here to train. But I will not teach you anything. Whether you wish to pursue it is entirely up to you. Tang Hao cast a nonchalant glance at Hu Jiao as he spoke. How dare you, Tang Hao? Old Jack could hardly contain his outrage. After all, this was his cherished grandson. And the audacity of Tang Hao to refuse to teach him was utterly intolerable. Grandpa. Seeing this, Hu Jiao hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, regretting having asked Jack for assistance. Had he known that 2 jars would suffice, he would have spared himself the trouble. Thank you, Uncle Tang Hao. I will arrive punctually tomorrow morning, Hu Jiao said obediently. With the first step of his plan successfully executed, Hu Jiao felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, a lingering concern remained. Although old Jack had agreed to secure a work-study position for him, he recalled that Tang Hao had ultimately consented to allow Tang San to attend the Soul Master Academy. He was uncertain how his presence might alter this arrangement. Securing Xiao Wu's affection would be a daunting task, competing with Tang San, the destined child. For Xiao Wu's heart seemed rather audacious. Yet, who could blame him for his infatuation, although he had yet to meet her? Having read the original story and watched the anime, he was already captivated. Early the next morning, Hu Jiao grasped 2 meat pies and made his way alone to Tang Hao's residence. The meat pies were intended to foster goodwill with Tang San, as he remembered that at this point, Tang San was still subsisting on porridge and was likely still hungry. Upon arriving at Tang Hao's home, he noticed the courtyard door was still closed, so he patiently waited outside, understanding that a respectful attitude was essential for his purpose of training and learning. After a brief wait, he spotted Tang San striding towards him, returning from his morning training. Xiao San, Hu Jiao called out. Xiao Jiao. Tang San responded with equal enthusiasm. Hehe, I am here to learn. Have you eaten yet? Hu Jiao smiled, no longer competing with Tang San in their greetings. Not yet. Come with me. Tang San shook his head and opened the courtyard door, ushering Hu Jiao inside. Xiao San. Tang San turned, puzzled by Hu Jiao's call. Hu Jiao produced the 2 meat pies from his pocket and offered them to Tang San. These are meat pies my mother made. I brought them for you to try. Tang San stared at the meat pies in Hu Jiao's hands, momentarily taken aback. He had never before received food from a friend, and his emotions were somewhat conflicted. What are you waiting for? Take them. Hu Jiao feigned impatience, thrusting the meat pies into Tang San's embrace before striding into the courtyard. Though Tang San had lived 2 lives, his previous existence spent entirely within the Tang sect had left him naive to social nuances, making him no match for Hu Jiao. A seasoned veteran. With just 2 simple meat pies, Hu Jiao had forged a bond with Tang San. Inside the house, he declined Tang San's invitation to join them for breakfast, choosing instead to accompany the father and son as they finished their meal. Together, they made their way to the blacksmith's workshop. Xiao San, teach him how to work, Tang Hao said, already indulging in the wine that Hu Jiao had brought the previous day. All right, Dad. Tang San replied eagerly, nodding, then turned to Hu Jiao, signaling him to come closer. Once Hu Jiao approached, Tang San began to operate the bellows, explaining the process to him. Both were mature in their thoughts, and their interaction flowed effortlessly. One was willing to teach while the other was eager to learn, and they got along quite well. Before long, the morning had passed, and Hu Jiao's work had fallen into a rhythm. He focused solely on operating this as precisely the purpose of his visit to Tang Hao, the chaotic wind hammer technique. On the surface, the chaotic wind hammer technique appears to possess little combat capability, merely serving as a means for the disciples of the Haotian sect to strengthen their bodies. However, based on the instances in the original text where Tang San utilized this technique, it becomes evident that once mastered to a certain level, it proves quite practical in battle. This aspect is what Hu Jiao values most, as his martial soul, being akin to a carrot, essentially confines him to a supportive role. Typically, support-type soul masters lack significant combat prowess. To enhance his practical abilities, he must seek ways to improve his soul skills. If he successfully learns the chaotic wind hammer technique, he is confident he can leverage the idol panel to elevate it to a high level in a remarkably short period. At that juncture, making a favorable impression before Xiao Wu should pose no challenge. Moreover, Hu Jio suddenly realizes something intriguing. His martial soul, being a carrot, can be directly consumed, classifying it as a food-type martial soul without question. Xiao Wu, being a rabbit, places him at a distinct advantage over Tang San in terms of innate qualities. During noon, Hu Jio returned home, and after a hearty lunch, he promptly made his way to Tang San's residence to continue his clandestine study of the hammer technique. After all, Tang San's home was devoid of provisions for him. In a mere half-day, Hu Jio's relationship with Tang San experienced a remarkable ascent. This can be attributed to Tang San's lack of friends in both his previous and current lives. Hu Jio's genuine companionship has significantly endeared him to Tang San. It is worth noting that Tang San is quite sentimental, and at this stage, he finds himself without companions. The emergence of Hu Jio, appear, is something he cherishes deeply. Noticing Hu Jio's keen interest in his forging techniques, Tang San, mindful of Tang Hao's authority, refrains from directly instructing him. Instead, he subtly alters his forging angle, allowing Hu Jio to observe more clearly. This scene did not escape the notice of Tang Hao, who stood behind them, however. He feigned ignorance, continuing to sip his drink with an air of nonchalance. A performance worth watching. Hu Jio was not foolish. Upon observing the reactions of Tang San and Tang Hao, he felt a surge of delight. Realizing his conjecture was correct, Tang Hao appeared to hold little regard for the chaotic wind hammer technique. While it was utterly impossible for him to learn the Haotian Nine Absolutes, a skill reserved for the true disciples of the Haotian clan, the chaotic wind technique, which merely served to strengthen the body, was not beyond his reach. Nevertheless, Hu Jio could glean some insights into the chaotic wind hammer technique from Tang San. He had obtained a rudimentary understanding of the movements, though much remained elusive. 3 days later, Hu Jio's soul power meditation technique attained a new level, rising to the second tier. Compared to the first tier, he distinctly sensed that the rate of soul power acquisition during his idle practice had notably increased, by approximately 10%. His heightened five senses were pivotal in perceiving these subtle changes. Notably, on this very day, the fourth idle slot in his practice panel was finally unlocked, allowing him to simultaneously engage in 4 skills. Regrettably, he possessed only the soul power meditation technique and the 5 senses enhancement technique, leaving the remaining 2 slots unoccupied. This also provided him with considerable motivation. Over the course of 3 days, although he continued to work the bellows without ever having laid hands on a hammer, there were occasional moments when Tang Hao would approach Tang San, offering a few insights into the cultivation methods of the chaotic wind hammer technique. Moreover, Hu Jio discerned that Tang Hao seemed to possess a peculiar trait. Whenever he indulged in a bit more wine and his spirits were elevated, he would become quite loquacious, sharing additional advice with Tang San. With this revelation, Hu Jio decided to invest significantly, frequently pilfering bottles from his father Hu Rui's cellar to present to Tang Hao, all in the hope of gleaning further knowledge about the chaotic wind cultivation method. On the 4th day of his blacksmithing studies, his 5 senses enhancement technique was elevated to level 2. Upon reaching this level, he found his vision and hearing significantly sharpened. Merely observing Tang San forge allowed him to reap substantial benefits. He estimated that if he remained there for another 2 months, he could, through mere observation, acquire the chaotic wind hammer technique without the need for instruction. After all, at this juncture, Tang San was still in the initial stages of learning, and the chaotic wind hammer technique was not overly complex, making it relatively easy to learn covertly. Young man, do you wish to learn my blacksmithing techniques? On this day, as Hu Jio was engrossed in watching Tang San forge, Tang Hao unexpectedly inquired from behind. Startled by the ghostly voice, Hu Jio momentarily paused but quickly regained his composure and explained, I believe Tang San's forging technique is more conducive to physical training. Just look at the muscles beginning to form on his arms. He pointed towards Tang San's bulging muscles, expressing his admiration. In front of Tang Hao, deception was futile, and Hu Jio had never concealed his intentions, thus his words flowed naturally. Ah, keen observation, Tang Hao remarked nonchalantly, glancing at Hu Jio before continuing. Considering the wine you've brought me over the past few days, Tang San, do teach him later. Yes, father. Tang San, who had been attentively listening, immediately ceased his activity, joyously responding. In truth, Tang San had long wished to impart his forging techniques to Hu Jio, but he had refrained from doing so without Tang Hao's prompting. Now, with Tang Hao's encouragement, Tang San felt elated for his friend. In just a few days, through an array of breakfast treats like meat pies and buns, Hu Jio had endeared himself to Tang San, establishing a bond of true friendship. Aware that Hu Jio's goal was to enhance his physical prowess and recognizing the effectiveness of the chaotic wind hammer technique, Tang San was genuinely pleased for him. "Thank you, Uncle Tang Hao," Hu Jio exclaimed, filled with joy. In a brief span of time, he was on the verge of acquiring the long-desired hammering technique, and his elation was beyond words. Having already committed Tang San's surface-level forging techniques to memory, he only needed the essential core methods. After just a single demonstration, Hu Jio grasped the technique with remarkable proficiency. Chapter 6. Departure with a Thought. The panel appeared, and at Hu Jio's mental command, the third slot was instantly filled, officially commencing the chaotic wind hammer techniques. Within mere seconds, Hu Jio's mind began to accumulate experience in the chaotic wind hammer technique. Although he had successfully initiated, he did not forego the opportunity for formal instruction from Tang San. He had previously tested the effectiveness of the soul power meditation technique and the five senses enhancement method while he realized that by continuing his own research simultaneously, he could achieve dual advancement. Thus, through his self-study and the insights gained from his idle practice, he achieved a remarkable acceleration in his learning process. 2 days later, in the blacksmith shop, Hu Jio held a small iron hammer, his body poised with the strength of a drawn bow. With a rapid succession of strikes, he wielded the hammer with extraordinary speed, completing 9 blows in merely 2 seconds. In just 2 days, under Tang San's guidance and aided by the enhancements from his idle practice panel, he had successfully mastered the fundamentals of the chaotic wind hammer technique, signifying his formal entry into this martial art by being able to channel 9 consecutive charged strikes. At this moment, Tang San was merely a step ahead, having reached the realm of continuously channeling strength for 18 strikes. "Xiao Jio, it seems you have mastered the technique of leveraging the hammering method. You are truly gifted. I did not grasp the fundamentals as swiftly as you did," Tang San remarked with a smile. He was acutely aware of his own talent. Had it not been for the cultivation of the techniques outlined in the Xiantian treasure record, he would not have achieved proficiency so rapidly. In his heart, Hu Jio was the true prodigy, as he had managed to learn even faster without any prior knowledge. Unfortunately, Hu Jio was oblivious to Tang San's thoughts. Had he known, he would surely have retorted, "You wouldn't understand the life of someone blessed with fortune. Haha, it's not that I'm particularly quick. After all, I've been observing your hammering technique for quite some time. Naturally, I would learn more swiftly now." Despite the fact that Hu Jio was brimming with pride internally, he maintained a facade of humility, as if 2 days of learning were too slow. His words caused Tang Hao, who stood behind them, to raise an eyebrow, silently taking a sip of wine, perhaps impressed by Hu Jio's audacity. In the following hours, Hu Jio did not depart, fully committing to the act. Although he had already mastered the chaotic wind hammering technique, and his purpose in visiting Tang Hao had been fulfilled, he continued to assist Tang San as if he were still an apprentice, occasionally helping with the bellows. Tang San treated him well, often suggesting they swap roles, allowing Hu Jio to partake in the forging process. To facilitate this, Tang San even procured a piece of ordinary iron for Hu Jio, so he could train alongside him. Thus, due to his diligent practice, his erratic hammer technique unexpectedly surpassed the initially mastered soul power meditation and sensory enhancement techniques in terms of proficiency. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. Hu Jio's soul power meditation had advanced to the 3rd level, yielding an improvement of at least 20% compared to ordinary training. The sensory enhancement technique also reached the 3rd level, greatly amplifying his visual, auditory, olfactory, tactile, and gustatory perceptions. Objects several dozen meters away appeared as vividly as if they were right before his eyes, and his hearing extended further, allowing him to accurately discern the locations of animals and insects by their calls, especially at night. His tactile sensitivity had reached such a level that he could discern the passage of time through the subtleties of air currents. His taste and smell had also undergone transformations. In summary, his senses were evolving towards something superhuman. Moreover, his own soul power level had undergone significant changes. He estimated himself to be at level 5, nearing level 6. With 2 months remaining before he was to attend school in Dingno City, his aspiration was to reach between levels 8 and 9 before the semester commenced. This meant that shortly after classes began, he could start preparing for his first soul ring. However, the specifics of how to arrange for his initial soul ring required careful contemplation. As for the hammer technique he practiced daily, he had elevated it to the 4th level, enabling him to wield the hammer 64 times in succession, enhancing his physical conditioning considerably. Each day, he sensed his strength growing. And in terms of mastery over the erratic hammer technique, even Tang San could not rival him. At that moment, Tang San could only manage 36 strikes in a row. Nonetheless, Tang San was indeed extraordinary, possessing the Xiantian skill and Xin Jade hand, making his strength incomparable to Hu Jio's. While forging, Tang San wielded a large hammer from Tang Hao, while Hu Jio was using a smaller, secondary hammer that had been left idle for quite some time, merely a slightly larger version of a regular nail hammer. In casual conversation, Hu Jio learned that Tang San indeed wished to attend the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, and it appeared that his enrollment had become a certainty. Hu Jio felt a twinge of anxiety, wondering if old Jack would succumb to pressure and relinquish the village's sole work-study position to Tang San. It wasn't that Hu Jio was unwilling to give up his spot. Rather, it was for the sake of Xiao Wu. However, as the time had not yet come, he was uncertain how events would unfold. Time flowed like water, and soon 2 months had passed. Early one morning, old Jack arrived at Hu Jio's home to escort him to the junior academy in Notting City. Ultimately, as the beloved grandson, the work-study position remained secure, firmly in Hu Jio's grasp. Although he felt a pang of guilt toward Tang San, for Xiao Wu's sake, Hu Jio accepted the situation with grace. At home, Hu Jio had already risen, packing a large bundle containing his bedding and clothes, while clutching a small iron hammer, a token he had taken from Tang Hao's house, humorously dubbed a defensive weapon. Thus, with a pack larger than his own body slung over his back and a small hammer in hand, he gathered his belongings. After a heartfelt farewell to his parents, Hu Jio followed old Jack towards Notting City. Grandpa, isn't this the road to Xiao San's house? How curious. Initially, he had been delightfully imagining the scene of reuniting with Xiao Wu, but suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Haha, I forgot to mention. Xiao San will also be accompanying you to the junior academy. It'll be nice for you to have a companion. You two must support one another. Old Jack said with a warm smile. Xiao San is going to school too? Hu Jio felt a wave of panic wash over him. He feared he might lose Xiao Wu. Honestly, I was quite surprised as well. That drunken Tang Hao finally did something commendable. It seems he has enough savings to cover the tuition fees, old Jack explained with a smile. Self-funding is splendid. It means he won't be staying in the work-study dormitory. As long as he doesn't encroach on Xiao Wu, they can remain good friends. Chapter 7. Enrollment Xiao San. Xiao Jio. Grandpa Jack. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Hu Jio encountered Tang San, who had been waiting for them. As old Jack prepared to take Tang San away, the latter lingered, glancing back at the dilapidated earthen house for a long moment before leaving behind a line of words etched into the ground. Xiao San, don't worry. Uncle Tang Hao is quite capable. There is no need for you to fret. Hu Jio reassured, patting Tang San on the shoulder. No, I'm just reluctant to leave, Tang San replied, shaking his head and quietly suppressing his emotions. Haha. It's nothing to be concerned about. We can have Grandpa visit often to check in on you. You're right, Xiao San. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on you. If he fails to take good care of himself, I'll give him a piece of my mind. Old Jack chimed in from the front. With that, the trio took half a day to reach Notting City, arriving around noon after asking for directions several times to locate the junior academy. Upon reaching the entrance, they were confronted by the gatekeeper. What do you want? Is this a place for you country folk? Seeing this scene, Hu Jio refrained from intervening, as it pertained to Tang San's ability to apprentice. If not for Tang San, Hu Jio would have long since delivered a hammer blow to the gatekeeper. Old Jack smiled amiably. Young man, we come from Holy Soul Village. These two are our students for this year's enrollment. What procedures do we need to follow? From Holy Soul Village? That little village hasn't produced a soul master in years. Can a phoenix truly arise from a mere grass hut? The gatekeeper frowned, speaking with a mocking tone. Damn it, if you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. Do you believe I'll give you a hammer right now? At that moment, Hu Jio's ears perked up, a sly smile crossing his face as he suddenly changed demeanor, raising his hammer with a fierce glare at the gatekeeper. The doorkeeper, a coward at heart, was instantly intimidated by the imposing presence of Hu Jio, who wielded a hammer. Although Hu Jio appeared to be no more than 6 years of age, he bore a weapon. And it was only natural for an ordinary man like the doorkeeper to feel fear. How dare you? This is Notting Academy, the doorkeeper stammered, his bravado a mere faiade. At this moment, he dared not approach as he did in the original text. After all, a single blow from Hu Jio could very well leave him injured. What was happening? Just then, a raspy and stiff voice echoed in their ears from a distance. Upon raising his head, he was met with the sight of the master. The master was of medium build, somewhat slender, and wore a languid and despondent expression. "Master, you have returned," said the doorman, his countenance shifting dramatically as if he had found a pillar of support, stepping forward to exclaim, "This is the rascal causing trouble. Look. He still wields a hammer, intending to strike me." "Ha!" Hu Jio scoffed. "If it weren't for your disdainful gaze as a doorman, would I have bothered to address you?" The master's frown interrupted Hu Jio's retort. "This esteemed teacher," he began, "we are here to register for school. This doorman has not only barred our entry but has also spoken harshly." My companion could not contain his anger and reacted accordingly, Tang San explained from the side. The master cast a faint glance at the doorman, who felt an immense weight of pressure bearing down upon him. The doorman had not anticipated that these two young lads would be so quick-tongued, laying bare the events of the earlier encounter. "Do you possess proof from the spirit hall?" the master inquired. "If so, please present it for my perusal." The master turned, his demeanor softening, in the presence of an elder and two children. Even he would not maintain a cold visage. "Here, master, please take a look," said old Jack, who had long served as the village chief and instantly recognized the master's esteemed position within the academy. He promptly produced the credentials of Hu Jio and Tang San and handed them to the master. "Spirit, carrot, innate soul power, level 2. Yes, this indeed appears to be a valid certificate from the spirit hall." The master first examined Hu Jio's credentials, but upon reviewing Tang San's proof, his expression shifted dramatically. "An innate full soul power, and the spirit is blue-silver grass." At this revelation, the master raised his gaze, scrutinizing both Hu Jio and Tang San intently. "Which of you is Tang San?" "Teacher, I am Tang San," replied Tang San, somewhat puzzled, wondering if there was something amiss with his spirit. "Very well," the master nodded. Then turned to old Jack. "My apologies for the earlier incident. On behalf of the academy, I express my regret. I shall take these two children under my wing and escort them for registration." Evidently, the master had discerned the peculiarities surrounding Tang San's spirit and his demeanor had warmed considerably. "No need, no need. We are quite fine. My child simply has an overly impetuous nature. You may take these children with you," old Jack urged Hu Jio, Tang San. "You must follow this esteemed master and be sure to listen carefully." After imparting a few words of advice to Hu Jio and Tang San, old Jack gradually departed. Once old Jack had left, the master cast a calm glance at the doorman. "This is the final warning. Should you err again, you need not return." The warning nearly caused the doorman to lose his composure. It is worth noting that although the master held no official position within the academy, as a friend of the principal, it would be quite simple for him to deal with the doorman. "I shall not dare again," he said, visibly shaken. After addressing the doorman, the master forced a stiff smile and remarked to Hu Jio and Tang San, "Children, shall we proceed inside?" "Thank you, master," Tang San replied, following closely behind. "I am not a teacher of the academy," the master stated, casting a glance at Tang San. "Not a teacher? But did you not just say you represented the academy?" Tang San queried, confusion etched upon his face. Beside Tang San, Hu Jio observed the exchange with keen interest, aware that the master had taken a liking to Tang San. Although he had no intention of becoming the master's disciple himself, he would wholeheartedly support Tang San in this endeavor. Otherwise, he would not have waited for the master to arrive before making his presence known. Subsequently, the master showcased his abilities, facilitating Tang San's apprenticeship effortlessly. Hu Jio could only look skyward in exasperation, feeling increasingly overlooked. It seemed that the master had chosen to ignore him entirely throughout the journey due to that damn talent. "Humph, today you may look down upon me, but one day I shall rise beyond your reach," Hu Jio vowed silently. He did not wish to be the master's disciple, but to be disregarded as a mere traveler from another world was utterly humiliating. Afterward, the master finally led Hu Jio and Tang San to the academic affairs office. There, both successfully enrolled as students of Nodding Academy, albeit with Hu Jio as a working student and Tang San as a self-study student. Hu Jio was thrilled at the prospect of finally meeting Xiao Wu. "Little San, it seems our accommodations are not in the same location. Once we are settled, I shall meet you again." He thought to himself that he could not allow Tang San to be present during his first encounter with Xiao Wu. For Tang San was the fated child of this world, and Hu Jio felt a twinge of apprehension regarding that power. Chapter 8. Xiao Wu Building 7. A unique establishment within Nodding Academy houses only working students. Now, Hu Jio stood before this legendary dormitory, known for its co-ed living arrangements. Tightening his grip on the hammer in his hand, he prepared to use it to craft a perfect first encounter with Xiao Wu. Knocking on the open door to draw the attention of everyone inside, Hu Jio smiled and announced, Greetings. I am the new working student, and I look forward to your guidance. Are you this year's working student? A tall, burly young man approached Hu Jio, looking down at him with an air of authority. His gaze fixated on the hammer in Hu Jio's hand. I am Wang Xing. My martial soul is the battle tiger, and I am the leader here. What is your name, and what is your martial soul? Hu Jio, my martial soul is the carrot. Listen here, little Jio. I am the boss around these parts. So you will heed my words, understood? Wang Xing declared, having glanced at Hu Jio's hammer and deeming him a negligible threat. Should I be compelled to listen to you? Perhaps, but first you should inquire whether my hammer agrees, Hu Jio replied with a smile, raising the hammer in his hand. This is quite acceptable, before meeting Xiao Wu. A warm-up match is not a bad idea. You think you can toy with me, but it seems that a lesson is in order. Wang Sheng's smile instantly vanished as he rubbed his wrist, clearly preparing to strike. Wait, Hu Jio shouted, startling Wang Sheng, who was ready to make his move. What's this? Are you backing down? Wang Sheng scoffed disdainfully. Ignoring him, Hu Jio approached the nearest bed, gingerly placing his precious package down. Inside lay the tools for capturing Xiao Wu. Whether he could share a bed with her depended on this. Grasping the hammer once more, Hu Jio stood before Wang Xing and provocatively declared, now it's time. Let us go. Come at me. With a swift motion, Wang Sheng lunged forward, throwing a punch aimed at Hu Jio's face. You might as well summon your martial spirit. Don't forget, I have weapons, Hu Jio retorted, deftly maneuvering his hammer to thwart Wang Sheng's attack. Humph, you forced my hand. With a wary glance at Hu Jio's hammer, Wang Sheng roared, and a halo of white light enveloped him. His body began to transform, his hands morphed into tiger claws, and two fangs protruded from his mouth, while a faint character resembling Wang emerged on his forehead. Hu Jio was no fool. While Wang Sheng underwent his metamorphosis, he took the opportunity to wield his hammer, continuously building up power. Over the past 2 months, he had diligently trained the chaotic wind hammer technique to level 5, enabling him to unleash a sequence of 81 strikes, each more powerful than the last. If he could accumulate all 81 strikes, even a level 20 soul master would sustain injuries from a single blow. With a resounding crash, the tiger claw met the hammer, sending Wang Sheng hurtling backward. Knowing Wang Xing's strength was lacking, Hu Jio had only accumulated 10 strikes. Had he built up more, it was likely that Wang Sheng would not be able to rise again. With a resounding thud, Wang Sheng was knocked to the ground, struggling for several moments before managing to rise. Oh, no, Hu Jio, did you just employ a soul technique? Wang Xing swallowed hard, astonished that Hu Jio, with his auxiliary carrot spirit, had proven to be more formidable than himself, a battle spirit master. No. It's merely a technique for forging metal, which I have adapted for combat, Hu Jio replied, turning toward his pack. He picked up his belongings and selected an empty bed in a favorable position, opening his pack to reveal fresh bedding, all the while eagerly anticipating the arrival of Xiao Wu. What? That was a forging technique. Hu Jio's words left Wang Sheng and his classmates in utter shock. Just moments ago, Hu Jio had sent Wang Sheng flying with a single strike. Such a powerful soul technique being dismissed as mere forging seemed incredulous, perhaps even boastful. You are truly impressive, Hu Jio. You bested me. So you shall be the leader of the dormitory from now on. We shall heed your command, Wang Sheng said, admiration evident on his face. Relieved to know that when the other dormitories bullied them, they finally had someone to stand up for them. Casting a lingering glance at the robustly featured Wang Sheng, Hu Jio nodded noncommittally, acknowledging the notion of leadership. However, he considered this position only temporary, as he had no intention of taking on such responsibilities. Matters of childish bickering were better left to the little rabbit. Excuse me, is this dormitory 7? A melodious voice sent a thrill through Hu Jio. He looked up to see a graceful girl, her rosy cheeks reminiscent of a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Her long black braids cascaded past her waist, and her large, sparkling eyes seemed to radiate energy, holding a brand new school uniform in her hands. Xiao Wu reporting for duty. Ah, yes, you have found dormitory 7. Are you also a new student? I am too. It seems we shall be classmates, Hu Jio remarked, surprised to find Xiao Wu even more enchanting than he had anticipated. Classmates? Higi, hello. I am Xiao Wu, as in the dance of the dance, she said. Noticing Hu Jio's infatuated gaze, and her face lit up with a radiant smile. Ah, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Hu Jio, he began, just as Wang Sheng nudged him sharply, whispering in his ear, Boss, according to our dormitory's tradition, you should challenge her to see who is stronger. Oh, I nearly forgot. Hu Jio responded, clearing his throat. Xiao Wu, we have a tradition in our dormitory. The one with the strongest fist becomes the leader. I have just defeated our strongest member, so I am now the boss. Would you care to spar with me? Fight? I love that. Come on, let us get started. Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the prospect of a duel. He is a true combat enthusiast. Are you ready? Here I come. Xiao Wu stood on her tiptoes, as if she were about to dash towards Hu Jio at any moment. Come on then. Hu Jio raised the hammer in his hand, never parting with it. Whether man or woman, it was impossible to persuade him to relinquish his weapon. As a support-type soul master devoid of offensive capability, wielding a weapon and engaging in battle had become his ultimate defiance. Take this. As Hu Jio prepared to execute his move, Xiao Wu leaped into the air, performing a graceful flip, her long legs striking out towards Hu Jio in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, Hu Jio remained unfazed, sweeping his hammer horizontally with remarkable composure, perfectly illustrating the principle of effortless mastery. After 2 months of rigorous training, he had acquired strength comparable to that of an adult. Chapter 9. A wife gained through a shared quilt. Xiao Wu's nimble movements contrasted sharply with Hu Jio's broad strokes. In this world is truly a blessing for men. In that moment, he nearly forgot that he was in the midst of a battle. By the time Xiao Wu completed her transformation, it was already too late for him to employ his chaotic hammer technique. Wait. As he observed Xiao Wu charging towards him with remarkable speed, Hu Jio hastily called for her to stop. He certainly did not wish to be struck without cause. What's the matter? You wouldn't want to concede, would you? Xiao Wu halted her attack, her eyes wide as she gazed at Hu Jio. She was still eager to engage in the fight. Come now, don't be upset. Have a carrot. With a smile, Hu Jio summoned the power of his martial spirit, producing a carrot in his hand. As his soul power surged, the carrot underwent a magnificent transformation. Not only did it grow in size, but it also appeared crystal clear, rivaling a work of art. After presenting the carrot to Xiao Wu, Hu Jio helplessly raised his hands. As you can see, my martial spirit is a carrot, while yours is a rabbit. Do you truly believe I stand a chance against you? So your martial spirit is a carrot. How delightful. I absolutely adore carrots. Upon seeing the carrot, Xiao Wu completely forgot about the battle, joyfully accepting the carrot from Hu Jio and munching on it with glee. Delicious, delicious. This is far tastier than the ones I dig up from the ground, she praised while savoring her treat. At that moment, Hu Jio, who had summoned his martial spirit, suddenly paused, vaguely sensing that his martial spirit was conveying something to him. However, the sensation was so faint that he could not discern any specific information. Could it be? Hu Jio, I suppose that means you've lost. Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, Wang Sheng rudely interrupted them. Lost? What's so surprising about a support-type martial spirit losing? It would be more astonishing if I won. Hu Jio retorted with irritation. If it weren't for wanting to impress Xiao Wu, I wouldn't care to fight at all. There's no benefit in it. We already have the idol panel. So why work so hard? Are we not allowing others to live? It seems I shall be the leader of the dormitory from now on. From now on, you shall call me Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, gleefully nibbling on her carrot, proudly shook her head, her scorpion braids swaying side to side, exuding cuteness. Yes, Sister Xiao Wu. The boys in the dormitory, thrilled to have such an adorable leader, shouted even louder than they had when calling Hu Jio. Delicious, I want more. After quickly finishing the carrot, Xiao Wu daintily extended her small hand towards Hu Jio, requesting another. Here you go. Seeing Xiao Wu relish his carrot brought joy to Hu Jio's heart. Capturing Xiao Wu's affection was one step closer to success. As Hu Jio turned around, he began to feign the act of making the bed, all the while discreetly observing Xiao Wu's reaction. His efforts did not go unnoticed. At last, Xiao Wu's attention was drawn to the brand new bedding in his hands. Hu Jio, where did you acquire this bedding? She inquired, a hint of unease flickering in her expression upon seeing its design. This? I brought it from home, Hu Jio replied nonchalantly. I figured that as a work-study student, the living conditions would likely be less than ideal, so I decided to bring my own bedding. He maintained his composure, determined not to lose his footing at such a critical moment. Wait, you brought it yourself? The academy doesn't provide any? Xiao Wu asked, her mind momentarily distracted as she nibbled on a carrot, finding it suddenly less appetizing. We are work-study students. It's quite generous of the academy to provide us with accommodation. As for the bedding, it's customary for us to bring our own from home. Wang Sheng interjected nearby. Xiao Wu, why not use mine? I can squeeze in with my classmates, offered one student. No, use mine. My quilt is larger. In an instant, the dormitory buzzed with activity as several students rushed to present their offerings to Xiao Wu. Unfortunately, the shabby, dark bedding did not appeal to her. As a radiant fairy, how could she settle for such unkempt covers? Her gaze eventually settled on Hu Jio's pristine quilt, fixated with longing. Please, Xiao Wu, don't look at me like that. I need to sleep too, Hu Jio said, feeling a bit uncomfortable despite having rehearsed this moment in his mind for quite some time. Yet, as the moment drew near, he felt a rush of blood to his face. Hu Jio, let's negotiate a matter, Xiao Wu said, her large eyes sparkling with innocence. What is it? Your quilt is so large that one person can't possibly cover it alone. Why don't we push our beds together and share it? She suggested, glancing at Hu Jio, who looked plain yet impeccably clean. That might not be appropriate. He hesitated, wishing to agree but feigning reluctance. What's inappropriate about it? I'm not afraid of you. I won't bite, Xiao Wu said, her cheeks slightly flushed, likely indicating her own shyness. But you just consumed my martial spirit, Hu Jio replied, casting a doubtful look in her direction. Feigning innocence, he continued to project a vision of a blissful future. Xiao Wu, ignoring her half-eaten carrot, waved her hand dismissively. It's settled then. You all, help me push this bed over. In a matter of moments, the two beds were united. Hu Jio, place your belongings in the middle as a boundary. If you dare to cross it, see how I will handle you, Xiao Wu threatened playfully. Understood. With Xiao Wu's strategy progressing, Hu Jio felt a sense of satisfaction. The future was long. Xiao Wu was only 6 years old, and he intended to cultivate her into the ideal partner he desired. Xiao Jio. Just as Hu Jio and Xiao Wu were busy arranging the bedding, the voice of Tang San came from outside. Oh, Xiao San, you've come. Apologies for your late arrival, Hu Jio greeted. Chapter 10. Tang San's disappointment. Why does my heart feel a twinge of pain? Am I unwell? Outside the dormitory, Tang San stood frozen, gazing at the harmonious scene of Hu Jio and Xiao Wu working together, an inexplicable sense of loss washing over him, as though something profoundly significant was slipping away. Xiao San, weren't you supposed to come find me? Why did you come alone? Hu Jio's words shattered Tang San's moment of introspection. I noticed you hadn't come to see me in a while, so I thought I would check on you, Tang San replied, shaking off his momentary daze and smiling at Hu Jio. In truth, he had been slightly worried about Hu Jio encountering difficulties, only to find him joyfully playing with a young girl, which irked him. Oh, it's nothing. Come on, it's already noon. Let us go have lunch, Hu Jio said, brushing off the moment as he dusted off his hands and turned to Wang Sheng. Do you know where we can eat? Please share. Sure, let us go eat. I want to have some of your carrots, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her spirits soaring as she leaped with excitement, her appetite piqued by the 2 carrots she had just consumed. Perfect. We need to eat too, so let us go together. Wang Sheng nodded, rallying the other students to join. Xiao Jio, I want to be going. You can go on your own. Tang San shook his head, having spent all his money on tuition and having no extra funds for a meal. He had brought some dry rations and was not worried about going hungry. Come on, I'll treat you, Hu Jio insisted, not allowing Tang San to decline as he draped an arm around his neck and led him along. Considering you've stolen my Xiao Wu, you're my brother now. By the way, does eating cost money? Like soul coins or something? Xiao Wu, who had been hopping excitedly beside Hu Jio, suddenly halted, sensing impending trouble. Don't worry. Just follow me. I have money, Hu Jio reassured her with a wave of his hand, signaling that everything was all right. As the grandson of the village chief, while he didn't possess vast wealth, he had enough to cover meals if spent wisely. Thank you. Hu Jio's generosity instantly elevated Xiao Wu's opinion of him. Compared to Tang San, Hu Jio appeared slightly more handsome. Although dressed simply, he still bore an air of charm. This consequently led to Xiao Wu harboring no particular feelings for Hu Jio, apart from the occasional nod upon their meetings, during the rest of the time. She scarcely cast a glance in his direction. Hu Jio was pleased with this arrangement, showing no inclination to introduce Tang San to Xiao Wu. Engaging in separate conversations with Tang San and Xiao Wu was effortless for him, as they each conversed independently without interference. Then came the obnoxious voice of Wang Sheng and his group of destitute fellows. Upon entering the dining hall, they were met with the sight of a cluster of upperclassmen standing on the staircase between the first and second floors, looking down upon them. The speaker was a male student, no older than 13, who pointed contemptuously at Wang Sheng before Hu Jio. A pauper remains a pauper. I fear he shall never ascend to the second floor for a meal. On the way to the dining hall, Wang Sheng had already informed Xiao Wu about the leader of the 7th dormitory wanting to assert himself. Thus, upon witnessing the provocation, Xiao Wu immediately stepped forward. Who do you think you are? What is so great about the 2nd floor? As soon as Xiao Wu made her presence known, the male student above brightened, nearly drooling at the sight. Such a beautiful little lowly. Heh, I'm off to dine now. Consider yourself fortunate this time. How dare you speak to me like that? Hu Jio exclaimed, gripping his hammer, ready to confront him. This presents a splendid opportunity for performance. And how could Hu Jio possibly let it slip? Even if he were to falter, he could rely on Xiao Wu and Tang San, confident that they would not stand idly by. Indeed, as Hu Jio made his move, Xiao Wu sprang into action, having discerned from his words that old man was far from a compliment. However, at a crucial moment, Tang San faltered, swiftly stepping forward. Turning to shield Hu Jio and Xiao Wu, shaking his head, "Let it go. We are here to dine." "Hey, why are you so cowardly? Look, your brother isn't afraid at all," Xiao Wu retorted, her face contorted in disdain as she regarded Tang San. Tang San remained silent. "Fine, let it be. There will be plenty of opportunities to teach them a lesson in the future." Hu Jio waved his hand, deeming the altercation inconsequential, emphasizing that attitude was paramount, and his earlier display would surely earn him points in Xiao Wu's eyes. "All right, we must certainly teach them a proper lesson next time." With the group now vanished from sight, Xiao Wu lost her enthusiasm. "Hey, Xiao San, your master has arrived." Hu Jio, with an impressive sense of perception, suddenly sensed a familiar presence. Tang San turned to look, and indeed, it was the master. "Master." Tang San hurried over, bowing respectfully. "Is your dormitory tidy?" the master inquired. "It's all set," Tang San replied. "Then come with me to the 2nd floor for a meal. Afterwards, I will introduce you to my place," the master stated. Tang San hesitated, concerned about Hu Jio, feeling that his temperament had worsened since arriving at the academy, fearing Hu Jio might stir trouble. "Master, I'd rather dine with my companions." After a moment of contemplation, Tang San shook his head in refusal. "Hey, are you foolish? The food upstairs is evidently superior. You should go." Hu Jio nudged Tang San, smiling at the master. "Master, please take Xiao San to eat. He is quite clueless." Although Tang San had lost much regard in Xiao Wu's eyes, Hu Jio decided to keep him at a distance from her for safety's sake. Ultimately, persuaded by Hu Jio, Tang San followed the master upstairs to dine. "It seems you have a good rapport with Tang San," Xiao Wu observed curiously, speculating about their relationship. "Haha, of course. Xiao San is my brother. We grew up together," Hu Jio replied with a charming faade, though internally, he felt a pang of unease, as if he were encroaching upon Tang San's future partner. No, how could something not yet occurred be deemed as theft? Perhaps in this world, Tang San's wife might not be Xiao Wu. Hu Jio endeavored to convince himself not to confine his thoughts within the boundaries of the original narrative. Did Tang San become a disciple of the master? At that moment, Wang Sheng approached with a question. What about it?" Hu Jio inquired. "No way. That master's abilities are lacking. I've heard he is over 50 yet remains at rank 29, unable to even break through to the great soul master realm. Your brother wouldn't he have been deceived, would he?" Wang Sheng lamented, watching Tang San and the master depart. "Enough. Why concern yourself with others? Remember, do not utter such words in front of Xiao San in the future, or don't blame me for being unsympathetic." Hu Jio waved his hand, unwilling to explain to this ignorant group. While Hu Jio had little need for the master's knowledge, he could not deny that the master possessed extensive theoretical knowledge. Though perhaps lacking in innovative thinking in the Douluo world, no one surpassed him in understanding soul beasts. At the very least, when the time came for his first soul ring selection, he might indeed seek counsel from the master through Tang San. Chapter 11. On the theory of the 10 core competencies, though he had anticipated it, Hu Jio was still greatly disappointed upon witnessing the cafeteria's offerings. There was some meat, yet overall, it was quite unsatisfactory. "Xiao Jio, please pass me the carrots again. Yours are the tastiest. The cafeteria food is dreadful." Xiao Wu waved her delicate hand, having asked for food from Hu Jio countless times by now. Due to the inedibility of the cafeteria meals, Xiao Wu was entirely reliant on Hu Jio's carrots to satiate her hunger. "Do take it easy. You're nearly consuming all my soul power," Hu Jio remarked, half amused, half exasperated. He realized he had underestimated Xiao Wu's appetite. With his soul power level, he could hardly fill this little rabbit who adored carrots. "Surely not. I haven't eaten that much. By the way, Xiao Jio, what level is your soul power now?" Xiao Wu inquired bashfully. aware that she had indeed consumed a significant amount of Hu Jio's carrots. It is not her fault. After all, who could resist the delectable carrots cultivated by Hu Jio? Regarding Xiao Wu's inquiry, Wang Xing and the others nearby were equally intrigued. Notably, just moments ago, Hu Jio had triumphed over Wang Xing, the most formidable among their group. As a support-type soul master, to best a battle soul master like Wang Xing is no small feat. It is estimated that he must be at least at the 9th level. As Hu Jio consumed his unappetizing meal, he nonchalantly replied, "Indeed, after 3 months of relentless practice, his soul power had ascended to the 9th level. Furthermore, his soul power meditation method and sensory enhancement technique had both reached the 4th level, while his chaotic hammer technique had advanced to the 5th level, yielding significant progress. The 4th level soul power meditation method enhanced his cultivation efficiency by 30%, a considerable improvement. Practicing at this level of meditation, his innate talent was on par with those soul masters possessing innate soul power of levels 5 or 6. Moreover, one must not forget that his practice panel allowed for continuous 24-hour cultivation. What ordinary person could maintain such diligence? With this rate of advancement, even soul masters endowed with full innate soul power would likely find it challenging to match him. Impressive. Wang Xing marveled at Hu Jio's 9th level soul power. His admiration was genuine. After all, Hu Jio had managed to defeat him, an 11th level battle soul master, at such a nascent stage. Imagine how formidable he would become upon acquiring a soul ring and fully stepping into the role of a soul master. Haha, you're far from it. By the way, may I ask how you acquired your soul ring at level 10? Hu Jio inquired, for among this group of working students, only Wang Xing had attained the highest level, currently at 11, while the others remained below 10. Speaking of which, what level is Xiao Wu at now? I must ask her later. Our soul rings were obtained with the assistance of the Academy's instructors during the soul hunting forest expedition. However, the Academy typically holds these soul hunting events only once a year. The previous event had only recently concluded. With your cultivation speed, you will likely reach level 10 in no time, but it may take another half-year before you can truly become a soul master, Wang Xing elucidated. In his view, Hu Jio's soul power level was undoubtedly a product of innate awakening, and being at the 9th level of innate soul power marked him as a prodigy. After all, they were all children from ordinary families, and how could they possibly access the soul power meditation method at such an early stage? Is that so? It certainly poses a dilemma, Hu Jio mused, furrowing his brow. He had not anticipated such a complicati. This is utterly nonsensical. While this theory may hold some merit at times, one must not forget that with the elevation of rank, particularly after acquiring spirit rings, both spiritual power and physical attributes experience an enhancement by several tens or even hundreds of times. How can the cultivation speed of a spirit practitioner be compared to that of a spirit master? Under similar talents, does a lower-ranked spirit master truly cultivate more spiritual power in a single day than a higher-ranked one? Is this not absurd? In Hu Jio's perspective, the sooner one acquires a soul ring, the better. It is optimal to obtain it immediately after a breakthrough, once one's realm has stabilized. Time waits for no one. Tang San achieved divinity at the tender age of 25. According to Hu Jio's own estimation, he is confident that he can reach the 10th level within a month. If he is unable to obtain a soul ring by then, he would be delaying an entire year of cultivation. What should he do? Until Hu Jio returned to the dormitory, he had yet to devise a suitable solution to his predicament. He thought to himself that, at worst, he could ask Xiao San for assistance. Unable to think of a viable plan, he decided to relinquish the matter from his mind. The primary distraction was the sight of Xiao Wu, sitting beside him and playfully swinging her small legs. How could he possibly focus on anything else? Wasn't it delightful to admire our adorable little bunny? Not long after they had returned to their dormitory, a male instructor in his 30s entered. Who is the new work-study student? Step forward. At this, both Hu Jio and Xiao Wu rose simultaneously. I am Imo Hen. You may address me as Teacher Imo. Hu Jio, Xiao Wu, you are the work-study students in the first year, and from now on, you will be responsible for cleaning the garden on the south side of the playground. You will receive 10 copper soul coins each day. Remember, you must clean every day, particularly the debris, which must be thoroughly cleared. Failing to do so will result in deductions from your wages, and if there is any negligence, the Academy reserves the right to expel you. Do you understand? Both Hu Jio and Xiao Wu nodded in acknowledgement. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. Classes will formally commence the day after. First-year students will attend class in room 1 on the first floor of the teaching building. You are to be punctual. From the day after tomorrow, you will resume your normal work schedule. I will conduct occasional inspections. Now, you may rest, Mo Hen instructed. Wang Sheng, you are the oldest here. Please explain the rules to them. Understood, Wang Sheng replied. After the teacher departed, he turned to them and said, in reality, the work at the academy is minimal. As long as you clean on time, there won't be any issues. Let me inform you about the classes. Generally, the academy holds 2 sessions each morning, one for cultural knowledge and another for martial spirit knowledge. In the afternoon, we engage in self-cultivation. Most of us work in the afternoon to avoid hindering our studies. These work-study students, hailing from impoverished families, cherish their opportunities for learning far more than their wealthier counterparts. Thank you for the reminder. Hu Jio smiled and nodded, realizing that this was what their life at the academy would entail. You're welcome. Wang Xing waved his hand and turned back to his studies, leaving Hu Jio and Xiao Wu to exchange glances. By the way, Xiao Wu, what level is your soul power? I feel your agility is remarkable. Hu Jio casually initiated a conversation, searching for a topic. Hee. Allow me to introduce myself. My martial spirit is the soft-bone rabbit, and I am an 11th level agility type soul master. Impressive, Hu Jio exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Indeed, this little rabbit had reached the 11th level, surpassing Tang San's rank. As soon as teacher Mo left, Tang San arrived. Xiao Jio, tomorrow master has promised to take me to obtain a soul ring. I'm not sure how many days it will take, so I wanted to inform you. In this unfamiliar environment, Tang San instinctively sought proximity to Hu Jio, and their already good relationship grew even stronger. A soul ring? I envy you. Hurry and go. It would be best to acquire a powerful one to assist me in obtaining mine, Hu Jio lamented, regretting not having devoted more time to his own cultivation. With his training and the enhancements from his idle practice, he was likely already at level 10. If only he could take advantage of Master S teachings alongside Tang San. It wouldn't be overly challenging. All right, I will help you. Tang San nodded earnestly, aware that Hu Jio's martial spirit was supportive, and he would certainly require assistance in obtaining a soul ring. As a brother, he was naturally willing to lend a hand. Moreover, with the Xian Tian Baolu in his possession, preparing a few concealed weapons to capture a soul beast would pose no difficulty for him. By the way, there's something I need to discuss with you. Casting a glance at Xiao Wu, Hu Jio discreetly pulled Tang San outside. What is it that seems so secretive? Tang San looked at Hu Jio with curiosity, puzzled by his mysterious demeanor. Brother, do you not agree that we are brothers? Hu Jio asked, his expression serious. Of course. We have been brothers for quite some time. Tang San replied without hesitation, recalling how Hu Jio had always brought him food. He had accepted him as a brother long ago. If a brother has his eye on a woman, one should not covet her, correct? Hu Jio continued. You mean? Tang San stared in astonishment at Hu Jio, surprised by his unexpected inquiry. You little rascal, you're only 6 years old, and already thinking about women? Have you no shame? What are you talking about? This is merely a reservation. Once Xiao Wu grows up, I can claim her, Hu Jio asserted confidently. What is wrong with nurturing affection? One must be candid about their feelings. Liking someone is not bound by age. Tang San shook his head in disbelief. I truly do not understand your thought process. Rest assured, I prefer gentle girls. That girl named Xiao Wu is not suited for me. Brother, do you not know how gentle Xiao Wu will be once she matures? As he spoke, Tang San felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart, leaving him perplexed. Haha, brother. You are truly wonderful. With Tang San's promise, Hu Jio excitedly patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. Tang San, despite his many qualities, was a man of his word. And in this regard, Hu Jio believed in him even more than he did himself. Enough talk. It's getting dark. I should head back. Glancing up at the sky, Tang San waved his hand, sensing something peculiar about Hu Jio today. Perhaps it was the sudden shift to a new environment that left him feeling unsettled. Xiao Jio, do you have any carrots left? I'm a bit hungry. Xiao Wu approached as soon as they returned to the dormitory. All right, you're not afraid of becoming chubby? Having resolved the matter with Tang San, Hu Jio felt pleased and teased Xiao Wu lightly, handing her a carrot. Hu Jio had tasted the carrot himself, and it bore little difference from the ones found in the fields. If consumed raw, its flavor was rather unremarkable. Perhaps the reason Xiao Wu was so fond of it was that she was a rabbit. As if, no matter how many carrots there were, I would never gain weight. Xiao Wu proudly tilted her neck, her face brimming with satisfaction. That night, Hu Jio fell into a deep slumber, enveloped in peculiar emotions. The following day commenced with the opening ceremony of the new school year, while the afternoon was left to their own arrangements. Their work-study responsibilities would not commence until the next day, resulting in a rather dull experience. How boring. Xiao Jio, Aren't you bored? In the afternoon. Within the confines of the dormitory, Hu Jio reclined on his bed with his legs crossed, exuding an air of leisure and comfort. Bored? Perhaps a little. How about we visit Nodding City? We could see the little white rabbit and relish the enhancements brought by the idol panel. I'm not bored at all. Moreover, he was presently refining a new idea, leaving no room for tedium. However, since he wished to pursue Xiao Wu, he must feign boredom to keep her company. Nodding City? Sounds great. Let's go. Hu Jio's suggestion ignited a sparkle in Xiao Wu's eyes. She adored playful ventures, and the allure of visiting Nodding City was irresistible to her. Eager to depart, she swiftly extended her hand to pull Hu Jio from the bed, revealing her impatience. Your little hand is quite soft. Hu Jio chuckled as he exited with Xiao Wu, secretly pondering whether this could be considered a date. Although they were quite young, it indeed felt like one. That afternoon, Xiao Wu was utterly exhilarated, indulging in acrobatics, shopping, and savoring delectable snacks. By the end of the day, Hu Jio found himself regretting his decision. Indeed, whether adult or child, whenever a woman embarked on a shopping spree, her energy was boundless, almost fearsome. Even Hu Jio, with his body honed through the chaotic wind hammer technique, found it nearly unbearable. Xiao Jio, you are quite weak. Your constitution is lacking. Xiao Wu teased playfully upon their return to the academy. Pa, I am merely constrained by the laws of the universe. During shopping excursions, women are brimming with vitality while men are left feeble. It is an immutable truth of the world, akin to a curse that even divine beings cannot unravel, he retorted. Humph, who would believe you? In just a few days, the bond between Xiao Wu and Hu Jio soared to new heights. Under Hu Jio's affectionate care, they became inseparable. At this point, even Tang San would likely find it impossible to pry them apart. Hu Jio mused with a sense of pride. In recent days, he has taken exceptional care of Xiao Wu, providing her with an abundance of carrots and occasionally taking her outside the academy to indulge in delightful treats. As for cultivation, what is that? Everything is on autopilot. There is no need for any serious practice. The focus is solely on enjoying life. Having endured hardships in his past life, he now seeks nothing but carefree freedom in this one. However, it seems that the pace at which his wallet diminishes is somewhat alarming. While Hu Jio himself does not spend much, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Xiao Wu possesses not a single coin, whether for food or entertainment. All expenses are covered by Hu Jio, who, rather generously, shows no restraint for her sake. This resulted in the monthly allowance his family provided being nearly depleted within just 3 short days. In order to sustain both Xiao Wu and himself, he had no choice but to seek ways to earn money. It wasn't as though there were no other options. One readily available came to mind. He recalled that once one reached the Soul Master level, they could receive a living stipend from the Spirit Hall. If Xiao Wu were to register, they could continue living comfortably. However, Hu Jio quickly dismissed this idea. For one, doing so would make him reliant on her, an unacceptable notion for a man of pride. Secondly, registering with the Spirit Hall would mean his personal information would fall into their hands. As someone who had lived through the information age, he was exceedingly cautious about such matters. Chapter 13. Tang San's return. What? You want to sell the carrots? No way. If you sell them, what will I eat? Unexpectedly, Hu Jio's money-making plan was met with fierce opposition from Xiao Wu. As a rabbit, she was deadly serious when it came to defending her food supply. But we're out of money. Hu Jio spread his hands helplessly. At least this was his previous life back then. He could have borrowed money and repaid it later. Perhaps even after marriage. But here, there was no such thing as borrowing platforms. I don't care. You can't sell the carrots. At most. We'll stop going out and just stay at the academy. Xiao Wu gazed at him pitifully, as if he were about to abandon her. Fine. I'll think of something else. He was still too weak. If only he had enough spirit power to sustain Xiao Wu while still having surplus to grow carrots for profit. Unfortunately, his current spirit power was still at level 9, and it would take time before he could advance. He believed that once he broke through to the Soul Master level, he'd have enough to spare for selling. Big Sister Xiao Wu. It's bad. Wang Sheng has been cornered by Boss Xiao and his gang. You have to go save him. Just then, one of their dormitory juniors rushed over in a panic, urgently relaying the news to Xiao Wu and Hu Jio. Boss Xiao? Xiao Chenyu? Hu Jio asked. Yes, it's them. They're always bullying us. This time, they've trapped brother Wang Sheng. Please, you have to help him. How dare they mess with my people? Unforgivable. Lead the way. I'll teach them a lesson. Xiao Wu's anger flared, her delicate face flushing red with fury. In recent days, Wang Sheng and his companions have shown great respect towards their leader. Now that a junior member is being bullied, she is understandably displeased. Follow me. The junior quickly assented, leading Hu Jio and Xiao Wu to the scene. Beside Xiao Wu, Hu Jio tightened his grip on the hammer he had not used for several days. Today, he was ready for a grand display of strength. A few minutes later, they arrived at the location. At this moment, Wang Xing was confronting a group of individuals, specifically those associated with the notorious Xiao. These individuals are all upperclassmen, totaling more than 20, exuding a far greater presence compared to Wang Xing's mere 10. At the forefront stands a tall figure, youthful yet already bearing semblances of maturity. This is none other than Xiao Chenyu. Ah, reinforcements have arrived. Wang Xing, are you regressing with age? Inviting two little brats to the fray, how amusing. Xiao Chenyu cast a disdainful glance at the newly arrived Hu Jio and Xiao Wu, mockingly addressing Wang Xing. Humph, what makes you so formidable? Be careful not to end up with a mouthful of teeth on the ground, Xiao Wu retorted fiercely, shaking her fist at Xiao Chenyu. Huh, you think you can challenge me? Xiao Chenyu laughed boisterously, prompting his lackeys to join in the ridicule. Enough with the banter. Let us settle this. Hu Jio interjected, grasping the nearly enraged Xiao Wu by the arm and looking up at Xiao Chenyu. Simple enough. I won't take advantage of you. Considering you have only 12 participants, we will send out 10 on our side, taking turns. The victorious participant will continue to face the next opponent until one side is entirely defeated. Despite the apparent disadvantage, Xiao Wu readily agreed. All right, it's settled. Who is your first challenger? Behind her, Wang Xing attempted to intervene, but Xiao Wu's swift acceptance left no room for objection. Xiao Chenyu gestured to his followers, and a tall upperclassman stepped forward eagerly. Xiao Wu, let me take this round, he declared, his determination evident. He was familiar with the opponents, having often lost to them in previous encounters, and aside from Xiao Wu and Hu Jio, he was their strongest contender. Wang Xing, you stand no chance against him. I'll handle this. Hu Jio restrained Wang Xing, recognizing the opponent's potent spirit power and overwhelming aura. Nodding to Xiao Wu, Hu Jio approached the upperclassman. I am Hu Jio, wielding the carrot spirit, a level 9 support spirit master. Is it unreasonable for me to fight with my weapon? Ah ha ha. A level 9 support spirit, Wang Xing, have you truly run out of options? Sending a support spirit master into combat. How laughable. Xiao Chenyu guffawed, prompting his entourage to join in the mockery. Huh, your disdain means little to me, Hu Jio scoffed, raising his hammer and beginning to accumulate power with each swing, building momentum through his chaotic hammer technique. As Hu Jio's aura intensified and soon eclipsed that of a mere spirit master, his opponent, Lu Long, sensed the shift. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly summoned his spirit staff, lunging toward Hu Jio. Too late. Hu Jio's chaotic hammer technique had accumulated 15 strikes, radiating a formidable presence, with a faint red glow signaling the overflow of spirit power. With a thunderous crash, Hu Jio struck, sending Lu Long crashing to the ground, immobilized. How about that? Hu Jio turned, raising his eyebrows triumphantly at Xiao Wu. Impressive. Your hammer technique has grown stronger, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Although she understood Hu Jio was not an ordinary support spirit master, she had not anticipated his growth in strength. Had he been holding back during their previous sparring? Huh. What a feeble opponent. Xiao Chenyu, what do you say? Hu Jio basked in his victory, teasingly glancing at Xiao Chenyu. This round is ours, Ling Feng. You're up next. With a decisive wave, Xiao Chenyu sent forth another challenger. You think I'll grant you the chance to accumulate power? I see through your tricks. Ling Feng surged forward, leaping toward Hu Jio with remarkable speed. Well, if you see through me, then I want to engage. Xiao San, come out. Your brother is in danger. Hu Jio shrugged, calling out toward the large tree behind the crowd. Xiao Jio, your senses remain sharp despite my precautions. Came a voice from behind the tree, revealing Tang San. Another one? You're not a work-study student, are you? This is between us and the work-study students. I advise you not to meddle. Xiao Chenyu regarded Tang San with a serious expression, not out of fear of his strength, but rather intimidated by the exquisite belt he wore, a sign of nobility. Whether or not I am a work-study student is irrelevant. Xiao Jio is my brother. If you wish to fight him, you must first defeat me. With newfound confidence after obtaining his first spirit ring, Tang San stood undaunted before the upperclassman. Foolishly unaware. Ling Feng, attack. Bring him down. Xiao Chenyu commanded, unwilling to show weakness in front of so many witnesses. Let us begin. Tang San approached Hu Jio, who stepped aside to watch. Facing Tang San, Ling Feng sprinted forward, his slender frame moving like lightning. Yet Tang San stood still, seemingly caught off guard. Xiao Jio, do you think Tang San can manage? I hope you want to embarrass me. Xiao Wu expressed her concern, aware that her position as the leader could be compromised should Tang San fail. Have no fear. I could never best Xiao San before, and now with his spirit ring, he is even stronger. My worries lie elsewhere, Hu Jio reassured her. As anticipated, Tang San deftly countered Ling Feng's fierce assaults with effortless grace, executing a flawless maneuver that sent Ling Feng sprawling, unable to rise. This hand, not to mention the interns on Hu Jio's side. Even the individuals on Xiao Chenyu's side were taken aback. Next, Tang San looked at Xiao Chenyu across from him and spoke calmly. Xiao Chenyu, with a sullen expression, stepped forward. Among them, only Lu Long and Ling Feng possessed greater combat prowess than he did, now that both had been defeated. He had no choice but to take the stage himself. Xiao San, come back. Let Xiao Wu handle the last match herself. Hu Jio glanced at the pouting Xiao Wu. The little rabbit was eager for a fight, and seeing that Xiao Chenyu was their last formidable opponent, she was clearly dissatisfied with not being allowed to participate. Oh, can she do it? Tang San questioned, turning back in confusion. Who are you talking about? My sister Xiao Wu is definitely capable. Do you want to have a little contest later? Xiao Wu, indignant at Tang San's doubt about her abilities, waved her fist defiantly. If Tang San were not Hu Jio's brother, Xiao Wu might have already taught him a lesson right then. A flicker of irritation crossed Tang San's eyes as he pondered how Hu Jio could possibly like Xiao Wu with her fiery temperament. All right, no infighting. Xiao San, you can step down for now. Hu Jio observed the tension between Tang San and Xiao Wu with amusement, feeling as if he had orchestrated the entire scene himself. Xiao Chenyu, martial soul, wolf, rank 11, One Ring Soul Master. Xiao Chenyu glared at them coldly, feeling disregarded as they continued to bicker. Xiao Wu, martial soul, rabbit, rank 12 Soul Master. Xiao Wu shook her head, her scorpion braid swaying as she looked confidently at the opposing Xiao Chenyu. What? You're actually a rank 12 Soul Master? Xiao Chenyu stared in disbelief at the adorable little girl before him. What kind of people were they? Achieving the rank of Soul Master at just 6 years old, did they even need to live? What, scared? If you're afraid, just surrender, Xiao Wu declared, exuding an air of a streetwise leader. You're trying to trick me. I've already seen through your little act, Xiao Chenyu said, eyeing Xiao Wu suspiciously as if verifying the truth of her words. Hee, if you don't believe me, let me show you, Xiao Wu teased, shouting as a yellow halo appeared beneath her feet. At the same time, 2 adorable rabbit ears sprouted from her head, and her eyes turned red, making her look utterly charming. Moreover, Hu Jio had noticed that behind Xiao Wu's short skirt, there was a fluffy white ball, her short tail. 100-year soul ring. Xiao Chenyu staggered back in shock. He only had a 10-year soul ring. How could he possibly compete? It was well known that the difference in soul rings greatly affected a soul master's capabilities. Even a few years could mean a significant gap. Xiao Chenyu, realizing he stood no chance, promptly conceded. Sister Xiao Wu, I admit defeat. From now on, you will be the big sister of all students at our Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Higi, great. I accept you all as my little brothers, Xiao Wu replied triumphantly, observing the senior students bowing to her. She playfully winked at Hu Jio, leaving him somewhat dazed. Likewise, Tang San, standing beside Hu Jio, was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable little girl possessed a level of soul power surpassing his own. What extraordinary talent! After subduing Xiao Chenyu and his group, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu enjoyed a newfound leisure. Thanks to Xiao Chenyu, their responsibilities at the academy were now clearly managed by this group of little brothers, leaving them with no room to intervene. With newfound free time, Hu Jio began to entertain another idea, the conception of a self-created skill. Currently, 5 idle slots had been unlocked on his idle panel, yet only 3 skills were actively being utilized, leaving 2 slots empty, a significant waste. He had inquired at the academy and discovered that there were no skills available for him to learn. Thus, to avoid wasting idle slots, he resolved to create a soul skill of his own. His first thought was to train in tree climbing and water walking, hoping to develop a skill for soul power manipulation. If successful, this would turn his dream of mastering the dough ball skill into a reality. With the dough ball skill, even as an auxiliary martial soul, he could possess formidable offensive capabilities, unlike his current state, where he felt hesitant to engage in combat after others had discovered the flaws in his haphazard fighting style. He desired to win in a glorious and stylish manner, an essential aspect of his pride. After all, who would relish fighting without the ability to show off? He was not like Xiao Wu, who found joy in being a lovely little rabbit caretaker. Chapter 15. Soul power manipulation. Tree climbing and water walking are training methods used in Naruto to enhance chakra control. In Hu Jio's view, Whether it be chakra from Naruto or soul power from Douluo, they ultimately represent a form of extraordinary power, employing training methods like tree climbing and water walking. While uncertain in their ability to foster skill creation, would undoubtedly benefit him. With this in mind, he set out to practice. The aim was not merely to climb trees or walk on water, but to master the manipulation of his soul power. He recalled that in Naruto, climbing trees involved channeling chakra into one's feet to create an adhesive force, enabling upright walking on tree trunks. In summary, it was about controlling one's inner strength to create a gripping force. However, Hujio found this method too rudimentary. Controlling his feet was far more challenging than manipulating his hands. From that day onward, Hujio began his experiments. He started with the simplest task, obtaining a piece of paper, concentrating his soul power into his palm, and pressing it onto the paper. Gradually, he attempted to lift the paper using his soul power. Unsurprisingly, his first attempt ended in failure. He persisted through the second and third attempts, almost as if possessed. Hujio became fixated on the piece of paper. Whether eating, attending classes, or even sleeping at night, he was engaged in a struggle with that single sheet. Xiao Wu, curious about his antics, asked Xiaojio, "What are you doing? What's so interesting about a piece of paper?" Tang San, standing beside her, also looked on with intrigue, unable to comprehend what was so captivating about the paper. Although he was clever enough to sense that Hujio was purposefully manipulating the paper, he still couldn't grasp the intent behind it. "Oh, I have a new idea, but it seems I'm always missing that crucial thought," Hujio lamented. Feeling frustrated after several days of experimentation yielded no results. Indeed, he realized he was not a prodigy at all. "What idea? Share it with us," Tang San inquired, intrigued. In his eyes, Hujio was exceptionally bright. Even with the haphazard hammer technique, he had learned it before Tang San. It had since surpassed him in rank. The fact that Hujio faced a challenge piqued Tang San's interest even further. Suddenly, upon hearing Tang San's question, Hujio's eyes brightened. While he might not be able to execute such operations himself, surely Tang San could. It is worth noting that this fellow possesses a remarkable technique for controlling objects, known as controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. For Tang San, the ability to adhere paper to his palm is a trivial matter. With this thought, Hujio articulated his musings. The notion of adhering paper, stones, climbing trees, and treading water prompted Tang San to ponder Hujio's so-called soul power manipulation training method. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his head, his gaze sharp and piercing as he addressed Hujio. "Xiaojio, you truly are a genius. I have given your training method careful consideration, and in principle, it is feasible. However, achieving such results may prove to be quite challenging." "However, what? Why are you being so indecisive? Just speak plainly." Beside them, Xiao Wu wore a displeased expression, casting an unimpressed glance at Tang San. "Come on. It's just a minor issue. Why the hesitation?" "Hee, I happen to understand a few tricks regarding this," Tang San responded, disregarding Xiao Wu's dissatisfaction. With a calm smile, he reached for the paper in Hujio's hand. He deftly placed the paper in his palm, executing a graceful flip, turning his palm downward, allowing the paper to rotate beneath his hand. Despite the absence of any grabbing mechanism, the paper remained steadfastly adhered to his palm, not falling away. "Impressive. Could you enlighten me on how this works?" Hujio's eyes lit up, realizing that Tang San indeed grasped the concept. "Haha, there is nothing to conceal. The key lies in allowing the soul power to flow and rotate upon the palm, thereby generating an adhesive force. Of course, this rotation is not random. It follows a systematic pattern." "How fascinating. Xiaojio, you truly are remarkable to conceive such an intriguing ability." Witnessing Tang San's feat of adhering the paper to his palm, Xiao Wu gazed at Hujio with admiration, having completely overlooked Tang San, as the method originated from Hujio's ingenuity. "Ah, so it requires such techniques. Xiao San, your intellect is indeed sharp. Why didn't I think of this approach?" After a while, Hujio had successfully learned Tang San's method, managing to adhere the paper to his palm using soul power. Concurrently, the system interface acknowledged this skill, illuminating the phrase soul power manipulation in the fourth slot. Naturally, this skill was still at a novice level. "Not at all, it is you, Xiaojio, who is exceptional for devising such a method for training soul power. One might even consider it a form of self-created auxiliary soul skill. I am truly impressed." In response to Hujio's flattery, Tang San humbly waved his hand, aware of his own capabilities. His success stemmed primarily from his prior training in the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, which made Hujio's gradual training method seem effortless. "All right, you two are impressive enough. Must two grown men indulge in mutual flattery? How embarrassing," Xiao Wu interjected. pouting in dissatisfaction at the sight of Hu Jio and Tang San. Why couldn't I assist Xiao Jio? That Tang San is infuriating. Seeing Xiao Wu harbor jealousy towards Tang San filled Hu Jio with joy. Haha, Xiao Wu, it seems your fate is about to change. Not being paired with Tang San would be better for Xiao Wu. After all, in the original story, she had sacrificed herself for Tang San once. Now that Hu Jio was present, he would ensure that Xiao Wu would not have to make such a sacrifice again. 3 days later, Hu Jio's skill in soul power manipulation had advanced to level 1, finally transitioning from theoretical improvement to practical application. With level 1 soul power manipulation, he could now adhere small stones to his hand. While this may seem trivial, Hu Jio had begun to appreciate the benefits of this skill, finding that his control over soul power was far more fluid than before. 10 days later, upon reaching level 2 in soul power manipulation, Hu Jio decided to test himself on a tree. Although it was somewhat challenging, he successfully ascended. Similarly, Tang San, who often accompanied him, performed even better, nimbly sprinting to the top of a tall tree, an accomplishment beyond Hu Jio's reach. As for Xiao Wu, in the presence of these two remarkable individuals, she found herself lagging behind, still at the stage of adhering small stones. This left Xiao Wu feeling quite indignant. While it was understandable that Hu Jio progressed rapidly due to the method he had created, it seemed utterly unfair that the likes of Tang San could also advance at such a pace. Xiao Jio, she demanded, have you been hiding something? Do you possess a secret you've yet to share? In the dormitory that evening, Xiao Wu leaned forward, her small head hovering near Hu Jio's, her demeanor playful yet threatening. And no, not at all. Hu Jio stammered, startled by her expression. What was happening? Had he inadvertently revealed something? When could that have happened? Surely he hadn't spoken in his sleep. The thought terrified him, and his face turned pale as cold sweat streamed down his brow. No. You must have some technique you haven't taught me. Otherwise, how could I possibly lag behind Tang San? Xiao Wu insisted, her expression rife with certainty, as if she suspected Hu Jio was hoarding secrets. Really, I have nothing. From what I see, your training seems to be going quite smoothly. Perhaps you've been distracted by play instead of focusing? Hu Jio reassured her, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, reminding himself to remain vigilant and to avoid uttering anything inappropriate in his dreams. Well, I feel I have been somewhat diligent, Xiao Wu admitted, a hint of guilt creeping into her voice. Ever since she became the leader, she and T trained as diligently as before. Moreover, her innate talent was exceptional. Even with minimal practice, her soul power had still risen swiftly, now reaching the 13th level. The successful creation of a soul power control skill greatly boosted Hu Jio's confidence, prompting him to embark on his own spiral sphere project. However, after several days of experimentation, he realized that the control required for such a skill was exceedingly high, far beyond his current level of proficiency. Additionally, the spiral sphere demanded the separation of soul power, a feat only achievable by soul masters, making it utterly unattainable for him as a soul practitioner. Faced with this reality, he reluctantly set aside this ambitious plan. Time passed as he and Xiao Wu engaged in playful antics, and before they knew it, half a month had elapsed. A sudden, loud hiccup caught Hu Jio off guard. Had he truly just broken through to the 10th level? Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that he had indeed ascended to the rank of Soul Master. Xiao Jio, what's wrong? Did you swallow your soup the wrong way? Xiao Wu chuckled at his bewilderment in the cafeteria. Haha, no. I've broken through to the 10th level, Hu Jio exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to joyfully embrace Xiao Wu, exuberance causing him to forget all decorum. It felt as if he were hugging a doll. Wonderful. Truly magnificent. Does this mean your carrots will taste even better now? Xiao Wu, overjoyed at the news, celebrated the prospect of savoring the enhanced flavors of Hu Jio's food-type martial soul. Hey, why are you hugging me? Release me. After a moment, Xiao Wu finally realized the situation, her cheeks flushing a bright pink. Oh, my apologies. I didn't mean to. Hu Jio feigned innocence, his expression one of exaggerated remorse, as if he had committed a grave error. Forget it. But don't embrace me so casually in the future, or I might just have to teach you a lesson, she warned, raising her fist in mock threat. This essentially meant that as long as he was cautious, hugs were permissible. Xiao Jio, congratulations on becoming a soul master, Tang San said with a smile, extending his congratulations. Hiki. Hu Jio grinned mischievously, wrapping an arm around Tang San's neck. Now it's your turn to contribute. I've decided to consolidate my cultivation first. Then I'll take a leave to hunt for soul rings in the soul hunting forest. Absolutely, Tang San replied earnestly, patting the 24-bridge Minjiwai at his waist, a glint of confidence in his eyes. I'm going too. Rest assured, with my sister Xiao Wu assisting, we'll find you an excellent soul ring, Xiao Wu declared, not one to shy away from the challenge. All right then, the three of us shall go together. Hu Jio grinned, one arm around Tang San, the other resting on Xiao Wu's shoulder. By the way, do you have any thoughts about the effects of your soul ring? If not, I can ask my master for advice, Tang San inquired. To be honest, I'm not quite certain. I have some ideas, but nothing definitive. Perhaps you could mention it to the master? I can visit him tomorrow, Hu Jio replied. When it came to knowledge regarding soul rings and soul beasts, the master was the true expert. To ensure his first soul ring would yield the desired effects, he resolved to seek the master's guidance. With Tang San's connection, consulting the master wouldn't pose a problem. Furthermore, he recalled that the soul-hunting forest was a domain controlled by the Empire and the Spirit Hall. Without a Spirit Hall token, entry was impossible. If he could borrow a token from the master, he wouldn't need to report to the Spirit Hall. He had always been cautious with his personal information, especially now that he stood on the same side as Xiao Wu, positioning himself in opposition to the Spirit Hall. All right. I'll speak to my master this afternoon, Tang San nodded, deeply aware of his master's theoretical knowledge. If Hu Jio could gain any insights from him, it would save him from many missteps. The next day, after class, Hu Jio carried a bag of fruit and accompanied Tang San to the master's residence. Greetings, master. I hope I'm not interrupting, Hu Jio said respectfully upon meeting the master. Regardless of the master's character, he was there to seek help, and he needed to maintain the appropriate demeanor. Please, have a seat. Xiao San has already informed me of your situation. To be honest, I must say I am quite surprised. Having researched martial souls for so long, I have never encountered anyone with merely second-level innate soul power, especially in the notoriously difficult food category, who managed to reach the Soul Master realm in just a month. It is indeed remarkable. The master seemed to have misunderstood. In truth, I have been training for a full 4 months. My ancestors included soul masters, and with the legacy they left behind, it is not surprising that I reached the soul master stage, Hu Jio explained, having prepared a response for this question. 4 months is still impressive. The master scrutinized Hu Jio, his expression contemplative. But let us not delve into secrets. Please share the purpose of your visit today. Transitioning to the matter at hand, Hu Jio became serious. Master, I have been contemplating this. As you know, my martial soul is a carrot, which inherently lacks offensive power. I can only serve as a support type and food type soul master. Given that carrots, despite being plants, are also food, I intend to cultivate both support and food systems. What do you think, master? This dilemma has indeed plagued Hu Jio for quite some time, prompting him to consult numerous sources of information. Regrettably, within the confines of Nodding Academy, knowledge regarding this matter is scant, leaving him unable to uncover the answers he seeks. It appears you are quite astute. Indeed, your reasoning holds merit. According to my theory of the 10 core competencies, the strength of a martial soul is directly proportional to the innate soul power of an individual, and vice versa. The master tapped his fingers on the table and continued, your innate soul power reveals that your martial soul is not particularly formidable. Though the master's words were rather blunt, Hu Jio nodded in acknowledgement. It was an undeniable truth, and there was no point in disputing it. As a low-level martial soul, there are significant advantages in acquiring soul rings, akin to Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul. Its ordinariness implies a remarkable adaptability, suggesting that your martial soul can absorb virtually any type of soul ring, which is the most beneficial aspect for you. The master, indeed a sage, illuminated Hu Jio's understanding, allowing a certain thought in his heart to become clear. Chapter 17. Choice. As a low-level martial soul, there are considerable advantages in obtaining soul rings, akin to Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul. Its commonplace nature denotes exceptional adaptability, meaning your martial soul can absorb nearly any kind of soul ring, which is the most advantageous for you. The master's elucidation sparked a light in Hu Jio's eyes, and a particular notion within him became explicit. If this is the case, my first soul ring should ideally enhance my cultivation speed. In the Douluo Continent, every soul master is inextricably linked to cultivation, a lifelong endeavor. However, Hu Jio's talent for cultivation is rather modest. Thus, he must strategize regarding the soul rings. This aspect, however, necessitates the master's guidance. With countless soul beasts in the world, the effects of a soul ring from the same soul beast vary among different soul masters. Therefore, seeking the master's counsel to acquire the desired soul ring effect is entirely justified. Enhancing cultivation efficiency is a coveted soul ring for all soul masters. Unfortunately, based on my research of several thousand auxiliary soul rings, only 3 can facilitate an increase in cultivation efficiency. The master cast a fleeting glance at Hu Jio, as if perceiving him as somewhat naive, yet he proceeded to explain, The first is the Moonlight Beast, a soul beast found exclusively in the Stardow Forest, and exceedingly rare. Without incurring exorbitant costs, it is virtually unattainable. What about the other two? Hu Jio dismissed the Moonlight Beast. He had neither wealth nor influence, rendering such a rare and elusive soul beast out of reach. The second is the Sunflower, a plant-type soul beast that is not difficult to find, present in the soul hunting forest. However, utilizing it as a soul ring yields only a 1 in 10 chance, or even lower, of enhancing cultivation efficiency. You must contemplate this carefully. In light of Hu Jio being a fellow townsman and friend of Tang San, the master kindly offered this insight. A 1 in 10 chance? That is akin to winning a lottery. I shall not choose that. Hu Jio gazed at the master expectantly, aware that the final option remained unspoken. As for the last option, do not harbor any expectations. It is called the Devouring Toad, which indeed increases the speed of soul power cultivation. Yet only by a mere 1%, or even lower, a negligible improvement, hardly worth considering. Following his explanation, the master fell silent, allowing Hu Jio to ponder deeply. To gamble or not to gamble? Hu Jio found himself in a state of turmoil. He wished to utilize the Devouring Toad as his soul ring. Although the potential increase in cultivation speed was minimal, he must not forget about his idle panel. If the skills conferred by the soul ring could also be enhanced through idling, then there would be little left to deliberate. The crux of the matter, however, is his current uncertainty regarding whether the skills from the soul ring can indeed be improved through idling. This is indeed the most perplexing aspect. Xiao Jio, perhaps you should reconsider your choice of soul ring effect. With so many soul beasts in the world, why must you prioritize the acceleration of your cultivation speed? Observing Hu Jio in a state of distress, Tang San could no longer refrain from offering a gentle reminder. Typically, when it comes to the selection of soul rings, an issue that influences a soul master's entire life, Tang San would remain silent, but seeing Hu Jio so troubled, he felt compelled to speak. Tang San's words brought clarity to Hu Jio, who nodded thoughtfully and turned to the master, saying, "Master, I have made my decision. I will choose the Swallowing Heaven Toad. Could you please elaborate on this soul beast?" It was a gamble. After all, it was merely a low-level soul ring. No matter how remarkable its effect, it could not defy the heavens. However, should he succeed in his gamble, the rewards could indeed be extraordinary. Even if the skill effect level increased merely by a single fold, it would still be a considerable gain. Very well, I shall introduce you to the Swallowing Heaven Toad. After a while, Hu Jio left the master's residence with a serene expression, holding in his hand a token, an emblem of the master's authority within the spirit hall. Xiao Jio, are you truly determined to select the Swallowing Heaven Toad as your first soul ring? That evening, after finishing his lessons with the master, Tang San hurried to Hu Jio's side. Yes, Hu Jio replied, nodding as if selecting a dish for dinner. Did you not understand the master's earlier words? The Swallowing Heaven Toad has a lifespan that barely exceeds several decades. There is no such thing as a 100-year Swallowing Heaven Toad. Moreover, the skill effects of the soul ring obtained from it are subpar. Xiao Jio, reconsider this choice. Let us opt for a 100-year soul beast instead. If you are concerned about our safety, you need not worry. While I cannot guarantee everything, I can handle a 100-year soul ring. Faced with Tang San's earnest entreaties and reassurances, Hu Jio felt a warmth in his heart. Tang San possessed a remarkable charm. Initially, Hu Jio had harbored a slight inclination to exploit Tang San, but as they spent time together, he gradually came to regard him as a true brother. Rest assured, Xiao San, my decision to choose the Swallowing Heaven Toad as my first soul ring was made after careful consideration. Allow me to explain. Tang San composed himself. Speak. Well, in our studies, we have learned that a soul master's soul ring lifespan cannot be altered, correct? Hu Jio inquired. Indeed, that is common knowledge. Tang San affirmed with a nod. Then let me tell you, I do not believe in this so-called common knowledge, Hu Jio asserted earnestly. Tang San, at times, felt an urge to pry open Hu Jio's mind to discover what lay within. Was it not a universally accepted truth that the lifespan of a soul ring could not be enhanced? You are but a child. How dare you question this? Listen to me. In my view, both soul power and soul rings are manifestations of our own strength. There is nothing debatable about that. Is there? Yes. Both soul power and soul rings are indeed our strength, Tang San nodded. Since they are our own strength, why can't soul rings be enhanced through cultivation? Just like soul power? Hu Jio countered. Tang San fell silent. Hu Jio's words, though seemingly absurd, began to make sense upon reflection. If soul rings were indeed manifestations of one's power, why could they not be enhanced through cultivation? I believe there are two reasons why people claim soul rings cannot be enhanced. Hu Jio raised a finger. First, those who make such statements do not truly control their soul rings. I do not mean merely summoning and retracting the soul ring. I refer to controlling its power, essentially treating the soul ring as an extension of one's own body, manipulating its size and strength, among other aspects. And the second? Tang San was intrigued, eager to hear more. Though Hu Jio's assertion seemed outlandish, upon closer examination, it held merit. If Hu Jio's claims were indeed true, the entire Douluo Continent would be transformed by his insights. As for the second point, it is simple. Even if soul rings could be enhanced through cultivation, what of it? Wouldn't it be more fruitful to devote that time to increasing one's soul power and personal level? If given a choice, would you prefer to spend your time enhancing your level or the power of your soul ring? Tang San was taken aback. Thus, you spend all this time merely to jest with me? Tang San clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he glared at Hu Jio, wishing he could deliver a punch. Come now, there's no need to be angry. It's not entirely without merit. For example what? For instance, one could engage in dual focus. Even if not truly multitasking, one could train the body to form instinctual responses, thereby achieving a semblance of dual focus. Hu Jio replied with a proud smile. You mean to say? Tang San's eyes lit up, finally understanding. Yes, with diligence, even the heavens could be overturned. Young man, strive onward. Hu Jio heartily patted Tang San's shoulder, beaming with satisfaction. Enough. Your reasoning fails to persuade me. I still cannot allow you to choose the swallowing heaven toad as your soul ring. With a flick of Hu Jio's hand, Tang San remained resolute against Hu Jio's precarious choice regarding his future. All right, then I shall continue to elaborate. I shall continue my explanation. Hu Jio nearly let slip his words. Please, go on. I am listening. You two are conspiring behind my back. Hu Jio, what are you up to? Just as Hu Jio was organizing his thoughts, Xiao Wu suddenly appeared. It turned out that Hu Jio and Tang San had been outside for quite some time, leading Xiao Wu to sense something amiss. What had happened to their usual inseparability? Xiao Wu, you arrived just in time. Please, persuade Xiao Jio to reconsider. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, Tang San's face lit up as he hurriedly relayed Hu Jio's intention to select the swallowing heaven toad as his soul ring. Simultaneously, he also mentioned Hu Jio's assertion that soul rings could indeed be enhanced through cultivation. Are you foolish? Since Xiao Jio has already outlined his method, why not give it a try? You've got quite the large head for someone so dim. Xiao Wu shot Tang San a sidelong glance, exasperated. Yes. I should simply try it to see. Tang San remarked, suddenly enlightened. If soul rings could truly be enhanced through cultivation, then allowing Hu Jio to select the swallowing heaven toad might not be so unreasonable after all. By the way, Xiao Jio, didn't you mention you had other reasons? Do share. Just as he was about to head back to experiment, Tang San remembered Hu Jio's earlier assertion about having additional reasons. Oh, you mean that? There is really nothing much to it. I simply wish to acquire a soul skill and then use it as a template to create a new soul skill. As a proud descendant of a great imitation culture, it is only natural to draw inspiration. In this manner, the soul abilities could be upgraded automatically. Of course, such words should never be uttered in the presence of Tang San. Why do I feel that all your words today are mere fabrications? Tang San regarded Hu Jio with a look of skepticism. That is impossible. In response, Hu Jio vehemently denied the accusation, thankful that his knack for spinning tales with his eyes wide open had not faded. Otherwise, he would have been exposed today. Yet, it cannot be deemed a complete falsehood. If the soul ring skills could not be upgraded automatically, he would indeed need to delve into this matter further. After that day, Tang San entered a frenzied state of research, emerging only during meal times to share moments with Hu Jio, while remaining elusive at other times. Meanwhile, Hu Jio was making his final preparations for hunting soul rings. His strategy involved idly waiting, as he anticipated the imminent ascension of his soul power meditation method and sensory enhancement technique to level 5. While his soul power control skill was poised to reach level 3, he resolved to embark on his journey only after all upgrades were complete. The soul power meditation method was of little concern, but the enhancement of the sensory enhancement technique was critical. The advancement of this skill would greatly aid him in the soul hunting forest, facilitating the search for and evasion of soul beasts through heightened sight, smell, and hearing. Additionally, the forest was fraught with perilous creatures, including poisonous insects. Hu Jio placed significant importance on his safety. In such a treacherous environment, thorough preparation was imperative. 5 days later, his soul power meditation method reached level 5, increasing its effectiveness by 40%. The sensory enhancement technique also ascended to level 5, allowing him to detect various scents within a 200-meter radius and hear sounds from up to 500 meters away. His vision became remarkably clearer, enabling him to discern the features of individuals both near and far while standing at a height. Furthermore, his soul power control skill had been elevated to level 3, empowering him to sprint swiftly along the treetops. This enhancement also significantly bolstered his personal soul power management. Concentrating it in his legs accelerated his running speed, while focusing it in his hands amplified his strength and velocity. In summary, the mere elevation of his soul power control level elevated Hu Jiao's overall prowess to a new echelon. Xiao Jiao, I have confirmed the method you mentioned. It is indeed feasible. On the 6th day, Tang San hurriedly approached Hu Jiao, his face alight with joy. Did it really succeed? Hu Jiao exclaimed in disbelief. But what? Hu Jiao remained absorbed in the astonishment that Tang San had imparted. However, this requires a formidable soul power control ability, and compared to the pace of soul power cultivation, the rate of soul ring enhancement is lamentably slow. At my current cultivation speed, extending the lifespan of a soul ring by a year may indeed take an entire year of training, Tang San lamented with a resigned shrug. Feeling a tinge of regret for this revelation, what he had initially believed to be a groundbreaking discovery turned out to be a rather lackluster ability. Had it not been for his strong mental fortitude, he might have succumbed to despair. Wasn't this outcome anticipated? Hu Jiao had foreseen this result. The elevation of soul ring levels was not easily attained. All right, I have decided to venture into the soul hunting forest tomorrow to acquire a soul ring. Xiao San, do you have any issues? No issues. I will inform my master shortly, and we can depart at any time, Tang San replied with a nod, indicating there were no concerns. Then it's settled for tomorrow. Let us find Xiao Wu and request a leave together. The management at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was quite stringent, and this time they would require at least 2 to 3 days for their return, making it essential to request leave in advance. Of course, such a leave of absence, rooted in legitimate reasons, posed no problem, as obtaining a soul ring was a significant life event, and the Academy was understanding. The leave was granted smoothly, with the Academy officials approving it readily. But they cautioned them to prioritize their safety and made it clear that the Academy would not be held accountable for any unforeseen incidents, requiring them to sign a disclaimer in that regard. On that night, amidst Xiao Wu's excited chatter, Hu Jiao gradually drifted into slumber, his heart brimming with anticipation. The following morning, after a brief preparation, Hu Jiao, Xiao Wu, and Tang San set forth on their journey. The soul hunting forest lay approximately 400 miles from Nodding City. Having visited once before, Tang San navigated the route with ease. They procured water, food, and camping supplies before finally hiring a carriage to embark towards the soul hunting forest. Chapter 19, Soul Hunting by midday the next day. The trio arrived at the soul hunting forest. At last we have arrived. The journey was rather dreary, exclaimed Xiao Wu, who leapt from the carriage and stretched her arms wide. Well done, well done. Here, have a carrot, Hu Jiao said with a smile, having dismounted beside her. The stakes were high. This expedition was solely to assist him in acquiring a soul ring, while Xiao Wu and Tang San were merely volunteering their help. Tang San, would you like a carrot too? Hu Jiao offered, presenting another crisp carrot. Why not? I must admit, your carrots are delightfully crunchy and refreshing, quenching thirst and staving off hunger. Most importantly, one need never fear starvation. It's splendid. Tang San, who had endured hunger under Tang Hao's strict upbringing, resonated with this sentiment. Enough chit-chat. Hurry and help Xiao Jiao find a soul beast. Xiao Wu called back to them, bouncing ahead, sharing a knowing smile. The two hurried after her. Upon reaching the entrance of the soul hunting forest, Hu Jiao produced the Master's Wuhuan Hall token, allowing them easy passage inside. Xiao Wu, take care and be cautious of danger, Hu Jiao cautioned, as the myriad sounds of soul beasts echoed around them, a faint air of peril enveloping the atmosphere. Initially, he believed that with Tang San and Xiao Wu, two formidable soul masters by his side, he would remain untroubled. Yet, he seemed to have overestimated his own courage. Strolling through such a perilous realm was an experience foreign to him, not only in this life but in the last as well, especially after his senses had been heightened. He could discern various menacing presences lurking in the forest, akin to a lamb wandering among wolves, filled with trepidation. Hee, Xiao Jiao, so you're afraid. Don't worry, Sister Xiao Wu will protect you. Xiao Wu turned, noticing the expression on Hu Jiao's face, as if she had stumbled upon a new discovery. Tang San, walking behind them, understood. After all, Hu Jio was merely 6 years old, and it was only natural to feel fear in such a treacherous place. As for Xiao Wu, she was rather audacious. Allow me to take the lead, Xiao Jiao. You stay in the middle, and Xiao Wu will bring up the rear. Together, we shall safeguard you. Tang San naturally assumed command of the formation. All right, Xiao Wu replied, growing serious at the mention of their task. Obediently following Tang San's lead and staying closely behind Hu Jio, anxious to prevent any mishaps. Do not make the atmosphere so tense. Although I am an auxiliary soul master, I possess combat capabilities and can at least ensure my own safety, Hu Jio declared, raising the iron hammer in his hand, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. While he might not compare to Xiao Wu, who was at level 13, or Tang San at level 14, he was certainly not to be underestimated. Behold my level 5 chaotic cloak hammer technique. At this level, the chaotic wind hammer technique can unleash 81 consecutive strikes, with the final blow possessing an attack force equivalent to 500 caddies, a feat even the current Tang San cannot accomplish. He is certainly no weakling, just taking precautions. That's all. Walking ahead, Tang San, perhaps concerned about Hu Jio's feelings, took the initiative to explain. No need to explain, I understand. By now, Hu Jio had grown accustomed to the atmosphere of the spirit hunting forest, his emotions settling into calm. Take the left. The right seems to carry the presence of a century-old spirit beast. As they advanced, Hu Jio, positioned in the middle, suddenly reached out and tugged at Tang San, redirecting their path. All right. Without questioning how he had detected it, Tang San immediately veered left. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, trailing behind, couldn't contain her curiosity. How did you know there was a century-old spirit beast on the right? Simple, by its aura and scent. Both were signaling that something troublesome lurked in that direction. It was then that Hu Jio realized his most valuable asset in the spirit hunting forest was his heightened sense of touch. With it, survival was practically assured. Like an instinctive premonition, his body reacted instinctively as danger neared, much like an animal's fur bristling in warning. Every fiber of his being screamed of peril in that direction. Coupled with the pungent stench that reached his nose, had Hu Jio possessed deeper knowledge, he could have even identified the exact species of the spirit beast. Your perception is remarkable, Xiao Wu remarked in awe. To detect a spirit beast's presence in advance, with this ability, our hunt should proceed far more smoothly. The greatest danger in the spirit hunting forest was encountering a spirit beast stronger than oneself. Yet Hu Jio's gift allowed them to sense threats beforehand, explaining Xiao Wu's astonishment. Haha, this is an ancestral soul skill passed down in my family. Unfortunately, it's forbidden to teach outsiders. Otherwise, I'd gladly share it with you, Hu Jio said. Forbidden to outsiders. Reserved only for kin, a lesson borrowed from Tang San. After all, that boy guarded the Tang sect's martial secrets tightly, refusing to teach him. With Hu Jio's detection ability, the rest became straightforward. Whenever the presence of a century-old spirit beast was sensed, the group simply avoided it in advance. This time, Hu Jio's objective was the swallowing toad, a species of soul beast classified as small in size, which can grow to no more than 90 years during its lifetime. Given their relatively short lifespan, living several decades is considered a sign of longevity. Moreover, the swallowing toad is not particularly powerful. It occupies the lower tier of the food chain within the soul hunting forest. The master once remarked that swallowing toads prefer dark and damp environments. Consequently, during his time at the academy, Hu Jio began to study the information regarding the soul hunting forest and ultimately discovered that only the southwestern edge of the forest met the habitat requirements for the swallowing toad. This area is characterized by lower terrain, abundant small waterholes, and dense tree growth due to the available water sources, making it an ideal sanctuary for the swallowing toad. Currently, they found themselves positioned in the northwest, necessitating a considerable detour to reach their destination. Fortunately, Hu Jio possessed acute perception and was able to sense the presence of soul beasts, allowing them to circumvent danger. Remarkably, they encountered no soul beasts along the way, as if they had wandered into a tranquil garden rather than the perilous soul-hunting forest. Xiao San, veer left, Hu Jio instructed as they traveled, prompting Tang San, who was leading, to alter their course. Behind them, Xiao Wu pouted in dissatisfaction, thinking Hu Jio was being overly cautious. It's just the soul-hunting forest. Is such wariness truly necessary? Suddenly, Hu Jio's brow furrowed as he sensed an impending threat. Not good. We've been detected. Prepare for battle. As soon as Hu Jio spoke, Tang San and Xiao Wu halted their steps, bracing themselves in the direction Hu Jio was focused on. Xiao, can you discern the specifics? Tang San inquired calmly. Yes. The aura isn't particularly strong. They are not century-old soul beasts, but there are quite a few, 8 in total. They appear to be a pack, Hu Jio relayed. Utilizing the enhanced perception technique. 8 soul beasts present a bit of a dilemma, Tang San remarked, furrowing his brow. I will use my martial soul to control them. Xiao Wu, seized the opportunity to attack. Understood, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu nodded in acknowledgement. Gripping his hammer tightly, Hu Jio remained attuned to the location of the approaching soul beasts. As they drew near, he began to swing the hammer vigorously, unleashing the chaotic wind hammer technique. This time, he was determined to unleash a formidable technique. Ever since his chaotic wind hammer method had been elevated to the 5th level, he had yet to demonstrate its full power, and now was the perfect opportunity to assess its effectiveness. Here it comes. As Hu Jio's chaotic wind hammer method accumulated to over 70 strikes, a glimmer of purple flickered in Tang San's eyes, and simultaneously, the blue-silver grass within him was released. Blue-silver grass, entwine. Chapter 20. Devouring Heaven Frog. As a pack of gray-black wolves emerged, thick blue vines resembling tree trunks erupted from the ground, ensnaring them in place. Behold. At that moment, Xiao Wu also initiated her attack. She gracefully leapt, executing several exquisite flips in midair, and in the blink of an eye, she landed among the wolves, delivering a powerful kick that sent one wolf flying. Unable to rise for quite some time. Everyone, step aside, witness this. At this juncture, Hu Jio finally accumulated the hammering technique to the 81st strike. With a resounding roar, he became one with his hammer and, with lightning speed, struck towards the wolf pack. Boom. The ground trembled as Hu Jio's iron hammer crashed into the wolves like a cannonball. In an instant, flesh and blood scattered among the pack, and a cloud of dust was kicked up. When the dust settled, what lay before Tang San and Xiao Wu was a vast pit, and the wolves had vanished, leaving only remnants of dismembered limbs in the soil. Xiao, you must never use that hammer technique against me again. Xiao Wu, standing at the edge of the pit, swallowed hard, reflecting on whether she had bullied Hu Jio during their time together. After a moment of contemplation, she realized she might have put herself in a precarious situation. Fret not. You are far too adorable. How could I ever strike you? Hu Jio chuckled at the suddenly fearful Xiao Wu, wondering if she did not realize that even if he wished to hammer her, he would never have the chance to execute the chaotic wind hammer method. To think that the chaotic wind hammer method could unleash such tremendous power, perhaps even my father would not be as formidable as Xiao Jio. A flicker of astonishment crossed Tang San's face from a distance. The hammer technique he had taught Hu Jio had far exceeded his expectations in its might. Xiao Jio, your chaotic wind hammer method has reached an extraordinary level, displaying the demeanor of a true master. I dare say even our father, who taught us, could not have foreseen its astounding capability. At this moment, Tang San realized that he should not solely focus on the Tang Sect's techniques. He must also intensify his practice of the chaotic wind hammer technique. After all, his second martial soul is a hammer. If he could master the chaotic wind hammer technique to the level of Xiao Jio and unleash it with his martial soul, the power would be immense. What is this chaotic wind hammer technique? Isn't it merely a blacksmithing skill? The talent for acting is deeply ingrained, immutable. Indeed, this is the chaotic wind hammer technique. Though I only heard the name from others, I shall inquire with my father upon returning home, Tang San remarked with a nod. Regardless of its name, let us simply accept it as such. I never anticipated it would possess such formidable power. Once we break for the holidays, I shall certainly purchase 2 jars of fine wine to express my gratitude to Uncle Tang Hao. Hu Jio's face beamed with delight, his performance convincingly genuine. To think Xiao San also practices this hammer technique. Why have I never seen you employ it? Xiao Wu inquired curiously from the side. Tang San hesitated. Could he admit that his chaotic wind hammer technique could only deliver 64 consecutive strikes? Xiao San, come and see what kind of soul beast this is. Why are we unable to evade them? Ultimately, it was Hu Jio who came to Tang San's rescue. This is a shadow wolf, there is no mistake. This type of soul beast has an exceptionally keen sense of smell, capable of identifying prey from a mile away. It seems we have become their hunting targets. Tang San observed carefully as they approached the shadow wolf that Xiao Wu had initially kicked away. It appears we must exercise greater caution in our subsequent actions. If there are other soul beasts with such capabilities, we will undoubtedly be unable to escape, Hu Jio remarked, a glimmer of vigilance in his eyes. Fortunately, these are merely 10-year soul beasts. Had they been 100 years old, we might have found ourselves in peril. Yes, it is wise to be cautious, Tang San nodded, though he felt no real concern. In the soul-hunting forest, 100-year soul beast is already the most formidable, and such creatures cannot be found in groups, as this area is under the Empire's careful cultivation. Of course, he would not divulge this to Hu Jio, lest it induce complacency. During the ensuing journey, they encountered no soul beasts capable of detecting them. After 2 hours of travel, the trio finally arrived at their intended destination. I hear frogs croaking over there. Let us investigate. Perhaps it is the swallowing heaven toad, Hu Jio said, his ears perking up as he listened intently. The three exchanged glances, excitement flickering in their eyes. Let us go take a look. Stealthily, they made their way towards the direction Hu Jio indicated. Parting a thicket of wild grass, they finally beheld their target. Indeed, this was the swallowing heaven toad, though its age remained uncertain. Without needing Tang San to confirm, Hu Jio had already recognized the soul beast before them. Yes, it is undoubtedly the swallowing heaven toad. Judging by the patterns on its back, it should possess around 30 years of cultivation. Too weak, unsuitable for Xiao Jio to absorb. Tang San also took a glance, but quickly shook his head. Xiao Jio's first soul ring should ideally be around 90 years of age. This is the minimum he can accept. As a brother, he cannot simply stand by and watch Hu Jio abandon his future. We have now entered the territory of the devouring toad. I have memorized the aura of this soul beast. Follow me, there are still several ahead. Hu Jio nodded, for he too did not wish to settle for such weak soul beasts as his soul ring. They stealthily located a few more devouring toads, but none met their desired strength, the strongest only being 80 years old, far too low. Be cautious. Moving forward brings us closer to the heart of the forest, where powerful soul beasts may roam. Hu Jio sensed something vaguely, yet it was too distant to be clear. Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a chill in their hearts. Hu Jio's perceptive abilities had been validated throughout their journey, and they held no doubt regarding his judgment. As they advanced slowly, Hu Jio's expression suddenly brightened. Found it. The devouring toad ahead undoubtedly possesses over 90 years of cultivation. I can feel it. Excellent. Let us hurry, Xiao Wu whispered in excitement. After such a long search, they had finally located their target. The devouring toad was just ahead. Xiao San, wait until you use blue silvergrass for a sneak attack to ensnare it. Xiao Wu, it will then be up to you to draw it over to me once Xiao San has it trapped. Meanwhile, I shall prepare my grand move. With a gentle smile, Hu Jio quickly organized their strategy. Agreed. Both Tang San and Xiao Wu had no objections. Following Hu Jio's method, they could perfectly ambush the devouring toad. Action! As soon as Hu Jio's words fell, Tang San's feet moved, darting forward like a wisp of smoke. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu was equally agile, performing a graceful flip and leaping to the treetops, bounding away swiftly. On the ground, Hu Jio gripped his hammer, beginning to swing it in wide arcs, creating a whirling tempest around him, as if possessed by madness. Chapter 21. The Birth of the Tongue Monster in the Soul-Hunting Forest. Tang San's eyes had transformed entirely to purple, a manifestation of the purple extreme magic eyes in full bloom. He was determined to procure a soul ring for his brother, leaving nothing to chance. Nodding towards Xiao Wu perched atop the treetops, he circulated his soul power, summoning a blue-silver grass to materialize. Simultaneously, several strands of vibrant blue-silver grass erupted from around the devouring toad 20 meters away, swiftly wrapping around it in spirals, particularly focusing on its mouth. As Tang San initiated his move, Xiao Wu leaped into action from the trees. First soul skill, waist bow. The crisp sound echoed as the devouring toad soared through the air. Boom. The devouring toad crashed heavily to the ground, and before it could react, it only caught sight of a faintly red glowing hammer phantom. Boom. The earth trembled, the forest lamented, and where the devouring toad once was, only a blur of blood and flesh remained. A milky white halo gradually materialized in its place. A perfect cooperation. Hu Jio gleefully stowed his hammer, waiting for Tang San and Xiao Wu to return. Moments later, they both returned. Xiao Jio quickly absorbed the soul ring. We shall guard you. Aware that Hu Jio had resolutely decided to absorb the devouring toad's soul ring, Tang San ceased his counsel. Though the soul ring was slightly lacking at over 90 years, he trusted Hu Jio's choice. All right. Hu Jio nodded, not lingering any longer. Suppressing his excitement, he extended his right hand to summon his carrot martial soul, channeling his intent as the soul ring on the ground drew towards him, encircling his martial soul. At that moment, Hu Jio felt a surge of violent soul power filling his being. as if he had expanded in size. Not daring to delay, he focused his mind, activating the level 5 soul power meditation method to swiftly refine the devouring toad's soul ring. Nearby, Tang San and Xiao Wu stood vigilantly beside Hu Jio, constantly monitoring their surroundings. Although Hu Jio had previously mentioned that no other soul beasts were nearby, the commotion caused by his erratic hammer technique could very well attract unwanted attention. 2 hours had passed, and as dusk approached, Hu Jio's expression finally shifted. Just as Hu Jio, filled with joy, prepared to open his eyes and rise, he suddenly noticed a change in his line of sight. A creature with blood-red eyes and a ferocious aura was charging towards him. What is this? Hu Jio was puzzled for but a moment before he realized the only reason for such an occurrence. It was a soul bone. At this moment, Hu Jio felt not fear but rather a surge of joy. It was merely a manifestation of resentment. As long as his resolve remained steadfast, enduring this trial would yield immense rewards. Naturally, Hu Jio would not foolishly wait to be struck without resistance. In an instant, his mental fortitude transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging forth to confront the oncoming wrath of the devouring toad. Boom, boom, boom. This is a clash of will and resentment, a primal collision, a battle for survival. The sky-swallowing toad harbors deep grievances. It had been peacefully dwelling in the soul-hunting forest, only to be ambushed without cause. Even until its last breath, it remained oblivious to the means of its demise. Is it not infuriating? The resentment is palpable. Perhaps, moved by its anguish, the heavens have finally granted it a chance to confront its nemesis. It yearns for vengeance. Opposite it stands Hu Jio, his face twisted in a grimace. He is unwilling to meet his end. Some individuals, though generally gentle and kind-hearted, can unleash tremendous energy when faced with the specter of death. Hu Jio is one such person. Die? At this moment, a singular thought consumes Hu Jio's mind: to slay his adversary. Every possible limb, hands, arms, mouth, head, becomes a weapon in his relentless pursuit. This is indeed the spiritual sea of Hu Jio, the true master of this realm. As time progresses, the figures of both sides begin to fade. However, Hu Jio is sustained by an inexhaustible source of power, a spontaneous transformation of spiritual energy from within his body. In contrast, the resentment of the sky-eating toad dissipates rapidly, lacking the physical strength to support it. As the two forces wax and wane, the resentment of the sky-eating toad is ultimately vanquished by Hu Jio, transforming into a wisp of green smoke that vanishes into the ether. In that fleeting moment of the toad's disappearance, Hu Jio once again feels a surge of power, compelling him to intensify his refinement without hesitation. Unbeknownst to Hu Jio, who is engrossed in the process of refining power, Xiao Wu and Tang San, who are safeguarding him from the outside, are growing increasingly anxious. How could this happen? Just moments ago, everything appeared fine. Observing Hu Jio's furrowed brow and pained expression, Xiao Wu feels utterly helpless. It is only at this moment that she realizes Hu Jio has unwittingly occupied a significant place in her heart. What is going on? Tang San, equally bewildered, reflects on the situation. The master had never mentioned such a scenario. Wasn't it said that the maximum limit for a soul master's first soul ring was 423 years? Why does Xiao Jio encounter problems after absorbing only a 90-year soul ring? You always claim your master is incredibly knowledgeable. How could he not know such a simple matter? In my opinion, your master is nothing but a fraud. At this point, Xiao Wu is beside herself with worry, lashing out at anyone within reach. Seeing Tang San's helplessness only fuels her frustration. You, Tang San, infuriated, points an accusatory finger at Xiao Wu. After a brief moment of contemplation, rationality triumphs over anger, and his concern for Hu Jio's safety allows him to regain composure. Women are truly incomprehensible. This fleeting thought crosses his mind. Meanwhile, Hu Jio, seated in meditation, suddenly experiences a peculiar change in his expression. This soul bone does not belong to his limbs, nor to the torso or head. It is an external soul bone. The rarity of external soul bones is self-evident. Unlike the conventional 6 major soul bones, external soul bones can evolve alongside their master's growth and strength. Logically, Hu Jio should be elated to acquire such a precious soul bone. Yet, reflecting on the unique abilities characteristic of the frog, he realizes that he has now acquired a similar external soul bone. The tongue of the strange creature is born. As his tongue undergoes a transformation, Hu Jio numbly senses its burgeoning power. This strange ability is best kept secret, a thought that flashes through Hu Jio's mind. He resolves to remain this time. It is that has encountered an issue. Originally, Hu Jio's was characterized by its simplicity and clarity, featuring only a series of small squares, one of which was occupied by an active skill, while the fifth square remained vacant, and the others were perpetually shrouded in a gray seal. However, now the entire panel emanates a soft golden glow. Chapter 22. Soul Ring. Regardless of whether the slots have been unsealed or remain sealed, all squares shimmer with golden specks. The luminous points gradually coalesced above the, slowly forming a small golden square. Could this be yet another? Hu Jio pondered. The wait was always arduous. And as Hu Jio divided his attention to comfort Xiao Wu, he kept his gaze fixed on the, visible only to him. After a few minutes, a new finally stabilized. A solitary golden hovering majestically above the panel, exuding an air of dominance and uniqueness. Before Hu Jio could investigate the function of this newly emerged, he automatically provided an answer. Suddenly, his martial soul, the carrot, appeared uncontrollably in his hand, while a milky white soul ring began to rotate slowly around his feet. The moment the soul ring appeared, Hu Jio felt a sudden pull from the new, which astonishingly drew his soul ring directly into the... Wait, my soul ring! Hu Jio involuntarily exclaimed. What soul ring? It's merely a 10-year soul ring, after all. I told you I could find you a 100-year soul ring. But you wouldn't allow it, Tang San said, casting a disapproving glance at Hu Jio. Oh. Following Tang San's gaze, Hu Jio was astonished to discover that his soul ring still rested at his feet. Glancing up again, he saw a soul ring-shaped pattern taking root on the golden, with a value of 92 displayed at its center and a transparent coil slowly filling around the edges of the square. Soul rings can also. A smile of exhilaration spread across Hu Jio's face. He hadn't expected that to be so advanced. He had initially hoped to see if he could soul ring skills. But the panel had directly the soul ring instead, achieving the goal in one fell swoop. Hanging soul rings is fantastic. As the age of the soul ring increases, not only will it grow stronger, but its accompanying skills will also become more formidable. In that moment, Hu Jio's joy was palpable as he broke into silly laughter. Hey, wake up. It's just a soul ring. Why are you so ecstatic? Xiao Wu chided, nudging the grinning Hu Jio. Moments ago, she had been inquiring about the changes to Hu Jio's martial soul after absorbing the soul ring, only to find him lost in his own world of laughter. Hee. It's because I just acquired a soul ring. Of course I'm happy. Hu Jio chuckled, extending his hands as his carrot martial soul materialized. I have an absorbing carrot. After reciting the incantation, a shimmering white carrot appeared in Hu Jio's hand. Come on, Xiao Wu, taste my new carrot and see how it is. A single carrot could solve the problem of Xiao Wu's anger. If one didn't suffice, he could always offer another. Oh, this carrot is glowing. Let me try its flavor. In a swift motion, the carrot transferred from Hu Jio's hand to Xiao Wu's. Crispy and sweet, it's even tastier than the previous one. Like a little hamster, Xiao Wu nibbled on the carrot, her cheeks puffing up adorably. Hee, if it's delicious, I'll make sure you have it every day. Hu Jio said with a smile, resembling a devoted caretaker. The key isn't how tasty it is, it's the effects that matter. Xiao Jio, what enhancement does your soul ring provide to the carrot? Tang San observed the two with a hint of frustration. Is it useful? Being tasty doesn't equate to strength. Well, it slightly accelerates my cultivation effect, maybe about 1%, which is better than nothing, Hu Jio waved dismissively. After all, his soul ring was merely of the 10-year grade, and such an effect was already commendable. However, sneaking a glance at his currently soul ring, a flicker of quiet confidence crossed Hu Jio's mind. He would soon experience an unprecedented pace in his cultivation. One must understand that the same soul beast, differing in age, would yield drastically varied skill effects. The disparities between 10, 100, and 1,000 years were unimaginable. Sigh, it's disheartening. With such weak effects, what will happen in the future? A trace of concern crossed Tang San's face as he counseled Hu Jio. Xiao Jio, you should invest more time in your soul ring. Now that your theory has proven successful, strive to cultivate diligently and aim to elevate your soul ring to the 100-year level. Only then can your abilities see significant enhancement. Tang San felt relieved that Hu Jio was intelligent enough to devise a method for cultivating soul rings. Otherwise, merely possessing a 10-year white soul ring would severely hinder his growth. Rest assured, when have you ever seen me undertake something without confidence? Hu Jio comforted Tang San with a pat on the shoulder. He was well aware of Tang San's concern, but everyone harbored their own secrets. Hu Jio had the secret of the, while Tang San possessed the secrets of the Tang sect's martial arts, and even Xiao Wu, who was happily munching on the carrot, had her own secrets. Xiao Jio, don't listen to him. Hearing their conversation, Xiao Wu calmly patted Hu Jio's shoulder with an air of a big sister. Rest assured, With me, Xiao Wu, around, no one will dare to bully you. Just watch me throw them down. Haha, knowing that Sister Xiao Wu is formidable. Should I offer you another carrot? Yes. 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 Give me another one. No, make it two. I haven't had enough. Laughter echoed through the forest. The purpose of their journey was to hunt a soul ring for Hu Jio, and now that their objective had been achieved, it was time to return. However, before departing, they needed to spend a night in the forest, as Hu Jio had taken a considerable time to absorb the soul ring, with the darkness already descending. The nighttime forest posed significant dangers, rendering travel unwise. While resting, Hu Jio instructed Tang San and Xiao Wu to keep the matter of his soul ring's age a secret, advising them that it would be best if no one else were informed. Both Xiao Wu and Tang San agreed, understanding that Hu Jio's discretion was aimed at preparing for future enhancements of the soul ring. After all, it was best for such matters to remain buried rather than causing unnecessary trouble for themselves and others. After a night's rest, the trio set off promptly, beginning their journey towards Nodding City. The following afternoon, a look of astonishment crossed Hu Jio's face. He discovered that the age of his soul ring had already reached 93 years. Although he was aware that would increase the age of his soul ring, he had not anticipated such rapid growth. It had only been a single day. What astonishing speed! This implied that in just 7 more days, his white soul ring would upgrade to a yellow soul ring, at which point the effects of the skills granted by the soul ring would also be enhanced. The soul ring he acquired from the sky-swallowing toad was named Absorb, a genuine food-type soul ring skill, with a single effect, to enhance the speed of soul power cultivation, lasting for 1 hour. Given his current soul power, he could produce over 10 carrots in one go. Chapter 23. The 100-year soul ring. It was time to devise a method to control the soul ring. Enhancing his soul power control skills was imperative. After the swift elevation of his soul ring's age, exhilaration gave way to calmness. At present, his soul ring was freshly obtained, and he was unable to effectively control its color and intensity. An experienced soul master could discern the age of his soul ring at a glance. With the rapid change in his soul ring's age, it would be challenging to conceal his secret from others. Thus, the only course of action was to hide or disguise it. Those influenced by the philosophy of moderation often possess an innate inclination to conceal their shortcomings. Thus, the significance of mastering the manipulation of soul power through self-created soul techniques becomes evident. Once one's control over soul power reaches a certain level, they can freely alter the color and intensity of their soul rings. Although it may not be possible to elevate the color of the soul rings to a higher grade for the time being, reducing their strength is certainly feasible. From that day forth, Hu Jio diligently endeavored to control his soul rings, striving for a mastery that would allow him to command them at will. Concurrently, he began to reflect on the transformations that occurred before and after acquiring his soul rings. Through heightened perceptual abilities, he realized that the enhancement provided by the soul rings was immensely significant. First and foremost, the soul power within him had increased by several dozen times compared to before he obtained the rings. Secondly, the fortitude of his physique had also seen improvement, albeit to a lesser degree, approximately 5-fold. This limitation was primarily due to the inherent disadvantages faced by auxiliary soul masters. Had he been a battle soul master, the augmentation would have been far more formidable, which is one of the reasons auxiliary soul masters consistently fall short of their combat-oriented counterparts. However, Hu Jio was unlike others. With the 5th-level chaotic cloak hammer technique, his body grew stronger each day. While he may not yet rival Tang San and Xiao Wu, when compared to soul masters of the same rank, his physique was undoubtedly superior. This implies that as long as his rate of advancement was sufficiently rapid, even battle soul masters would find it challenging to match his physical strength. Furthermore, he discovered that his first soul technique, the carrot, functioned as an extraordinary accelerator. Since acquiring the soul rings, the enhancement provided by the idle training panel had increased slightly, and this effect was permanent, unlike the time-restricted benefits afforded to others. Realizing this, Hu Jio felt a surge of gratitude for his choice to enhance his training efficacy through this soul technique. He contemplated the implications of the soul rings. While he could currently elevate the longevity of his soul rings through idle training at an impressive pace, effectively gaining a year's worth of longevity in a single day, he pondered the future. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years. There were 6 distinct levels. The first 3 levels were manageable. Even for a 1,000-year duration, it would only take about 3 years of dedicated effort, which did not seem arduous. However, the 10,000-year mark posed a challenge. Reaching it through idle training would require over 10,000 days, more than 20 years. By that time, Tang San would have ascended to godhood. Not to mention the subsequent levels of 100,000 in a million years, the thought alone was exhausting. Upon returning to the academy, life resumed its familiar rhythm. Tang San continued his relentless training, while Hu Jio and Xiao Wu indulged in playful antics, occasionally carving out a moment for cultivation. Despite this, both Hu Jio and Xiao Wu advanced their soul power at a pace that rivaled Tang San's, often inciting feelings of envy and frustration within him. He believed that it was due to the presence of a woman, Xiao Wu, that his good friend had seemingly strayed from his path. This has also led to Tang San's perception of Xiao Wu being less than favorable. A week later, Hu Jio, with a beaming expression, summoned his martial soul. And beneath his feet, a faint yellow soul ring appeared, slowly rotating. A century-old soul ring had manifested. Upon careful sensing, he discovered that the effects of his soul ring skill had changed. It had previously enhanced his training efficiency by 1%, but now it had increased to 10%. Although a 10% boost may not be considered extraordinary, it was indeed commendable. It is essential to understand that this enhancement is not akin to the typical boosts in speed or strength that other soul masters experience. This is a genuine improvement in training efficacy, which holds far more substance than mere state enhancements. With this auspicious news, Hu Ji was eager to share it with his close friends. Summoning Tang San and Xiao Wu, he presented each of them with a carrot. Silently smiling as he observed their reactions, Xiao Wu, oblivious to his intentions, eagerly bit into the carrot, disregarding everything else until she had finished eating. However, Tang San's eyes lit up with realization. It seemed he had guessed the reason behind Hu Jio's delight. He quickly took the carrot, devoured it in a few bites, and then closed his eyes to sense the changes within him. Moments later, a glimmer of joy crossed Tang San's face as he looked up and asked, Xiao Jio, is your soul ring? Ha, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Hu Jio laughed heartily, explaining, it's merely luck. The last time we hunted the devouring beast, it was already at its peak growth. I've only been training for a few days, and I've already broken through. Isn't that a stroke of luck? Hu Jio was indeed putting on a performance. He meant no harm, just wanted to keep a bit of mystery. As the notion of advancing a year's worth of progress in a single day was indeed astonishing. As for what excuses he would concoct for future soul ring enhancements, that could be dealt with later. First, he needed to navigate this moment. How much has the skill effect improved? Tang San had only sensed an enhancement in training efficiency but had not gauged the specifics. 10%, Hu Jio replied proudly. Really? Then your training speed will accelerate significantly. Tang San rejoiced for Hu Jio. Hu Jio patted Tang San's shoulder, saying, Little San, you're mistaken. It's not just me, it's us. With my presence, your future training is guaranteed. A 10% boost in training efficiency was indeed noteworthy. Xiao Jio, you. Tang San felt deeply moved, unable to utter a word of refusal. He was acutely aware that this would drain Hu Jio's soul power, yet the benefits of Hu Jio's skill were too remarkable to dismiss. A 10% increase in training speed could accumulate substantial soul power over time. Let us not speak of gratitude among brothers. Don't forget, I'm a support-type soul master. I lack combat capabilities, and I'll rely on you to protect me in the future. Hu Jio waved his hand, jesting. However, Tang San remained solemn, assuring him, rest assured, Xiao Jio, I will protect you well. Anyone who wishes to harm you must first step over my dead body. I'm here too, Xiao Wu chimed in, raising her hand defiantly. With me, Sister Xiao Wu around, no one will harm you. Haha, then I shall await your protection. Hu Jio smiled as he glanced at the interface, noting that his chaotic hammer technique had reached 1/3 of level 5. Chapter 24. The Pursuit of Wealth. Xiao Wu. It is time for us to earn some money. After his soul ring ascended to the century level, Hu Jio conceived a plan to generate income. Due to the fact that Xiao Wu had not registered at the Martial Soul Hall, their lives had been somewhat frugal lately. Had it not been for their work-study arrangement, providing them with a modest salary, they might have already run out of provisions. The two had been quite liberal with their spending and currently owed Tang San several silver soul coins. Xiao Jio, if you're short on money, just tell me. I have a little left. You can borrow it for now, Tang San offered, pulling a handful of soul coins from his belt. Among the trio, Tang San was the wealthiest, receiving a gold soul coin monthly from the Martial Soul Hall and earning extra from his part-time work at a blacksmith shop. Haha, no need. No need. Your little amount is hardly sufficient. It wouldn't last a few days. Hu Jio declined without hesitation. I have a plan to make a fortune. Xiao Wu, do you know about the backgrounds of Xiao Chenyu and his group? Xiao Wu pondered, tapping her finger against her lips. Xiao Chenyu is the son of the Lord of Nodding City. Lu Long is the son of the city guard commander. And Ling Feng is the son of a mercenary leader. Hu Jio had previously hinted at the idea of selling carrots, but at that time, his soul ring had not yet upgraded, limiting his profits. Now, however, with a 10% increase in training speed, as long as the price was reasonable, he believed many would be willing to buy. After all, who wouldn't want to increase their soul power quickly to secure admission to a prestigious academy in the future? Let us find a time for you to summon them. I'd like to discuss something with them, Hu Jio decided. Xiao Jio, are they trustworthy? Be cautious. Your martial soul effect is impressive. If you aren't sure of their reliability, it's best not to engage in any transactions with them, Tang San advised. Always want to consider the risks. Don't worry. Hu Jio waved his hand. I have confidence in those kids. They won't create any trouble. Besides, even if they were to leak the details of my martial soul effect, it wouldn't be a significant issue. A mere 10% enhancement isn't enough to provoke envy. Upon hearing Hu Jio's reasoning, Tang San felt reassured, as long as you understand that. Then I'll go find them tomorrow, Xiao Wu said, a peculiar smile gracing her face. Hu Jio, familiar with her antics, knew she was preparing to take advantage of the situation. Soon enough, Hu Jio began to feel a sense of foreboding for Xiao Chenyu and his companions. The following day, Xiao Wu indeed brought them along Xiao Chenyu, Lu Long, and Ling Feng. Brother Jio, you called for us? Upon seeing Hu Jio, Xiao Chenyu inquired. Since recognizing Xiao Wu as their leader, they harbored a subtle respect for Hu Jio, especially after witnessing his prowess in their earlier battle, where he easily defeated Lu Long with a single strike. As a support-type soul master, his capabilities were even more impressive. Indeed, Hu Jio nodded, addressing the trio. I have an opportunity here that could aid your cultivation. It's up to you whether you have the courage to accept it. Haha, Brother Jio, spare us the suspense. I, Xiao Chenyu, am not one to shy away from challenges. Just tell us what this opportunity is, he proclaimed boldly. Very well, however. This matter pertains to a secret of mine. You must swear that what you witness and hear today will remain confidential, even from your parents, Hu Jio stated. Tapping the table, fixing his gaze intently on the three. Indeed, think it over carefully before deciding if you wish to know. If I find out that anyone has been loose-lipped, don't blame me for being impolite, Xiao Wu interjected, her demeanor serious, as she wielded her authority as the leader to caution them. Xiao Wu's warning was effective. The expressions on Xiao Chenyu and the others turned serious. After exchanging glances, Xiao Chenyu was the first to nod, followed by Lu Long and Ling Feng, who also acquiesced. Swear it, Hu Jio urged calmly, observing them. All right. I, Xiao Chenyu. Lu Long. Ling Feng swore that he would reveal not a single detail of what he witnessed today. Otherwise, he would face divine retribution. Upon hearing the oath from Xiao Chenyu and the others, Hu Jio's face broke into a smile. He said to them, in truth, keeping this knowledge from others will be advantageous for you, a fact you will soon come to understand. With that, Hu Jio ceased his pretenses and directly summoned his carrot martial spirit, crafting several carrots designed to enhance cultivation speed right before their eyes. Come, give it a taste. Hu Jio confidently offered the carrots to the trio, also handing one to the eager Xiao Wu. The selection of Xiao Chenyu and his companions was not made lightly. Hu Jio had considered their character thoroughly. Based on his investigations and the information in the original text, he found these three to be quite trustworthy in matters of integrity. Once they made a promise, they would undoubtedly fulfill it, and Hu Jio had faith in this aspect. Additionally, their financial standing was commendable, as they hailed from affluent families. Once the efficacy of his carrots was confirmed, he believed no one would refuse to spend money to enhance their cultivation speed. As expected, after consuming Hu Jio's carrots with a hint of skepticism and engaging in some cultivation, their eyes sparkled with excitement, as if they could hardly contain themselves. Wait. Hu Jio raised a hand to fend them off. Let's be clear, I have no interest in men. Haha, we all know that, Xiao Chenyu chuckled, casting a teasing glance at Xiao Wu beside Hu Jio. What are you looking at? Xiao Jio is negotiating here. Xiao Wu admonished the group fiercely. Her cheeks tinged with a blush. Yes, negotiations. Brother Jio, name your price, and we shall comply. Being the son of the city lord, his words carried a weight of generosity as he waved his hand, indicating Hu Jio could set the price. Lu Long and Ling Feng nodded in agreement. They had already experienced the benefits of Hu Jio's martial spirit. Although a 10% increase in speed might seem modest, they realized its substantial impact once they had tried it. Upon hearing this, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu exchanged knowing smiles. Xiao Wu then addressed them. You all should be aware that Xiao Jio's carrots require the consumption of soul power, which will delay his cultivation speed. Therefore, I have decided to sell a single carrot for 1 gold soul coin. 1 gold soul coin, a perfectly reasonable price. Xiao Chenyu nodded in immediate agreement, showing no hesitation. In an instant, Xiao Wu realized she had undervalued her offering. Those wealthy individuals certainly knew how to spend. "Brother Gio, I want another," she exclaimed, handing over 2 gold soul coins, even compensating for the one she had just consumed. "I want one too." "Me too." In mere moments, Hu Jio had earned 6 gold soul coins, far surpassing the earnings of Tang San from his labor. "Finally, I have money. Xiao Wu, let's go buy delicious food tomorrow." After the transactions concluded, Hu Jio joyfully toyed with the gold soul coins in his hand, generously addressing Xiao Wu. "Absolutely. I want to buy candied hawthorn, sugar figurines, and more." In an instant, Xiao Wu meticulously planned how to spend Hu Jio's newfound wealth. "No problem," Hu Jio replied, always generous with Xiao Wu, showing no concern for money. That evening, as was his custom, Hu Jio glanced at the before drifting off to sleep. However, this time, he was so astonished he nearly leaped up. 102 years? Indeed, it is 102 years. Gazing at the high-hanging soul ring, Hu Jio could hardly contain his excitement. Initially, he believed that his absorption of soul skills would merely enhance the by 10%. To his surprise, it had doubled. What marvelous news! In this case, could it be that in just over a year, one could elevate their soul ring to a 1,000-year level? How significantly would that enhance the cultivation speed? I eagerly anticipate the outcome. Several months later, in a remote location, a figure sits with eyes closed, wearing a tranquil expression. Suddenly, this figure opens their mouth, and a shadow faster than lightning darts past, causing a fruit in front of them to vanish in an instant. Ugh, it's utterly sour. The individual in question is Hu Jio. Over the course of 6 months, his height has surged considerably, rendering him akin to an adolescent. Today, he has ventured here alone, driven by the desire to test his newly upgraded external soul bone. His external soul bone manifests as a tongue, which prior to the upgrade was of little utility. Capable of extending merely half a meter and lacking in hardness and offensive power. However, post-upgrade, his tongue can now extend an impressive 5 meters, exhibiting remarkable resilience akin to that of cowhide, impervious to the ordinary blade's cut. Although its offensive capability remains insufficient in situations of necessity, it would undoubtedly serve well for binding an opponent with precision. Hu Jio regarded this with a mild sense of approval, though his tone remained laced with disdain. The external soul bone had always been a source of embarrassment for him, not due to its rarity or the fear of theft, but rather because he felt uneasy about employing it in combat. If faced with a beautiful woman, he might contemplate utilizing his tongue to ensnare her. But what if the opponent were a man? Ugh, let us not dwell on that. Having been at Notting Academy for over 6 months, his soul power had ascended to level 20. Aside from lacking a second soul ring, he had officially become a respectable soul master. It was precisely because he had elevated to such a significant realm that his external soul bone had also progressed beyond his own soul power level. The enhancement of his soul rings and skills was most remarkable. Firstly, regarding the soul rings, after months of diligent practice, the age of his soul ring had reached 596 years, surpassing the strength of Tang San's first soul ring. Currently, in terms of soul power, he had already eclipsed Tang San. Next was the soul power meditation technique, which had recently attained level 7, accelerating his cultivation speed by 60%. His rapid advancement in soul power could also be attributed to the enhancements provided by the meditation technique. Furthermore, his sensory enhancement technique had also reached level 7. Within a radius of 500 meters, he could discern even the most intricate of scents, while his auditory capabilities allowed him to hear sounds from up to a kilometer away. As for his vision, it had transformed into that of a telescope, enabling him to see large objects, such as trees, from 5 kilometers away. Naturally, under normal circumstances, unless perched at a height, his line of sight was limited due to obstructions. Additionally, since reaching level 7, his sense of touch had evolved into a remarkable form of perception. While at the academy, he often sensed a deeply concealed, domineering aura, akin to a tightly compressed barrel of gunpowder, ready to explode with the slightest provocation. This aura, unmistakably belonging to Tang Hao, exudes a dominance unparalleled by any other, save for him, the clandestine guardian of Tang San. As for taste, it is perhaps best left unmentioned. Were it not for Hu Jio's habitual sealing of this ability, he might very well have succumbed to starvation by now. Furthermore, his control over soul power has surpassed the halfway mark of the 6th level, allowing him to traverse any environment with ease. Except for the treacherous terrain of volcanic magma, there exists no challenge that he cannot conquer. The soul power within him has also enabled him to manifest new techniques, The transformation of soul power into strands allows him to maneuver with the agility reminiscent of Spider-Man, effortlessly scaling heights and descending depths. Since mastering this technique, his dexterity has reached such a level that even Tang San would struggle to capture him within a short span of time. Lastly, and most significantly, he has attained to the magnitude of this increase instilled a sense of trepidation in Hu Jio, rendering him hesitant to unleash it. It is essential to remember that the force exerted is reciprocal. He feared that after delivering his final strike, he might inadvertently obliterate himself. Moreover, the Golden Fingertips idol panel had been activated to the 6th idol slot over the course of several months, yet regrettably, no skills were available for idling, leaving 2 slots tragically vacant, a substantial waste indeed. Consequently, during this period, he had been engrossed in manipulating balloons, attempting to manifest the spiral sphere. Alas, it appeared that his mastery over soul power still fell short, thwarting his efforts to create it. Upon stealthily returning to the academy, he fortuitously encountered Tang San and Xiao Wu awaiting his arrival. "Quickly tell me, where have you been? We searched high and low for you." As soon as they met, Xiao Wu fixed her fierce gaze upon him, as though he had abandoned her. I merely went to procure some delightful treats for you." Hu Jiu replied with a sheepish grin, producing a bag of candies. "Is that so?" Xiao Wu regarded him with a skeptical glance, wavering in her belief. "By the way, Xiao San, do you have something to discuss with me?" He exchanged a knowing look with Tang San. In such moments, the assistance of a brother was undoubtedly essential. Indeed, after months of training, the 3 of us have now reached level 20. It is time to contemplate the matter of our second soul rings. And I sought you out to deliberate on this issue. Tang San replied with a smile, subtly offering Hu Jio some support. "And what are your thoughts?" Hu Jio inquired. "I have already conferred with my master regarding the soul ring. I have resolved to primarily enhance the resilience of my blue silver grass. And I will seek a soul beast that aligns with this goal," Tang San elucidated. "I came to inquire whether you have made a decision concerning your second soul ring." "The second soul ring, you say?" Hu Jio cast a tender gaze at Xiao Wu, who was savoring the candies, and smiled serenely. "I intend to select the Ditto as my second soul ring." "What? Are you mad?" Even the typically composed Tang San was taken aback by Hu Jio's declaration. "What is Ditto?" "It is considered the most ineffectual soul beast in the realm of soul masters. A decade of cultivation merely qualifies one as a royal among the Dittos. And some even argue that Ditto should not be classified as a soul beast at all, suggesting its exclusion from the ranks of soul beasts. Such a soul beast, even if possessed by the least talented soul master, would not be chosen as a soul ring. This is due not only to its exceedingly low age, but also because, upon absorbing the shape-shifting creature, one would only acquire a singular skill named transformation, which merely allows for superficial alterations in appearance and is otherwise utterly devoid of merit." Chapter 26. Hu Jio's contemplation upon hearing that Hu Jio intended to select the shape-shifting creature, a seemingly worthless soul beast, as his second soul ring. Tang San was convinced that he had lost his senses. Although Hu Jio had validated his theory, proving that the age of a soul ring could indeed be augmented through cultivation, it was of little consequence. He had already attempted this. And over the course of 6 months, his primary soul ring had scarcely improved, failing to reach even a year's worth of age. If Hu Jio intended to enhance the ring's age post-acquisition, Tang San was resolute in his determination to intervene. "I recall the master's assertion, there are no worthless martial souls, only incompetent martial soul masters. While I am not particularly enamored with the master, this sentiment serves as a convenient shield in this instance. Xiao Jio, please refrain from pursuing this course. It is simply untenable." "I cannot bear to watch you leap into the flames," Tang San declared passionately, interrupting Hu Jio's explanation. "In this endeavor to procure a soul ring, our teacher has enlisted the direct involvement of the dean. I have arranged with him that we shall act together. Your second soul ring must be one that is over 500 years old. This is non-negotiable." As he spoke, Tang San's tone grew unusually fervent. In his heart, Hu Jio was his dear brother, and he assumed the role of the protective elder sibling. He could not stand idly by while his close friend ventured into peril. He must bring him back from the brink. "Xiao San, please listen to me," Hu Jio implored, gazing at Tang San with a sense of resignation, feeling as though Tang San was utterly misinterpreting his intentions. Perhaps it was time to dub him Tang Sanze. "I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. This is beyond discussion." Tang San adamantly shook his head, granting Hu Jio no opportunity for further explanation. "Come on, Xiao San, don't be like this." Faced with Tang San's obstinacy, Hu Jio felt compelled to reveal his trump card. Summoning his martial soul, Hu Jio exclaimed, "Xiao San, You must first observe my soul ring. Tang San, momentarily taken aback, wondered what was so remarkable about a soul ring. Following Hu Jiao's gaze, he beheld the brilliantly colored yellow soul ring beneath Hu Jiao's feet. Right? Wait, how could Xiao Jiao's soul ring be so radiant? Its luminosity surpassed even his own soul ring. In an instant, Tang San felt as though he had been momentarily blinded by the brilliance of Hu Jiao's soul ring. Haha, Xiao San, now you surely want to try to dissuade me from selecting any soul beast for my soul ring. Hu Jiao exclaimed triumphantly, observing Tang San's astonishment. Xiao Jiao, you must be cautious not to disclose the age of your soul ring too readily. It could invite unnecessary complications. Tang San finally managed to respond after recovering from his initial shock, casting a thoughtful glance at Hu Jiao. Rest assured, I'm not so foolish. Only you and Xiao Wu are privy to the transformation of my soul ring, Hu Jiao retorted, dismissively waving his hand. He was not naive. The mere fact that a martial soul could be enhanced through cultivation was hardly groundbreaking. After all, one might be better off investing that time in increasing their own soul power. However, Hu Jiao's rate of soul ring enhancement was astonishingly rapid, having increased by 400 to 500 years in a mere 6 months. Should this be discovered by those with ill intentions, he might find himself subjected to unwanted scrutiny. Xiao Jiao, while I do not comprehend how you have accelerated the age of your soul ring so swiftly, and I have no desire to pry, I must insist. Tang San looked deeply into Hu Jiao's eyes, understanding that everyone harbors their own secrets. As someone who also possessed secrets, he empathized with Hu Jiao's situation. Yet, even if one could easily elevate the age of their soul ring, I cannot permit you to select the shape-shifting creature as your second soul ring. What do you intend to do with the transformation skill? Xiao Jiao, I must warn you, I promised Grandfather Jack that I would look after you. And should I uncover any wrongdoing, I will not hesitate to take action. In conclusion, Tang San's tone turned grave. What purpose could the transformation skill serve? Without a moment's hesitation, he could enumerate a multitude of dubious applications. As the elder brother, he felt a sense of responsibility. If Hu Jiao were to stray down a dark path, it would be his failure to safeguard him. Hu Jiao gazed at Tang San in exasperation. Brother, are you conjuring up some nefarious thoughts? Why are you overthinking this more than I am? Yet, he found it challenging to elucidate this matter to Tang San. Could he possibly confess that his motivation for selecting the shape-shifting creature stemmed from the presence of Xiao Wu? It was unlikely that Tang San would acquiesce even if he were to be forthright. Thus, this matter would remain locked within his heart. A secret he could not share with even Xiao Wu. Surely, he could not say to her, "Hi, I already know you are a little bunny. Fear not. I will not judge you." Such a statement may invite trouble. The reason Hu Jiao chose the transformation skill as his second soul technique is rooted in his considerations. Primarily for Xiao Wu. In his heart, she has already become his own. And he envisions a day when he can naturally claim this adorable little rabbit for himself as they grow older. However, before that, he needs to ensure Xiao Wu's safety. Not for any other reason, but to conceal her innate aura and prevent anyone from discovering that she is a transformed soul beast. This is especially critical concerning the Spirit Hall. If they were to uncover her secret, the consequences would be dire. In accordance with the original narrative, perhaps Xiao Wu would secure the cherished herb known as the Heartbreak Red through her connection with Tang San, allowing her to mask her soul beast aura. Yet, that remains merely a tale from the original work. With his involvement, the trajectory of the plot has become uncertain. After all, even the protagonist Tang San has advanced significantly faster in his cultivation than in the original story. What if he were to be prematurely eliminated due to his prodigious talent? To devise a method to obscure Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast, Hu Jiao meticulously perused a plethora of materials and ultimately discovered a viable solution. He learned that the transformation skill obtained from the Ditto, though seemingly inferior, possesses a subtle hidden effect, the ability to alter one's aura. This piece of information was easily overlooked, but had he not paid close attention, it might have slipped through the cracks. Although this alteration may not elude the perception of formidable experts, Hu Jiao has the unique ability to enhance the age of his soul rings. If 10 years is insufficient, then 100 or even 1,000 years may suffice. While he is unsure if Xiao Wu can conceal herself before a title de law, it is certainly better than taking no action at all. Additionally, he has devised a backup plan. He intends to adhere temporarily to the original growth path, hoping to successfully acquire the celestial herb, which would yield significant benefits for both Xiao Wu and himself. Once these advantages are secured, He would no longer harbor any reservations about future endeavors. Regrettably, these thoughts must remain unspoken, buried deeply within his heart. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of greatness, as if he were a grand hero or a remarkable figure. He envisioned a future where he would marry Xiao Wu and wished for her to bear him several little rabbits as a token of gratitude. For a fleeting moment, Hu Jio gazed at Xiao Wu, who was joyfully nibbling on a carrot beside him, his thoughts wandering far into the future. Chapter 27. Elopement? The following day, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu set out early from Notting Academy, journeying westward towards the nearby city of Mado. Xiao Wu, are you truly willing to accompany me to Mado? It's quite a distance, and the journey alone will take considerable time. Hu Jio, with a hammer hanging at his waist, looked at the sprightly Xiao Wu bouncing ahead. Of course, as a support-type soul master, although I possess some combat ability, it is somewhat lacking. Hence, Sister Xiao Wu has graciously decided to lend you a hand. However, my assistance is not without a price, she replied, turning back with a beaming smile and gesturing with her fingers. I demand 500 carats. After a moment's thought, she blinked and added, No, I want 1,000, not a single one less. Haha, very well. From this day forth, you shall feast on carrots for a lifetime. Hu Jio chuckled at the adorably earnest Xiao Wu. However, if we run off like this, won't your good friend Tang San hold it against you? Xiao Wu inquired with genuine concern after a moment's reflection. Regarding Hu Jio's choice of his second soul ring, Xiao Wu did not mind. In her view, irrespective of his decision, she would respect it, provided that his carrots were exceptionally delectable. Do not fret, Xiao San. Once I acquire the soul ring, there will be no going back. At worst, he will scold me upon my return. Hu Jio had already contemplated this matter. Moreover, he held great optimism for the transformation skill. Indeed, a 10-year-old chameleon beast might not offer him exceptionally powerful abilities. But what if he were to elevate this soul ring to a significantly higher level in the future? Would he not then be able to transform into anything he desired? Blurring the lines of reality? In that moment, Hu Jio was filled with anticipation. Before departing, he had researched, discovering that the chameleon beast was a specialty of the monster forest located west of Mado City, where the most formidable soul beasts were scarcely over a century old. Given his and Xiao Wu's cultivation levels, they would have no trouble navigating this challenge. This time, due to the companionship of Xiao Wu, Hu Jio Goe chose to travel on foot. What could have been a 2-day journey by carriage was stretched to 5 days. Along the way, the two wandered through the mountains and waters, as if their journey was not for the purpose of obtaining a soul ring, but rather a delightful excursion. One event filled Hu Jio with immense joy. Due to their time alone together, the bond between him and Xiao Wu finally experienced a significant breakthrough. As they walked side by side, hands nearly touching, it felt as though they were on the verge of holding hands. It was not that Hu Jio lacked the courage, but Xiao Wu seemed to sense his intentions. Every time he attempted to make a move, he was met with her playful eye rolls, rendering him helpless. However, Hu Jio remained patient, knowing that opportunities would abound in the future, and this moment was merely a fleeting one. Initially, he expected their journey to proceed smoothly. For there is an old saying, in the world of wanderers, the elderly, children, and women are the groups least to be trifled with. He and Xiao Wu certainly fell into 2 of those categories. Unfortunately, in the Douluo Continent, this wisdom appeared to be unrecognized, as they soon found themselves in trouble. As they approached Mado City, the number of travelers increased. There were farmers carrying local specialties, large merchant caravans, and occasionally adventurers dressed as soul masters. It was during this time that they encountered a group of wealthy young gentlemen. Hey there, little miss, where are you headed? Today, I am in a splendid mood and shall offer you a free ride, declared a pale-faced youth, around 17 or 18 years of age, as he blocked Hu Jio and Xiao Wu's path. On the surface, he wore a facade of goodwill, yet the lascivious glint in his eyes was impossible to conceal. The beast has set its sights on Xiao Wu. Observing the youth engaged in conversation with her, Hu Jio lowered his head to conceal the ferocity glinting in his eyes. Simultaneously, he discreetly sensed the presence of 2 guards behind the young man. One was at level 25 from his light-footed movements. It was evident that he was a master of agility. The other appeared to be around level 26. His large hands and robust physique marking him as a powerful assault-type master. As for the young man himself, at merely level 18, he was a source of shame. In an instant, Hu Jio had gleaned all this information through his enhanced sensory perception, augmented to the 7th level. At this moment, the young man across was incessantly urging Xiao Wu to join him in his carriage. Get lost. Xiao Wu rarely displayed such a frigid expression, responding icily. What did you say, you ungrateful little girl? I am the son of the Lord of Mado City, and you dare to insult me. The young man's expression soured significantly. In all his years, he had never been addressed in such a manner. Ma Wan, Ma Wu, he commanded, and two attendants stepped forward respectfully. Seize this insufferable girl and witness how I will discipline her. Humph, it's clear you're not a good person. You wish to fight? How delightful. Xiao Wu clenched her fists. And in an instant, she leapt forward to strike first. Behind her, Hu Jio had already drawn his iron hammer, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Chaotic gale hammer technique, he began to gather strength. Xiao Wu engaged in combat with the two attendants while Hu Jio refrained from participating, instead retreating stealthily to the side, where he began to whirl his hammer, accumulating power with each rotation. The essence of the chaotic gale hammer technique remained unchanged, even at its advanced level 8. It still required a methodical buildup of force. However, the increase in power per strike was no longer merely incremental. It surged from 1-fold to 2, then 4, exponentially growing. After just 10 strikes, he had amassed an impressive 500 pounds of force, sufficient for his purpose. Casting a glance at Xiao Wu, who was skillfully entangled with the two attendants, Hu Jio bellowed, Xiao Wu, move aside. Upon hearing his call, Xiao Wu instinctively understood his intent, executing several agile flips to swiftly clear the area. Oh, I nearly forgot about you, little brat. Capture him as well. The young man, Ma Feng, was momentarily distracted by Hu Jio's shout, yet he regarded him with disdain. To him, the presence of the agile Xiao Wu was already astonishing. Two such prodigies could not possibly exist simultaneously. Alas, it seemed he had miscalculated. In this moment, Hu Jio's soul force enveloped him, and his body glided like a wisp of smoke toward the two guards. With a small iron hammer raised high, an overwhelming surge of power descended upon them, rendering them breathless and oblivious to their surroundings. Boom. The might of over 500 pounds was far beyond what the two mere soul masters, barely in their 20s, could withstand. They were sent flying like ragged cloth, their fates unknown. With a fierce determination, Hu Jio, after dispatching the two guards, fixed his piercing gaze, imbued with lethal intent, upon Ma Feng. Xiao Wu was his prized possession, cherished deeply, and the audacity of anyone to covet her was tantamount to courting death. No, don't come any closer. Ma Feng, paralyzed by Hu Jio's murderous aura, stumbled backward, his feet frantically pushing against the ground, clearly overwhelmed by fear. Too terrified to unleash his martial spirit, Hu Jio was not one to show mercy. He had no intention of holding back. With a decisive strike, he brought the confrontation to a swift conclusion. Indeed, women are often harbingers of trouble. Chapter 28. 10 years of soul rings, what ill fortune. Just upon our arrival in Mado City, we have already killed the Lord's son. I wonder if the Lord has only one son, if he is indeed the only child. This enmity could escalate significantly. By the campfire, Hu Jio stirred the branches as he spoke. It had been more than half a day since the confrontation with Ma Feng. At that time, with a crowd of onlookers present, he could not eliminate all witnesses to avert unnecessary complications. He and Xiao Wu had hastily made their way to the outskirts near the monster forest. According to their itinerary, they should have been resting in Mado City by now. Alas, plans have a way of unraveling faster than anticipated. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you might have already reached your destination safely. Xiao Wu said, casting a guilty glance at Hu Jio. Don't say such foolish things. I'm delighted to have you by my side as we hunt for soul rings. How could I possibly blame you? Hu Jio chuckled, ruffling Xiao Wu's hair. By the way, you might want to tone down that expression. When you're feeling wronged, please don't feign it so dramatically. Humph, you're such a tease. Hu Jio, you only know how to make fun of me. Xiao Wu returned to her usual demeanor, playfully shaking her fists. Seriously though, do you think killing that Lord's son today might bring you unnecessary trouble? She pondered, suddenly appearing despondent. Haha, it's not a significant issue. We'll rest tonight, and tomorrow we'll venture directly into the monster forest. After we procure the soul rings, we shall depart without delay. In this way, even if the so-called toilet lord seeks us out, it would not be an easy task. Little Wu nodded emphatically, harboring a fierce resolve within, should they truly come. She would ensure the safety of Xiao Jio. After a night's rest, the two ventured into the monster forest early the next day. As they proceeded, they occasionally spotted animals emerging. Indeed, due to the primitive nature of the monster forest, it was home to numerous creatures, even those that were not spirit beasts. Well, Xiao Jio, look over there. There's a creature with human hands. Little Wu exclaimed in astonishment. That's a shapeshifter. It perhaps encountered humans at some point, leading it to adopt a human-like appendage. Hu Jio chuckled. The shapeshifter is quite playful. As they continued, they encountered even more shapeshifters, some with branch-like protrusions on their heads, others with feline faces or fox tails. An array of bizarre forms manifested before them. Unfortunately, these shapeshifters were of such low caliber that they were not even spirit beasts, rendering them of little utility. The shapeshifter is a soft-bodied creature, akin to a large jelly, squishy and coated in a greasy slime, its insides filled with acidic fluid, making it inedible. Other animals instinctively avoided them. Gradually, they arrived at the core gathering place of the shapeshifters. Why is there a tiger among the shapeshifters? How peculiar. From a distance, Little Wu gazed curiously at the tiger amidst a throng of shapeshifters. Little Wu, that is our target, did you not notice? It too is a shapeshifter. And a 10th grade spirit beast at that, Hu Jio replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he observed the tiger. His second spirit ring depended on it. Raising his hammer, Hu Jio channeled his soul power, conjuring a flurry of illusions as he charged towards the shapeshifter tiger. When confronting a 10th, at that moment, a pale white soul ring emanated from the body of the transformation creature, its subtle hue signifying it had just reached the decade mark. Xiao Wu regarded the soul ring with disdain, hesitatingly asking, Xiao Jio, have you truly made up your mind to use this as your second soul ring? Although she had anticipated this scenario and believed she had mentally prepared herself, the sight of such a low-grade soul ring still filled her with distaste. Wasn't this already agreed upon? Let's not delay. You protect me while I absorb the soul ring, Hu Jio said nonchalantly, a hint of delight appearing on his face as he gazed at the soul ring. Xiao Wu, I am sacrificing the quality of my second soul ring for your safety. Chapter 29. Transformational skill. The decade-old soul ring was effortlessly absorbed by Hu Jio, completed in a mere 5 minutes. Indeed, the decade-limited transformation creature soul skill was subpar. It seemed he would have to wait for the upgrade of the automatic panel. Noticing minimal increase in his soul power, Hu Jio mused to himself. Upon mentioning the automatic panel, a vibrant blue interface materialized before him, shimmering with specks of golden light. As the second soul ring's automatic position began to appear beside the first, taking advantage of this moment, he examined the skill of the second soul ring he had acquired. The second soul ring skill was named Transformation, which he was already aware of. Its effect was to locally adjust 1's muscles, thereby altering 1's appearance. The effect was quite weak, suited for petty tricks. However, Hu Jio contemplated another application of this skill in his mind. Altering 1's muscles, beyond just the face, could extend to other areas as well. For instance, if he could modify the density of his bodily muscles, would that not effectively enhance his physical attributes? Furthermore, enhancing the nervous system could potentially accelerate his reaction times. As Hu Jio's thoughts wandered, the automatic position for the second soul ring successfully activated. In an instant, the image of the second soul ring appeared on the automatic panel. The decade-old soul ring was precisely that, neither more nor less. Glancing at the ages of his 2 soul rings, Hu Jio couldn't help but chuckle. His first soul ring had aged 606 years, while the second was merely 10 years old. It seemed quite the reversal. Xiao Jio, how is the new skill? Is it effective? Xiao Wu, standing by to protect him, eagerly inquired as Hu Jio opened his eyes. Shaking his head, Hu Jio maintained an even expression. The effect is not particularly impressive, but that was to be expected. As he spoke, a soft crimson glow began to envelop him, and under its radiance, his features subtly transformed. His nose elongated, his eyes widened, and his chin became slightly rounder. Such a slight alteration, at first glance, one might mistake it for Tang San. Xiao Jio, this is quite amusing. If one were not particularly familiar with Tang San, they might indeed think you were him. Xiao Wu clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, give me a carrot to taste, and I shall assist in evaluating the effect. In response to Xiao Wu's eager gaze, Hu Jio extended his right hand, activating the transformation of his second soul skill. As a pale red carrot gradually materialized in his grasp. His carrot martial spirit possesses distinct advantages, functioning both as a plant-type soul master and as a food-type soul master. When utilized as a plant type, his soul skill acts upon himself, negating the need to consume the carrot. With merely a thought, he can employ the skill, and its duration is notably prolonged. Conversely, as a food-type soul master, he can bestow the skill upon the carrot for others to consume, thereby allowing them to harness his abilities, albeit with a reduced duration. Currently, this transformed second soul skill enables one to alter their appearance for half a day. During the skill's active period, multiple modifications can be made until the duration expires. Hee, Xiao Jio, your carrot is even more delectable. Unable to contain her excitement, Xiao Wu eagerly devoured Hu Jio's carrot, her eyes squinting in bliss, resembling adorable crescent moons. After consuming the carrot, Xiao Wu's appearance underwent subtle changes. Her eyes elongated and narrowed, her nose thickened, her lips plumped, and her face elongated, transforming her strikingly into Hu Jio. Hee. How do I look? Am I like your sister? No, I mean, am I like your elder sister? After the transformation, Xiao Wu playfully inquired. Haha, you resemble a younger sister indeed. You are far too young, Xiao Wu, Hu Jio chuckled. Oof, I am an elder sister. Xiao Wu retorted defiantly. Well, you may resemble anything you wish. There will be ample opportunities to play later. For now, we must depart. For the city lord of Mado may be dispatching someone to seek us. Hu Jio gently tapped Xiao Wu on the head, offering a reminder. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten our departure. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves in trouble when they locate us. Upon hearing Hu Jio's prompt, Xiao Wu suddenly recalled the predicament they had encountered yesterday, realizing they should have vacated the vicinity of Mado City sooner. Both were 20-level Great Soul Masters. Although Hu Jio was an auxiliary Soul Master, his physical prowess was commendable due to his training in the chaotic wind hammer technique. As they sprinted with all their might, the rush of wind whistled past their ears as they raced towards Nodding City. Along the way, Hu Jio regarded Xiao Wu with a teasing expression. With a mischievous grin, he asked, Xiao Wu, I have acquired my soul ring, and you are also at level 20. You assisted me in obtaining my soul ring. So now it is my turn to help you. Absolutely not. Xiao Wu vehemently declined without a moment's hesitation, only to realize her hasty response was inappropriate. She quickly turned to Hu Jio with an apologetic look, stammering, My second soul ring is already arranged. I shall obtain it in a few days. So I won't trouble you. Oh, what does it matter? You have assisted me countless times. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to let me know. And I shall certainly assist you. Hu Jio adopted a magnanimous demeanor, secretly reveling in the knowledge that Xiao Wu need not hunt for a soul ring at all. She was, after all, a 100,000-year soul beast, and upon reaching the appropriate level, she would naturally acquire her soul ring with ease. Judging by the aura of soul power emanating from Xiao Wu, it was likely she had already obtained her second soul ring, merely choosing not to disclose it to him. It appeared that the little rabbit was not as innocent as she seemed. Haha, truly, it is unnecessary, Xiao Wu chuckled awkwardly. Very well. Just as Hu Jio was about to speak further, he suddenly twitched his ears and furrowed his brow. Xiao Wu, let us proceed this way. There seems to be a situation ahead. Through the combination of sound and touch, he had sensed impending danger looming ahead. The danger was directed at them. Fortunately, Hu Jio had a keen sense, or else he would have collided directly with them. Grasping Xiao Wu, they veered off the main road, plunging into the underbrush, vanishing from sight. A mile away, two middle-aged men dressed as soul masters were hastening toward Hu Jio's original direction. One of them, with the visage of a wild dog, was intermittently flaring his nostrils, as if scenting something. Xiao Wu, hurry, even faster. They are closing in. Hu Jio felt a surge of urgency. The two pursuers possessed a profound aura of soul power. Only those above the 30th level could exude such a potent presence. In contrast, both he and Xiao Wu were merely at the 20th level, making a direct confrontation uncertain. After all, while battling above one's rank could be exhilarating, it was also perilous. The typically cautious Hu Jio had no desire to engage in such risky encounters. He preferred to crush the weak. Cannot shake them off? Xiao Jio, why don't we fight them? Xiao Wu is eager, unafraid of combat. Whether we can win or not, we can decide after we fight. Fight? Even if we can't escape, wouldn't it be better to set an ambush? Chapter 30. The Return. Xiao Wu, we're not running anymore. Let us confront them. After fleeing for a quarter of an hour, Hu Jio reluctantly realized that although he could anticipate the enemy's arrival, he could not shake them off. He had employed numerous evasive tactics, yet none bore fruit. With no other option, Hu Jio steeled himself and resolved to deal with the two foes first. Arriving at a low mound of earth, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu concealed themselves, preparing for a surprise attack. Xiao Wu, the old strategy applies. You draw the enemy out, while I observe for an opportunity to strike. Let us aim to take them down. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Hu Jio's eyes. He would never show mercy to his adversaries. All right, just watch me. Xiao Wu confidently patted her chest, brimming with fighting spirit. Evasion was never her style, combat was. Had she not been concerned for Hu Jio's safety, she would have already turned back to engage the enemy in a fierce struggle. Be alert, they are coming. A few minutes later, Hu Jio's gaze sharpened, his iron hammer gripped tightly. ready to unleash the chaotic hammer technique. In the distance, two silhouettes emerged, advancing toward their hiding spot. Damn it, are these two kids rabbits? They can run so fast. Upon hearing them referred to as rabbits, Hu Jio glanced at Xiao Wu, who was crouched and poised for action. Now that's a true rabbit. As the two men swiftly approached their concealed mound, Xiao Wu propelled herself forward like a flash of lightning, charging directly at the Soul Master with the wild dog-esque beard. The Soul Master before them clearly belonged to the reconnaissance category, lacking in direct combat prowess. It was precisely because of him that they had been unable to shake off their pursuers, thus, he was the first to be eliminated. Bold indeed. Behind the wild dog Soul Master, another Soul Master suddenly turned as Xiao Wu approached, unleashing a fierce roar as his martial spirit manifested. His lips curled to reveal two sharp fangs, and a guttural sound escaped his mouth, signifying the presence of his martial spirit, a wild boar. However, undeterred by the boar Soul Master's roar, Xiao Wu executed a graceful somersault, her long legs slicing toward the enemy's neck with precision. Simultaneously, Hu Jio, concealed behind a small mound, disregarded the risk of exposure, wielding his iron hammer with a formidable presence, generating power with each rotation. The chaotic wind hammer technique dictated that the more consecutive strikes he delivered, the greater the accumulated strength. Given sufficient time, he would not fear even a soul sect, let alone just two soul venerables. With the wild boar Soul Master providing support, Xiao Wu's ambush did not succeed. However, leveraging her agility, she skillfully ensnared the enemy. The suddenness of the assault left the two middle-aged Soul Masters no time to contemplate other options, failing to notice Hu Jio gathering strength behind the mound. Strike after strike. In less than half a minute, Hu Jio had amassed over 50 powerful blows, and he continued unabated. 58, 59, 60. Unceasingly. He counted the strikes of the chaotic wind hammer technique, and as he reached 60, sweat began to bead upon his brow, his muscles taut and rippling. No longer could he be deemed merely a support Soul Master. One could easily mistake him for a battle Soul Master. Xiao Wu. Upon reaching 75 strikes, Hu Jio finally approached his limit, unable to maintain the accumulation of power any longer. At the 8th level of the chaotic wind hammer technique, once he reached 81 strikes, each blow would possess a force of 5,000 pounds, a feat his current frame could not withstand. Nevertheless, the 75th strike was impressive, yielding over 2,000 pounds of force. The enemy's failure to interrupt his ultimate move was their gravest error. With the hammer poised, it unleashed a thunderous roar, the ground itself trembling under the ferocity of his unleashed energy. Die. With a decisive strike, Hu Jio did not spare a glance at his adversary, only striking after confirming Xiao Wu's departure. The earth trembled beneath him, as if plowed by a mighty beast, and the foes that had just been pressing Xiao Wu were left in utter disarray. Hu Jio had no desire to witness their fate. Your hammer technique has become truly formidable, exclaimed Xiao Wu, her expression one of astonishment. With such offensive power, it likely rivaled that of a soul sect. We must leave. The commotion here is too loud and may attract unwanted attention. Feeling the emptiness of his internal soul power, Hu Jio felt a twinge of unease. Without strength, safety seemed elusive. Nevertheless, his physical prowess remained intact, and he moved swiftly. 2 hours later, they had traversed beyond the borders of Mado City, stepping into the territory of Nodding City. We're safe now, Xiao Wu. The pursuers from Mado City cannot catch up with us, Hu Jio remarked, easing his pace to a leisurely stroll. Indeed, it was merely a minor lord. To secure the services of a Soul Master of the Scout rank was already impressive. For Scout-type Soul Masters are not often powerful and rarely develop significantly. Xiao Jio, I wish to learn your hammer technique, she declared. Imagining Xiao Wu wielding a hammer brings hesitation, Hu Jio replied. This technique was passed down from the father of Tang San. If you truly wish to learn, inquire with Uncle Tang how when we meet him. Xiao Wu's awe was merely a fleeting reaction to the overwhelming power of the technique. When the time came, she would likely find it beneath her. Furthermore, the chaotic hammer technique was not easily mastered. Just look at Tang San, who, despite having witnessed its high-level prowess and diligently practicing, remained at the 64 hammer stage. At this point, only the final strike held any merit. The rest were utterly ineffective. Oh, then forget it. I wouldn't seek out Tang San's father. Xiao Wu huffed, her demeanor one of disdain. At present, her relationship with Tang San was far from amicable. Had it not been for Hu Jio, they would have likely clashed long ago. Haha, it's just a hammer technique. Once your cultivation improves, such complexities will become unnecessary, Hu Jio reassured her. The chaotic hammer indeed posed challenges. Its power was low prior to charge completion, especially in critical combat scenarios. Had Hu Jio not been prudent, allowing Xiao Wu to draw the enemy's attention, he would have had no time to charge to 75 strikes. Indeed, that technique is rather lackluster. If the enemy anticipates its characteristics, there is no chance to employ it. Xiao Wu scoffed, raising her chin in defiance. Xiao Wu makes a valid point, Hu Jio acknowledged, contemplating the effects of his next soul ring. As Xiao Wu had articulated, while the chaotic hammer technique was potent, it required time to deploy, which could not be interrupted. Thus, a skill enabling him to evade enemy attacks became essential. Instantly, Xiao Wu's future teleportation skill flashed in his mind. It seemed to belong to the lightning rabbit. Yet, he pondered whether Xiao Wu would permit him to hunt it, given that it was still a rabbit. Aside from teleportation, he contemplated flight. The ability to fly would prove advantageous before becoming a title de law, as many soul masters lacked aerial skills, granting a significant edge in battle, even at the title de law level. The difference in speed between those with and without flight skills was considerable. However, these were matters for the future. At present, he was only at level 20. And pondering the next realm felt premature. In the days that followed, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu encountered no further troubles, returning to the academy after 4 days. Before Hu Jio could rest, Tang San arrived in a flurry, his face a mask of fury. Haha, Xiao San, it's been a while. Hu Jio greeted awkwardly. Humph, you truly are something. Leaving without a word. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Tang San's countenance remained cold, his displeasure directed at Hu Jio. He had not anticipated Hu Jio's audacity to venture alone for a soul ring. Oh, but it seemed he was not alone, as Xiao Wu accompanied him. Yet, could she truly match Tang San's strength? Haha, I was merely in a rush. Next time, I promise to inform you in advance. Hu Jio laughed nervously. Did you obtain a soul ring? Tang San inquired, a hint of melancholy in his tone, knowing Hu Jio's character. He surmised that he would not return without achieving his goal. Indeed, the skill 72 transformations has reached its peak, rendering it omnipotent, a divine technique. Hu Jio's expression radiated excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a great fortune. Is it a 10-year soul ring? And what is the current effect of the skill? Tang San scrutinized him, awaiting a response. Well, Xiao San, isn't the present status rather inconsequential? We must focus on the future, not dwell on immediate concerns. Hu Jio's smile faltered as he awkwardly attempted to shift the topic. Xiao San, I have a new idea. I would appreciate your insight. Though aware of Hu Jio's attempts to divert the conversation, Tang San recognized the importance of moderation and thus softened his tone. What is your idea? You are aware of the transformation abilities of the chameleon? While they are relatively weak initially, they are not without merit. I propose enhancing muscle strength through these transformations. Wouldn't that elevate our power? Hu Jio gazed at Tang San, hopeful for affirmation, knowing this idea had struck him unexpectedly. Had Tang San not arrived, he might have already begun experimenting. That's worth a try. I believe your idea is feasible. Despite knowing Hu Jio often concocted peculiar notions, Tang San was consistently astonished by his creativity. Many times, Hu Jio's imaginative concepts left him in awe. All right, I'll delve into this. Hu Jio beamed. Feeling a sense of relief, it seemed he had passed this hurdle. It was not fear of Tang San that troubled him, but rather the understanding that Tang San's concern stemmed from genuine care, worried that Hu Jio's choice of soul ring might impact his future development. These matters are well understood by Hu Jio. However, there are considerations he cannot share with Tang San, which has contributed to the current situation. After Tang San's departure, Hu Jio reclined on his bed and began to experiment with his transformation abilities. He started with his skin, under the acute perception of his remarkable senses. Enhancing the density of his skin proved to be a manageable task. A faint red glow danced across his skin, and he could distinctly feel a tightening sensation. Raising his arm to observe the firming skin, Hu Jio felt a surge of confidence. What of the worthless soul rings? Only incompetent soul masters possess worthless rings. Furthermore, he realized there was potential for alteration in the nervous system. By augmenting the nerves, his bodily reaction speed would undoubtedly improve. However, experimenting with the nervous system required caution, so he decided to proceed gradually. Next, Hu Jio embarked on other experiments, endeavoring to strengthen every aspect of his physique through transformation. Fortunately, his transformation skills were still in their infancy. Had they been more advanced, he might have encountered peril. Through experimentation, he uncovered various applications of his transformation abilities. For instance, the initial enhancement of his skin increased its density, thereby augmenting his resilience against impacts. Altering the muscles in his calves enabled him to run swifter, while modifying the neural pathways in his hands allowed for quicker hand speed. Remarkably, in just one night of experimentation, he had developed a multitude of applications for his transformation skill. The following day, upon learning of Hu Jiao's return, the eagerly awaiting Xiao Chenyu and others rushed to his door, brandishing golden soul coins and beseeching to purchase his accelerated training carrots. Only those who had experienced the effects of Hu Jiao's martial spirit could truly appreciate the extraordinary efficacy of his skills. It was akin to activating a speed booster. During training, one could feel the exhilarating sensation of soul power surging at an unprecedented rate, transforming the once arduous task of cultivation into a joyful experience. Over the past 6 months, due to their consistent consumption of Hu Jiao's carrots, each of them has experienced significant advancements in their cultivation. Among them, Lu Long and Ling Feng have each ascended 4 levels, attaining the rank of 15th level soul masters, while Xiao Chenyu has surpassed them all, elevating 5 levels to become a 16th level soul master. Such an acceleration in their progress was something they had never envisioned. In a few months, the day of their graduation will arrive, and it is said that several intermediate soul master academies have already reached out to them, promising free admission. Such treatment is something they have never experienced before. Therefore, their enthusiasm for the instigator of it all is boundless. Brother Hu, you're back. Was your journey safe? Had I known you would be away for so long, we would have accompanied you. It's been such a long time. We missed you dearly. Xiao Chenyu, with a shameless grin, showed no airs of being the son of the city lord before Hu Jiao. Hee, I see you must be longing for my carrots. Remember, before I left, I prepared an ample supply for you. How could you finish them so quickly? Hu Jiao smiled as he welcomed them. For these individuals were indeed his golden geese. To date, he had earned several hundred to 1,000 gold soul coins from them. Even after spending generously, he still had over 500 coins left. He believed that once he accumulated a bit more wealth, he would purchase a storage soul guide. He was quite envious of Tang San's 24 Bridges by Moonlight. However, storage-type soul guides were rather expensive. He had inquired and found that even the smallest ones cost over 10,000 gold soul coins. The money he had earned thus far was barely a fraction of that. Brother Jiao, you know we are nearing graduation. To secure a spot in a better academy, we have extended our training hours. Previously, 1 hour of practice a day sufficed. But now we're putting in at least 5 to 6 hours. Your carrots are simply not enough. Lu Long spoke with a hint of melancholy. It wasn't merely their own ambition. Rather, their families had noticed their rapid progress in soul power and insisted they increase their training duration. Haha. That is more like it. Look at me, your brother Jiao. Aside from studying, I spend my days training. In less than a year, I've already broken through to become a great soul master. You all ought to put in some effort too. Once your cultivation improves, at the very least, becoming a noble lord should be well within your grasp, Hu Jiao encouraged. Working hard is indeed beneficial. The more effort you put in, the more gold soul coins I can earn. Is Hu Jiao really working hard? Xiao Chenyu and the others exchanged glances, seemingly recalling only his daily adventures with sister Xiao Wu as they roamed through the entire city of Nodding. Chapter 32. The days without Xiao Wu. Well, consider yourselves fortunate. With my current soul power, I can satisfy your needs even with full-day training, as long as you can pay. Hu Jiao nodded. It would be foolish to forego wealth. With his cultivation as a level 20 great soul master, he could produce nearly 100 accelerated training carrots in one go. And producing 1,000 in a day was certainly feasible. When it comes to quick profits, what could surpass a food-type soul master? Were it not for the fear of attracting too much attention, he would have already expanded his clientele. We have money. We all have money. Xiao Chenyu produced a pouch of gold soul coins and handed it directly to Hu Jiao. We have some too. This is mine. Lu Long and Ling Feng were not to be outdone, each pulling out their own coin pouches, though it pained them slightly to part with their wealth. They accepted it for the sake of accelerating their training. After all 3 were affluent young heirs, and purchasing carrots was no issue for them. All right, 30 carrots each. Come find me when you run out. With a wink, Hu Jiao produced 100 carrots at once, the surplus being a special favor for them. After all, his carrots required no real cost, just the consumption of soul power, which would naturally replenish over time. By the time Xiao Chenyu and the others expressed their heartfelt gratitude and departed, night had already fallen. In the dormitory, Wang Sheng and the others had returned from their classes. After their reunion, a lively conversation ensued. Within the 7th dormitory for working students, Hu Jio's status was rather unique. These individuals are now all subordinates of Xiao Wu, and he shares a close bond with her. His combat prowess is formidable, subtly exhibiting the demeanor of a second-in-command. One could say he is leveraging Xiao Wu's influence. The indulgence in such a life is rather lamentable. On the following day, Xiao Wu approached him with a pitiful expression. Xiao Jio, I am about to venture out to hunt for soul rings. This time, my absence is likely to extend for over half a month. You must ensure that I am not left hungry, so please, hurry and give me some carrots. Why must it take so long? You eat so much that even if you brought food, it wouldn't last long, he retorted. Xiao Wu, despite her ability to create soul rings herself, chose to spend the better part of a day concocting excuses rather than simply staying put. Suddenly, Hu Jio felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of her leaving. How about I accompany you? With me by your side. You can eat as much as you desire, even to the point of excess. With a shift in mindset, he tested the waters. It was evident that Xiao Wu's lengthy departure meant she would be heading to the Stardow Forest. Should she allow him to accompany her, it would grant him the opportunity to uncover her true identity. Once she confessed, he could graciously assert that her identity mattered not to him, thus deepening their bond. Alas, despite Hu Jio's good intentions, Xiao Wu declined. With a troubled expression, she said, No, Xiao Jio. This time, I am returning home to enlist my family's assistance in hunting for soul beasts. They do not take kindly to outsiders, and I fear your presence might incite their ire. Indeed, the hope of meeting her family was dashed. Hu Jio did not press the matter further, truth be told. He felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought of meeting De Ming and Air Ming. Very well, wait a moment. I shall prepare more carrots for you, but do ration them. As Xiao Wu departed, Hu Jio found himself somewhat disoriented in her absence. After spending the last 6 months together, the sudden silence left a void within him. However, the reluctant look she cast back at him as she left filled him with a sense of satisfaction. It seemed he held a place in her heart after all. Indeed, the position of this work-study student in Shanghun village came with its own perks. After enduring a tedious morning of classes, Hu Jio reunited with Tang San. Xiao San, it has been too long since we last sparred. Shall we engage in a match? Historically, Hu Jio had little interest in combat, preferring to dominate his foes effortlessly. Many of Tang San's invitations to duel had been rebuffed. How much more enjoyable it would be to frolic with Xiao Wu during this time, now that she was absent. In order to stave off boredom and enhance his combat skills, he took the initiative to challenge Tang San. You wish to duel with me? Tang San looked at him incredulously, as if questioning Hu Jio's sanity. Xiao San, I caution you against regarding me with such skepticism. Otherwise, you may find my wrath unleashed. Hu Jio replied. At this moment, his heart was engulfed in astonishment. He was acutely aware of Xiao Jio's formidable strength, with merely 6 strikes. It was inconceivable that he could not withstand it. Yet, the reality before him was undeniable. He had indeed failed to endure, and in such a decisive manner. This situation can be attributed to a singular explanation. His hammer technique has undergone a remarkable enhancement. Haha, have you noticed? Recently, I have gained some insights. And it seems my chaotic hammer technique has leveled up, Hu Jio chuckled. Observing the self-satisfied Hu Jio, Tang San fell into silence. The hammer technique that belonged to him was now being showcased by another. Inferior in skill, he could only lament his fate. It appears that your transformation skill has been successfully tested. I can sense your speed has increased. Tang San gazed at Hu Jio, feeling rather dull in comparison. Indeed, the experimentation is nearly complete, and I have discovered various applications. However, to amplify the skill's potency, I must enhance the soul ring's level. Casting a glance at the second soul ring, now elevated to level 20, Hu Jio's face lit up with anticipation. If a mere 10-year limit yields such practicality, how much greater could the enhancement be with a 100-year limit? Calculating the time, it seems just over a month remains until the upgrade. And with the school vacation stretching over 2 months, there is ample time. In the following days, Hu Jio entered a serious state, diligently mastering the manipulation of water balloons and striving to refine his soul power control. At present, his offensive capabilities were limited to the chaotic hammer technique, leaving him quite unsatisfied. The shortcomings of the chaotic hammer technique were glaring. Despite his efforts to increase his speed to compensate for its flaws, he found it insufficient. Thus, it was time for his self-created skill, the spiral sphere, to emerge. Mastery of soul power manipulation is essential to create the spiral sphere, as only exceptional control can enable the soul power to form a rapidly rotating sphere, generating tremendous destructive force. During the absence of Xiao Wu, he found himself with little to occupy his time, allowing him to focus deeply on his training. In a matter of days, his soul power control had significantly improved. According to the progress panel, only a small fraction remained until his next upgrade. Perhaps before Xiao Wu's return, he would have successfully created his spiral sphere skill. His playful manipulation of the water balloons soon piqued Tang San's curiosity. "What is your latest idea, little Jiao?" Tang San inquired. Knowing that whenever Hu Jiao engaged in incomprehensible actions, it signified the emergence of a new concept, possibly a highly practical skill. In this regard, he seemed even more certain than Hu Jiao himself. It's nothing much. I simply believe our control over soul power is still inadequate. I think if we could concentrate the soul power and induce rapid rotation, much like this water balloon, utilizing precise control, we could generate explosive attack capabilities. Hu Jiao smiled casually, openly explaining to Tang San. Currently, he was grappling with how to make the water balloon explode. Perhaps having Tang San, who possessed the esteemed skills of the Tang sect, assist him could yield unique insights. After all, his advantage lay in the automatic training. Even if Tang San learned, his progress would never match Hu Jiao's speed. In Hu Jiao's eyes, Tang San would forever remain an underling. What an intriguing idea. How did you conceive it? Tang San was astonished by Hu Jiao's explanation, almost wishing to peer inside Hu Jiao's mind to understand its workings. The idea is certainly commendable, though it seems a bit challenging to implement. Aside from the somewhat weak soul power control, I have yet to experiment with the specifics of this rotational explosion. If even Naruto, with his simple-mindedness, could master the spiral sphere in Naruto, there is no reason I shouldn't be able to learn it. Although he did have an advantage of cheat codes, the theoretical difference isn't substantial. With a concrete operational method, considering my current soul power control strength, I should have already met the requirements. Upon hearing Hu Jiao's dilemma, Tang San furrowed his brow, rummaging through his memories of the Tang sect's skills to see if any techniques could address this aspect. Bound by sect rules, he could not divulge the Tang sect's ultimate skills, but sharing minor techniques was permissible, akin to exchanging martial arts experiences with a fellow practitioner. After a moment of thought, Tang San's eyes sparkled. He believed some techniques within his crane control and dragon capture skill might align with Hu Jiao's needs. Although not a perfect match, they were sufficiently close, and he was confident that with these insights, Hu Jiao's intelligence would enable him to realize his new skill. If Hu Jiao successfully created the skill, he might even benefit from a new technique himself. It is worth noting that in situations where he could not wield the Haotian hammer, Tang San's blue-silver grass attack power was limited. Thus, acquiring an additional offensive skill would undoubtedly be advantageous. Subsequently, Tang San casually found an excuse to share a few minor techniques from the crane control and dragon capture skill with Hu Jiao. In Hu Jiao's eyes, the subtle techniques imparted by Tang San ignited a spark of brilliance and wonder. "Good brother," Hu Jiao exclaimed, patting Tang San's shoulder with gratitude. To Tang San, these might merely be minor techniques, yet to Hu Jiao, they were treasures of immeasurable worth. The disparity in their perspectives naturally led to differing valuations. Chapter 34. The Spiral Sphere of Soul Power. With Tang San's assistance, Hu Jiao diligently progressed through the training of bursting water balloons and inflated balls over the following days. By now, he had mastered the ability to condense a rapidly spinning sphere in his hand. However, its duration was rather fleeting, dissipating in mere seconds. Unable to sustain it for long, the successful creation of the technique still eluded him. Nevertheless, he had accomplished the most challenging step. With continued practice, the explosive power of the spiral sphere would inevitably manifest. Time flew by during these days of dedicated study, and before he knew it, 20 days had passed since Xiao Wu's departure. According to her, she would return soon. Spiral Sphere of Soul Power launch. On the hillside behind the academy, Hu Jiao excitedly hurled the blurred sphere generated by its rapid rotation. With a soft thud, the spiral sphere struck a tree trunk a meter away, causing a small patch of bark to flutter to the ground. The power of the attack is strikingly apparent. It has finally come to fruition. Hu Jiao is indifferent to whether the attack power is weak. He merely observes that the fifth slot on his idle panel has now displayed the name of the soul power spiral sphere. As for the painfully inadequate attack power, the idle panel will naturally assist in enhancement. As long as the idle skill level is sufficiently high, one could create a hole in the heavens. At the very moment the soul power spiral sphere was successfully crafted, his soul power manipulation skill ascended to the 7th level. Flooding his mind with profound insights into energy manipulation, allowing him to condense the soul power spiral sphere with greater ease and proficiency. These two skills seem to complement each other quite well. Hu Jio, observing this scene, firmly etched it into his memory, recognizing it as a significant discovery that might prove useful in the future. With the successful creation of the spiral sphere, he felt compelled to showcase his achievement. Though he lamented the absence of Xiao Wu, thus, he turned to Tang San, who had been instrumental in helping him develop this skill. Without Tang San's guidance and techniques, although Hu Jio might have eventually created the skill, it would not have been accomplished in a mere 20 days. Therefore, as a gesture of gratitude, he resolved to let Tang San witness his new skill, adamantly denying any intention of showing off. Watch out, Tang San, skillfully pushing open the door to Tang San's dormitory. Hu Jio wasted no time and unleashed a spiral sphere. Startled, Tang San instinctively adopted a defensive stance, his eyes shimmering with purple light as his hands transformed to a jade-like hue, crossing protectively over his chest. With a whoosh, the rapidly spinning soul power enveloped Tang San, akin to a refreshing breeze. Xiao Jiao, Tang San exclaimed, not in anger at Hu Jio's surprise attack, but rather in fear of his hidden weapons being unleashed upon him. Had he not heard Hu Jio's warning, he might have found his arm sleeve arrow already in motion. Oh! Tang San's furious shout rendered Hu Jio momentarily frozen. It dawned on him that Tang San was no Xiao Wu. He was a master of concealed weapons, and were any of those lethal devices to strike him, he would likely face dire consequences. Cold sweat involuntarily trickled down his brow. It was a revelation to him that he had the audacity to befriend someone so perilous. How brave. Just kidding, Xiao San. You wouldn't take offense, would you? Hu Jio feigned nonchalance, silently vowing never to engage in such foolish antics again. Now, it was Tang San's turn to feel vexed. He couldn't possibly divulge to his dear friend that he had narrowly avoided a barrage of hidden weapons. What was that soul power sphere you just conjured? Tang San inquired, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Oh, I merely wanted to inform you that I have successfully created a new skill. Since you've already witnessed it, I shall take my leave now. With a wave of his hand, Hu Jio turned to exit, sensing that the atmosphere was not conducive for boasting. That could wait for another time. After all, given Tang San's current control over soul power, even if he wished to learn this skill, it would be beyond his grasp for now. Let him stew in envy. Upon returning to Dormitory 7, he discovered Xiao Chenyu and the others waiting for him. Have you finished eating already? This isn't the first time. It seems you've all been quite diligent lately. Brother Jio, I feel my soul power is on the verge of upgrading again. Xiao Chenyu's face shone with excitement. He was nearing level 17, and with a bit more effort, he might reach level 18 before graduation. At that point, he could even attend the Martial Soul Academy. Of course, I'm more than willing to assist. With no reservations, Hu Jio began crafting the accelerated training carrots while the dormitory was devoid of others. Hey, what are you all doing? Just as Hu Jio started his work, the door to the dormitory swung open, revealing a crisp and familiar voice. Xiao Wu, Hu Jio exclaimed with delight, as the figure before him was none other than the girl he had long yearned for. Xiao Jio, I'm back. Xiao Wu approached playfully, her charming face becoming clearer to Hu Jio. Why have you been gone so long? I've missed you. After a brief pause, Hu Jio reached out to tousle Xiao Wu's hair, speaking naturally. I have other matters to attend to. You all carry on. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly exited. Xiao Jio, really? There are others here. How could you say such embarrassing things? The others watched with teasing glances, yet secretly admired him. What a wonderful girl, they thought. But alas, she had fallen for this brat. Xiao Wu's return invigorated Hu Jio, who quickly crafted enough carrots, then waved the others away. Eagerly, he set out to find Xiao Wu. At the hillside behind the academy, their usual spot, Hu Jio knew without searching that Xiao Wu would be there. Sure enough, upon his arrival, he found her sitting on a stone, lost in thought. What are you pondering so intently? Hu Jio asked as he joined her on the stone. In just a month, he noticed that Xiao Wu had grown a bit taller, now standing slightly above him. Oh, nothing. Xiao Wu's eyes flickered momentarily before she broke into a smile. Could it be that Ming and Ming have said something they shouldn't have during your return? Knowing Xiao Wu well, he quickly surmised the reason behind her distraction, likely recalling her identity as a soul beast after her visit to the Stardew Forest. Thus, there was but one solution. Here, have a carrot. If one isn't sufficient, have two, until you forget your identity, little rabbit. Chapter 35. The upgrade of the second soul ring. Xiao Wu. Let me show you something. Once Xiao Wu's spirits lifted, Hu Jio smugly extended his hands, From nothingness emerged a soul power sphere, formed purely from the realm of soul energy. The sphere spun rapidly in Hu Jio's hands, the swirling currents causing his garments to flutter. Spiral sphere, engage. The condensed soul power sphere, after being compressed and spun, struck the ground, creating a small crater as dirt flew in all directions. Its power rivaled that of fireworks. This is merely a preliminary state. In a few days, once upgraded, it is anticipated that it will be applicable in combat. Have you ever witnessed the spiral sphere in action? By that time, with dual strikes, anyone who stands in the way will be met with my assault. An offensive prowess that rivals even that of battle spirit masters. Xiao Jio, has your skill creation been successful? A glimmer of surprise mixed with pride shone in Xiao Wu's eyes, for this was a self-created skill. Ordinary spirit masters can only utilize the few skills that come with their spirit rings throughout their lifetime, whereas Xiao Jio, with such exceptional talent, continues to devise one useful skill after another. Therefore, I must learn. Xiao Wu exclaimed. Go ahead and learn. This skill will indeed prove beneficial to your combat style. Hu Jio replied with a smile. However, to master my spiral sphere, your current ability to control spirit power falls short. Strive hard, and once you meet the criteria, I shall teach you. This spiral sphere skill is an advanced technique of spirit power manipulation, only attainable after reaching a certain level of mastery in spirit power control. As it stands, one must possess at least level 6 in spirit power manipulation to learn the spiral sphere. This condition is such that, not only Xiao Wu, but even Tang San has yet to meet it. Tang San's spirit power manipulation hovers around level 5, while Xiao Wu is slightly lower, currently at level 4. Rendering the path to learning the spiral sphere quite arduous. Enhancing spirit power manipulation is exceedingly challenging. Xiao Wu lamented, as Hu Jio's skills were renowned for their difficulty. Just the series of training exercises for water treading felt overwhelming to her. That is merely a reflection of your laziness. You've been too preoccupied with play. Look at Xiao San. He is nearing the required level. You must strive harder. It is not particularly difficult to motivate Xiao Wu to train earnestly. Simply igniting her competitive spirit suffices, and Tang San serves as an excellent benchmark, considering Xiao Wu's long-standing rivalry with him. Indeed. Upon hearing that Tang San's spirit power manipulation level surpassed hers, Xiao Wu became quite dissatisfied and immediately commenced her training. At her current level, she requires assistance while training her spirit power manipulation. She has already mastered walking on water, and now she must practice combat atop the water surface. During this training, Hu Jio expressed his willingness to assist. The newly acquired skill, Spiral Pill, had just been completed, and in order to apply it effectively in combat, practice was essential. Thus, it was opportune to train alongside Xiao Wu. Hu Jio's training focus was quite straightforward, primarily aimed at enhancing the release speed and cohesion of the Spiral Pill. The quicker the skill was unleashed, the smaller the condensed Spiral Pill would be, thereby amplifying its potency. With the experience provided through the automated panel, it took just a little over a day for the Spiral Pill to reach level 1. At this stage, the Spiral Pill had been compressed to the size of a grapefruit, capable of being released in approximately 1 second. Subsequently, after around 10 more days of training, the Spiral Pill was elevated to level 2, now comparable in size to an apple, and could be cast in half a second. On this particular day, the second soul ring advanced to a century in age, becoming a second yellow soul ring. As for the effects of the yellow soul ring, hey, Tang San, why are you following me? Do you want to fight? In the evening, Xiao Wu walked along the road, suddenly turning around to confront Tang San, who was trailing behind her. Who do you think I am? The person behind Xiao Wu stepped forward, asking with utmost seriousness. Tang San, are you out of your mind? You are Tang San, aren't you? Has your brain gone haywire? In response to Xiao Wu's unreserved remarks, the individual standing before her couldn't help but smirk, ultimately bursting into laughter. This little dance truly exhibits a lack of friendliness towards Tang San. Little dance, why not take a moment to recognize who I am? After a brief moment, the figure's facial features and physique began to transform, eventually morphing into Hu Jio. Little Jio? Little dance gazed at this scene in confusion, suddenly realizing she had been tricked by Hu Jio. However, in the past, Little Jio's transformation skills were not nearly as flawless. Not only did the facial features match perfectly, but even the physique had changed. So, were you able to distinguish between me and Tang San just now? Hu Jio inquired with a beaming smile. He discovered that the transformation skills at the century level had become significantly more potent. Now, not only could he perfectly mimic anyone's appearance, but even the aura he emanated bore no distinction. This skill would allow him to impersonate others without issue, provided he refrained from revealing his martial soul. Currently, the transformation ability still could not alter the martial soul. I cannot discern any differences. Not only the appearance and physique, but even the aura is identical. How astonishing! Little Dance exclaimed. Astonishing indeed. Yet, I wonder if the century-level transformation can conceal Little Dance's soul beast aura. This aspect is beyond his verification, after all. Only those at the level of a title Douluo can uncover the true form of Xiao Wu, regardless of whether concealment is achievable. He is resolved to provide her with one of his transformative carrots daily, just in case it proves effective. Besides the ability to morph into others, this skill significantly enhances his own capabilities. The century-old spirit ring elevates his soul power to the 21st level, while also augmenting his muscle and nervous system, yielding effects that exceed fivefold compared to before. Given the current results, he is confident that his choice was prudent. This spirit ring skill is indeed worthwhile. Simultaneously, he eagerly anticipates the transformations that will occur once the spirit ring reaches a millennium. Will he be able to perfectly replicate another spirit ring? Or perhaps transform into other creatures, akin to a chameleon? A month later, as the Academy approaches its holiday break, his spiral sphere has ascended to level 3. And the condensed sphere now resembles the size of an egg, producing astonishing fluctuations of soul power that are evident to the discerning eye. Throughout this period of cultivation, Xiao Wu has made considerable progress. Her control over soul power has reached the threshold required to learn the spiral sphere, and she is currently engaged in the initial training phase, focusing on bursting water balloons. As for Tang San, he is not lagging behind. Although his progress is not as swift as Xiao Wu's due to his additional training in the techniques from the Xiantian treasure record, he has already advanced to level 6 and is also beginning to practice the spiral sphere. If one were to assess their innate talent for cultivation, it seems Tang San may not quite measure up to Xiao Wu. However, Xiao Wu's playful nature has led her to devote less attention to training, making their talents appear comparable. In the blink of an eye, Hu Jiao has spent a year at the academy, during which time old Jack, Hu Rui, and Ima have visited on several occasions. Now, the holiday period has finally arrived. Chapter 36. Returning home. Xiao Wu. With the academy's break approaching, what are your plans? Hu Jiao inquired, his gaze fixed on her. This holiday spans a month, and in a bid to avoid parting with Xiao Wu, he has resolved to coax her into returning to his home. As for me, I suppose I will remain at the academy. The holiday isn't particularly long, Xiao Wu replied, tapping her pink lips with her finger repeatedly. Not returning home? Hu Jiao feigned surprise, fully embracing the theatrics. I'm not going back this time. I don't have any family. And it wouldn't be enjoyable, Xiao Wu said, her tone tinged with melancholy. Xiao Wu too seems to revel in theatrics. Previously, she had mentioned her family assisting her in obtaining a spirit ring, yet now she claims to be without relatives. How capricious. Ah, what a pity. I plan to return home after the break. In the meantime, I shall prepare plenty of carrots for you, lest you find yourself short, Hu Jiao lamented. The two performers were diligently showcasing their skills. Initially disheartened at the thought of missing out on carrots, Xiao Wu's eyes soon sparkled with a brilliant idea. Hey, Xiao Jiao. How about I accompany you home after the holiday? Would you allow me to visit your place? She proposed, eager for the freshly prepared carrots that could not be matched by any pre-prepared ones. As a rabbit, she had a preference for the freshest fare. Come to my home? Absolutely, you are always welcome, Hu Jiao replied, pleasantly surprised by the success of his plan. Realizing that spending time with Xiao Wu would be far more enjoyable than being with Tang San. Then it's settled. I shall go to your home. Xiao Wu affirmed with a nod. As a rabbit, she held little regard for societal conventions, often acting according to her whims. Her fondness for carrots naturally drew her closer to Hu Jiao. Perhaps this is the advantage of a caretaker? 3 days later, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Hu Jiao set off on their journey home. All three are 21st level Great Soul Masters, allowing them to traverse the distance with remarkable speed, reaching the vicinity of Shahan Village in a mere 2 hours. Upon sighting the entrance of Shahan Village, Tang San's eyes sparkled with anticipation. In this life, he yearned for familial affection. Throughout the past year of study, every time Hu Jiao's family visited, he felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment, for his father, Tang Hao, was absent. Having not seen him for a year, he found himself increasingly eager to reunite with his father. Beside him, Hu Jiao shook his head subtly at Tang San's expression. Ah, little San, you must brace yourself for disappointment. Your father is notorious for his cruelty towards children, preferring to protect you from the shadows rather than meet you face to face. Ever since the enhancement of his sensory skills to level 7, He had frequently sensed Tang Hao's presence. Perhaps Tang Hao himself was taken aback that within this modest initial Soul Master Academy, someone possessed such acute perception. Of course, this was partly due to Tang Hao not meticulously concealing his aura. Otherwise, given Hu Jio's current cultivation level, he would never have detected it. Wow, Xiao Jio. Is this your hometown? It's so beautiful, little Wu exclaimed, nibbling on a carrot, her lively steps echoing with delight. Come on, we are almost home. Hu Jio replied with a smile, quickening his pace. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Hu Jio glanced at the visibly excited Tang San, feeling a pang of sympathy for the impending disappointment he would face. After some contemplation, he resolved to accompany Tang San first. Little San, let us go meet Uncle Tang Hao together. I brought back some fine wine from Nodding City. Having sold carrots to Xiao Chenyu and others, he had accumulated some wealth, allowing him to indulge in generous purchases for his family before returning home, especially for his father, Hu Rui, who had nearly emptied their cellar in pursuit of mastering Tang Hao's erratic hammer techniques. Yes, let us go together, Tang San nodded, aware that several of Hu Jio's belongings were still at his place, intending to visit Hu Jio's home after seeing his father. At the western edge of the village, the trio arrived at Tang San's residence. Father, I'm back. Tang San rarely exhibited such childlike exuberance. It was a rare sight as he normally carried himself with the gravity of an old soul. Eagerly pushing the door open, he was met with silence. Suddenly, the curtain of the inner room was drawn back, revealing the face of old Jack. Grandpa Jack, Grandpa, both Tang San and Hu Jio exclaimed in astonishment, one genuinely and the other feigning surprise. Where's my father? Tang San inquired anxiously upon seeing old Jack, sensing an ominous premonition. Old Jack held a letter in his hand and, with a wry smile, looked at Tang San. See, this is what Tang Hao left behind. It seems he has already departed. Tang San hurriedly seized the letter, his gaze fixated on its contents. The brief lines rendered him speechless for half a minute, his expression gradually morphing into one of despondency. Don't worry, Tang San. Uncle Tang Hao will be fine. Consider his erratic hammer techniques. He is no ordinary blacksmith. His departure must be for a reason. You will meet again in due time, Hu Jio reassured, patting Tang San on the shoulder. Indeed, my father is likely not an ordinary person. His sudden departure must pertain to important matters. I must remain strong and await his return at the academy. Tang San rallied himself, though the sorrow etched on his face remained unmistakable. Grandpa Jack, Xiao Jio, you should head back. I'll bring your things over later. The house is a bit messy, and I need to tidy up first, Tang San said, folding the note in his hand. All right, I'll wait for you at home. Come over for dinner tonight, Hu Jio urged, tugging at old Jack, signaling him to refrain from further counsel. At this moment, Tang San required solitude, and it was prudent for others not to intrude. Upon leaving Tang San's residence, Hu Jio introduced Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, this is my grandfather. You may call him Grandpa as well. Turning to his grandfather, he added, Grandpa, this is Xiao Wu, my dear friend, here to spend a few days with us. Xiao shot Hu Jio a playful glare before sweetly addressing Grandpa Jack. She had heard Tang San refer to him in such a manner, but she was not so naive as to call him Grandpa outright. You mischievous Hu Jio, always picking on others, she thought. Ah, so your name is Xiao Wu. What a lovely young lady. Make yourself at home here. If Hu Jio bothers you, just let me know, and I shall teach him a lesson. Grandpa Jack replied with a benevolent smile. It would be wonderful if such a well-behaved girl could become my granddaughter-in-law, he mused. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. Xiao Wu teased Hu Jio by sticking her tongue out, standing beside Grandpa Jack, feeling a sense of security, joyfully returning home. Grandpa Jack chose not to retreat to his own quarters, reluctant to part with his beloved grandson. At home, Hu Rui and Ai Ma awaited their son's return with eager anticipation. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, their warmth surged, momentarily sidelining Hu Jio. Chapter 37. Meteor Hammer. That evening, Tang San visited Hu Jio's home. After a half-day of adjustment, the traces of despondency had vanished from Tang San's face. Hu Jio retrieved the gifts he had purchased from the 24 moonlit bridges, Grandpa Jack's tobacco leaves, his father Hu Rui's fine wine, and his mother Ai Ma's beautiful garments. Although he scolded Hu Jio for his extravagant spending, the elders accepted the gifts with joy. Haha, it didn't cost much, have you forgotten? My martial spirit is food-related, and earning a little money on the side is quite easy. I haven't squandered it, Hu Jio explained with a smile. He briefly mentioned his ability to earn, as he had prepared to leave some money at home to enhance their living conditions. After a few days of leisurely wandering around Holy Spirit Village with Xiao Wu, Hu Jio began to attend to his serious matters. Since the wind hammer technique had risen to level 8, he had realized that the supplementary hammer he had acquired from Tang San's home was no longer suitable. It felt weightless in his grasp and could not fully harness his strength, severely impacting his capabilities. Previously, he had lacked the time, but now, with the academy on break and Tang San, the adept blacksmith, available, he decided to seek his assistance in crafting a new hammer. Perhaps it should no longer be referred to merely as a hammer. You desire a hammer with a spherical head and spikes on top? Upon hearing Hu Jio's description of the weapon, Tang San's gaze towards him shifted profoundly. Is this not a formidable meteor hammer? What kind of ruthless individual could conceive of wielding such a weapon? Can it truly be crafted? Observing Tang San's hesitant gaze, Hu Jio inquired. Indeed, it can be fashioned. Yet are you certain you wish to employ this weapon? Once the meteor iron hammer is unleashed, it spells either death or grievous injury. Tang San hoped Hu Jio would contemplate this carefully. Certainly, since it is a weapon, its purpose is to kill, thus, it must be as merciless as possible. Hu Jio asserted with conviction. To confront an adversary necessitates a fierce resolve, and if the situation demands, one must eradicate the threat entirely. To show mercy towards one's enemies is to jeopardize one's own life. Very well, however, the weapon you desire is rather heavy. A hammerhead weighing 100 pounds will require considerable effort to forge. Come, lend me your assistance. Acknowledging that Hu Jio understood the gravity of his actions, Tang San ceased his persuasion. Brother, let it be known that no one can rival the ruthlessness of the Tang sect's hidden weapons. He himself was not without his dark qualities. All right, I shall assist you. Ensure that the hammerhead is crafted with precision in the future. I will seek materials that can be retracted to replace the handle. A meteor hammer with an iron chain is his preferred weapon, as the chain can maintain its form under the control of his 7th level soul power. Most importantly, it can be adjusted in length, enabling both ranged and close combat, though its appearance may leave much to be desired. When he first envisioned this weapon, an image of a colossal, bare-chested giant wielding a meteor hammer larger than his head flashed before his mind. What a sight that would be! The materials for forging are readily available, as Tang San possesses ample wrought iron at home. To craft the weapon for Hu Jio, Tang San generously gathered all the wrought iron from his residence and set to work with fervor. The initial step in crafting a weapon involves refining the wrought iron. In this regard, Hu Jio could also lend his expertise. A massive pile of wrought iron, the size of a barrel, was rendered incandescent by the flames fueled by the efforts of both Hu Jio and Tang San, as they together executed the chaotic hammering technique to forge the iron. Through this forging process, the disparity in their strength became vividly apparent. When Tang San struck, the iron block would dent visibly, yet the impact seemed rather unremarkable. But with Hu Jio's hammer, it was an entirely different spectacle. Each swing sank into the raw metal as if it were mere clay, leaving gaping holes with every blow. Every descent of his hammer resounded with a thunderous crash, shaking the very foundation of the forging platform. The ground beneath Tang San's house trembled violently with each strike, and dust cascaded from the rafters in a relentless shower. This scene plunged Tang San into profound astonishment. Each strike from Hu Jio likely possessed a force no less than 500 pounds, and as time progressed, Hu Jio's strength only intensified further. This caused Tang San to worry that Hu Jio might inadvertently collapse his home. Xiao Jio, do be gentle, don't dismantle my house. Oh, very well, Xiao San. How about you take the bellows while I handle the refining of the wrought iron? I can manage that alone. Hu Jio flashed a grin, relishing the desired effect. He recalled how, in his quest to master the chaotic wind hammer technique, he would watch Tang San intently as he forged iron, while he himself stood by, pulling the bellows in silent frustration. Now, the tables had turned. It was finally Tang San's turn to assist him with the bellows. All right. I shall tend to the bellows for you. Tang San had no objections to this arrangement. With Hu Jio's exceptional skill, he found himself somewhat redundant. Furthermore, as he planned to forge several items, having Hu Jio's free labor would certainly ease his burden. The two of them toiled industriously, while Xiao Wu, unfortunately, felt the absence of Hu Jio's company, rendering her experience less enjoyable. Fortunately, Emma was there to alleviate her boredom. Upon noticing the situation, Mother Emma took her along for farm chores, allowing her a taste of rural life. Of course, even while accompanying her, she ensured that Xiao Wu was not burdened with labor, essentially transforming the experience into a playful adventure. In this manner, Hu Jio could work diligently on crafting his own weapon within the Tang family's abode. After a week of meticulous effort, Hu Jio and Tang San succeeded in refining the raw cast iron, transforming it from the size of a water bucket to that of a small ball. At this juncture, It can no longer be referred to as pig iron. It ought to be designated as wrought iron. This wrought iron is forged into a lustrous black hue, immediately distinguishing it from ordinary iron. The next phase of crafting falls to Tang San, who, under the tutelage of Tang Hao, has also spent nearly a year working in the blacksmith shop in Notting City. When it comes to craftsmanship, even the most seasoned artisans cannot rival him. Were it otherwise, Hu Jio would not have sought Tang San's assistance in weapon forging. After all, he is not lacking in funds and could easily procure the services of any blacksmith without such exertion. Tang San's skills are indeed remarkable. The wrought iron transforms astonishingly under his expert hands, changing daily. Hu Jio observes in awe as menacing spikes gradually emerge from the spherical form before him, having gazed intently yet remaining utterly baffled by their manifestation. A fortnight later, Hu Jio beams with delight as he examines the sharp meteor hammer in his grasp, the spikes adorning the hammerhead filling him with immense satisfaction. This weapon, not merely intended for combat, possesses an intimidating presence. One would surely hesitate to endure even a single strike from it. This meteor hammer, let's call it that for lack of a better name, weighed a hefty 132 gene with its head attached. Were it not for the continuous practice of the chaotic cyclone hammer technique that had subtly enhanced his physique, Hu Jio might not have been able to wield it at all. Grasping it in his hand filled him with a profound sense of fulfillment. Old friend, we'll be fighting side by side for a long time to come, Hu Jio murmured softly as he caressed the meteor hammer. Chapter 38. Xiao Wu acknowledges kinship. Eager to test the weapon's might, Hu Jio sought out Tang San and Xiao Wu for a sparring session. Yet, the moment they laid eyes on the spiked monstrosity, both recoiled in unison, adamantly refusing. The sight of those jagged barbs sent chills down their spines. Though they trusted Hu Jio not to harm them, the lingering unease made victory uncertain, and neither Tang San nor Xiao Wu had any interest in battles they couldn't win. Xiao Jio, now that I've forged your weapon, it's your turn to help me, Tang San said with a sly grin. With Hu Jio as free labor, he could craft at least a few simple yet effective hidden weapons in the remaining half-month. Images of willow leaf blades, coin darts, bone-piercing needles, sand shadow projectiles, back-mounted crossbows, and Juga divine crossbows flashed through his mind. When it came to exploiting Hu Jio's efforts, Tang San was a master. Sure, no problem, Hu Jio agreed readily. After all, the meteor hammer in his hand was Tang San's handiwork. Returning the favor was only fair. Besides, he was curious to witness the famed Tang sect hidden weapons in the making. Regardless of their practicality, what followed was an exhausting ordeal. Hu Jio hadn't anticipated Tang San's relentless demands, day after day of smelting ores without respite. He began to wonder whether the sheer volume of weapons produced would overflow Tang San's 24 moonlit bridges. Tang San is truly something else. For so many days, he has been toiling away, leaving no time for Xiao Wu. Speaking of Xiao Wu, Hu Jio revealed a peculiar smile. His mother, Emma, has been remarkably supportive. For reasons unknown, during the time he and Tang San were diligently laboring in the blacksmith shop, Emma spent every day with Xiao Wu, eventually recognizing her as a goddaughter. When Hu Jio first learned this news, he was quite taken aback. Xiao Wu had suddenly transformed from a mere ward to a beloved younger sister, leaving him momentarily flustered. On the spot, he posed a question that provided Emma with amusement for quite some time. Mother, if Xiao Wu has become a younger sister, can we still get married in the future? The word slipped out before he could restrain himself. Despite his belief in his own fortitude, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Emma's laughter nearly sent Hu Jio scurrying under the table. However, he soon received an explanation. I knew you were a mischievous lad. Don't worry. I'm actually aiding you. Just think, although you both attend the same academy now, who can predict the future? What if, years down the line, you go your separate ways? You'd be the one crying then. Thus, she had preemptively recognized Xiao Wu as her goddaughter, ensuring that regardless of where she goes, they would remain connected, right? Hu Jio looked at Emma, a mixture of amusement and exasperation in his gaze. Ah, such is the bond between mother and son. They think alike. While Hu Jio hadn't considered it quite so deeply, he did intend to keep Xiao Wu close. With him around, she wouldn't be able to escape. Not that easily. After all, a caretaker is not called that for nothing. Indeed, from now on, you can rest assured, Xiao Wu will inevitably be yours, Emma declared triumphantly. Proud of her cunning strategy. You're truly remarkable, mother, Hu Jio exclaimed, feeling that his own cleverness must have been inherited from Emma. Otherwise, how could his innocent and kind nature conceive such schemes? Emma's family had accepted an adorable little girl as a goddaughter, a grand occasion in the village. The festivities rivaled even the excitement surrounding Hu Jio's own awakening of his martial soul. In the Saint Soul village, with over 300 households, they hosted more than 100 banquet tables, with only those away missing from the celebration. Watching Xiao Wu shyly call him brother, Hu Jio felt a sweetness in his heart. Brother? Just wait until you can call me beloved brother, he thought lightly. Xiao Wu, Hu Jio called out. What is it? Xiao Jio? Xiao Wu's familiar address remained. Aside from calling him brother on the day of their recognition, she had not referred to him by that title again. Could you let your hair down so I can see? Hu Jio requested. He remembered how, upon growing up, Xiao Wu's hair cascading down had nearly melted his heart, as he had never seen her with her hair untied. Now that he was her godbrother, surely it wasn't too much to ask to see her like that. What do you want to do? Xiao Wu tilted her head, confusion etched on her face. Did she think her braids looked unappealing? Oh, I just want to see. Hu Jio thought of all the reasons he could offer. How could he admit that he was enchanted by the sight of her untamed hair in his previous life? Let me think about it. Xiao Wu playfully tapped her lips with her finger. Oh, are you hungry? Here, have a carrot. Observing her actions, Hu Jio instantly understood. He noticed Xiao Wu had a sweet little habit of pointing to her lips whenever she desired a carrot, which he found utterly adorable. Hee, now that's more like it. If you want to see, just let it be. I'll do it, Xiao Wu said, munching on a carrot, tilting her head to reveal her braided hair. Signaling Hu Jio to take action. Hu Jio wasted no time. After a considerable effort, he finally managed to style Xiao Wu's hair down, leaving him drenched in sweat. Beautiful. Gazing at Xiao Wu's gentle and graceful demeanor, Hu Jio felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile. Is it pretty? Xiao Wu asked softly. Very pretty. The days of vacation always passed swiftly, and before they knew it, a month had slipped away. As they prepared to part, both Xiao Wu and Emma felt reluctant to say goodbye. Emma truly regarded the adorable girl as her own daughter. Xiao Jio, once you arrive at the academy, ensure you protect Xiao Wu. If you mistreat her, just wait until I return to deal with you, Emma admonished Hu Jio with a serious tone. Rest assured, mother. I will take good care of Xiao Wu, Hu Jio replied, though he recalled Xiao Wu was a combat-type soul master while he was an auxiliary type, leaving him wondering how he could protect her. Not daring to voice his concerns, Hu Jio bid farewell to Emma, and together with Xiao Wu, they found Tang San, setting off for the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. This year, they have advanced to the 2nd grade. Tang San possesses a soul power of level 22, as does Hu Jio, while Xiao Wu has reached level 21. Indeed, during this month's vacation, both Tang San and Hu Jio have each elevated their levels by 1. Tang San, having acquired his 2nd soul ring, was already nearing level 22, while Hu Jio has genuinely progressed by 1 level. The automated panel has allowed him to continuously enhance his soul power around the clock, aided by the absorption capabilities of his 1st soul ring, which accelerates this process. Coupled with the high-level 7 soul power meditation technique, any notion of slow improvement is utterly unfathomable. This year marks Hu Jio's 2nd year studying at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, officially entering the 2nd grade. The life of a 2nd-year student lacks novelty, however. Due to the benefits of the automated panel, Hu Jio enjoys ample leisure time. Aside from attending classes, he spends most of his time joyfully exploring with Xiao Wu, embracing a carefree existence. In contrast, Tang San remains diligent, meticulously scheduling his training hours and also dedicating time to learn theoretical knowledge from the master, leaving him quite occupied. Notably, this year, he and Xiao Wu are not enrolled as work-study students, but are self-financing their education, each assigned to a private dormitory, just like Tang San. Hu Jio welcomes this arrangement, as it is preferable for a young girl like Xiao Wu to avoid co-ed accommodations. He himself would not have wished for it either. A year ago, his major clients, Xiao Chenyu, Lu Long, and Ling Feng graduated, nearly jeopardizing his client base. Fortunately, Hu Jio cleverly arranged for them to send representatives for future transactions, each acquiring a month's worth of supplies. Given their long-standing relationship, he was reluctant to lose such high-quality clients. The carrots he produces are hardly distinguishable from ordinary ones and can be stored for a month without issue, although, over time, the flavor may diminish slightly. His proposal quickly garnered the approval of Xiao Chenyu and the others. Before their graduation, Xiao Chenyu, a level 18 soul master, was invited to attend the Intermediate Academy of the Spirit Hall free of charge. Lu Long and Ling Feng, both at level 17, also joined him at the same institution. Subsequently, due to the intense training atmosphere and fierce competition at the Spirit Hall's Intermediate Academy, the trio's demand for Hu Jio's carrots increased significantly, yielding him over 1,000 gold soul coins each month. thus transforming Hu Jio into a financially secure individual. 3 months later, one day, Hu Jio gazes excitedly at the purple soul ring beneath his feet. It has been a long journey. His first soul ring has been automated for over a year. And it is only now that it has ascended to a Millennium Soul Ring, a weight that has made Hu Jio quite anxious. This is a Millennium Soul Ring, a rarity even for the protagonist Tang San, who possesses only a century-old soul ring. Confidence swells within Hu Jio, making him feel as if he is on the brink of defying the heavens. After experiencing the effects of the Millennium Soul Ring, he reckons that instead of merely defying the heavens, he should turn them upside down. Witnessing the effects of his first soul ring elucidates why Hu Jio feels so emboldened. Upon becoming a Millennium Soul Ring, the skill effect of his first soul ring transforms into a doubling of cultivation speed, which, when consumed, lasts for an hour. For him, this becomes a passive skill with a permanent enhancement duration. The effect is astonishingly powerful. However, he must remain composed and discreet. After a wave of exhilaration, Hu Jio returns to his senses, realizing that the astonishing nature of his soul ring must be kept under wraps. To those he does not absolutely trust, he cannot afford to divulge this secret. At present, the only two individuals he holds in absolute trust are Xiao Wu and Tang San. Furthermore, even when providing carrots to Tang San in the future, he must charge a fee, for who can blame him for being so frugal? Especially when Tang San refuses to teach him the Tang sex techniques. Hasn't he noticed the prolonged vacancy of his idol position? As for Xiao Wu, that's a different story. She remains penniless and is still under his care. And regarding Xiao Chenyu and the others, he will first experiment to see if he can diminish the cultivation effect of the carrots. If not, he shall cease this venture henceforth. In the face of personal safety, earning money becomes a trivial matter, especially since he is no longer in want of funds. How extravagant! The advancement of the soul ring, in turn, enhances his idol cultivation panel, allowing Hu Jio's soul ring level to leap forward astonishingly. A single day of idling remarkably elevates it by 5 years, leaving Hu Jio smiling from ear to ear. Such a pace of advancement, even a 10,000-year spirit ring would require only a few years. By that time, the effects of the 10,000-year spirit ring would begin to reciprocate, augmenting his daily longevity of perseverance. In this mutually reinforcing manner, continuous enhancement would ensue. This is the rhythm of achieving greatness. Furthermore, the appearance of his carrot has undergone a transformation. Once merely a pale red, it has now evolved into a deep crimson hue, appearing far more appetizing. The flavor has also changed, becoming increasingly delectable. This outcome directly led to Xiao Wu ceasing to eat regular meals, as she consumed nothing but carrots daily, never pausing in her newfound habit. This is an addiction to consuming carrots. At this moment, Hu Jio felt an immense sense of relief. Very well. I hereby officially declare the successful capture of one dancing little rabbit. Tang San, transfer the funds. The Millennium Spirit Ring has inflated Hu Jio's confidence considerably. Selling a carrot to Tang San for a silver soul coin is already a bargain. After all, he had previously sold an item that only increased cultivation efficiency by 10% for a gold soul coin, whereas this one, which doubles the cultivation speed, is only priced at a silver soul coin. Tang San himself felt it was undervalued. Little Jio, allow me to draft an IOU. I truly am out of funds at the moment. Tang San felt a twinge of embarrassment, apart from the 10 gold soul coins he received monthly from the Spirit Hall. His meager income from the blacksmith shop was all he had. Initially, he earned 1 silver soul coin per month there, but as his skills improved, his earnings had risen to 2 silver soul coins. Thus, even if Tang San refrained from eating and drinking, his monthly salary could only purchase around 100 carrots. He needed at least 8 a day, meaning his wages would last for merely 10 days of cultivation before he found himself destitute again. Yet, he was unwilling to forego the carrot that doubled his cultivation efficiency, leading to Hu Jio officially becoming Tang San's creditor. What are you talking about, little San? Hu Jio laughed triumphantly. Take it, eat as much as you want. If you run out, I have plenty more. Let us not discuss money, it's too sentimental. Just remember to repay me when you become successful in the future. Therefore, the matter of money was of little consequence. Hu Jio primarily wished to be Tang San's creditor. Once Tang San acquired the celestial herb, would he not feel compelled to reserve a piece for himself? Recalling vaguely from the original narrative, the quantity of celestial herbs Tang San obtained was limited, just enough for the Shrek 7 devils. Now that he had inserted himself into the equation, it was certain that one spot would be squeezed out. Hence, he needed to secure his position first. Oh, and considering Xiao Wu's share, it should actually be 2 spots. Very well. I shall keep a record of this. Tang San nodded earnestly, aware that Hu Jio's insistence on collecting his money stemmed from a desire to spare his feelings and protect his pride, employing a transactional approach to ensure he would not owe him a favor. However, he unfortunately saw through this clever ruse. Little Jio, wait for me. I will repay you in the future, he silently vowed within himself. With the doubled cultivation effects, the cultivation speed of Hu Jio, Tang San, and Xiao Wu surged dramatically, akin to riding a speeding carriage, with noticeable changes occurring daily. The speed at which their spiritual power increased instilled a profound sense of fear within them. Chapter 41. An Invitation from the Master. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. At this moment, due to the daily enhancement of his soul rings by 5 years from the idol panel, his second soul ring skill underwent a transformation, swiftly ascending to a Millennium Soul Ring. All soul rings, upon reaching the Millennium threshold, experience a significant amplification in skill effects. The transformation skill was no exception. Before Xiao Wu, Hu Jio's appearance gradually altered, his skin turned delicate, his head smaller, his cheeks flushed, and atop his head sprouted 2 pink rabbit ears. Subsequently, his attire, physique, and even a tail began to change. In mere seconds, the room harbored 2 Xiao Wus, one in her martial soul transformation state, the other not. Ah, Xiao Jio, you can even mimic my martial soul now. The untransformed Xiao Wu stepped forward, seizing Hu Jio's rabbit ears, playfully toying with them. Ah, Xiao Wu, stop playing with my ears. It tickles. A crisp, alluring voice escaped him. Hu Jio's gaze grew dazed. He hadn't anticipated Xiao Wu's rabbit ears to be so sensitive, nor had he expected his transformation skill to replicate this detail. Oh, I forgot. Xiao Wu hastily released them, her own ear sensitivity something she knew all too well. Instantly, her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, her gaze dropping. After a long pause, Xiao Wu lifted her head, feigning nonchalance. So, Xiao Jio, can you use my soul ring skills? She asked primarily because, while looking down earlier, she noticed 2 yellow soul rings beneath Hu Jio's feet, identical in rank to her current ones. Upon hearing this, Hu Jio closed his eyes, concentrating deeply. After a considerable while, he raised his head, frowning. Seems not. It's just a superficial change, no practical use, he admitted, somewhat disappointed. The prospect of replicating other soul skills would have been a game-changer. After all, among his idol slots, 1 remained vacant, and the 7th was on the verge of unlocking. If he could simulate soul skills, infiltrating major factions to freely acquire their unique techniques would be a dream. Just then, Hu Jio's dormitory door burst open. You too. Tang San stood aghast, staring at the 2 Xiaos before him, utterly bewildered. Can I say I'm just testing a new skill? Hu Jio hurriedly explained, though speaking in Xiao Wu's voice felt oddly unsettling. You're Xiao Jio? Tang San eyed the Xiao Wu in martial soul form, puzzled. He recalled Hu Jio's transformation skill couldn't replicate martial souls. Right. I really am testing the skill. As he spoke, Hu Jio's appearance shifted again, morphing from Xiao Wu to Tang San in an instant, not just in likeness but in attire as well. Blue silvergrass emerged, extending his right hand. A strand of blue silvergrass materialized in Hu Jio's grasp. How's that? Hu Jio smirked at Tang San. That's my blue silvergrass. Curious. Tang San summoned his own martial soul, comparing it with Hu Jio's. Incredible. Indistinguishable. Is this your second soul ring's advanced effect? Regarding Hu Jio's soul ring cultivation speed, Tang San had grown numb. The theory that soul rings couldn't change seemed trivial before Hu Jio. His progression outpaced even soul power advancement. What about the skills? Can you use my entanglement and parasite? Tang San echoed Xiao Wu's earlier question. Shaking his head, Hu Jio calmly replied, can't replicate soul ring skills yet. But no rush. At millennium level now, who knows at 10,000 years? A 10,000-year soul ring was merely years away. Even if skills couldn't be mimicked then, other effects would undoubtedly emerge. Hence, Hu Jio remained unfazed. True, your soul ring advancement is rapid. Tang San nodded in agreement. Geniuses like Hu Jio defied conventional standards. Oh, right. I came to tell you. My mentor is very interested in your first soul ring skill. He wishes to meet you. Tang San finally recalled his purpose. Master wants to see me? Then let's meet. Hu Jio had anticipated this day, though he hadn't expected it to come so late. Master's reaction was indeed sluggish. Meeting Master was inevitable. He had no reason to refuse. After all, his first soul ring's smooth acquisition owed much to Master's guidance. Repaying this debt was a must. When? Hu Jio inquired. Now, lest Master grows impatient. Tang San held Master in high esteem, executing his directives without fail. All right, let's go. Hu Jio had some understanding of Master, rigid, stubborn, inflexible. This is the impression that the master leaves in Hu Jio's heart. This individual is utterly devoid of adaptability, perpetually wearing a stern expression as if the entire world owes him a debt. Hu Jio has no inclination to engage with such a person. Moreover, he holds a certain disdain for the way Hu Jio handles Lu Erlong's emotional predicaments. Were he to lower his standards even slightly or act with decisiveness, the situation would not have escalated to its current state, having evaded resolution for decades, a most unbecoming conduct. Upon returning to the master's abode, everything remained as it had a year prior. The room was filled with books, and a rich aroma of literature permeated the air. "Master, it has been a long time." Hu Jio initiated the conversation. "I never expected you to have grown to this extent. I must say, achieving such a level with secondary innate soul power is quite impressive." Upon seeing Hu Jio again, the master remarked with a sense of wonder. His recollection of Hu Jio was not particularly vivid, had it not been for Tang San. He might have forgotten him entirely. However, in recent months, he noted that Tang San's soul power cultivation had progressed unusually. The first 3 months were acceptable, merely advancing from level 22 to 23. After all, he was at full innate soul power, and such a rate of improvement was tolerable. Yet, the following 3 months exhibited an alarming acceleration, as he unexpectedly surged to level 25, becoming a great soul master, which instilled a sense of dread in the master, fearing that Tang San had delved into forbidden texts of dubious merit. For even the most talented individuals, such a rapid pace of cultivation was implausible. One must understand that soul power cultivation becomes increasingly arduous, particularly in its later stages. Under his stern interrogation, Tang San ultimately revealed Hu Jio's name. He recalled that it was this young lad who, despite his admonitions, insisted on selecting a subpar soul ring, leading him to conclude that Hu Jio's future was bleak. A misstep at the outset results in a cascade of failures, with merely secondary innate soul power. Choosing a 10-year soul ring was tantamount to self-sabotage. Little did he anticipate that after just a year apart, this young man had achieved remarkable success. According to Xiao San, Hu Jio's soul power had now reached level 28, merely 1 level shy of equaling his own. This is not all. The most crucial aspect is that he unexpectedly altered the immutable rule regarding the enhancement of soul rings. When he received this astonishing news from Tang San, he was utterly taken aback. Had it not been for Tang San's assurance that he had verified the information, he would have found it utterly implausible. It turns out that the lifespan of soul rings can indeed be artificially extended. Chapter 42. The Master's Transaction. Upon first learning that the lifespan of soul rings could be artificially enhanced, the Master was immensely excited. However, Tang San's subsequent explanation transformed his initial exhilaration into profound disappointment. Tang San conveyed Hu Jio's exact words: "Human time is finite. If one has limited time to cultivate soul rings, why not utilize it to elevate one's own cultivation level? With improved cultivation, wouldn't it be more advantageous to hunt for higher-ranked soul rings sooner?" Upon hearing these words, the master experienced a sudden revelation. Indeed, extending the lifespan of soul rings holds little value for ordinary soul masters. Their innate talents are inherently limited. And even if they were aware of the potential benefits of longer soul rings, time is a constraint they cannot overcome. Thus, this discovery is pertinent solely to the prodigies, such as those from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, for they possess methods to control their distractions. Regrettably, the master is a man of principles. The enhancement of soul rings was a revelation discovered by Hu Jio, and without his consent, he would never divulge such information. He had sworn this oath when Tang San first imparted this news to him. Of course, these reflections are merely the master's musings and do not constitute the primary purpose of his visit to Hu Jio today. "Hu Jio, I shall be forthright. I have summoned you not for any other reason, but to inquire about the carrots that Xiao San mentioned can double the effectiveness of cultivation. I wish to purchase these carrots from you." This was precisely his primary objective in seeking Hu Jio. With an innate soul power of merely half a level, he had spent the majority of his life striving yet failing to surpass the 30th rank, which had become an obsession for him. Consequently, he disregarded those with lower innate soul power, such as Hu Jio. However, upon learning about the efficacy of Hu Jio's first soul ring from Tang San, another thought took root in his mind. He could leverage Hu Jio's carrot effect to elevate his own level. "Master, purchase my carrots. It's not an issue. You may not be aware, but my carrots have always been for sale. However, those particular carrots can only enhance one's cultivation efficacy by 10%. And I sell each for 1 gold soul coin." At first, the master's words astonished Hu Jio, yet after a moment's contemplation, He comprehended the master's intentions. A breakthrough beyond his current limitations was indeed possible. However, if he did not seize the opportunity to extort a bit, he would not be Hu Jio. After all, allowing the master to buy carrots would suffice to repay the previous favor. From that point on, business would take precedence over personal relations. What do you mean? The master regarded Hu Jio with a calm demeanor. Since he had already resolved to make a purchase, he was prepared to spend generously. After all, Hu Jio's soul skill was equivalent to those rare treasures, and provided the price was not exorbitant, he could accept it. You are Xiao San's teacher, so I cannot ask too much, just 10 gold soul coins per carat, Hu Jio replied with a smile. 10, you say? After a moment of contemplation, the master nodded slowly. That price is quite reasonable. Very well, I'll take 10. 10 gold soul coins per carat was precisely the upper limit of his psychological price range. Not that Hu Jio's carrots were unworthy of a higher price, but rather that he lacked the funds. If those from powerful factions were to discover the effects of Hu Jio's carrots, it would not be merely 10 gold soul coins per carat. They would be willing to pay 100 for each. Of course, the more likely scenario would be that he would be captured and turned into a tool for endless cultivation. Master, 10 may not suffice. Each carrot lasts only an hour. 10 wouldn't he even last a day, rendering it rather ineffective. Gazing at the pouch of coins before him, Hu Jio refrained from taking it. Sensing that today might yield an unusual outcome, the master looked up at the smiling youth before him, furrowing his brow. What is it that you desire? I can supply master with carrots for a year. Hu Jio raised his finger. The conditions are simple. I seek a self-created soul skill that would be beneficial to me. Indeed, this was Hu Jio's true desire. He had not forgotten that the master hailed from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, one of the top 3 sects. He found it hard to believe that the master could not offer a worthy soul skill. Ah, so you wish to learn a soul skill. Do you understand that in this world, self-created soul skills are exceedingly precious? Do you truly believe you can obtain one so easily with just your carrots? The master regarded Hu Jio with a hint of disdain, feeling that Hu Jio was being rather presumptuous. The rarity of self-created soul skills was immense. Acquiring just one could sustain an entire family, yet Hu Jio sought to exchange it for mere carrots. His appetite was insatiable. Ah, are they truly that precious? I have already created 2 and found it rather easy. If you don't believe me, ask Xiao San. Hu Jio shrugged innocently. Realizing that he had perhaps underestimated the situation, the individuals in this world cherished their possessions far more than he had anticipated. You. The master was nearly rendered speechless by Hu Jio's words. Just say whether you will sell or not. Obtaining a soul skill is absolutely impossible. Sell? How could I not? It's an opportunity presented to me. It would be foolish to refuse. Hu Jio extended his hands and promptly conjured 10 carrots. After arranging them neatly on the table, he nonchalantly pocketed the pouch of coins without counting. Since there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, master. I hope we have the chance to collaborate again. Hu Jio smiled faintly, rising to depart. Wait. Just as Hu Jio was about to leave, the master raised a hand to halt him. What is it? Do you have further matters to discuss, master? Hu Jio inquired with curiosity. The master hesitated for a moment, and after a brief silence, he could not resist asking, could you enlighten me as to how your soul ring can be enhanced so rapidly? Curiosity is an inherent trait of humanity. The fact that Hu Jio transformed a decade's worth of soul rings into a millennium in just over a year was surely not without its secrets, and it was hard to believe anyone would accept it otherwise. Moreover, for a scholar as knowledgeable as the master, Hu Jio's method of elevating the soul ring's duration was an irresistible enigma, igniting a profound desire for knowledge within him. Nothing to disclose. Hu Jio's expression grew icy. He had encountered shameless individuals before, but never one as brazen as this. When he exchanged soul skills, the master was unwilling. Yet now, he sought to pry into Hu Jio's secrets. Was he courting disaster? The mechanism behind his enhancements was a strict taboo. Anyone who dared to probe would face dire consequences. The master was no exception. He would be met with the same fate. At this moment, Hu Jio felt a surge of vigilance within him. One must always guard against the intentions of others, regardless of the master's character. It seems that the upcoming period will require him to exert himself more diligently. After departing from the master's residence, Hu Jio heightened his senses, perceiving the master's abode from afar. In this instant, every movement of the master fell under his watchful scrutiny. All actions captured by his keen perception. Chapter 43. The Rabbit Slaughter and the Path to Enlightenment. Shortly after Hu Jio's departure, Tang San followed closely behind. Xiao Jio, I sincerely apologize. I never anticipated that the master would pose such a question to you. Approaching Hu Jio, Tang San expressed his heartfelt regret. Regarding the rapid advancement of Hu Jio's soul rings, Tang San had never delved deeply into the matter, attributing it merely to Hu Jio's unique constitution. It is not that Tang San lacked intelligence. On the contrary, it was precisely his sharp intellect that had prevented him from broaching the subject. Each individual harbors their own secrets. Hu Jio has his, and so does Tang San. He understands that every person has their boundaries. And regardless of how close the relationship may be, those boundaries must remain unbreached. To be frank, upon hearing the master's inquiry, Tang San felt that the master had overstepped his bounds. After attentively listening to Tang San's apology, Hu Jio replied with an air of calmness, "Little San, the human heart is inscrutable. This incident serves as a lesson. I do not hold it against you. However, the root of this situation lies with you, your loose tongue. Your belief that the master is your mentor, and your unwillingness to deceive him in the face of his inquiries. This led to the master's agitation and prompted him to pose questions he ought not to have asked me. Therefore, the responsibility rests upon you." In a rare moment, Hu Jio cast aside his carefree, youthful demeanor, his gaze reflecting the depth of adulthood, akin to an unfathomable spring. The maturity acquired in his previous life allowed him to see through all, for in this life, he sought not to live burdened, but rather to relish joy and happiness. This desire for a lighter existence fostered a youthful disposition, prompting him to occasionally exhibit childish behaviors. When it comes to emotional maturity, Hu Jio surpasses Tang San. Having spent his previous life within the confines of Tang's sect, Tang San had never ventured beyond, and given that world was steeped in antiquity, he could not possibly compare to Hu Jio's experiences in a vibrant, worldly setting. The disparities in perspective, information, and emotional intelligence positioned Hu Jio upon the shoulders of giants, allowing him to regard Tang San from a vantage point of superiority. Hu Jio's eloquence, combined with the transcendent essence he exuded, left Tang San in a state of cold sweat. In this moment, Tang San felt that the pressure exerted by Hu Jio was even greater than that he experienced when facing his father. Such a small Jio is truly terrifying. Tang San is filled with reverence. Indeed, the responsibility lies with me. Lowering his head like a junior before a senior, Tang San accepts the admonishment. Haha. But do not take it too much to heart. Making mistakes is not frightful. What is truly alarming is the lack of self-awareness after erring. In this regard, Xiao San, you are commendable. With a playful pat on Tang San's shoulder, Hu Jio teased. Amid Hu Jio's laughter, Tang San felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, as if everything that transpired moments ago was but a figment of his imagination. A smile broke across Tang San's face. Rest assured, Xiao Jio, such incidents shall not occur again. The bond between the two remained unscathed by today's events, allowing Tang San to exhale deeply, relieved that he had not lost Hu Jio as a brother over the matter. After that day, on the surface, Hu Jio seemed to have forgotten his encounter with the master, continuing to frolic carefree with Xiao Wu. However, in reality, he dedicated a portion of his mind to constantly sensing the master's condition, ready to eliminate him at the slightest hint of disturbance. Fortunately, the master appeared to lack the disposition for villainy, incapable even of being cruel. For a prolonged period, no anomalies occurred, leaving Hu Jio with the impression that his vigilance was in vain. Thus, for months passed. At the end of these 4 months, Hu Jio's soul power level finally reached 30. Remarkably, he had ascended to this level in less than 2 years of cultivation, a pace that was astonishing. Yet, it was understandable. Despite his modest talent for cultivation, he benefited from enhancements and continuous training. The 8th level soul power meditation method provided a 70% increase in cultivation speed, while the first soul ring skill doubled his training efficacy. Additionally, his idle training panel operated round the clock, making it nearly impossible for his soul power to stagnate. At level 30, it was time to contemplate his 3rd soul ring. Hu Jio had long considered this, desiring Xiao Wu's teleportation skill. He recalled that in the original narrative, it was mentioned that the lightning rabbit possessed this ability. At present, his primary offensive techniques consisted of the chaotic wind hammer technique and the soul power spiral sphere. The former had a critical flaw: it could not be interrupted during the charging phase. Meanwhile, the latter's attack method was rather monotonous, restricted to linear strikes, which made it easy for adversaries to evade. However, with the addition of the teleportation skill, everything would change. The combination of chaotic wind and teleportation would allow him to charge without fear of being caught. The soul power spiral sphere, paired with the teleportation skill, would enable him to appear beside his enemies in an instant, executing ghostly attacks. Thus, the question arose, should he hunt the rabbit? It seemed challenging. After some contemplation, Hu Jio made his way to Xiao Wu's dormitory. After a protracted period of indecision with Xiao Wu, he found himself exasperating her patience. Hey, Xiao, when did you become so hesitant? Just say what you need. Xiao Wu remarked, nibbling on a carrot while casting a sidelong glance at him. Hu Jiao nervously lifted his gaze and cautiously spoke. Xiao Wu, I've reached level 30. Really? That's wonderful news. Why the long face? Xiao Wu exclaimed, genuinely delighted. Although she had anticipated Hu Jiao's impending upgrade, hearing the confirmation brought her joy. This means you can select your third soul ring. I have some ideas for the next one. Observing Xiao Wu's expression, Hu Jiao slowly began. I've conceived a soul ring skill that could compensate for the chaotic wind hammer technique as shortcomings, but it can only be acquired from the lightning rabbit. You desire the teleportation skill? Xiao Wu, evidently knowledgeable about rabbits, immediately deduced Hu Jiao's intentions upon hearing just the name. Indeed. The teleportation skill would certainly complement your combat style. However, the lightning rabbit is exceedingly rare and notoriously difficult to capture, Xiao Wu remarked, her tone seemingly devoid of concern. Even as Hu Jiao scrutinized her intently, such a reaction left Hu Jiao uncertain whether it was good or bad. Since he could not discern the answer, he decided to inquire. Hu Jiao turned to Xiao Wu and asked, Aren't you angry? I am going to hunt the lightning rabbit. Why should I be? What's wrong with that? Xiao Wu replied, looking bewildered. Aren't we discussing this? I was telling you that the lightning rabbit is difficult to catch. Isn't your martial spirit a rabbit? Don't you feel any anger? Hu Jiao was taken aback, lifting his head in surprise. In the original story, Xiao Wu was depicted as kind-hearted. Furthermore, as she herself was a rabbit, why did she not oppose his intention to hunt the lightning rabbit? Hu Jiao was puzzled. Are you foolish? Xiao Wu gazed at him with a quizzical expression. My martial spirit being a rabbit has nothing to do with you hunting the lightning rabbit. It's not my relative. Why should I care? Indeed. The original tale is one thing, and the present is another. Xiao Wu is merely Xiao Wu. One cannot hastily judge a person's character based on limited information. Chapter 44. Stardew Forest. Very well, since you don't mind, let us discuss our course of action. With that, Hu Jiao, having resolved his internal conflict, began to consult with Xiao Wu about the plan to hunt the lightning rabbit. In just a few days, the academy would be on break, and Hu Jiao decided to seize this opportunity to obtain his third spirit ring. Following an unpleasant exchange with the master, Hu Jiao had consciously chosen to conceal his spirit power level. So far, the academy was only aware that he was a great spirit master, but they had no information regarding his specific level. This time, he did not intend to inform the academy of his quest for a spirit ring, particularly not the master, as the academy offered little assistance in this regard. Let us venture to the Stardew Forest. Xiao Wu suddenly interjected. Observing Hu Jiao's puzzled expression, she averted her gaze, lowering her head to conceal her emotions. I haven't shared this with you yet. I am an orphan. I grew up in the Stardew Forest, raised by a gorilla and a python. For me, the Stardew Forest is home. I am familiar with everything there, including where to find the lightning rabbit. Xiao Wu's words evoked a sense of compassion in Hu Jiao. He gazed at her with deep affection. Xiao Wu, no, sister, you are not an orphan. My mother is your mother, my father is your father, and I am your brother. So Xiao Wu is an orphan. Hu Jiao took a deep breath, silently vowing to remember this point. Brother. Xiao Wu lifted her head, her voice soft and tender. The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. A few days later, the annual holiday arrived. Hu Jiao, Xiao Wu, and Tang San departed from the academy and returned to Holy Soul Village. Xiao Wu's arrival brought great joy to Ima, who secretly gave Hu Jiao a thumbs up. However, just a few days later, Ima's mood soured. What did you say? You want to leave with Xiao Wu for a while? Without a moment's hesitation, Ima firmly rejected. No, you are still young. You cannot go anywhere. Stay at home and behave. In that year, Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu were just over 8 years old. Due to their status as soul masters, their physical development was remarkably swift, and they had blossomed into young adolescents. However, in Ima's eyes, they were still merely children. Regardless of their appearance, they were only 8. And at that tender age, they ought to be diligently attending school and honing their skills, rather than gallivanting about. Moreover, she could not bear the thought of them venturing out. Reluctantly, witnessing her resolute demeanor, Hu Jiao felt compelled to reveal the truth. Mother, it is not that we wish to leave, but we must. I have encountered a bottleneck in my training, and I must hunt for soul rings to continue my advancement. The necessity of his cultivation dictated their departure. After much persuasion, he finally managed to convince Ima, ensuring she would keep his soul power level a secret. At 8 years old, possessing a soul power of 30 was undeniably conspicuous, necessitating a constant air of discretion. Once Emma was persuaded, the subsequent arrangements were straightforward. Without bidding farewell to Tang San, the very next morning, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu quietly departed from Holy Soul Village, making their way toward the Stardow Forest. On this occasion, Xiao Wu asserted that she would take full responsibility for arranging the soul ring, allowing Hu Jio to do nothing but accompany her. Furthermore, she insisted that Tang San must not be included in their expedition, claiming that an additional person would only heighten the danger. The Stardow Forest is unlike any other place. Even she, who had grown up in its depths, needed to exercise utmost caution. However, Hu Jio suspected that Xiao Wu was deceiving him, wanting merely to enjoy a private world for two. Alas, he dared not voice such thoughts. They traveled swiftly, employing transformation skills along the way to alter their appearances, rendering them seemingly unremarkable. Thus, indeed, no further troubles arose. After a hurried journey of 10 days, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the Starry Forest. Xiao Jio, be vigilant of our surroundings. We shall first enter the core area of the Starry Forest, and then I will summon Erming to meet us. Upon entering the Starry Forest, Xiao Wu felt an overwhelming sense of joy, as if she had returned to her own home. Indeed, this place seemed to resonate with her very essence. Rest assured, with my heightened sensory abilities, no soul beast, save for a rare few adept at concealment, can elude my perception. The 8th level enhancement of her 5 senses enabled Hu Jio to detect the presence of soul beasts in advance, particularly in such a complex environment where she thrived effortlessly. This was Hu Jio's first time venturing into the Douluo Forest. Compared to the soul-hunting forests he had visited before, the density of spirit beasts here was far greater, and their strength was incomparable. Within the Douluo Forest, century-old spirit beasts were a common sight, and millennium-level ones were far from rare. The saying millennium beasts roam freely while century beasts are as common as dogs was no exaggeration. As Hu Jio and Xiao Wu ventured deeper, more formidable spirit beasts began to emerge. Within just half a day, scattered 10,000-year spirit beasts had already appeared within Hu Jio's perception range. Their overwhelming auras sent chills down his spine. At his current strength, encountering one would mean certain death, with no chance of escape. Xiao Wu, should we keep going? It's dangerous here. Hu Jio glanced nervously at the oblivious Xiao Wu. These spirit beasts weren't stationary. Many roamed freely, especially those 10,000-year ones. Every movement they made sent his heart racing, fearing they might possess perception abilities and detect their presence. Relax, Xiao Jio. Just think of following your big sister Xiao Wu is coming home. Don't be scared. I'll protect you. Seeing Hu Jio like this amused Xiao Wu greatly. After all, it wasn't too often she got to witness him in such a state. Stop joking around and hurry up contacting your good friend, Erming. Hu Jio shot her an exasperated look. The heightened sensitivity of his 5 senses was indeed useful, but it also tormented him. Constantly sensing beings that could threaten his life was like a sheep wandering into a den of wolves. Every moment carried the fear of being devoured. All right. I won't tease you anymore. I've already notified Erming. He should be on his way to us now. Just wait. Once he is here, we won't have to worry about safety anymore. Xiao Wu patted Hu Jio's shoulder reassuringly. Fine, let us find a place to rest first. After walking for most of the day, Hu Jio was exhausted, mostly from the mental strain. He needed a break. I'm starving. I want carrots. Xiao Wu rubbed her stomach pitifully. Don't eat too many. You'll get fat. Hu Jio chuckled, conjuring a carrot and tossing it to her. This rabbit girl was just greedy. She wasn't really hungry, just snacking for fun. They found a secluded spot to rest while waiting for Erming. As they chatted, Xiao Wu began introducing Deming and Erming to Hu Jio. But Hu Jio knew only 9/10 of her story was true. The remaining 10th was fabricated to conceal her true identity. Chapter 45, a tragic past since I was little. My parents abandoned me in the Douluo Forest. It became my home. I had no friends, no family, only Deming and Erming to keep me company. They didn't even know how to take care of me properly. I've had such a hard life. Xiao Wu stumbled through her fabricated backstory while Hu Jio listened intently, not because he believed it, but to keep himself from laughing. The rabbit, cunning and sly, was adept at deception. However, as he listened further, he genuinely felt compassion for a girl who had spent her childhood in the desolate heart of the Stardow Forest. How pitiful. Yet, one aspect left Hu Jio perplexed, prompting him to inquire, how did you come to Notting Academy? That requires delving into another tale. Xiao Wu took a bite of a carrot and continued. When I was nearly 6 years old, a severely injured man arrived at my home. I saved him. And once he recovered, he asked if I wanted to accompany him to see the outside world. And so you went with him, unafraid of danger? Hu Jio interjected. I was not afraid. Deming once mentioned that, Due to his injuries, that man had lost all his abilities and was no better than an ordinary person. Xiao Wu explained. Afterward, I returned to his hometown, a small village not far from Notting City. And what has become of that man now? He has never come to see you, Hu Jio remarked, convinced that with Xiao Wu's endearing nature, the man must hold her dearer than his own daughter. A series of mocking laughter erupted from Xiao Wu. After a moment, she ceased her laughter, her expression becoming somber. He is dead. I killed him. Upon uttering this, Xiao Wu gazed at Hu Jio with an inscrutable expression, a mix of apprehension and tension lurking in her eyes. However, Hu Jio's reaction was unexpected. He slapped his thigh and declared he deserved to die. Xiao Wu, remember, some people are truly wicked, so never trust others too easily. Hu Jio believed that the man Xiao Wu spoke of truly existed, which explained her admission into Notting Academy as a working student. Do you not think I am a bad girl? I killed him. Xiao Wu exclaimed in disbelief, yet a hint of relief flickered in her eyes. Xiao Wu, this world is filled with all types of people, both good and bad. Even someone as charming as you could not help but end his life. So he was indeed deserving of his fate. I trust you. Hu Jio remained unfazed by Xiao Wu's response, having witnessed the complexities of human nature in his past life. His heart had become impervious to such matters. As for Xiao Wu's act of killing, he thought little of it. After all, this was the Douluo Continent. And taking a life or two was hardly significant. Then, do you not wish to know why? Xiao Wu pressed, seemingly insistent on elucidating the matter. Hu Jio, exasperated, spread his hands and said, what is there to inquire about? It is merely an unpleasant memory. What is past is past. Xiao Wu, let us look forward and not dwell on such distressing matters. No, I must clarify this with you, for you are Xiao Jio. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't care how they perceived it. Xiao Wu retorted, her eyes fiery as she recounted the events. It turned out that the man who had taken Xiao Wu away, having lost his powers, underwent a drastic change in character. Upon returning to the village, he fell into alcoholism, neglecting Xiao Wu entirely. It was only the kind-hearted neighbor who occasionally provided her with food, lest she succumb to starvation. Eventually, the drunken man, out of desperation for money to fuel his drinking, resolved to sell Xiao Wu. However, upon discovering his intentions, Xiao Wu, filled with rage at his unrepentant nature, took matters into her own hands and killed him. See? I knew you must have endured great suffering. Do not worry, with me around, no one will dare to bully you, Hu Jio assured, thumping his chest confidently. Xiao Wu nodded earnestly. After such an extensive conversation, the sky had darkened, especially within the forest. As night fell, nocturnal soul beasts began to emerge, filling the forest with their lively presence. Hu Jio could sense the sounds of predation and conflict, showcasing the brutal law of nature, survival of the fittest. Just as he was about to ask why Deming had not yet arrived, he felt a stirring in his ears. A tremendous presence was advancing toward them from 5 miles away. The aura, replete with ferocity and volatility, washed over him, leaving Hu Jio momentarily trembling. There was no need to speculate. This unmistakable energy belonged to Deming. No other being, save for a 10,000-year soul beast, could emanate such an overwhelming presence. Especially on the fringes of the Stardow forest, clearly it was coming for them. Xiao Wu, it seems Deming has arrived, Hu Jio exclaimed joyfully. Really? That's wonderful. Xiao Wu leapt with excitement, for with Deming by her side, she felt invincible within the Stardow forest. Deming's speed was remarkable. Within just 5 minutes, he appeared before Hu Jio and Xiao Wu. How enormous! Hu Jio marveled at the sight of Deming, who loomed before him like a small mountain. In this position, with his limbs on the ground, if he were to stand upright, he would undoubtedly appear even more imposing. Deming's entire body was shrouded in darkness, especially now that dusk had descended. Had it not been for Hu Jio's extraordinary eyesight, he might have gone unnoticed. Deming, where have you been? We've been waiting for you for such a long time, Xiao Wu exclaimed, springing up from the ground and chiding Deming. With a sigh, Deming exhaled, his lantern-sized eyes innocently gazing at Xiao Wu, conveying his bewilderment. Oh, never mind, let me introduce you. This is the Hu Jio I mentioned to you. You must not harm him, Xiao Wu stated seriously, pointing at Hu Jio. She was concerned that Deming might inadvertently hurt Hu Jio in his playful antics. Hence her precautionary warning. The Titan giant ape turned its eyes, its yellow gaze fixated on Hu Jio, causing an immediate surge of pressure that made Hu Jio break into a cold sweat, almost collapsing under the weight of it. Damn it. This wretched creature is doing it on purpose, Hu Jio cursed inwardly. Were it not for the disparity in their strength, Hu Jio would have certainly slapped him twice to teach him a lesson in manners. Transformation. With a thought, Hu Jio began to radiate a deep crimson glow. In an instant, his muscles bulged, his clothing stretched taut, and he transformed from a delicate youth into a towering figure over 2 meters tall. Chapter 46. Feeding. The pressure finally subsided. Hu Jiao, with an expressionless face, glared at the Titan giant ape. "You wretched beast, just wait. When the time comes, you'll see how I deal with you." Diming, I am getting angry. At this moment, Xiao Wu sensed something amiss and swiftly moved in front of Hu Jiao, shielding him from the Titan giant ape's oppressive aura. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, Diming immediately retracted his imposing presence, his gaze becoming vacant as if he were oblivious to everything that had just transpired. How infuriating. "Diming, just you wait. I will definitely tell Daming that you bullied me," Xiao Wu declared, hands on her hips, glaring at Diming. As if to further express her frustration, she marched up to Diming and landed a few kicks. In response to Xiao Wu's playful punches and kicks, the Titan giant ape slightly crouched down, allowing her a more comfortable angle to strike. "Enough, Xiao Wu. Diming is just playing around with me." Hu Jiao finally approached to mediate after Xiao Wu had vented her frustrations. "Right, Diming?" Hu Jiao said, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he patted the crouching Titan giant ape. The Titan giant ape eagerly nodded, looking pitifully at Xiao Wu, indicating that he was merely jesting with Hu Jiao. "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and take us home." Xiao Wu kicked Diming's hand, her tone impatient. Roaring in response, Diming straightened, his arms swinging wide as he swiftly lifted Xiao Wu and Hu Jiao, placing them on his shoulders, one on each side. In that fleeting moment, Hu Jiao gained a new understanding of Ming's prowess. As he observed Ming's hand reaching out, he found himself unable to evade. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness that left him profoundly disheartened. Clearly, the path to teaching Ming a lesson was fraught with challenges. However, this thought swiftly dissipated, for Ming had already begun to move. His colossal form traversed the forest with an almost silent grace, leaving Hu Jiao to feel the surroundings transform at a dizzying pace, accompanied only by the howling wind, as if they were navigating through a warped dimension. Time seemed to stretch and contract, and after what felt like an eternity, Hu Jiao sensed that Ming had finally come to a halt beneath him. It was only then that he realized he had arrived beside a tranquil lake, its waters crystal clear, reflecting the trees on either side in sharp relief under the moonlight. Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu gracefully dismounted from Ming's back. "Xiao Wu, is this the place where you once lived? It's so beautiful," Hu Jiao exclaimed, filled with admiration. "Yes, I grew up here," Xiao Wu replied, nodding. She then gazed at the lake and called out, "Daming, come out. I'm back." With a thunderous roar, the lake erupted, and after a few breaths, a massive figure with a bull's head emerged from the water, standing 4 meters tall. The Tianqing bull python had appeared. "Xiao Wu Jia, it is truly you. I almost thought I had sensed incorrectly." The Tianqing bull python spoke, its voice resonating with authority akin to that of a sovereign. "Hiki, of course it's me. This time, I brought a friend along to play. Let me introduce you. This is Hu Jiao, whom I mentioned before," Xiao Wu said warmly, moving closer to Hu Jiao to introduce him to Daming. "Greetings, Daming. I've heard of the existence of an emperor within the Douluo Forest, and I must say, it is indeed impressive," Hu Jiao remarked, his words sincere, for he sensed the profound aura emanating from Daming, particularly the vastness of its soul power, seemingly boundless. "Hu Jiao, I know you. Xiao Wu has spoken highly of you as her dear friend. Welcome to the Douluo Forest." Daming nodded, his tone gentle as he greeted Hu Jiao. I apologize for the abruptness of our visit. I didn't bring any gifts. Would you like to try my carrots? Xiao Wu enjoys them," Hu Jiao said, feeling a bit awkward for arriving empty-handed, as it felt somewhat impolite. Reluctantly, Hu Jiao decided to conjure his martial spirit, the carrot, to offer them. "Oh, I've heard your carrots are quite special. It's perfect timing to sample them today." Daming's demeanor remained amicable, treating Hu Jiao with equal respect. Undeterred by his lesser strength, this greatly enhanced Hu Jiao's affection for him, unlike that unfriendly gorilla. After crafting a carrot, Hu Jiao distributed it to Daming and Ming, ensuring that Xiao Wu received her share as well. Hu Jiao held a certain satisfaction with his martial spirit. The ability to double one's cultivation speed was not merely beneficial for those of lower realms, but applicable to all levels of power. The higher one's strength, the greater the benefits reaped. For instance, Daming initially sampled it out of courtesy, but the moment he tasted the carrot, he immediately perceived its advantages. It is well known that at his level of cultivation, enhancing one's strength is a formidable challenge. Yet, Hu Jiao's provision of doubled cultivation speed was a palpable transformation that he felt instantaneously. "Xiao Jiao, your carrot is remarkable. I never anticipated it would have such an effect on me," Daming exclaimed after a brief moment of reflection. This kept a smile perpetually gracing Hu Jio's face. After all, it was the emperor of the Star Doe Forest bestowing such praise upon him. Were anyone to witness this moment, he would undoubtedly bask in pride for a considerable time. Meanwhile, Titan Giant Ape, who initially wore a face of disdain, was disinterested as he was not like Xiao Wu, who would be captivated by a mere carrot. However, upon hearing Daming's commendation, he skeptically consumed the carrot. Suddenly, Hu Jio found himself face to face with a colossal head, its eyes radiating a palpable yearning. Haha, Daming, today is your day, isn't it? No matter how formidable you are, you have still succumbed to my offering. The corners of Hu Jio's mouth curled upward as he joyfully prepared more carrots. Daming, do pace yourself. The effects of this carrot last for an hour. Consuming too much will be futile. You must wait until its effects subside before indulging again. As Daming reached for a handful of carrots, Hu Jio cautioned him. Roar. Hu Jio wondered, what is he saying? He looked at Xiao Wu, awaiting her translation. He says your carrots are too small. He couldn't even taste them. Xiao Wu explained with a playful grin. Well, I cannot be blamed for his size. Hu Jio scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. By the way, Xiao Wu, didn't you mention you would help me find a soul ring? When shall we embark on this quest? Having already encountered Daming and Daming, it was time to attend to serious matters. Today's encounter with Daming had left him somewhat vexed, although Daming meant no harm and was merely jesting. The reality of his own weakness weighed heavily on Hu Jio. He longed to acquire a soul ring to bolster his strength. Chapter 47, The Lightning Rabbit. Actually, I have a reason for bringing you back to the Star Doe Forest. Xiao Wu began to elucidate upon Hu Jio's inquiry. As I mentioned before, the lightning rabbit soul beasts you seek are not only exceedingly rare but also possess the ability to teleport, making them incredibly elusive to find, let alone hunt. Indeed, I am aware of that. I had prepared myself for a prolonged battle. Hu Jio nodded in agreement. However, your dear Xiao Wu, am no ordinary individual. Here, I am well acquainted with a group of lightning rabbits, and I am quite good friends with them. Among them is one whose cultivation is precisely 2,000 years. And it is nearing the end of its life. This is your opportunity. A lightning rabbit nearing its demise? Hu Jio's spirits soared at the prospect. Divine providence had smiled upon him. Initially apprehensive due to the difficulty of hunting a lightning rabbit, he had even devised a secondary plan for acquiring a soul ring. Xiao Jio, I must insist. I will not permit you to hunt the lightning rabbits. They are my friends. Do not even think of resorting to violence. Xiao Wu glared at Hu Jio, exasperated by his apparent lack of empathy, especially after she had expressed that they were her friends. So you expect me to wait until it is on the brink of death to strike? How long would that take? Hu Jio retorted, reluctant to play the waiting game, uncertain of when the rabbit might pass. Fool, I didn't mean for you to wait for it to die. I meant for you to find a way to have it offer itself in sacrifice. Do you understand? This would allow for a perfect absorption of the soul ring, without any side effects, and would guarantee the acquisition of a soul bone. Xiao Wu scolded, her foot tapping in irritation as she looked at him. That is indeed a clever idea. Hu Jio's eyes sparkled with realization, but then he furrowed his brow. But how would a lightning rabbit, with whom I have no connection, willingly sacrifice itself for me? That depends on your own abilities. I can only assist you to this extent, Xiao Wu replied, signaling that the opportunity had been presented. Yet the method to secure the sacrifice was solely Hu Jio's responsibility. Nonetheless, the glimmer in Xiao Wu's eyes suggested that the task was not as daunting as it seemed. Could it be? Xiao Wu, do you mean for me to feed them? Hu Jio's eyes lit up with revelation, immediately recognizing his advantage. Exactly. Rabbits are naturally drawn to carrots. If you establish a good rapport with them, it is entirely possible. He was aware that a sacrifice might not be devoid of benefits for the soul beast, at the very least due to the voluntary merging with the host. The soul of the beast would not face hostility from the host, thus preserving its essence and potentially granting it a chance at revival later on. Of course, this resurrection would hinge upon his ascension to divinity. These are merely afterthoughts. For the time being, he only needs to feed that group of lightning rabbits. What a harsh term, feed. Xiao Wu was unwilling, feeling as though Hu Jio was speaking about her. Well, that is more or less the sentiment. Perhaps you are unaware. But soul beasts also engage in cultivation, albeit in a manner driven by instinct, rather crude in nature. Your carrots will prove beneficial to them. And coupled with their delectable flavor, they have no reason not to take a liking to you. However, it will require some time for them to regard you with the affection of kin. Xiao Wu, with her finger in her mouth, explained to Hu Jio, resembling a devoted wife contemplating his welfare. Indeed, investing some time to attain the desired soul ring is a reasonable endeavor, and Hu Jio was quite understanding, unaffected by it. On that night, Hu Jio drifted into slumber, his heart brimming with joy. The following morning, after feeding Erming, he cheerfully addressed him. Erming, I possess a remarkably formidable hammer technique, one that has yet to encounter anyone capable of withstanding a single strike. Would you care to give it a try? Erming, unable to withstand such a provocation, immediately rose to his feet, his palms resounding against his chest with thunderous echoes. Without needing Xiao Wu to interpret, Hu Jio understood the unspoken challenge. Who does he look down upon? There is no attack in this world that Erming cannot endure. Very well. Prepare yourself. Hu Jio exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gripped the meteor hammer tightly. A gentleman takes his revenge without delay. This great ape had toyed with him the previous day, and today he intended to return the favor. Activating the transformation skill, Hu Jio instantly morphed into a towering figure, his muscles bulging indeed. Hu Jio wielded a treacherous weapon, adorned with a multitude of sharp spikes. As those spikes pierced into Erming's skin, he experienced a sensation akin to being pricked by needles, causing his cries to transform. Roar. Erming huffed heavily through his nostrils, his gaze filled with resentment as he glared at Hu Jio. That strike had genuinely pained him. Erming, are you all right? Have you sustained any injuries? Hu Jio inquired anxiously, though he couldn't entirely conceal a hint of schadenfreude in his demeanor. Finally, revenge had been attained. Thud, thud, thud. Erming patted his chest, signaling that he was completely fine. How could he possibly be harmed? It was merely a slight discomfort. As a male, he would never show weakness in front of his friends. Xiao Jio, don't bully Erming. Be careful, or he might retaliate. At that moment, the newly awakened Xiao Wu playfully warned. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just teasing Erming. Hu Jio responded with a light-hearted chuckle. He had finally managed to strike Erming. And while this minor assault was inconsequential against Erming's strength, the fact that it had caused him pain was enough to serve as a form of catharsis. Meanwhile, the naive Erming remained oblivious to Hu Jio's underlying intentions, engrossed in a playful exchange with Xiao Wu, as if affirming that they were indeed merely having fun. Chapter 48. Pink. After a simple breakfast, Xiao Wu led Hu Jio to meet the lightning rabbits. Soon, you will encounter 3 lightning rabbits. They are a family. The mother is named Pink, along with her 2 offspring, Little Gray and Little White. Oh dear, Xiao Wu, couldn't you have chosen more appealing names for them? Deming, Erming, Pink, Little Gray, and Little White. What are these names? Hu Jio chuckled at Xiao Wu's naming prowess, finding the names rather amusing. Humph. I think they sound lovely. What is wrong with them? Xiao Wu glared at Hu Jio, feeling an urge to smack him on the head. She had pondered long and hard to come up with those names, and she was taken aback that Hu Jio would mock her. It was utterly infuriating. All right. As long as you chose the names, they are splendid, Hu Jio said with a smile, attempting to placate the fuming Xiao Wu. Humph, that is more like it. In light of the carrot Hu Jio offered, Xiao Wu reluctantly forgave his rudeness. The lightning rabbit family was not far away. Although this was the heart of the Stardew Forest, where only the mightiest spirit beasts could survive, the lightning rabbits were different. They possessed the ability to teleport. Despite their relatively low strength within the core circle, they had still made this place their home. It is known that the closer one gets to the center of the Stardew Forest, the greater the benefits for spirit beasts, allowing for more efficient cultivation. According to Xiao Wu's explanation, Hu Jio learned that spirit beasts also possess innate talents. Those with superior cultivation aptitude advance more rapidly and can even surpass lifespan limitations, enabling them to live longer. The lightning rabbit family they were about to meet did not possess remarkable cultivation talents, which explained the aging predicament of the mother rabbit, Pink. After approximately half an hour of walking, Xiao Wu led Hu Jio to a valley. The location of this valley is rather peculiar, taking on a gourd-like shape, with a narrow opening at the bottleneck barely wide enough for a person to pass through. Upon entering, one's vision expands dramatically. The valley is devoid of trees, presenting instead a lush green meadow. In this verdant expanse, a gray rabbit and a white rabbit frolic playfully, occasionally nibbling on tender blades of grass. As Hu Jio and Xiao Wu arrive, the 2 rabbits immediately adopt a wary demeanor, with the gray one displaying a fierce glint in its eyes, as if poised to leap at them at any moment. Xiao Wu, I've come to see you, Xiao Wu exclaimed, standing vivaciously in place and calling out to the gray rabbit. Eek. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's voice, the rabbit's eyes sparkled with surprise, and in an instant they vanished, only to reappear at Xiao Wu's side moments later. The rabbits are approximately half a meter long, slightly larger than ordinary rabbits, yet this in no way diminishes their charm. Hu Jio's gaze softened as he observed the 2 rabbits rolling around joyfully beside Xiao Wu. Indeed, rabbits are undeniably adorable. Hee. In the presence of the enthusiastic rabbits, Xiao Wu's laughter echoed throughout the little valley. After a while of play, she remembered to introduce Hu Jio to them. Xiao Hui, Xiao Bai. Allow me to introduce my companion, who has come specifically to visit you today. Oh, and he has brought gifts. With this, Xiao Wu cast a knowing glance at Hu Jio, signaling that it was his turn to perform. Hu Jio understood immediately. Feeding them was his forte. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling array of carrots materialized before the two electric rabbits. Hello there. This is my martial soul, the carrot. It's quite delicious. To give it a try. Hu Jio gestured invitingly, speaking in a friendly manner. The two rabbits glanced up at Xiao Wu, and upon seeing her nod, cautiously approached Hu Jio, sniffing at the carrots. In the next moment, as if they had discovered a culinary treasure, they began ravenously devouring the carrots, each taking one in their mouths. Aha, take your time. I have plenty more. Hu Jio chuckled, delighted that these two rabbits were indulging so heartily. He was determined to ensure they were well fed, pouring considerable effort into creating more carrots until he was nearly drained of soul power. While Hu Jio joyfully fed the two electric rabbits, a massive pink rabbit appeared at the end of the valley. This rabbit measured nearly 2 meters in length, with fluffy, soft fur that was utterly endearing. Xiao Jio, look. That is Pinky. Xiao Wu nudged Hu Jio, who was diligently crafting carrots, gesturing towards it. Oh. Hu Jio looked up just in time to meet Pinky's gaze, where he discerned warmth and friendliness reflected in its eyes. In that fleeting moment, Hu Jio perceived Pink as a gentle and kind confidant, filling his heart with warmth. Hello, Pink. I am Xiao Jio, a friend of Xiao Wu. Would you care to have some of my carrots? They are quite delightful, he said with a faint smile, raising the carrot in his hand. As if caught in a daze, he blinked, and in the next instant, Pink was standing before him. With graceful poise, Pink delicately took the carrot from Hu Jio's hand and began to nibble at it daintily. After savoring a couple of bites, her eyes sparkled with delight as she looked up at Hu Jio, nodding as if to commend the flavor of his offering. Once she had tasted the carrot, a gentle voice echoed in Hu Jio's mind. Xiao Jio, your carrot is truly delicious. I quite like it. Surprised, Hu Jio never expected to communicate with Pink. Hee. Xiao Jio, isn't it curious? Pink possesses a unique mental prowess that allows for communication, Xiao Wu explained, standing beside him. You are indeed fortunate. It seems Pink has taken a liking to you. Typically, she does not speak at all. Xiao Wu, why say such things? It makes me feel embarrassed. Pink's bashful voice chimed in. By the way, Xiao Wu, since you brought Xiao Jio here today, I presume there is something you wish to discuss? May I inquire? After her initial shyness, Pink gazed curiously at Xiao Wu and Hu Jio, as if pondering the nature of their relationship. Oh, I did not anticipate Pink to be so astute, Xiao Wu thought, momentarily taken aback. Well, you wish for Xiao Jio to acquire my spirit ring, don't you? Pink's voice remained soft, exuding an everlasting gentleness, yet her words revealed an extraordinary wisdom. Xiao Wu felt a wave of shame wash over her as she lowered her head, momentarily at a loss for words. The truth was evident. She had harbored selfish intentions for Hu Jio's spirit ring. Hu Jio desired a spirit ring with teleportation capabilities, and she sought to find it for him, not merely to locate it, but to help him find the very best. Xiao Wu, there is no need for such efforts. You are aware of my circumstances. Even if you had not come today, my time is limited. It brings me joy to assist you. Pink gently reassured him. Chapter 49, The Sacrifice. Confronted with the tender demeanor of Pink, Xiao Wu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. She felt an immense guilt. Fully aware of Pink's dwindling lifespan, yet still harboring intentions of her own. It's all right. It's all right. Pink approached Xiao Wu, her ears extending as she cupped Xiao Wu's face, offering soft comfort. Moreover, obtaining my spirit ring is not a simple matter. If your companion cannot gain my approval, I shall not bestow my spirit ring upon him. Pink, please do not blame Xiao Wu. It is entirely my fault. Were it not for my desire for the teleportation ability, she would not have considered you, Hu Jio interjected, unable to bear seeing Xiao Wu in such distress. Furthermore, Pink, please tell me what I must do to earn your approval. I will ensure that I fulfill your requirements. In this world, there is no reward without effort. Hu Jio had anticipated that gaining something valuable would not come without a price. However, he had not foreseen that Pink could engage in conversation, which was a fortuitous development, allowing him to understand her needs precisely. Xiao Wu has found a commendable friend, one with a sense of responsibility, Pink remarked appreciatively, casting a glance at Hu Jio before slowly articulating her request. My request is simple. It concerns Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai. They're still young, and I fear that once I am gone, no one will care for them. This is not an issue. I will have Ming and Ming look after them in the future. Xiao Wu promptly interjected before Hu Jio could respond. Thank you. Xiao Wu. Knowing that those two will watch over the children fills me with relief. Pink's voice brimmed with gratitude. Initially, she had hoped for Hu Jio to spare some time to assist her, but Xiao Wu's assurance proved to be an even greater comfort. After all, those were the Emperor and King of the Stardow Forest. With their protection, what could she possibly worry about? Pink, do you have any further requests? Please share them all. Eagerly, Xiao Wu pressed on, having already agreed to Pink's first condition. This caused Hu Jio, who stood behind, to open his mouth in vain before closing it again. The second condition pertains to the effect of Xiao Jio's martial soul. I have tasted his carrot, which greatly aids in cultivation. If my child can consume it regularly, I believe they will not suffer the fate of exhausting their lifespan as I have. Upon finishing her words, Fen Hong gazed at Hu Jio with eager anticipation. This request had been a spontaneous thought, as she felt that Hu Jio's martial soul would be immensely beneficial for their spirit beasts. Thus, she added an extra condition. After all, since Xiao Wu had brought this individual here, her options for refusal were quite limited. Xiao Wu was the supreme ruler of the rabbit tribe and had previously saved her life. Being able to assist Xiao Wu before her demise brought her great joy. Well, this matter is not particularly difficult for me. However, as a human, I cannot remain in the Stardow Forest indefinitely, so I may not be able to fulfill your request. Hu Jio did not wish to deceive. There was no point in agreeing to something he could not achieve. Xiao Jio, you may have misunderstood. It's not about you staying here permanently. I merely wish for you to visit more frequently when you have the time and to leave them some carrots. Seeing that Hu Jio had misinterpreted her intent, Fen Hong hurriedly clarified. That poses no issue. Without elaborating further, I can certainly visit 3 to 5 times a year. Fen Hong, would that be acceptable? Hu Jio breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he was not bound to remain here indefinitely. Wonderful. Thank you, Xiao Jio. Hu Jio's assurance filled Fen Hong with delight. With his carrots to assist, she believed her children would grow swiftly. Once the conditions were settled, the remaining matters were straightforward. Due to Fen Hong's reluctance to part with Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai, the 2 rabbits and 1 beast agreed that the sacrificial ceremony would take place in 5 days. During the ensuing days, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu remained in the small valley, watching Fen Hong cherish her final moments with her children. Meanwhile, Hu Jio also sought to foster a bond with Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai, as he would soon become their caretaker, and it was essential to cultivate a good relationship. 5 days later, in the nameless small valley, Hu Jio, Xiao Wu, along with Fen Hong, Xiao Hui, and Xiao Bai, could barely be counted as 2 individuals and 3 beasts. Fen Hong stood gracefully opposite Hu Jio, while around them, Xiao Wu and the 2 rabbits were teary-eyed, filled with reluctance. Such a scene stirred a pang of discomfort in Hu Jio's heart. He had always considered himself a person of steely resolve. Yet he found himself experiencing moments of melancholy. Although his time spent with Pink had been brief, she treated him with the warmth of a close elder sister, never casting him a cold glance despite his desire to obtain her soul ring. Hu Jio understood that this kindness was closely tied to Xiao Wu. Without her, the family of lightning rabbits would likely have confronted him with hostility upon their first meeting. Let us begin, Xiao Jio. You need only focus on absorbing the soul power. The rest shall be entrusted to me. Even as the moment of sacrifice approached, Pink's voice remained gentle, as if this were merely a simple meal rather than a solemn rite. Rest assured, Sister Pink, I will take good care of Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai from now on, Hu Jio solemnly assured Pink. At that moment, the only thing he could do was to ensure Pink's peaceful departure. After all, even if he were not present today, it would not be long before Pink would inevitably succumb to her fate. With a gentle nod towards Little Dance, Pink cast a final glance at her 2 children before peacefully closing her eyes. In the next instant, a radiant light began to emanate from her, bathing the entire valley in a soft pink glow. Within this luminous aura, Hu Jio felt a warm surge of spiritual energy flowing into his body. Without any effort on his part, this energy seamlessly melded with his own. At this moment, Hu Jio's soul power level began to surge rapidly, swiftly breaking through to level 31 from level 30. Then, in the blink of an eye, it ascended from 31 to 32. Only when it surpassed the halfway mark of level 32 did this torrent of soul power finally dissipate completely. After absorbing the soul power, the soul rings beneath Hu Jio's feet manifested naturally. Originally, he possessed only 2 purple soul rings, but now, the third was coalescing at an astonishing speed. In mere moments, the 3rd soul ring took form, and at that very instant, Hu Jio officially became a 32nd level food system soul venerable. Yet, the transformation was far from over. For it is known that whenever a sacrifice occurs, the emergence of a soul bone is inevitable. since Pink offered herself to Hu Jio. The appearance of a soul bone was only natural. As soon as he finished absorbing the soul power, Hu Jio suddenly felt an excruciating pain in his head, as if something had been forcibly crammed into his skull. In the next moment, his spiritual energy began to soar exponentially, and within mere moments, his perception range expanded more than tenfold. Intermittent images flickered in his consciousness, scenes from beyond the valley. Chapter 50, Spirit Fusion Technique. This was a head spirit bone. A faint epiphany dawned upon Hu Jio, revealing the nature of the spirit bone bestowed upon him by Fen Hong. Simultaneously, he discovered a skill embedded in his mind, psychic impact. At this moment, the mystery of why Pink can communicate through mental abilities was unraveled. It turns out that the mind is Pink's most formidable asset. Under the enhancement of 2,000 years of soul bones, Hu Jio's mental power surged dramatically, manifesting as tangible energy in his sea of consciousness, constantly reminding him of the immense strength within. After absorbing the soul bone, Hu Jio's interface also underwent a transformations, with the third soul ring slot becoming available. Meanwhile, as Hu Jio awaited the activation of the third soul ring slot, a peculiar sensation arose within Xiao Wu. This strange feeling emanated from Hu Jio, who sat cross-legged before her. What is happening to me? Why do I feel such an odd connection to Xiao Jio? Xiao Wu pondered, her gaze fixed curiously on Hu Jio. It seemed that the source of this sensation was linked to Xiao Jio's martial spirit. A thought flashed through her mind after a careful assessment. Xiao Wu, release your martial spirit. Hu Jio suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance shining within. As he spoke to her, all right. After a moment of surprise, Xiao Wu obediently unleashed her martial spirit. In its awakened state, two adorable white ears sprouted atop her head. Her eyes transformed into a gentle shade of red, while a fluffy white tail appeared beneath her short skirt, hidden from view. Simultaneously, Hu Jio released his own carrot martial spirit. With the acquisition of the third soul ring, his carrot became even more vibrant, gleaming like a precious stone. A soft red light enveloping it and enhancing its allure, while a delicate fragrance wafted from it, causing Xiao Wu to involuntarily swallow. Go. Hu Jio tossed the carrot toward Xiao Wu. As she reached out to catch it, her hands grasped at nothing. The carrot transformed into a wisp of red light that enveloped her. Following this transformation, astonishing changes unfolded for Xiao Wu. Her braided hair, seemingly animated by an unseen force, unfurled dramatically, while her pink attire morphed into a flowing white gown, illuminated by a gentle moonlight that made her appear ethereal. Xiao Wu, once youthful and vibrant, now radiated a mature and gentle demeanor. Her subtle smile resembled a refreshing breeze, and a mere glance from her left Hu Jio entranced. My Xiao Wu has transformed into a fairy, Hu Jio murmured, unable to contain his admiration, causing Xiao Wu's cheeks to blush. Whose is my? Not mine. She retorted shyly. Cough, cough. Xiao Wu, is this our martial spirit fusion technique? What is your current state? Hu Jio, slightly overwhelmed by the sight, sought to divert his attention with conversation. Hee, so this is the martial spirit fusion technique. How delightful. I know its name, Cold Moon Fairy. Xiao Jio, have I truly become a fairy? As she spoke, her playful nature emerged, and the cool aura dissipated, revealing her mischievous charm. Cold Moon Fairy, is that not akin to Chang'e? Hu Jio mused momentarily, realizing that there seemed to be no such figure in this world. What about your abilities? Xiao Wu, do not just revel in your beauty. Quickly assess any changes in your strength. Hu Jio urged, bringing her back to the present. Hee, I feel incredibly powerful now. With that, Xiao Wu beamed with pride. She gazed skyward, her body gradually lifting off the ground, ribbons fluttering around her as though she were truly ascending to the moon. Xiao Jio, look. Proudly, she raised her hand, and a beam of moonlight coalesced before her. With a swift gesture, it flickered and vanished from her grasp. Boom. In the distance, a thunderous explosion echoed from the stone walls of a nearby valley, sending dust and debris flying and enveloping the area in smoke. Hu Jio gaped in astonishment. This casual display of power undoubtedly surpassed that of a level 40 soul master, rivaling that of a level 50 soul king. What tremendous destructive power! Hu Jio exclaimed in admiration. Oh wait, there is one final ability. At this mention, a flush crept across Xiao Wu's cheeks. Hu Jio, intrigued, inquired. What ability? It's just, Xiao Wu stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. After a moment, she stamped her foot and declared, you'll see for yourself. As soon as the words were spoken, Hu Jio suddenly felt as if his body was uncontrollably propelled toward Xiao Wu. Upon reaching her side, he felt himself become ethereal, merging seamlessly with her like a fleeting apparition. Could this truly be the essence of spirit fusion? In that instant, the thought flickered through Hu Jio's mind. As the spirit fusion was fully realized, Xiao Wu's form began to expand, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a towering 5-meter-tall goddess of the cold moon. Simultaneously, Hu Jio, now entwined in their fused state, discovered that his thoughts were inexplicably linked with Xiao Wu's. Their mutual ideas flowed effortlessly, requiring no time for comprehension. So it turns out, Xiao Wu harbors feelings for me. Alas, how shameless. Just as this notion crossed Hu Jio's mind, a wave of embarrassed indignation from Xiao Wu surged towards him. Xiao Wu, now let us test your attack. With the playful antics concluded, Hu Jio addressed her earnestly. In this state of spirit fusion, he realized he could not command the cold moon fairy. Only Xiao Wu held the reins of control. This clearly illustrates a stark contrast in treatment. Emotionally, he is merely a tool providing strength for Xiao Wu. No. Do you wish to bring ruin to this valley? Echoed Xiao Wu's voice of refusal in his mind. In that instant, Hu Jio also realized that Xiao Wu had already demonstrated remarkable prowess even before his involvement. Now, transformed into the complete form of the Cold Moon Fairy, her offensive capabilities must be terrifying. Subsequently, they cautiously tested the strength after her transformation into the Cold Moon Fairy. A few minutes later, the consumption of their soul power became excessive, causing their martial soul fusion state to automatically dissolve. However, during those few minutes, Hu Jio managed to estimate the power they wielded while fused. With their current capabilities, they were nearly at the pinnacle of the Soul King realm, far surpassing an ordinary Soul King. This is a trump card. Xiao Wu, from now on, this skill will serve as our hidden means. Remember to keep it concealed. Hu Jio advised. This is no peaceful world. In such a realm, no amount of hidden cards can ever be enough to ensure survival. Chapter 51. Hu Jio's strength after the pink sacrifice left nothing behind. Hu Jio and Xiao Wu had no choice but to erect a cenotaph in her memory, burying strands of her hair and remnants of her past within. Afterward, they returned to the heart of the Star Do Great Forest with Xiao Hui and Xiao Bai in tow. The siblings, having just reached their 1,000-year cultivation as spirit beasts, held deep affection for Xiao Wu. By extension, they regarded Hu Jio, the human capable of crafting delectable carrots, with warmth. Moreover, following the pink sacrifice, Hu Jio carried traces of their mother's aura, further deepening their bond with him. Along the journey, Hu Jio took stock of his own abilities. Name: Hu Jio Cultivation, 32nd rank Spirit Elder, 1st Spirit Ring. 2. 195 years Spirit Ring Skill. Absorption, doubles cultivation speed. 2nd Spirit Ring. 1. 695 years Spirit Ring Skill. Transformation, allows mimicry of any individual, including attire and martial soul, though not their spirit skills. Additionally, enhances muscle and nerve adaptability, temporarily boosting physical resilience. 3rd Spirit Ring. 2. 200 years Spirit Ring Skill. Blink, instantaneous teleportation within a 100-meter radius. Self-created spirit skills, Spirit Meditation Technique, LV. 8. Amplifies cultivation efficiency by 70. 5. Senses Enhancement, LV. 8. Sharply heightens vision, hearing, touch, smell, and taste. Chaotic Wind Hammer Art, LV. 9. Merges 81 strikes into one, the final blow delivering an additional 8,000 gene of force. Spirit Energy Manipulation, LV. 8. Refines spirit power into threads as unyielding as steel wire, achieving microscopic control. Spiral Sphere, LV. 7. A basketball-sized vortex of condensed spirit energy, its inner rotation accelerating upon formation. Destructive power scales with rank, currently rivaling Assault-type spirit masters of equivalent level. External Spirit Bone, Tongue, capable of lightning-fast extension to ensnare prey. Possesses extraordinary resilience, resisting most forms of damage, with a maximum range of 10 meters. Head Spirit Bone, significantly augments mental fortitude. Grants the innate skill Psychic Shock. These are the current capabilities of Hu Jio. Considering his present strength, although he is a food-type soul master, after acquiring his 3rd soul ring ability, it is difficult to say whether he can engage in battles beyond his rank. However, he is undoubtedly on par with combat-type soul masters of the same level. Lastly, there is the matter of his soul fusion technique with Xiao Wu. I recall the first time he encountered Xiao Wu, he sensed a faint connection with her soul, which he later overlooked due to his lower rank. Now, upon obtaining his 3rd soul ring, his carrot soul has undergone a certain evolution, finally meeting the requirements for the soul fusion technique. Once fully merged, The goddess of the cold moon possesses a strength equivalent to that of a soul king at level 50 or above, serving as a formidable trump card. Currently, his level stands at 32, while Xiao Wu is at 24. I believe that as their strengths grow in the future, this soul fusion technique will become even more formidable. In the heart of the starry forest, a group of individuals gathered. Deming, Erming, and Xiao Wu were all joyfully engaged in their tasks. Xiao Wu, are you leaving? Deming inquired, his keen senses already aware of Hu Jiao's fluctuating energy levels. Yes, we must depart. But there is something I need your assistance with before we go, Xiao Wu replied. What is it, Xiao Wu? Both Deming and Erming asked in unison, their gazes fixed upon her. Whatever concerned Xiao Wu was of utmost importance to them, and they would not hesitate to comply with her request. Well, it pertains to these two little creatures, Xiao Wu said, gesturing towards the two small rabbits. Their mother has departed, and they are left without care. I would like you to look after them for me. Absolutely, leave these two little rabbits to Erming and me. We shall take great care of them. Deming assured, nodding affirmatively. Thank you so much, Xiao Wu said, bringing the rabbits closer to Erming and gently patting his arm. Erming thumped his chest twice, signaling his commitment to protect them well. Subsequently, Hu Jiao began to exert all his efforts in producing carrots, not only for the two rabbits but also for Deming and Erming. For 2 consecutive days, Hu Jiao exerted himself tirelessly. As soon as his soul power was depleted, he would fully restore it and continue his laborious task, a workload that left him utterly exhausted. However, the rewards were bountiful. In just 2 days, he managed to gather over 5,000 accelerated cultivation carrots, sufficient to sustain their training for more than 2 months. On the 3rd day, accompanied by Erming, they departed from the heart of the Star Doe Forest. After bidding farewell to Erming, they hurried towards Nodding City. Considering the time, there were only a few days left before the start of the new term, and by the time they returned to Nodding City, it would coincide perfectly with the commencement of classes. Upon leaving the Star Doe Forest, Hu Jiao maintained a constant control over his soul power, minimizing the fluctuations of his 2 soul rings, which also changed color to form the ideal configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple rings. The presence of 3 purple soul rings was indeed astonishing. To avoid drawing attention, he concealed his soul power fluctuations to the level of around 20. Subsequently, to enhance his secrecy further, he utilized a transformation skill as an additional layer of protection. With these current methods of concealment, it was nearly impossible for anyone below the rank of Soul Douluo to discern his true cultivation level. 7 days later, Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu stood before the gates of Nodding Academy, their faces etched with fatigue. Eager to return to the academy, they hurried along without pausing for any distractions. Haha, I can only imagine how Tang San will complain when he sees me again. Hu Jiao chuckled at the thought of his friend's indignant expression. Humph, you know your little Tang San. It's far too dangerous to wander about the Star Doe Forest. Preventing him from going is merely an act of protection, Xiao Wu pouted in discontent. All right. You're absolutely right, Hu Jiao conceded with a sigh, massaging his forehead. This little rabbit, named Wu, seemed to be jealous of Tang San as well. Upon returning to the academy, Hu Jiao felt an immense sense of relief. At last, he was free from the oppressive presence of formidable energies surrounding him. During his time of lesser strength, staying in the Star Doe Forest had been torturous, a sensation he never wished to endure again. Xiao Jiao, you finally returned. I thought you might miss the enrollment. As Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu stood admiring the scenery at the academy's entrance, they were greeted by Tang San's voice, filled with surprise. Over the course of nearly a month, Tang San was the only one who had guessed their purpose for leaving. Being a close friend, Hu Jiao had never intended to conceal his strength from them. Thus, upon suspecting that Hu Jiao had ventured to obtain his 3rd soul ring, Tang San felt a mix of worry and irritation. What's this? I, Tang San, am a level 25 control system soul master, and yet I was disregarded. Not even invited to join you on your adventure. Where is the camaraderie we promised? Tang San lamented. Come on, let us go inside and talk. I've discovered an incredibly powerful soul ring skill that is sure to astonish you. Hu Jiao exclaimed, grinning as he draped an arm around Tang San's shoulder, ushering him into the academy. Very well, I shall await your revelation, Tang San replied, his tone slightly tinged with resentment over not being included in the outing. Hu Jiao, however, chose to feign ignorance, for it was Xiao Wu who had insisted on their private excursion, a world of 2 that could not be squandered. At a later time, I will reveal my soul skill to you, Hu Jiao stated with confidence. After completing their enrollment procedures at the academy, they officially became third-year students. That evening, lying alone on his dormitory bed, a spark of inspiration surged through Hu Jio, nearly propelling him from his resting place in excitement. He pondered the potential of his automated panel not only to enhance skills, but also to augment the spirit impact inherent in his soul bone. If the skills associated with soul bones could also be improved through the panel, did that imply that the longevity of the soul bone could similarly be enhanced? With this thought igniting his curiosity, he eagerly set about testing his hypothesis. As he summoned the automated panel before him, he noted the 3 golden slots at the top, occupied by the soul rings that would extend their lifespan. Below were 7 ordinary slots, 5 of which were filled, leaving 2 available. With a focused thought, the method of utilizing the spirit impact skill from the soul bone flowed through his mind. In the next moment, the 6th slot began to fill, the words spirit impact appearing within it. The progress bar, initially at level 1, gradually increased, climbing steadily. Indeed, the skills associated with soul bones could be automated as well. It remained to be seen whether this would also enhance the longevity of the soul bone. Hu Jio held mixed feelings about the brain soul bone he had acquired, not entirely satisfied, yet not dismissive either. After all, it was a precious remnant of a life sacrificed, its sentimental value far outweighing its practicality. Additionally, the soul bone was merely an ancillary gain from his 3rd soul ring. He was content with having acquired an extra skill. Haha, Tang San, you better be careful, lest I leave you searching for your teeth after our match. On that day, seizing the opportunity while Tang San was absent from the blacksmith shop, Hu Jio and Tang San engaged in a friendly competition. The audience, of course, consisted of Xiao Wu. Hu Jio, don't hold back. Be sure to turn that arrogant Tang San into a fool. Xiao Wu cheered, bouncing and waving her small fists in encouragement for Hu Jio. It seems you've truly acquired a formidable soul skill this time. A flicker of caution crossed Tang San's eyes. He understood Hu Jio's temperament all too well. If he didn't possess absolute confidence, he wouldn't make such bold claims. However, Tang San had never been inferior to anyone in his life. No matter how powerful Hu Jio was, the outcome would be determined through combat. Currently, Hu Jio was a soul sovereign, while Tang San was merely a great soul master. Facing an opponent of a higher realm, Tang San initiated the attack. His first move was his signature soul skill, entangling. Wow, little San, you actually attacked me first. An auxiliary food-type soul master. You lack martial virtue, Hu Jio exclaimed, leaping aside as he drew out his spiked hammer, unleashing the chaotic hammer technique. There was no way Tang San could engage him in combat against that spiky meteor hammer. Humph, little Jio, you underestimate me too much. Do you really think you can evade my entangling? With that, Tang San summoned the blue silver grass, filling the entire arena with its vines in a bid to disrupt Hu Jio's chaotic strikes, expending a significant amount of soul power in the process. Watching the blue-silver grass vines rapidly surge from the ground, Hu Jio chuckled softly, activating his teleportation skill and instantly reappearing 100 meters away. At this moment, Tang San was rendered speechless. In the distance, observing Tang San's expression of sheer bewilderment, Hu Jio leisurely began to draw circles, once again unleashing his chaotic wind hammer technique. It was an instantaneous teleportation. Tang San was astounded. He had expended a considerable amount of soul power to restrict Hu Jio's chaotic wind hammer technique. Yet, the outcome was unexpected. Hu Jio had actually teleported. The moment this skill manifested, Tang San realized that he had already lost this duel. However, surrendering without a fight was not in his nature. Unyielding, Tang San activated his ghostly shadow technique, his body darting towards Hu Jio like a phantom. Yet, Hu Jio was not so easily caught. With soul power enhancing his agility, he altered his calf muscles through skill modification, achieving a speed that surpassed even Tang San's lightness skill. Xiao Jio, if you have the guts, stop running. Tang San seethed in frustration behind him. Such demands, though quite troubling for Tang San, were ultimately the concern of Hu Jio regarding the carrot. Even if he wished to bestow it upon the master, he would not do so without permission. Fortunately, the master retained some semblance of dignity, merely mentioning it in Tang San's presence a few times. Noticing Tang San's lack of significant reaction, he subsequently ceased to bring it up. Time flowed like water, and the years passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had gone by. In this year, Tang San's soul power reached the 30th level, while Xiao Wu also attained the same level. Conversely, Hu Jio had already achieved the 40th level, becoming a soul master without any soul rings. Chapter 53. Journey to Shrek. It was not that Tang San had only advanced 5 levels in 2 years. Such a slow pace would be rather disheartening. Moreover, considering Hu Jio's impressive training benefits, such a modest level would hardly do justice to Hu Jio's stature. In fact, Tang San had reached the 30th level 6 months prior. However, he was resolute in his pursuit, refusing to accept anything less than an exceptional soul ring. Especially after his defeat by Hu Jio, he was even more determined to hunt for a powerful soul ring to surpass Hu Jio in combat strength. Thus, under the guidance of his master, he chose to forego soul rings for the time being and continued training as before. According to his master's theory, one could still train effectively without a soul ring, as the fruits of their labor would ultimately manifest upon acquiring a ring in the future. Hu Jio had advised against this choice, as a breakthrough in realm accompanied by the enhancement of a soul ring would vastly accelerate training speed, far beyond what could be achieved prior to such a breakthrough. Unfortunately, Tang San was inclined to heed his teacher's counsel, opting for this misguided training regimen. Moreover, it was crucial to note that Tang San, proud and ambitious, always sought soul rings that approached his own limits when making his selections. Thus, Tang San's aspiration to acquire the soul rings of his dreams becomes unattainable at the Junior Soul Master Academy. After all, Nodding Academy is merely a basic institution for soul masters, lacking in formidable faculty and therefore incapable of obtaining the soul rings that Tang San desires. This delay extended until the graduation of the 4th grade. You must graduate early, Hu Jio inquired of Tang San. Simultaneously, he pondered whether graduating a year early would adversely affect Tang San's future acquisition of celestial herbs. It is worth noting that Hu Jio's continued presence at this modest academy was largely due to his desire to remain close to Tang San, thereby ensuring his own opportunity to obtain celestial herbs. Otherwise, he would have long since taken Xiao Wu and fled to a distant place, leaving this dilapidated institution behind. It seemed that Tang San initially attracted the interest of Dugyubo during his encounter with Dugu Yin in the Great Soul Arena, which ultimately led to his discovery of the Eye of Ice and Fire and the acquisition of celestial herbs upon entering the Royal Academy. In this light, it appears that whether one enters Shrek Academy early or not bears little significance. Ultimately, it suffices to seize the pivotal moments. Furthermore, Shrek is in closer proximity to the Star Dough Forest, making it more convenient for him to deliver carrots to Dai Ming and Air Ming. The teacher has instructed me to attend Shrek Academy in the Barak Kingdom. Xiao Wu, it seems I may have to part ways with you. Tang San's face was tinged with reluctance. Unbeknownst to them, he had spent a full 4 years alongside Hu Jio and Xiao Wu, forging profound bonds over such a considerable span of time. Parting? Xiao San, why do you think that way? It's merely a matter of graduating early and attending a more prestigious academy. We can still be together. Hu Jio's lips curled into a smile as he spoke cheerfully. Indeed, I have grown weary of this academy. Is Shrek Academy truly enjoyable? If it is, I shall accompany you, Xiao Jio. Xiao Wu, intrigued, chimed in, feeling that such delightful experiences must include her. That would certainly be wonderful. Yet Shrek lies in the Barak Kingdom, quite distant from home, and it seems that Shrek Academy lacks a classification system. We are uncertain whether it possesses the capability to educate us. Hearing that both Hu Jio and Xiao Wu were willing to accompany him to Shrek moved Tang San deeply. Yet after the initial surge of emotion, concern crept in. After all, he could not jeopardize his companions without ascertaining the true nature of Shrek. You may not be aware of this. Xiao San, I have heard of Shrek. It is said to only accept monsters, not geniuses. Given our levels, it is unlikely that any academy would turn us away. Is Shrek truly that formidable? I have not heard of it, Xiao Wu queried, gazing at Hu Jio in confusion. They spent every day together, yet she had not heard of it. Have you forgotten? I possess a secret weapon. Hu Jio pointed to his ear and explained with a smile. In truth, who would have heard of Shrek, were it not for having read the original work? How could one inquire about such an obscure academy in a small place like Nodding City? Oh, I almost forgot. You also have the enhanced senses technique. Xiao Wu looked at Hu Jio enviously, pondering how many secrets such remarkable hearing must uncover. She was particularly fond of others' little secrets. So this is how it is. No wonder the teacher would send me to Shrek. Tang San nodded, suddenly comprehending the master's reasoning. The current Tang San would not, however, unconditionally trust the master as he did in the original story. While he remained obedient to the master, he also harbored his own thoughts and doubts. These matters, of course, are not without the influence of Hu Jio. However, will your uncle and aunt consent to your schooling so far away? Upon contemplating the reactions of Hu Rui and Emma, Hu Jio felt a slight headache. Suddenly inspired, he turned his gaze towards Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, this matter hinges upon you. You know that mother is most inclined to heed your words. If you speak to her, she will undoubtedly acquiesce. I refuse. I have no desire to endure Emma's mother's incessant prattle. Xiao Wu shook her head repeatedly, her braided hair swaying rhythmically behind her. Are you truly not going? Hu Jio inquired with a smile. Absolutely not. I shall not be persuaded. Xiao Wu's expression was resolute, conveying a firm determination to resist any further attempts. Oh, Xiao San. I have heard that Shrek Academy is situated in Soto City, which is one of the two most renowned cities in the Barak Kingdom, celebrated as a granary. It is said that there is even a grand soul-fighting arena there. How lively it must be. Alas, I cannot accompany you. Hu Jio expressed his regret, winking at Tang San. Indeed, what a pity. It seems I shall have to wait until I have had my fill of fun before returning to share the tales with you. Tang San reciprocated with a look of regret. Humph, how infuriating. It seems you have bested me this time. I shall go and speak with Emma's mother. Observing their synchronized performance, Xiao Wu stamped her foot in frustration. Yet, it must be acknowledged that she was indeed captivated by Hu Jio's vivid description. Such an enjoyable affair. How could it possibly be complete without the participation of Sister Xiao Wu? 3 days later, Hu Jio, Xiao Wu, and Tang San bid a reluctant farewell to old Jack. Emma and Hu Rui, embarking on their journey to Shrek Academy in pursuit of knowledge. In this year, Hu Jio and his companions have reached the age of 11. Hu Jio's delicate features have matured into a striking visage, characterized by his sharp brows and bright eyes, making him a handsome young lad. As for Xiao Wu, her tall stature of 1.70 m, coupled with her slender waist and exquisite, charming face, draws the gaze of those around her. Regarding Tang San, well, he has taken on a rather unconventional appearance. Perhaps it is true that one's inner self is reflected outwardly. As the heir of the Tang sect, he naturally hopes to remain as unremarkable and inconspicuous as possible. Thus, alongside Hu Jio and Xiao Wu, Tang San resembles a mere attendant. If not for the exceptional moonlight bridge adorned at his waist, one might hardly take notice of him. Chapter 54. Daimu by half a month later. The figures of Hu Jio and his companions materialized on the bustling streets of Soto City in the Barak Kingdom. Finally, we have arrived. I never imagined Soto City would be so far. I don't care, Xiao San. You two must accompany me for a couple of days of fun in the city, especially to see that grand soul arena. Xiao Wu tiptoed, her little head darting about, as everything in Soto City appeared novel and exciting to her. Ha, Xiao Wu, if you drag Xiao San along for shopping, it would surely be his undoing. When has he ever enjoyed such leisure? Hu Jio chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Tang San is undeniably a homebody, spending his days either engrossed in rigorous training or tinkering with his hidden weapons, hardly finding the time for leisurely strolls. If I do not strive diligently in my cultivation, I will soon be unable to keep pace with you both. Your progress is astonishing. I must work harder. Tang San lamented with a wry smile as he observed the two. Hu Jio's rapid advancement is understandable, thanks to the aid of his first soul ring. But how Xiao Wu has managed to progress so swiftly, despite rarely being seen training, remains a mystery to him. This left Tang San feeling quite unsettled. Could it be that the disparity in talent between individuals is truly so vast? If you choose not to accompany me, then so be it. I hardly care. Xiao Jio, let us explore on our own later, without Tang San. Xiao Wu playfully made a face at Tang San while resting her arm on Hu Jio's shoulder. All right, enough of the antics. Let us first find a hotel to settle down. We have no idea where Shrek is located and will need to inquire in advance. Hu Jio casually offered a carrot to Xiao Wu, smiling as he provided comfort. Indeed, it is only fitting. If one wishes to indulge in shopping, why bring Tang San along? It would be far better for just the two of us to go. A well-conceived plan. By the way, I recall from the original text that Tang San once stumbled upon a treasure at Dean Flanders. If I'm not mistaken, it was something golden. We ought to check it out later. I could also purchase something for little San. After all, he is quite destitute now, and even if he wished to buy something, he would lack the funds. Finding accommodation was not a challenge. Before long, the group discovered a striking hotel. Its exterior was adorned in a rosy hue, resembling a colossal rose from a distance, making it nearly impossible to overlook. The Rose Hotel. Upon seeing the name, Hu Jio smiled, trailing behind Xiao Wu as she eagerly entered. Upon stepping into the Rose Hotel, A fragrant wave of roses enveloped them, lending an air of romantic allure to the establishment. Tang San approached the front desk, requesting, "Please, we would like to book 3 rooms." The attendant behind the counter quickly stood up, glancing first at Tang San and then at Xiao Wu and Hu Jio, who were engaged in hushed conversation. A peculiar look flickered in his eyes. "Are you certain you require 3 rooms? Is it possible that you only have 1, or perhaps 2? Hu Jio narrowed his eyes at the attendant, sensing mischief afoot. The attendant's eyes brightened, responding ambiguously, "Yes, there is only 1 room left, a rather spacious one. Get lost. I am not the sort you presume I am." "We require 3 rooms," Hu Jio retorted angrily, glaring at the attendant. "Do you not see that we have an extra light bulb here? How can you be so oblivious?" "Why yes, I must have miscalculated. Just now, 2 guests checked out, so we do have 3 rooms available," the attendant stammered, breaking into a cold sweat under Hu Jio's intense gaze, no longer daring to act inappropriately. "I trust one of those rooms is mine." At that moment, a haughty and icy voice emerged from behind them. Turning around, they beheld a strikingly noble young man with distinct twin pupils standing before them. Without a doubt, Hu Jio recognized him immediately. There were few who could possess such an imposing presence aside from the enigmatic Dai Mubai. He had been pondering whether he might encounter Dai Mubai here, and to his astonishment, the man indeed made an appearance. In the original narrative, Dai Mubai's entrance was always portrayed as grand, and today was no exception. He embraced a pair of twin sisters, exuding the demeanor of a carefree playboy. However, witnessing Dai Mubai's bravado directed towards him was far from delightful. Approaching the counter, he addressed the attendant. "Are you new here? Do you not realize that a room is always reserved for me? Go, summon your manager." "Why yes, I shall do so at once," the attendant replied, recognizing Dai Mubai. According to the timeline, it was presumed that young Master Dai would not be visiting in the next couple of days, yet here he was today. This matter is no longer something a mere waiter can resolve. It must be addressed by the manager, for he sought to profit more by renting out the room reserved by Dai Xiao to others. Such occurrences are not unprecedented, and he has grown accustomed to them. "Excuse me, but it seems we arrived first," Tang San remarked, still trying to grasp the situation, mistakenly believing that Dai Mubai aimed to seize their room. "And what of it?" Dai Mubai retorted coldly, not even turning his head. Who was Dai Mubai? He was the illustrious 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire. And when had he ever been questioned in such a manner? "Not much, just curious to see how grand your temperament is," Hu Jio replied indifferently, casting a glance at Dai Mubai. "What is so impressive? You're merely a fallen prince." "Huh, you think you can discuss temperament with me?" Dai Mubai turned back, disdain evident in his gaze. "You, with your ugly visage, presume to look down upon me." Xiao Wu glared at Dai Mubai, warning, "If you dare utter another word against Xiao Jio, I will break your legs." "Excellent. It has been long since anyone spoke to me so." "It appears you desire a fight," Dai Mubai stated, his gaze shifting to Xiao Wu. Upon seeing her charming and adorable demeanor, a flicker of something unusual crossed his eyes, which Hu Jio caught with keen perception. "Xiao San, it's time to test your mettle. Teach him a lesson." "His eyes are too infuriating," Hu Jio said nonchalantly, fully aware that Dai Mubai was merely captivated by Xiao Wu's beauty. Yet, without discipline, how would Dai Mubai learn that some individuals should not be gazed upon so freely? "Let me handle this. I've long taken a disliking to this fellow." "I shall also teach him a lesson," Xiao Wu declared, rolling up her sleeves, eager to join the fray. "Enough of your squabbling. I suggest you all come at me together. A few mere children do not intimidate me," Dai Mubai scoffed. Upon hearing this, the 2 girls beside him giggled, one blowing him a kiss before retreating to the side. "Come on." Just as the confrontation was about to commence, the earlier waiter hurried in, accompanied by a perspiring middle-aged man. "Let us discuss this. Please, no fighting in my establishment." Dai Mubai shot him a sidelong glance. "Manager Wang, your business acumen appears to have sharpened." Manager Wang wiped the sweat from his brow, smiling apologetically. "Please, Dai Xiao, do not say that. It's merely my subordinate's ignorance. This lad just arrived yesterday and is unaware of the rules. I shall rectify this. Is this a social gathering? Let us take this outside." "No one can prevent me from taking on Hu Jio," Hu Jio interrupted impatiently. Dai Mubai's eyes gleamed with intensity. "No need to go outside. Let us settle this here. I shall bear any damages incurred." To shy away from conflict is the mark of a coward. He had not anticipated that others would provoke him before he could even instigate trouble himself. Chapter 55. Defeating Dai Mu by Xiao Wu. "Allow me to take this battle," Tang San's expression turned serious as he regarded Dai Mu Bai. From him, Tang San sensed a formidable and domineering aura. Even he lacked confidence against such an opponent. Why must you take this? He clearly looks down on me. Xiao Wu pouted, feeling slighted. Why argue? I said the two of you should join forces. Dai Mu Bai's gaze turned icier. These two had the audacity to bicker over who would fight him, indicating their disdain for him. Not wanting to witness dissension before the battle had even commenced, Hu Jiao exchanged a knowing look with Tang San. Understanding immediately, Tang San shifted his stance and leaped before Dai Mu Bai. Please, enlighten me. Humph. It was about time. Receive my punch first, Dai Mu Bai snorted. His eyes gleaming with mischief as he unleashed a straightforward punch, propelling it forward with unadorned ferocity. Tang San, while recognizing the looming threat of Dai Mu Bai's punch, felt no fear. Channeling his Xian Tian Gong to its full capacity, his hands transformed to a white jade hue, a manifestation of his Xian Yu hand technique. Boom. The two fists collided, and both men staggered back 2 paces, neither gaining the upper hand. What incredible strength this weirdo possesses. He can actually rival Tang San. Xiao Wu, who had been displeased with Tang San's earlier actions, now stared in astonishment. She was well aware of Tang San's punching power. Due to his training in the chaotic wind, he had already reached the soul master level in physical strength. Yet, she never anticipated that he would not best Dai Mu Bai. This person is not as simple as he appears. Don't let his dapper attire fool you. He is not much older than us and can be considered a genius, Hu Jiao explained with a chuckle. Really? A genius in that peculiar guise? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized Dai Mu Bai. Hu Jiao nodded affirmatively. Of course. Just look at his face. He doesn't even have a beard, which clearly indicates his youth. No wonder he possesses such arrogance. It turns out he is a genius. Xiao amused, her battle spirit intensifying. The prospect of defeating a genius seemed rather enticing. As Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu exchanged words, the two combatants resumed their duel. Tang San executed the ghost shadow perplexing steps while employing the crane control and dragon capture techniques, nimbly circling around Dai Mu Bai and launching sporadic attacks that left Dai Mu Bai scrambling for defense. However, Dai Mu Bai was no slouch. Though his speed could not match Tang San's, he defended himself with the tenacity of a great bear. Alas, prolonged defense often leads to vulnerability. Under Tang San's relentless barrage, Dai Mu Bai inadvertently stumbled, allowing Tang San to seize the moment and deliver a punch to his abdomen. Dai Mu Bai reacted swiftly, performing a backflip and retreating 5 meters to evade Tang San's follow-up attacks. His expression soured. In a contest of pure technique, he had been bested by this youth, who was several years his junior. What a disgrace. Care to continue? Tang San inquired nonchalantly. Should we continue, the battle might escalate. If things go awry, this hotel could be in jeopardy. Of course, Dai Mu Bai wiped his lips. In terms of physical combat, I concede defeat. I shall relinquish the hotel room to you. But as fellow soul masters, I refuse to leave without a proper battle. At that moment, Dai Mu Bai's gaze transformed, and an overwhelming aura enveloped him, exuding a wild and domineering presence. The white tiger now manifested. As his martial spirit emerged, a phantom of the white tiger materialized, causing Dai Mu Bai's physique to expand. Muscles bulging and his hands to grow larger, extending claws that gleamed with a chilling light. His eyes morphed into slits, reminiscent of a beast. Beneath him, 3 soul rings appeared, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Dai Mu Bai, the white tiger martial spirit, ranked 34th among battle soul masters, proclaimed his name with an extraordinary dominance. A millennium soul ring. Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment, surprised that this seemingly flawed-eyed individual possessed such formidable prowess. Tang San, are you up to the challenge? Allow me to assist you. Xiao Wu joyfully called out, and without waiting for Tang San's consent, she immediately summoned her martial spirit and leaped into action. Beside them, Hu Jiao wore a look of exasperation, thinking, if you want to fight, just say so. Tang San can manage on his own. Here. Tang San felt a pang of exasperation. After all, this was a contest among men, and what business did a girl have intruding upon it? Yet, he refrained from voicing his concerns, for he could hardly control Xiao Wu. Behold my waist bow. With a series of agile leaps, Xiao Wu darted to Dai Mu Bai's side, twisting her body until her legs encircled his neck. You little imp, do you truly believe you can unseat me? Dai Mu Bai declared, activating his first soul skill, White Tiger Ascension Shield. The first soul ring beneath his feet swelled, enveloping him in a spherical barrier. Nevertheless, Xiao Wu's grip was resolute. No matter how the orb pressed against her, her legs remained steadfastly locked around his neck. With a grunt, Xiao Wu placed her hands on the ground, her waist bending into a remarkable arc. With a surge of strength, Dai Mubai found himself involuntarily lifted and flung away. Thud! He crashed heavily onto the floor, creating a gaping hole in the hotel's foundation. As the dust settled, a disheveled Dai Mubai rose from the ground. Wiping his lips and noticing a trickle of blood. This time I was careless and didn't evade. Next time. It won't be so easy for you to approach me, he said, his expression darkening, pride wounded by being toppled by a mere girl. Oh really? Then let us try again. Xiao Wu chimed, her eyes suddenly shimmering with a pink glow. Second soul skill, charm. Like a stealthy ambush. This enchanting ability caught Dai Mubai unawares, and he fell victim once more. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu leaped beside him, her waist bow re-emerging with a resounding crash, once again breaching the hotel's flooring. After a moment of silence, Dai Mubai wiped his face, feigning nonchalance. Given your demeanor, I presume you aim to enter Shrek Academy. I am your senior. Today's incident was merely a light-hearted jest. We shall meet again shortly. Upon finishing his sentence, Dai Mubai swiftly turned around and dashed out of the hotel, disregarding his two female companions. His posture was undeniably awkward. Only Hu Jio and the others remained frozen in place, astonished that the arrogant and domineering Dai Mubai had fled so easily. Was the tyrant's persona transforming into that of a jester? Hu Jio felt his thoughts teetering on the edge of upheaval. Now you understand the prowess of my sister Xiao Wu, don't you? Xiao Wu turned back with a triumphant air. Her neck held high as if she had ascended from the leader of Nodding Academy to the sovereign of Soto City. Chapter 56, A Fortuitous Opportunity. Xiao Wu. Your waist bow technique has become even more formidable. Tang San gazed at Xiao Wu in astonishment, never expecting that the very Dai Mubai, who had exerted such pressure on him, had been sent flying by Xiao Wu not once, but twice. Just imagining that scene was painful. You may not know, but my waist bow skill can instantly double my waist strength and enhance my physical resilience by 50%. Moreover, after reaching level 10, I gain an additional 1% boost for every level I advance. Currently, I am at level 30, which means I can augment my waist strength by an impressive 120%. Isn't that remarkable? Xiao Wu explained proudly. Remarkable indeed. Tang San gave a thumbs up, resolutely deciding to be perpetually wary of Xiao Wu, ensuring she could not approach him. The mere thought of face planting was enough to send chills down his spine. All right, Manager Wang, you may come out now. The room is ours, so please make the arrangements. Hu Jio rapped the table, summoning the two individuals who had been hiding beneath the counter. Yes, we shall attend to your needs immediately. Manager Wang replied with a bow, then swiftly struck the back of a server's head. Hurry and assist our esteemed guests with their check-in. 3 rooms were available. And of course, the finest one was chosen by Xiao Wu, who reveled in the fragrance of roses that filled the air. In the afternoon, Tang San devoted himself to training, reluctant to venture outside, while Hu Jio and Xiao Wu explored Soto City. Hu Jio had an automatic training panel, and his training speed could not match that of the automated system, so he only engaged in training when he felt inspired. As for Xiao Wu, her very breath was akin to training. Perhaps this was the distinction of being a soul beast. Cultivation had become her instinct, which explained why she rarely seemed to train. Soto City was even larger than Hu Jio had anticipated. As one of the most significant cities in the Kingdom of Balak, its level of prosperity is incomparable to that of a small place like Nodding City. There are myriad delights to savor and an array of splendid goods to behold. Along the way, Xiao Wu was eager to explore every shop, and had it not been for Hu Jio's formidable spirit power, she might have been overwhelmed. Furthermore, Hu Jio was known for his generosity. Upon noticing something Xiao Wu desired, he would purchase it without hesitation. Over the past few years, he had amassed quite a fortune with the likes of Xiao Chenyu and others, and with few places to spend his wealth in Nodding City, he had saved a substantial amount. However, Hu Jio soon regretted not bringing Tang San along, not for his company, but primarily for his treasured 24-bridge Mingwa night. Unbeknownst to him, he had already accumulated a considerable number of items, and by the end, Xiao Wu too was laden with parcels. It seems we have bought too much. Xiao Jio, how about we call it a day and explore more later? Xiao Wu said, looking at Hu Jio, who was burdened with bags, feeling somewhat embarrassed. All right, but that shop ahead seems to sell Soul Master supplies. Let us take a look, he replied, as he gazed at the store's sign. Reminiscent of the Spirit Hall's insignia, Hu Jio smiled faintly, sensing an opportunity. Upon entering the dimly lit shop, he frowned. It was no surprise that the miserly Flandra would skimp even on lighting, resulting in poor business. At first glance, he spotted Flandra lounging in a recliner, A man in his 50s sporting black-framed glasses and a face resembling a shoehorn, an archetype of a crafty merchant. Xiao, are these the soul guide devices used by soul masters? Why do they appear so shabby? I remember Tang San's 24 Bridge Ming one night was not like this. Xiao Wu remarked disdainfully as she surveyed the dilapidated items. Not to worry, we'll just have a look and leave. Boss, do you have any storage soul guides? Hu Jio inquired, directing his gaze toward the drowsy Flandra. Storage soul guides. Of course. Flandra sat up with a gleam in his eyes, recognizing a significant transaction. I have various types of storage soul guides. Which tier are you interested in? Perhaps one with a 10-cubic capacity? How much does that cost? Hu Jio pondered before asking. Not expensive at all. Since it's your first visit, I'll give you a discount. Only 100,000 gold soul coins. Flandra replied with a smile, raising a finger. 100,000 gold soul coins? Are you trying to rob me? Hu Jio exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief, suspecting the old man of trying to swindle him. Indeed, these soul guides are rare and sell like hotcakes. Each is unique. If I don't price them high, how can I profit? Flandra adjusted his glasses, observing Hu Jio with indifference, clearly sensing that Hu Jio could not afford his wares. Then do you have a smaller one? Perhaps a 1-cubic model? Hu Jio said, feeling somewhat disheartened. He realized he was not quite the affluent individual he had imagined, unable to even purchase a soul guide. It seemed he would need to increase the price of his carrots in the future. Coincidentally, he had encountered a Navi individual earlier that day. He would seize the opportunity to exploit the chance. We do have a 1-cubic model for 20,000 gold soul coins. Fixed price, Flandra stated flatly. 20,000 it is, then. I'll take one. Hu Jio gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Flandra, just you wait. However you profit from me today, I will return the favor in kind one day. Certainly. What style do you prefer? Rings, bracelets, necklaces, belts, almost everything is available. A ring. Hu Jio replied. All right, wait a moment while I find one. Flandra went to search and soon returned with a bronze ring, claiming it to be a ring, though it merely resembled a dull metal band. Hu Jio, however, was unfazed. He took the ring, gave it a cursory inspection, and slipped it onto his finger. Just as he was about to hand over the payment, he suddenly halted. Boss, for such a significant transaction, aren't you going to throw in a little extra? He pointed to a murky, unremarkable crystal sitting against the wall. How about that one? I have a companion who adores such items. The moment Hu Jio's words left his mouth, he noticed Flandra's eyes sharpen, as if trying to discern Hu Jio's true intentions. Flandra had spent a lifetime capitalizing on others' misfortunes. It was inconceivable that someone would seek a bargain from him. 100 gold soul coins, Flandra asserted decisively. You, as a boss, lack generosity. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue. I'll take it. Hu Jio waved his hand dismissively, and with a sweep of his fingers, the crystal vanished before him. Once the transaction was settled, Hu Jio finally revealed a faint smile. Yet, that smile sent a chill down Flandra's spine. Did you just take advantage of me? Yes. Hu Jio replied enigmatically, pulling Xiao Wu along, leaving Flandra with a fluctuating expression. Xiao Jio, why did you purchase that shabby crystal? Is it actually valuable? Xiao Wu inquired curiously after they exited the shop. Typically, Hu Jio would not even glance at such trinkets, so this unusual behavior piqued her interest. Whether it's valuable or not, I'm unsure. I merely sensed something within the crystal. It should not be a loss, Hu Jio replied vaguely, unable to disclose that he had intercepted Tang San's item. What could possibly be in that shabby crystal? You're not mistaken, are you? Xiao Wu cast a doubtful glance at Hu Jio, yet she chose not to press further, as 100 gold soul coins was not a significant sum for Hu Jio. Even if he had misjudged, the loss would be minimal. Upon returning to the hotel, Hu Jio casually placed the crystal on the table. In the evening, when Tang San and Xiao Wu visited his room, the crystal instantly captivated Tang San's attention. Board crystal? Tang San rushed to the table, gazing at the crystal with rapt fascination. Seeing this, Hu Jio smiled faintly, realizing he had made a sound purchase. Tang San, do you say this crystal is called a board crystal? I sensed it contained something. Xiao Wu leaned in closer, scrutinizing the crystal for any signs of its contents. Contains something? Tang San paused, then his eyes lit up. That does make sense. There is indeed something inside. Xiao Jio, you've struck gold. What else inside could be worth a fortune? Tang San gazed. Hu Jio complained to Tang San beside him, failing to consider who had prompted Tang San to take action earlier. However, Tang San was too preoccupied to dwell on this, eagerly gathering the fallen golden particles scattered across the ground. Xiao Jio, Xiao Wu, hurry up and collect these particles. I will explain everything later, he urged. Tang San was aware that he had acted somewhat rashly this time, but upon encountering such a remarkable treasure for the first time, he could hardly contain his excitement. It was well known that hidden weapons had always held a special place in his heart, ranking above all else in his esteem. All right. Hu Jio shrugged and extended his palm, channeling his soul power to manipulate the particles. In an instant, the golden grains appeared to be drawn together by invisible threads, gathering effortlessly into Hu Jio's hand. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu attempted to emulate Hu Jio's technique, yet her control over soul power was inferior, resulting in a meager collection of golden particles, which left her feeling dissatisfied. Consequently, she quickened her pace, but haste did not equate to efficiency. The more anxious she became, the harder it was to grasp the particles. In her frustration, she nearly stamped her foot. Haha, Xiao Wu, your control over soul power is lacking. Just look at Xiao San. His manipulation skills are almost on par with mine. Hu Jio teased. Competing with a cultivation fanatic like Xiao San is pointless. Xiao Wu pouted, her voice laced with a playful defiance. Tang San interjected. Why are you two dragging me into your banter? Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Upon opening it, they found a server who had come to check on the situation. We're just having some fun. Xiao Wu's remark sent the server retreating. With a swift motion, Hu Jio, noticing the server's peculiar expression, playfully tapped him on the forehead. Get lost. If you dare to think wildly again, be careful for your life. Yes, I'll leave right away. The server nodded, tears welling in his eyes, feeling quite aggrieved. After all, they had made such a ruckus, yet he could not even ponder the matter. Once the server departed, Tang San had successfully gathered all the golden particles from the corners of the room. Xiao San, don't be so tense. Tell me, what makes this so precious? Hu Jio inquired, curiously examining the particles in his hand. I've heard that it's quite remarkable. Well, let me put it this way. You've seen my hidden weapons, right? What we have here is a type of natural hidden weapon, and it's exceptionally potent, Tang San explained, his expression animated. As he spoke, he picked up one golden particle, and with a surge of soul power, it transformed into an almost invisible golden needle. In a blur, he flicked his finger, and the needle vanished from view, moving at a speed that was difficult for even Hu Jio to discern. Wow, what an impressive technique, Hu Jio exclaimed, astonished. With his current eyesight, he had barely caught a glimpse of Tang San's movement. It seemed that Tang San had grown significantly during this period. Of course, this was under conditions where he was unprepared. Had Tang San targeted him, he would have sensed it earlier. His enhanced senses were not to be underestimated. Where did it go? Xiao Wu followed Tang San's gaze, but found nothing. Hiki. Tang San approached Hu Jio's bed, tugging at the blanket to reveal where the golden threads had entangled. This is merely a blanket. Imagine the implications if it were inside a person's body. Tang San's pride was palpable. After all, this was one of the top 10 hidden weapons from the Tang sect. That's rather sinister. Xiao Wu shuddered at the thought of Tang San's description, her gaze towards him shifting with unease. The rather unremarkable mistress possesses a heart of venom, prompting a newfound caution towards her. Tang San, rendered speechless by Xiao Wu's observations, remarked, "It is the weapon that is wicked, not I. The malevolence of a weapon is contingent upon its wielder. Used for good, it is righteous. Used for evil, it turns vile." Such is the essence of this truth. Indeed, Tang San speaks wisely. I believe that, in comparison to this concealed weapon, your technique is what truly matters, exclaimed Xiao Wu. Such a diminutive object can be launched with such speed and distance. Surely, apart from you, no one else can master its proper utilization. Hu Jio gazed at Tang San with fervor, longing to wield such a formidable concealed weapon. It is merely a technique of concealed weaponry. I shall teach you shortly. With your innate talent, I trust you will grasp it in no time, Tang San replied with a gentle smile, his demeanor light-hearted. As long as it did not pertain to the core secrets of the Tang sect, he was untroubled by sharing this technique. Chapter 58. The unabashed Hu Jio. Upon hearing this news from Tang San, Hu Jio was utterly elated, finally poised to extract a skill from the stingy Tang San. Joyous. In truth, Tang San regarded Hu Jio as an extraordinary genius, capable of mastering any technique in a remarkably brief span. In this regard, Tang San felt a twinge of inadequacy. Had he not recognized Hu Jio's exceptional aptitude, he would not have imparted his concealed weapon technique. After all, such unconventional skills are often of little utility unless cultivated to a certain level. For others, the time spent on this could be better invested in enhancing their own abilities. Little San, I wish to learn as well, Xiao Wu exclaimed, Rushing to join the fray upon hearing Tang San was to teach Hu Jiu the art of concealed weaponry. To her dismay, Tang San promptly shook his head, refusing her. This technique requires diligent practice from a young age. I teach Hu Jiu due to his exceptional talent. But you, Xiao Wu, lack both his innate gifts and the foundational training. Pursuing this now would only hinder your growth. You, Xiao Wu nearly trembled with indignation at these words. Pointing an accusing finger at Tang San, she fumed. You despicable Tang San. I shall remember this. Who knew you could be so miserly? You infuriate me. Her frustrations unabated. She punctuated her outburst by stamping on Tang San's foot several times before storming out of Hu Jiu's room. Left behind were the bewildered Tang San and the nearly amused Hu Jiu, who was close to snacking on seeds while enjoying the spectacle. Why was Xiao Wu so incensed? Were all women truly so irrational? In that moment, Tang San found himself engulfed in profound confusion, and a burgeoning apprehension towards the nature of women began to take root within him. How terrifying! At last, Hu Jiu successfully integrated the skill of concealed weapon techniques into his automation panel. In gratitude for Tang San imparting his skill, Hu Jiu divided the dragon whisker needles into 2 portions, each comprising approximately 10,000 needles. However, upon mastering the skill, Hu Jiu realized that his room had been thoroughly disarrayed by Tang San. The floor, including the bed, was strewn with remnants of shattered crystals, rendering it utterly uninhabitable. Tang San, scratching his head in distress, awkwardly suggested, "Why not stay in my room for the night? We can squeeze in together." "Huh? Who would want to sleep with you, a grown man?" "Do not worry, Brother Jiu has his own way," Hu Jiu retorted disdainfully, casting a glance at Tang San before proudly striding towards Xiao Wu's room. Xiao Wu, Tang San has turned my room into a mess. Now I have nowhere to stay. How pitiful." In Xiao Wu's room, Hu Jiu shamelessly expressed his grievances, sporting a woeful expression. Indeed, it's all Tang San's fault. Rushing about without a care, utterly reckless, Hu Jiu lamented, prompting Xiao Wu to recall the scene of crystal shards littering Tang San's room. "No, I truly have nowhere to stay. How unfortunate." Hu Jiu desperately signaled his plight to Xiao Wu. "Yes, how unfortunate indeed," Xiao Wu replied, blinking her innocent big eyes and feigning ignorance. Yet, internally, she found great amusement in Hu Jiu's pitiful demeanor. Sighing, seeing that Xiao Wu had not grasped his implication, Hu Jiu decided to be more direct. "Xiao Wu, let us discuss something." "What is it?" Xiao Wu stifled her laughter. "Well, your bed is quite spacious, isn't it? How about we draw a line down the middle and share it like before?" Hu Jiu looked at Xiao Wu with anticipation, fearing that if she refused, he would be at a loss when facing Tang San later. "Ah, but we've grown up now. Wouldn't that be inappropriate?" Xiao Wu pondered, her fingers grazing her lips, torn between temptation and shyness. Despite her position as a leader at Notting Academy, she had encountered many situations, though she did not display it outwardly. "What's the harm? We used to share a blanket without issue." Hu Jiu waved his hand dismissively, though internally, he felt a pang of uncertainty. "Very well, but you must not overstep the boundaries tonight." Xiao Wu hesitated before blushingly agreeing. "I won't overstep. I'm quite experienced in this matter," Hu Jiu replied joyfully, nearly leaping with excitement. On this night, Xiao Wu and Hu Jiu were consumed by their own thoughts, their minds swirling with a myriad of distractions. This also resulted in both individuals awakening the following day with weary expressions. It felt as though they had not slept the previous night, leaving them utterly listless. This also caused Tang San to cast a puzzled glance at the two the next day. What was going on? Could it be that there were rats in their room? After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, the trio departed from the hotel and began their journey toward Shrek. Having spent much of the previous day wandering, Hu Jiu had not wasted his time. At the very least, he had managed to ascertain the location of Shrek Academy. Upon exiting Soto City and heading southward, expansive fields of farmland unfolded before them, yet within their line of sight, there was not a single building to be seen, let alone Shrek Academy. "Hu Jiu, are you sure you got the directions right? This place hardly resembles an academy." Both Xiao Wu and even Tang San regarded him with skeptical expressions. "It certainly exists, however. It may not align with your preconceived notions of an academy. Let us proceed, and you shall understand once we arrive." Hu Jiu's expression bore an oddity. He was aware not only from the original text about Shrek's less-than-ideal environment, but also from some rumors he had overheard the previous day, none of which were particularly favorable. "Then let us go. It is imperative to register and settle in promptly." For Tang San, a fervent practitioner, Wasting time was the most disgraceful of acts. Desperate to carve out more moments for cultivation, he longed to reach their destination without delay, so he could immerse himself into Xiantian's skill. All right, let us race to see who arrives first. No sooner had Hu Jio spoken than he darted away like the wind. Hu Jio, you're being cheeky, Xiao Wu exclaimed. And Tang San quickly caught on, raising his foot to pursue. In an instant, it seemed as though the surrounding fields felt the vibrancy of their youth, with clusters of rice swaying in unison, cheering them on. In a mere quarter of an hour, Hu Jio caught sight of a small village emerging in the distance. He knew they had reached their destination. Hey, Hu Jio, why have you stopped? Xiao Wu, like a gust of wind, leapt past him, only to turn back after covering some distance to inquire. It appears we have arrived at our destination, Tang San's voice chimed beside Hu Jio, his eyes now shimmering with a faint purple hue. Shrek Academy, we have arrived. Chapter 59. Enrollment in the academy. The village where Shrek was located was quite small, less than half the size of Holy Soul Village. Hu Jio sensed that there were roughly 100 households. At the village entrance, a dilapidated sign hung from a stone platform, inscribed with the words Shrek Academy. At this moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu were utterly astonished. At this moment, they finally comprehended why Hu Jio had displayed such an unusual expression when he mentioned Shrek Academy. Even Hu Jio found himself at a loss for words regarding the matter. He had initially prepared himself thoroughly, yet he had not anticipated that the conditions here would be even more dismal than he had envisioned. Perhaps it would be best to allow Tang San to enroll alone while he and Xiao Wu returned to Soto City to reside. At this moment, a thought flashed through Hu Jio's mind. Regardless of the circumstances, since this was Shrek Academy, they should investigate what was happening. Tang San quickly regained his composure. In his heart, he still wished to trust the master. Since the master had brought him here, there must be a reason for it. He believed that the master would not lead him astray in this regard. Very well, let us take a look, as there was a crowd gathered nearby, and they could see what they were doing. After some contemplation, Hu Jio resolved to enter Shrek Academy, for the strength of the teachers within was indeed formidable. While they might not rival the top-tier martial soul academies, they were certainly superior to those of intermediate soul master institutions. Furthermore, his fourth soul ring was still pending, and he would need Shrek's assistance. After all, he felt somewhat reluctant to seek help from Deming and Erming. It seemed rather unreasonable to have wise soul beasts eliminate other soul beasts. The three arrived at the village entrance, where they noticed a line of people waiting. At the front of the queue sat a small, elderly man in his 60s, diligently jotting down notes at a makeshift table. Registration fee, 10 gold soul coins. Disqualified next. Upon entering, Hu Jio and his companions heard this announcement. It seems Shrek's admissions process is quite stringent, Tang San remarked thoughtfully. Just moments ago, he had clearly seen a candidate, roughly his age with soul power nearing 20, being turned away. Why bother with such details? With our current levels, if this academy does not accept us, it must be blind. If Shrek is that kind of academy, then we need not bother, Hu Jio retorted nonchalantly. The three of them were all 11 years old, 2 at level 30, and 1 at level 40. Anywhere else, they would be regarded as treasures. Attending Shrek was indeed an honor. Yes, if even our abilities cannot gain admission, then this academy must be utterly blind, Xiao Wu chimed in proudly. If she and Tang San were considered average geniuses, then Hu Jio was a prodigy beyond compare, being a level 40 soul master. It was likely that no one on the continent could match his rapid advancement. Before long, it was their turn in line, but they noticed that, until now, not a single individual had qualified. Hurry up, 10 gold soul coins for the registration fee, came the old man's impatient voice from the front. Here, Hu Jio handed over 30 gold soul coins, covering both Xiao Wu's and Tang San's fees as well. This was a matter of course for Xiao Wu. And Tang San was indifferent. After all, he had no money, and earnings were either returned to Hu Jio or used to create hidden weapons, leaving his pockets emptier than his face. Give me your hand, the old man said, casting a dispassionate glance at Hu Jio. Here, Hu Jio squinted, curious to see if the old man would leap from his seat. You. The old man's eyes widened in shock, and he seemed unable to believe what he sensed. He closed his eyes again, concentrating intently. However, the slight tremor in his hands betrayed his inner turmoil. After a brief moment, the old man abruptly stood up from the table, gripping Hu Jio's hand tightly. Come, let us meet the principal. Old man, don't be hasty, I have 2 companions. Hu Jio stood firm, his body unmoving under the old man's grip. Oh, you have companions, do you? Then let them join as well. As long as their levels are not too low, I have some influence in the academy, and it would not be impossible for them to enroll, the old man said. momentarily taken aback but then speaking jovially. Thank you, but there is no need. I believe their levels will astonish you, Hu Jiu replied with a mischievous grin. Haha. What storms has this old man not weathered? If it were not for your extraordinary talent, I wouldn't bat an eye at any genius, the old man said, his pride evident as he stroked his beard. Very well, I shall await the spectacle, Hu Jiu gestured in a manner befitting a host, eager for the unfolding drama. Come, you two little ones, step forward so this old man can see how talented you are, the old man beckoned, the challenge evident in his demeanor as he summoned Xiao Wu and Tang San. A moment later, the old man found himself questioning his own existence. 11 years old. Level 30. Another prodigy. 11 years old, level 30 again. You monstrous kids, he exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. It seems Shrek is about to flourish. Old man, do not become overly jubilant. The academy may choose its students, but we too have the right to choose our academy. If it fails to meet my expectations, we may not necessarily attend here. Hu Jiu had not forgotten that just yesterday, Flinder had swindled him out of over 20,000 gold soul coins, a significant portion of his wealth. He was not willing to leave empty-handed from that scheming merchant. Hu Jiu's words caused the old man's smile to fade. After a lengthy contemplation, he glared up fiercely. Do you think Shrek is just any place that you can come and go as you please? Let me tell you, you cannot leave. With that, the old man disregarded everything else and firmly grasped Hu Jiu's hand, as if to ensure he would not escape. Old man, are you trying to pull a fast one? Under the guidance of this amusing old man, the three made their way to the principal's office. Principal, come out quickly. I brought some prodigious students. Without waiting for the door to open, the old man called out loudly. Li Yusong, you're no longer a child. Why are you still so reckless? Came a familiar voice from within, one that Hu Jiu and Xiao Wu recognized. Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Wu involuntarily gasped, looking up at Hu Jiu as if seeking confirmation. Hu Jiu smiled and nodded, signaling her to remain silent. Seeing Hu Jiu's expression, Xiao Wu immediately understood. It seemed that Hu Jiu was once again up to something. Principal, look here, these two have only 11 years of bone age. Li Yusong pointed to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Flinder's gaze swept over Xiao Wu and Tang San, and upon noticing the 24 bridges bright moonlight hanging at Tang San's waist, his eyes visibly lit up. And this one, with a soul power level of 40, truly a monster among monsters, Li Yusong exclaimed, pulling Hu Jiu close. Excitement etched on his face as he addressed Flinder. Boss, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. I am Hu Jiu, this is Tang San. And this is Xiao Wu, Hu Jiu said, beaming at Flinder with utmost politeness. 40? A flicker of astonishment crossed Flinder's face as he turned to Hu Jiu. Show me your martial soul. His request was not born from doubt in Li Yusong's judgment, but rather from the sheer magnitude of Hu Jiu's power, demanding his cautious approach. All right. Martial soul, manifest. Hu Jiu readily extended his right hand, a translucent carrot martial soul slowly spinning above it. Simultaneously, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appeared beneath him. Indeed, a level 40 soul power and a food-type martial soul. How is this even possible? Flinder propelled himself toward Hu Jiu, nearly losing his glasses in his excitement. Excellent. It appears Shrek is about to unveil an unprecedented genius. Flinder vigorously patted Hu Jiu's shoulder, his expression filled with excitement. Dean, don't celebrate too early. I haven't yet declared my intention to enroll in your Shrek Academy. Hu Jiu replied with a smirk, pointing at Tang San and Xiao Wu. If you cannot satisfy us, it's not just me, they too will not join the academy. Indeed, wherever Xiao Jiu goes, I will follow. Xiao Wu stepped forward with a cheerful grin. Beside them, Tang San remained silent, merely stepping in line with the two, indicating his support for his companions. Although he was uncertain of Hu Jiu's intentions, it was only natural to stand by his brothers at this moment. What do you mean? Flinder gazed at Hu Jiu in astonishment. You've come to my academy, yet you refuse to enroll? What are you planning? Academies can select their students, but students can also select their academies. Isn't that quite evident? Hu Jiu replied with a smile. As a level 40 food system soul master, all I need is to acquire a single soul ring to meet the graduation criteria of your academy. In a few years, by the time I graduate, I might even become a soul emperor or perhaps a soul sage. He continued, and as for them, 2 11-year-old soul sages. I presume your Shrek has never encountered such prodigious talents before. So, what would it take for you to enroll? At this moment, Flinder fell silent. The little fellow before him spoke the truth. With their exceptional talents, no matter which academy they attended, they would undoubtedly receive special attention. Even he felt that it would be a disservice for the 3 of them to come to his academy. Aha, that is a good question, Dean. Hu Jiu laughed heartily, raising a finger. First, we are not ordinary geniuses. We have our own training plans. If there is any conflict in training methods with the academy, we will prioritize our approach unconditionally. This statement nearly implied that the academy's instructors might not be able to teach them effectively. Of course, Hu Jiu was cunning. With his capabilities, why would he engage in arduous training? Aside from cultivation, the knowledge related to soul masters was what he truly needed. He had always understood the power of knowledge and was wary of the master. What if one day the master arrived at Shrek as a teacher, imposing rigorous training upon them? Their relationship had never been particularly pleasant. This is simple. Our teachers will only offer suggestions and guidance regarding students' training. Whether the students choose to follow is not our concern. Flander nodded, understanding that genius students differed from ordinary ones and that some secret techniques in cultivation were acceptable. All right. Since we've reached an agreement on the first point, let us move on to the final condition. Hu Jiu smiled broadly. For prodigies like us, no matter which academy we attend, they will prioritize our development. However, having observed the environment at Shrek Academy, I must candidly say it seems rather lacking. Ignoring Flander's displeased expression, Hu Jiu continued, our demands are not high. I recall the dean possesses several soul-guiding devices. Allow us to each select one, and we shall become students of Shrek Academy. Who knows, in a few years, we might have several titled Douluos emerging from Shrek. Hu Jiu thought to himself. Referring to titled Douluo was an understatement. He was practically delivering a divine presence. Oh, so you have your eyes on my soul-guiding devices. Flander shot Hu Jiu a glare, feeling a pang in his heart. Was it really worth brooding over just because he hadn't given him a little extra yesterday? The thought was painful. Just as Flander contemplated conceding to Hu Jiu's demands, a boisterous voice echoed from outside. Hey, Flander, I heard the academy has welcomed some talented youngsters. Let me see just how talented they are. Upon hearing that voice, Flander's expression brightened. Old Xiao, you've arrived just in time. Come over here. With that voice, a figure entered, not particularly tall but exceptionally robust, moving as if a wall was shifting. It was none other than the indomitable king, Xiao Wu. Dean, if you don't wish to provide us with soul-guiding devices, just say so. Why resort to such excuses? If I'm not mistaken, this teacher should be a soul sage of over level 70. Hu Jiu looked at Flander discontentedly, thinking that prying anything from this miser would be quite the challenge. Aha, you truly have a keen eye, young man. You've uncovered my hidden strength. Xiao Wu beamed at Hu Jiu, his smile wide. My goodness. This teacher is actually a soul sage. How impressive. Xiao Wu exclaimed, gazing in awe at Xiao Wu's muscular physique. You are indeed prodigies, thus. Your assessment methods will differ. But fret not, old Xiao wants to use his martial soul in its true form. Surely, you have confidence in enduring for a stick of incense, correct? Flander raised an eyebrow, provocatively challenging them. Is that a challenge? Very well. But if we manage to endure, I want that 10-cubic storage soul-guiding device of yours. Hu Jiu nodded, recalling the numerous trump cards he held. Agreed. If you succeed in the trial, that 10-cubic soul-guiding device shall be yours. Flander gritted his teeth, suddenly feeling a twinge of unease. This young man seemed to possess some undisclosed trump cards. Aha. Then old Xiao will entertain you youngsters. You have a stick of incense to devise your strategy, Xiao Wu said, stroking his buzz cut with a naive smile. Despite his seemingly simple demeanor, Xiao Wu was indeed a formidable figure, as in this moment, Hu Jiu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu had gathered together, engaging in a spirited discussion regarding their tactics. Having grown up together, they were well acquainted with each other's abilities. Their strategic deliberation was brief, culminating in a unified understanding of their core approach. Teacher Xiao, we are prepared. Let us commence, Hu Jiu said with an innocent smile, gazing at Xiao Wu. Facing the formidable Xiao Wu, who was at level 76, one needed to employ a degree of cunning. Very well, let us begin, Xiao Wu replied nonchalantly, nodding as he produced an incense stick from an unknown source, igniting it and placing it aside. At that moment, three figures approached from a distance. One of them, familiar to Hu Jiu, and the others, was Dai Mubai, who had fought with them just the day before. The remaining two were a scruffy young man with a full beard and a chubby fellow, whose appearance was notably plump and fair. It was evident that these two were Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Upon witnessing the setup for battle, Dai Mubai's interest was piqued. It took audacity to challenge teacher Xiao Wu. Dean, what is happening here? Dai Mubai inquired, moving closer to Flinder. Observe closely. These youngsters will soon be your classmates, Flinder replied, his eyes narrowed in concentration, fixated on the arena without turning his head. Oh no, they actually dare to confront teacher Xiao. they will undoubtedly face dire consequences. Oscar exclaimed in shock, nearly leaping from his spot. He harbored a psychological aversion to Xiao Wu, having been on the receiving end of his formidable prowess on numerous occasions. In the arena, Hu Jie was wholly absorbed, his focus entirely on Xiao Wu. His hands moved deftly, conjuring the transformation skill carrot and the teleportation skill carrot, which appeared in rapid succession. As a legitimate Fu-type soul master, it was imperative to ensure a steady supply of resources. So, he's indeed a Fu-type soul master, Dai Bai thought, relieved. He felt a degree of pressure regarding Hu Jie, especially since yesterday, Xiao Wu had left him in a state of disarray. Although he had faced Tang San and found him only slightly weaker, Hu Jie remained an enigma. He appeared to be the leader among the trio, leading Dai Bai to believe Hu Jie was more formidable than Tang San and Xiao Wu. However, upon closer inspection, it became clear that Hu Jie lacked combat capability, which alleviated Dai Bai's concerns. After all, how could he compare to Dai Bai, a powerful assault-type soul master? Xiao San, Xiao Wu. Unleash your full power and hold nothing back, Hu Jie commanded solemnly. Understood. Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded earnestly. They were facing a formidable opponent in Xiao Wu Jie, a soul sage of over 70 levels, leaving no room for complact. This is the self-created skill, the spiral light of soul power. Meanwhile, Tang San was not idle. With his first soul skill, he unleashed entangling. Vines of blue-silver grass, resembling great serpents, surged forth from beneath Xiao Wujie's feet, swiftly ensnaring his legs. At that moment, Hu Jie and Xiao Wu had already coalesced their spiral lights, positioned merely 3 meters away from Xiao Wujie. Release! Hu Jie shouted, and together with Xiao Wu, they hurled their spiral lights into the air. Haha, what a trivial attack! How could such a feeble strike possibly harm me? Xiao Wujie laughed heartily, his muscles taut, prepared to endure the impact of their spiral lights without even employing a soul skill. Heh. Teacher Xiao, you underestimate us. With a swift movement, Hu Jie retreated. Boom. Boom. 2 resounding explosions erupted, and Xiao Wujie found himself at the epicenter of the blasts. It is noteworthy that Hu Jie's soul power spiral light had reached the 9th level, granting it destructive power comparable to that of an average soul king. Xiao Wu's spiral light was no slouch either, nearing the 6th level, its potency akin to that of a formidable assault-type battle soul. Such a formidable attack skill. It must be a self-created soul skill, for otherwise their techniques would not be identical, Flandre observed, his eyes narrowed in appraisal. Self-created soul skill, exclaimed Dai Bai and others in astonishment. They had not anticipated witnessing a self-created soul skill from someone their own age, aside from the recent arrival of Ma Hongjun. Dai Bai and Oscar were certainly older than them. Damn it. First soul skill, immovable king body. Xiao Wujie's furious voice resonated amidst the smoke and dust. He was taken aback to find himself embarrassed before a group of youngsters. How could he continue to instruct them now? As the haze settled, a towering Xiao Wujie emerged. Standing over 2.5 meters tall, his body cloaked in a layer of brown fur, his eyes radiating a fierce and savage glare. 7 soul rings rotated slowly at his feet, signifying the manifestation of the powerful diamond bear. Little ones, pray for your safety. I shall now be serious, Xiao Wujie bellowed, pressing his hands to the ground. Second soul skill, powerful diamond palm. Little San. Upon witnessing Xiao Wujie's actions, Hu Jie remained undeterred. Having already summoned a spiked meteor hammer from his storage ring after launching the spiral light, he was gathering strength for his chaotic hammer technique. First soul skill, entangling. Tang San shouted, extending 2 thick blue-silver grass vines that ensnared Hu Jie and Xiao Wu. With a vigorous shake of his hands, he propelled them into the air. Tang San then leaped, narrowly evading the upheaval of earth that Xiao Wujie's powerful diamond palm had triggered, sending the ground rolling towards them. It was only due to Tang San's quick reflexes that they were not buried alive. Chapter 62, The Emergence of the Martial Soul Fusion Skill. Humph. Do you think you can escape? Xiao Wujie sneered, reaching towards the airborne trio. Increased gravity. This is Xiao Wujie's 3rd soul skill. As the gravitational enhancement took effect, the 3 individuals who had just stabilized themselves in midair suddenly felt a heavy weight, their bodies unable to resist the downward pull. Teleport, Hu Jie shouted, maintaining his chaotic wind charging state. In an instant, he appeared 100 meters away. Conversely, Xiao Wu and Tang San, having consumed Hu Jie's teleportation carrot, flickered and found themselves flanking Xiao Wujie on either side. Ha! Behold my waistbow, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her hands supporting her weight as her 2 pristine legs wrapped around Xiao Wujie's neck as if devoid of bones. Haha, little girl, you cannot throw me. Xiao Wuji's energy settled in his dantian, his feet firmly anchored to the ground, seemingly impervious to Xiao Wu's assault, remaining utterly still. Is that so? Came Tang San's calm voice from nearby. Xiao Wuji felt a pulling force beneath his feet, and he could no longer maintain his balance. His body involuntarily sent soaring through the air by Xiao Wu's throw. Hey, watch me split you into 8 pieces. After landing, Xiao Wu paused for a moment before dashing towards Xiao Wuji with remarkable speed. I throw. With a powerful thrust of her legs, she initiated a rapid series of 8-segment throws. Little girl, your attacks may be entertaining, but they are of no consequence to me. Witness my indestructible strength. Xiao Wuji bellowed, his muscles taut, an aura of golden light subtly emanating from his skin. Without Tang San's assistance, Xiao Wu could no longer maintain her momentum. Old Xiao indeed possessed some remarkable skills. Could this possibly be a self-created soul technique? From 100 meters away, Hu Jiao's eyes gleamed with sharp intensity. His mind already fixated on Xiao Wuji's unique craft. Soul power, spiral sphere. The very instant Xiao Wuji steadied himself, Tang San darted forth like a phantom, thrusting a basketball-sized spiral sphere directly into his face. Boom. At that moment, Xiao Wuji staggered, his face shrouded in a deep shade of black. Hey, don't forget about me. Xiao Wu exclaimed with exhilaration, exerting her strength as she executed another waist bow, sending Xiao Wuji flying once more. Boom. Dust and debris enveloped the ground, and Xiao's figure flickered within the haze. Now is the time. In the distance, Hu Jiao's silhouette darted forward, the meteor hammer in his hand gleaming with a brilliant light. Chaotic whirlwind hammer technique. He bellowed, as his meteor hammer descended heavily towards Xiao Wuji's lower back. This scene caused the onlookers, including Dai Mubai, to flinch involuntarily. The lower back is a critical area of protection for men. If that long, spiked meteor hammer were to strike, it would spell disaster for Xiao in the latter half of his life. You dare. Xiao Wujia reacted swiftly, shielding his lower back with both hands, his palms, as broad as fans, braced against the force equivalent to that of a soul king. Boom. The ground trembled. Fissures spiderwebbed across the earth, and a colossal pit materialized before Hu Jiao. You have angered me. After a moment, Xiao Wujia's voice, laden with fury, echoed from the depths of the pit. Had his reflexes not been quick, he might have lost his very kidneys. Retreat quickly. From afar, Dai Mubai, with keen insight, seized Ma Hongjun, urging him backward. Oscar, positioned nearby, had already retreated to a safe distance. A roar, akin to that of a thunder god, reverberated, and Hu Jiao and his companions felt an overwhelming force wash over them, their minds buzzing with the impact. The 6th soul skill, the mighty golden roar. Before the might of a soul sage's 6th soul skill, Hu Jiao and his companions were utterly incapacitated, sent sprawling, unable to rise for a considerable time. Your strength is indeed commendable, but it seems that not even a single incense stick has burned down yet. It appears that my soul guiding device may be put to rest. Flander appeared before Hu Jiao and his companions, his demeanor one of stern authority, his words dripping with merciless sarcasm. The talents of these 3 little ones are truly remarkable, especially that one named Hu Jiao. Such exceptionally gifted students are often prideful and arrogant, necessitating a subtle yet firm restraint. Hu Jiao lifted his gaze to the incense that had already burned down significantly, rendered speechless. How can a dignified dean like you still contend for such a trivial amount of time? Rules are rules. I am a person of fairness and justice. What I promised you, I shall fulfill, but at present, it is you who have not met the requirements, Flanders stated with righteous conviction. I too desire a soul-guiding device, Xiao Wu lamented, her eyes fixated on the nearly extinguished incense, filled with reluctance. She cast a pitiful glance at Hu Jiao, her expression imbued with a playful charm. Understanding her intentions, Hu Jiao remained silent for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement, then turned to Flander, saying, Dean, I shall remember your words today. May you continue to uphold such fairness. Xiao Wu, martial soul fusion technique, goddess of the cold moon. With that, Hu Jiao summoned the carrot martial soul and tossed it directly towards Xiao Wu, who lay on the ground. In this moment, Xiao Wu, her face alight with joy, entered the state of martial soul possession. As Hu Jiao's martial soul approached, she remained utterly still, allowing it to merge seamlessly with her being. In the next instant, her scorpion braids unfurled naturally, her figure transforming into one of towering maturity. Clad in a flowing white garment adorned with delicate ribbons, she resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. The transformation into the cold moon fairy was complete. Xiao Jiao, Xiao Wu's cool voice rang out as she gestured, causing Hu Jio's body to involuntarily soar towards her, merging into her essence. The complete martial soul fusion technique was unleashed. With Hu Jio's inclusion, the Cold Moon Fairy's stature expanded dramatically, reaching an imposing height of 5 meters. This grand silhouette did nothing to diminish her allure. Rather, it evoked a sense of inadequacy in those who beheld her. Martial soul fusion technique. Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. How could you, Hu Jio, conceal such a significant matter from me? At this moment, Tang San felt a profound sense of grievance. They had grown up together. Xiao Jio and Xiao Wu had secretly developed a martial soul fusion technique, unbeknownst to him. Hee, little San, it's not that I don't want to tell you. It's Xiao Jio who asked me to keep it a secret. Xiao Wu, transformed into the goddess of the cold moon, smiled mischievously, deepening Tang San's distress. No, Xiao Wu. That's not what I meant. Hu Jio rolled her eyes dramatically, yet Xiao Wu's smile only grew more pronounced. So powerful. At that moment, Dai Mubai felt a chill rush to his head. Fortunately, he had fled quickly the previous day, or his life might have been in jeopardy. Simultaneously, he begrudgingly realized that his position as the leader of the academy was in jeopardy. Boss Fu, please don't blame me. Facing their martial soul fusion technique, it seems I cannot contend without using my martial soul's true form. Zhao Wujie, freshly emerged from a pit, felt minuscule. How can this still be played? Isn't this a bit unreasonable? Little ones, be cautious. Zhao Wujie exclaimed. With a thunderous roar, he summoned the giant bear bomb. Zhao Wujie clasped his hands at his chest. As a golden orb of light swiftly coalesced, expanding to over 1 meter in diameter in the blink of an eye. Xiao Wu, spirit power spiral. Within the fusion, Hu Jio's mind stirred in harmony with Xiao Wu's movements, conjuring a chilling white orb of light in the hands of the goddess of the cold moon. This white sphere was exceptionally refined, its diameter also swelling to 1 meter. Cease this at once. Are you intent on destroying my academy, you rascals? Flander bellowed from the sidelines, disregarding his dignity as the golden and white orbs were on the verge of colliding. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Wujie immediately reacted, raising his hands and casting the golden orb into the air. Here, Xiao Wu and Hu Jio reacted swiftly, their white spiral spheres immediately following the golden light cluster. Boom. The two massive orbs collided, and everyone felt the entire Shrek Academy tremble violently. Especially Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others. They could barely maintain their footing as the earth quaked beneath them, swaying uncontrollably. The commotion instantly captivated the attention of everyone within the academy. Within a minute, several elderly gentlemen had gathered in the open space. Dean, what is happening? Who dares to cause a ruckus at Shrek Academy? Inquired an elder with a furrowed brow. Who is causing the disturbance? It is merely 2 little rascals and 1 old scoundrel, driving me to distraction, Flander retorted with irritation. What are you so upset about? I see you're merely lamenting your precious soul tools, Zhao Wujie murmured under his breath. Despite his attempt at subtlety, Zhao Wujie's naturally loud voice ensured that his words reached the ears of several nearby. Oh, what is this? Could it be that our esteemed Flander has also encountered a setback? At this moment, a group of elderly gentlemen became intrigued, each clamoring to engage Zhao Wujie in conversation. Eager to ascertain the cause of the recent commotion, a few among them discerned the absence of danger, for otherwise, they would not have been so leisurely. Upon discovering that the explosion was a result of Hu Jio and Xiao Wu's martial spirit, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Such prodigies! How enviable it would be to accept them as disciples. However, in their astonishment at Hu Jio and Xiao Wu's martial spirit fusion technique, they overlooked Tang San, who remained unperturbed, being a person of mature disposition. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a twinge of sorrow within. Dean, a stick of incense has already burned. You wouldn't dare to renege on our agreement, would you? Xiao would challenge provocatively. Humph, I keep my word. Once you enroll, I shall provide you with soul-guiding devices. Flander replied, feigning nonchalance. Yet, he felt a pang of regret. The cost was substantial, but at least he had managed to retain some talent. Dai Mubai, I entrust them to you. Please help them find a dormitory and assemble in the morning, he commanded. Yes, Dai Mubai responded respectfully. Subsequently, Dai Mubai led them to a row of modest houses. This is the academy's available dormitory. Feel free to choose any room. The principal is 2 to a room. As Dai Mubai gestured towards the humble accommodations, even he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Principal or no principal, we require single rooms, Hu Jio interjected with a sweeping gesture. Interrupting Dai Mubai's continued explanation. Everyone has their secrets. How can one lack a bit of personal space? It would be one thing to share with a female, but sharing with a man is simply unacceptable. Very well, as you wish, Dai Mubai shrugged, seemingly unbothered by the request. Allow me to introduce you. This bearded fellow is Oscar, a senior who joined last year, he said. Hey, what is the senior nonsense? From now on, we are all classmates. You can just call me Xiao Ao, Oscar replied, his voice somewhat androgynous, and his full beard evoked memories of certain flamboyant figures from Hujio's past life, sending a shiver down his spine. And this chubby lad is Ma Hongjun, who just enrolled yesterday. He is the dean's disciple and should be around your age. Dai Mubai continued, introducing Ma Hongjun. Greetings, I am Hujio, with the martial spirit of a carrot, at level 40 in the food system. Hujio succinctly introduced himself. What do you mean by food system? Oscar nearly leaped in surprise. As a fellow food system soul master, how can you be so impressive? No one ever claimed that food system soul masters lacked combat prowess, Hujio replied coolly. I am Xiao Wu, with the martial spirit of a soft-bone rabbit. At level 30 in the assault system. This is Tang San, with the martial spirit of blue silvergrass, also level 30 in the control system. After they introduced their strengths, Oscar and Ma Hongjun followed suit. I am Oscar, with the martial spirit of a sausage, level 25 in the food system, he stated. Ma Hongjun, with the martial spirit of a phoenix, level 21 in the assault system, Ma Hongjun added. Chubby, is that a phoenix? More like a crow. Dai Mubai scoffed, mercilessly ridiculing him. Shut it. My martial spirit is indeed a phoenix, while yours is nothing more than a crow, Ma Hongjun retorted. His face flushed with indignation. Humph. Chubby, have you not been schooled in a while to dare call yourself eyed for me? Dai Mubai's eyes flashed coldly. For he was a prince of the Starluo Empire, and none had ever dared to act so brazenly in his presence. Let us fight if you wish. I'm not afraid of you, Ma Hongjun defiantly lifted his chin, staring back at Dai Mubai. He had grown weary of Dai Mubai's arrogant demeanor, especially when he revealed his background in front of new companions, particularly with a lovely girl present. Ma Hongjun's pride would not allow for such indignity. Enough. If you wish to fight, do so far away. We still have to tidy up our room, Hujio remarked blandly, observing that the dynamics among the Shrek 7 monsters were not as harmonious as one might have imagined. As the tension escalated, it appeared that Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were on the verge of a confrontation, while Oscar stood idly by, seemingly amused by the unfolding drama. To suggest that they had a good relationship would be an overstatement. Perhaps their prior year at Shrek Academy contributed to Dai Mubai's yet-to-be-established authority. Ninth brother, you must arbitrate this matter. Upon your arrival today, this lascivious fellow shows me no respect. Is this how one treats a classmate? Ma Hongjun lamented as he hurried to Hujio, still haunted by the formidable prowess Hujio had exhibited moments earlier. When else could he cling to the strong? Chapter 64. The Hunt for Soul Rings. In truth, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were not strangers to one another. A year prior, Ma Hongjun had been brought to the academy by the dean, Flandra. However, due to regulations, he was not admitted as a student but instead resided in the village associated with the academy. During his initial days, Dai Mubai was unaware of Ma Hongjun's true nature. He only knew that Ma Hongjun possessed the phoenix as his martial spirit and was a direct disciple of the dean, which led to a prolonged period of amicable interactions. It was only after a while, as their camaraderie deepened, that Dai Mubai discerned the flaws and hidden truths of Ma Hongjun's martial spirit. In that moment, Dai Mubai felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal. This is quite astonishing. Dai Mubai, the esteemed prince of the Starluo Empire, has been utterly deceived by a mere fool. Such humiliation is hard to bear. At that moment, although he did not express it overtly, Dai Mubai's attitude towards him shifted dramatically, employing both overt mockery and subtle ridicule with ease. After all, having been born into royalty, he undoubtedly possesses a few tricks up his sleeve. Consequently, Ma Hongjun avoided him for quite some time. Fortunately, he had not yet enrolled, so their interactions were minimal. Now, however, he finds himself at the age of 21, perfectly meeting the enrollment criteria. Were it not for the early arrival of Hujio and others, he would have inevitably succumbed to Dai Mubai's dominance, reduced to a submissive state. Yet, why should they resort to conflict? They are classmates after all. Would it not be more amiable to foster a spirit of camaraderie? Tang San, feeling a twinge of compassion upon witnessing Ma Hongjun's pitiful plea for help, could not resist intervening. Very well, since you have spoken, Tang San, I shall grant you this favor today. However, you fatso must be more mindful of your words in the future. Otherwise, I shall not be kind. With Tang San's intercession, Dai Mubai had no choice but to relent. not only due to Tang San's formidable presence alongside Hu Jio and Xiao Wu, but also because of his own apprehension towards Tang San's prowess. Mind your words. Dai Mu Bai. I have a name, and it is not Fatso. Just as he intended to assert himself, he was met with Dai Mu Bai's piercing gaze, causing his bravado to wane. With a sardonic smile, Dai Mu Bai regarded Ma Hongjuan's corpulent figure, saying nothing but turning away with a chuckle. Sigh. Once Dai Mu Bai departed, Ma Hongjun felt as though his very bones had crumbled, leaving him in a state of despondency. Come on, you little chubby one. Can you not be more manly? If I were in your position, I would fight back fiercely, even if it meant getting hurt. At least I would make him bleed. Xiao Wu looked at Ma Hongjun with disdain, unimpressed by his cowardice. What do you understand? He is older than I, stronger than I. I cannot match him in a fight. Ma Hongjun retorted with irritation. Why are you so lacking in ambition? Xiao Wu exclaimed, nearly stomping her foot in frustration. Let it be. Everyone has their own way of living. It is his choice, Hu Jio remarked, casting a brief glance at Ma Hongjun. He had little interest in those who were beyond redemption. Let us tidy up this place. It will be our home from now on. Hu Jio called to Tang San and Xiao Wu, initiating the cleaning of their dormitory. As Hu Jio observed Hu Jio and the others busily engaged in their tasks, he realized that Oscar had slipped away at some point. To his surprise, Ma Hongjun remained behind, diligently assisting them in tidying up the room. Xiao Jio, would you like to lend him a hand? Seeing Ma Hongjuan's industriousness, Xiao Wu felt a surge of sisterly affection, eager to extend a helping hand to her junior. Not yet. I will observe for a while longer. After all, this is merely my first encounter with Ma Hongjun, and I cannot hastily judge a person based solely on their portrayal in the original text. I need to ascertain whether he is worthy of my assistance, she replied. All right. But I do find that this little chubby fellow seems quite honest, far more so than that lecherous old tiger with the bad eyes and that long-bearded fop, she added. Suddenly, Hu Jio recalled that Ma Hongjun was indeed somewhat pitiable. Due to his martial soul mutation, he was barred from mingling with the world at such a tender age, leading a life more arduous than that of a middle-aged person. Poor little chubby boy. He bears burdens that should not be his at such a young age. Let us observe a moment of silence for him. In that instant, Hu Jio felt a wave of compassion for Ma Hongjun, who was laboriously toiling away. In the evening, under Ma Hongjuan's guidance, they dined on a simple meal at a local farmer's home. This academy is rather stingy, expecting us to fend for our own supper. The label of a shrewd merchant could not be more fitting for him, Xiao Wu remarked, expressing her disdain for Flandre. The following morning, Hu Jio was roused by Tang San, and after breakfast, he joined Ma Hongjun to gather at the academy's grand playground. By the time they arrived, Flandre and Zhao Wujin were already waiting for them, along with Dai Mu Bai and Oscar. Notably, due to their early admission, Tang Hao was absent at this time, allowing Zhao Wujin to avoid a potential beating. The reason it was merely potential was that Tang San had been merely observing the previous day, escaping a fate of unconsciousness that would have warranted Tang Hao's wrath. If anyone were to serve as a warning example, it should have been Flandre instead. Now that everyone is present, I will outline your upcoming training plan, Flandre announced, appearing quite the scholarly figure, though his face still bore the unmistakable traits of a merchant. Hu Jio, Tang San, Xiao Wu, you three have just recently broken through to a higher realm. To avoid hindering your cultivation, Deputy Dean Zhao Wujin will take you to obtain your soul rings. Dai Mu Bai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, you will follow me for targeted training. After surveying the group, Flandre commanded. Understood. Regardless of their willingness, they all complied dutifully. With the principal personally overseeing their training, the expressions on Dai Mu Bai and the others' faces were less than pleasant. Report, Principal. Hu Jio raised his hand. Speak. Before we go to hunt for soul rings, could you please hand us our soul guiding devices? Having them would make our journey much more convenient, Hu Jio eagerly inquired, yearning for the 10-cubic storage soul guiding device. Flandre's mouth twitched slightly as he solemnly replied. That is not urgent for now. The sooner you acquire your soul rings, the better. We cannot allow trivial matters to delay you. Rest assured, you will receive your soul guiding devices. Such sweet words. I suspect you simply do not wish to provide them to us, Xiao Wu muttered under her breath. Flandre feigned ignorance, waving his hand toward Zhao Wujing. Old Zhao, I leave them in your care. Remember to ensure their safety. Understood, boss, Zhao Wujing replied with a grin. Come along, little ones. I will find you satisfactory soul rings. With a sweeping motion of his large hand, Zhao Wujing led the way with the force of an iron wall. Chapter 65. Scheming Zhao Wujing. Teacher Zhao, Where are you taking us to hunt for soul rings? The Stardew Forest? Hu Jio activated his transformation skill, becoming a tall and lean man as he sprinted along the path. Xiao Wu's legs elongated elegantly as she leapt ahead with grace, far surpassing Hu Jio in poise. Following closely behind was Tang San, moving like a specter, his figure flickering as he kept pace with the group. Indeed, your soul rings must be at least 1,000 years old, especially for you. You will need to seek one that is at least 3,000 years, or else the elder will be furious with me, Xiao Wujin stated as he forged ahead, resembling a mighty bear in his stride. Haha, indeed. The Stardew Forest is home to a plethora of soul beasts, guaranteeing us the most suitable soul rings. Hu Jio chuckled, casting a glance at Xiao Wu beside him. Noticing Hu Jio's gaze, Xiao Wu nodded reassuringly, indicating that all would be well. She understood his concern about Erming possibly sensing her presence and approaching her. After all, soul beasts and humans had historically been adversaries. Should their connection be discovered, it would undoubtedly lead to significant complications. Thus, the best course of action was to remain undetected. Xiao Jio, what are you two up to? Tang San inquired, observing the silent exchange between them. Have you two evolved to the point of communicating solely through glances? Oh, I was pondering what effect I should seek in a soul ring, Hu Jio replied, sharing a knowing smile with Xiao Wu before shifting the conversation. Have you thought of anything? Xiao Wu inquired. Shaking his head, Hu Jio turned his attention to the path ahead, where Xiao Wujin led them, expressing his anticipation. That remains uncertain. I will consult teacher Xiao shortly. Consult about what? Of course, to confirm whether old Xiao possesses any self-created soul skills. I recall he utilized an indestructible technique during yesterday's battle. This skill evidently belongs to the defensive category, which is precisely the type of ability he lacks. He had been contemplating whether to seek a defensive skill for his fourth spirit ring, but now that a superior choice has presented itself, he must thoroughly deliberate. For instance, a recovery skill is essential, as a food-type support spirit master. Lacking the ability to restore health is simply untenable. It is worth noting that other food-type spirit masters typically begin with recovery abilities. Moreover, enhancements to speed would be advantageous, and if flight were possible, it would be even better. Although I may not be able to defeat you, I can surely outrun you, thereby significantly enhancing my survival capabilities. Haha, Xiaojio. You're quite astute. I, Lao Zhao, possess extensive knowledge regarding spirit beasts. When we take a break, I shall offer my insights, ensuring your satisfaction. Hearing that Hu Jio wished to consult him, Xiao Wujia instantly became elated. Casting a glance at the robust and burly Xiao Wujia, Xiao Wu and Tang San exchanged skeptical looks, wondering if he were merely brawn without brains. Fortunately, Xiao Wujia remained oblivious to their expressions. Otherwise, he would have been incensed. After a day of fervent travel, the four companions reached the outskirts of the Stardew Forest. Let us rest for the night in the nearby town. It is too late to enter the forest now. We shall set off in the morning, Xiao Wujia instructed, glancing at the fading light. Upon entering the town, they discovered it to be more vibrant than anticipated. The town size was approximately threefold that of the village where Shrek Academy was situated, with a bustling street filled with various shops offering an array of goods. Wow, I didn't realize there was such a lively town here. Once we acquire our spirit rings, let's south explore this place, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Indeed, it is bustling here. As many spirit masters come to hunt for spirit rings near the Stardew Forest, leading to its prosperity over time, Xiao Wujie explained confidently as he led the way. This is the place, he said, pointing to a modest inn. Turning to the others, he added, we will rest here for the night. You are responsible for your own lodging and meals. What? The academy can't even spare this amount of money? Xiao Wu gazed at Xiao Wujie in astonishment. Xiao Wujie shrugged helplessly. You've seen the academy's circumstances. Because we only cultivate elite students, the academy struggles financially. If it weren't for the sponsorship from Dai Mubai's family, we might be on the verge of closing down. How unfortunate, Hu Jio remarked, speechless. Teacher Zhao, shall we find another place? I have funds. I'll treat you to a drink and seek your guidance on spirit ring matters. Drinking is fine, but that is not my intention. I am here to assist you with your queries. Don't spread any rumors back at the academy. Xiao Wujia licked his lips, feeling the allure of alcohol. No problem, it's just a small amount. Hu Jio confidently waved his hand, having earned a substantial income from supplying carrots to Xiao Chenyu and others. Under Xiao Wujia's guidance, they arrived at a luxurious hotel. After checking in and reserving a private room, They were served exquisite food and fine wine. Given their youth, Hu Jio and his companions abstained from drinking, leaving Xiao Wujie to indulge alone. However, his spirits were lifted by their company. After several rounds of drinks, Hu Jio curiously inquired, "Teacher Xiao, during yesterday's battle, I noticed you used a skill called Indestructible Vajra. Is that a skill of your own creation?" "Haha, Xiao Jio, your observation is sharp. Indeed, that is my self-created spirit skill. Born out of boredom during my time at the academy, I developed it based on the characteristics of my martial spirit," Xiao Wujie replied with pride, a wide grin on his face as he spoke of his unique ability. "What are its effects?" Hu Jio pressed further. "Haha, the effects are quite impressive. It can enhance one's physical strength and power, making one significantly more formidable." Xiao Wujie demonstrated his self-created skill, enveloping himself in a radiant golden light that transformed his skin into a bronze hue. He struck his chest, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. "What do you think?" "Teacher Xiao is remarkable. This skill is incredibly practical." Hu Jio applauded in admiration, then casually asked, "Will you teach us this skill during future lessons?" "Hey, you're quite clever. This is my prized technique, not to be shared lightly." Xiao Wujie shot Hu Jio a shrewd glance, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. "If you wish upon reflection, it seems quite feasible. Moreover, should a master arrive at the academy in the future, having Xiao Wujie as a formidable ally would indeed be advantageous. However, to accept a prodigious disciple like myself, merely possessing a self-created soul technique is hardly sufficient." Chapter 66. The Arrogance of Xiao Wujie. "Teacher Xiao, you must be dreaming. Achieving the soul sect realm at my age is an unparalleled feat of genius. How could you expect me to become your disciple simply based on one self-invented soul technique?" Hu Jio exclaimed dramatically, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Indeed, many aspire to become my disciple, for I am a dignified soul saint. What more could you possibly desire?" Xiao Wujie proclaimed proudly, puffing out his chest. His reputation as the unyielding King Xiao Wujie was forged amidst the blood-soaked battlegrounds, and even the Spirit Hall could do little against him. Suddenly, Hu Jio was momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming aura emanating from Xiao Wujie. However, he quickly gathered his composure and muttered, "I merely wish to express that my talent is exceptional, and I can master self-created skills with remarkable speed. If Teacher Xiao only possesses a single self-invented soul technique, you might soon find yourself devoid of further teachings." At this moment, Hu Jio suddenly recalled that Xiao Wujie was not known for his amiable disposition. The original text had described him with the phrase, "countless murders." This alone sufficed to reveal the nature of his character. Yet, Hu Jio still dared to try and display his cleverness before him. What audacity! "Ah, by this token, I shall surely accept you as my disciple," Xiao Wujie exclaimed, breaking into a broad grin. With a sweeping gesture, he cleared the table in an instant. In the next moment, a row of books appeared before them. And upon closer inspection, there were indeed over 10 volumes. "What is this?" Hu Jio's eyes widened in astonishment, rising from his seat in disregard of decorum. As he leaned closer to Xiao Wujie, eagerly examining the titles emblazoned on the covers: Indestructible Body, Evasive Phantom, Double Slash, Shockwave, Continuous Charge, Savage Frenzy. As Hu Jio perused each tome of breathing techniques, he felt his understanding deepen, and upon completion, he unabashedly exclaimed, "Disciple Hu Jio pays his respects to the master." With hands clasped in reverence, he bowed deeply to Xiao Wujie. "Haha, good disciple. I, Xiao Wujie, shall undoubtedly cultivate you into a supreme title Douluo, reigning over the world." Xiao Wujie extended his hand, halting Hu Jio's bow, and laughed heartily. "Hee, congratulations to you, little Jio, and to Master Xiao as well. One has found a great mentor, and the other a remarkable disciple. We must celebrate this occasion," exclaimed Xiao Wu, clapping her hands joyfully. "Little Jio's teacher is truly commendable, unlike Tang San, whose strength barely reaches level 30, a mere charlatan." "Congratulations, little Jio," Tang San said with a smile, fully aware of Hu Jio's unwavering dedication to developing his own skills. Had it not been for the constraints of the sect, those techniques would have long been imparted to him. "All right, today is worth celebrating. I'll fetch a waiter to bring more wine. We shall not return sober." In his elation, Hu Jio disregarded the consequences of indulging in alcohol, yearning instead for a hearty revelry. Xiao Wujie was exceptional, protective, powerful, and with his accelerated cultivation carrots, it was likely that in a few years, Hu Jio would surpass the level 81 of the original tale, possibly reaching level 90 or even beyond. Having a future title Douluo as a mentor was certainly no disgrace. Following a night of celebration, the next morning, Xiao Wujie led Hu Jiao and the others towards the Douluo forest. Little Jiao, what are your initial soul skills? Speak them aloud, and I shall provide my insights, Xiao Wujie inquired, keen to understand his disciples' capabilities during their journey. Master, my first soul ring skill is absorption, which can double my cultivation speed, Hu Jiao replied respectfully. However, before he could finish, Xiao Wujie interrupted him in astonishment. What did you say? Doubled cultivation speed? At this moment, Xiao Wujie was utterly astonished. No wonder his disciple had reached level 40 at merely 11 years of age. It turned out he possessed such a remarkable skill. Simultaneously, he suddenly recalled that his disciple was a food-type soul master. So, your carrot chuckled. It seems my guess was accurate. This skill can be applied to others. Come, I bet you haven't tasted my carrot yet. You should try it first. In the Douluo Continent, the bond between teachers and students was deeper than one could imagine. A teacher's status was akin to that of a father. Thus, Hu Jiao held Xiao Wujie in great esteem. Accepting the carrot offered by Hu Jiao, Xiao Wujie eagerly took a bite. Eager to test the effects of Hu Jiao's first soul ring skill. If it indeed doubled the cultivation speed, it would be extraordinary. Without pausing to savor the flavor, Xiao Wujie focused on sensing the cultivation effects. After a brief moment, Xiao Wujie opened his eyes in excitement and said solemnly, Little Jiao, this skill must not be disclosed to just anyone. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire. In response to Xiao Wujie's serious admonition, Hu Jiao nodded. Rest assured, Master, I understand. So far, apart from Xiao Wu and Xiao San, only you are aware of it. Oh, and it seems Xiao San's teacher knows as well. In conclusion, Hu Jiao added the name of the master. Yes, we must be cautious moving forward, but there is no need for excessive worry. After all, I am a rank 76 battle soul sage, and even when facing a soul Douluo, I can hold my own. Xiao Wujie nodded, smiling to reassure his disciple. Excellent. A warmth surged through Hu Jiao's heart as he began to recognize Xiao Wujie as his new teacher. He then proceeded to explain the effects of the transformation and teleportation soul ring skills, deliberately omitting the details regarding the age of the soul rings. Not out of mistrust, but because it would be too complicated to explain. I have a general understanding of your cultivation system. Do you have any thoughts regarding the fourth soul ring skill? Xiao Wujie asked seriously, taking note of Hu Jiao's skill effects. Indeed, I have considered it. Initially, I intended to seek a defensive soul ring effect, but since you possess the self-created skill, Indestructible Body, I can contemplate alternative skills, Hu Jiao responded without hesitation. His first choice would be a healing effect, as a food-type soul master must have restorative capabilities. His second choice would be a speed enhancement, with speed. One could both attack and retreat, and if it included a flight effect, that would be even better. It seems you have already given this considerable thought. Your reasoning is sound. I believe you should opt for a healing skill. After all, as a food-type soul master, healing abilities are best acquired sooner rather than later. As for speed skills, do not rush. I have self-created skills that can compensate, though they will require diligent effort to cultivate further, Xiao Wujie affirmed, nodding in approval. Thoroughly satisfied with his clear-headed and talented disciple. Rest assured, Master, I am quite diligent with my training in soul skills, which happens to be my forte. Hu Jiao replied with a confident smile, checking his status panel. Tang San interjected, have you really been putting in the effort? I was unaware of this. Chapter 67, the 8 spider lances are gone, having resolved to pursue a healing-type soul skill. The remaining task was straightforward. They would simply seek soul beasts that possessed healing abilities. Xiao Wujie clapped his hands and set off at a brisk pace toward the Douluo forest. There are numerous soul beasts with healing abilities. Little Jiao should pay attention to the red blood pig, the wood willow tree, the sun tree, and the moonsoft rabbit, Tang San suggested after rummaging through his knowledge. Understood. I will keep an eye out, Hu Jiao nodded, trusting Tang San's expertise in soul beasts. He had also acquired similar knowledge during his studies at the academy and recognized the validity of Tang San's suggestions. Now, Xiao Wu and Xiao San, do you have any particular requirements for your martial souls? I can offer my insights, Xiao Wujie inquired, taking the opportunity since they were partners of Hu Jiao. If it weren't for this connection, he would likely have been less attentive, allowing them to choose independently as they saw fit. Xiao Wujie's question caught Xiao Wu off guard. She had no specific thoughts. Did she even have a choice regarding her soul ring? She planned to find an opportunity to sneak away and enhance her abilities on her own. Xiao teacher, I have already determined the direction for my third soul ring, focusing on enhancing the resilience of my martial soul. If it could restrict actions or provide resistance to toxins, that would be ideal, Tang San replied confidently. having previously discussed his next soul ring with his master. Oh, then I shall focus on enhancing my speed, as I am pursuing an agile attacking route. Xiao Wu hastily added, feeling the attention of her peers upon her. Very well, let us hasten our pace and aim to gather your soul rings by today. Xiao Wujie commanded, increasing his speed. In response, Hu Jiao and the others quickened their pace to keep up with Xiao Wujie's lead. A quarter of an hour later, the four of them entered the Stardow Forest. Consequently, Xiao Wujie's pace slowed considerably. Even as a 76th-ranked spirit sage, he had to proceed with utmost caution within the depths of the Stardow Great Forest. At this moment, Tang San showcased some remarkable skills. With just a simple medicinal powder, he enabled them to evade the perils of venomous creatures within the forest. The Tang San brand insect repellent proved to be exceptionally effective. Subsequently, Hu Jiao's heightened sensory technique came into play, allowing him to deftly avoid soul beasts while searching for one that met his criteria with remarkable efficiency. Nevertheless, by the time they discovered their first suitable soul beast, half a day had already elapsed. Vicious poison spider, Little San, are you satisfied with this martial spirit? Hu Jiao felt a tinge of regret, recalling that in the original narrative, he had absorbed a 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider soul ring, along with acquiring an external soul bone. Yet, in the vast Stardow Forest, where could he possibly locate a human-faced demon spider for Tang San? It seemed he had inadvertently misplaced Tang San's 8 spider lances. Judging by the patterns on the back of this vicious poison spider, its cultivation age appeared to be around 1,500 years, and being a poison-type soul beast, it was perfectly suitable for his third soul ring. Little Jiao, I must say, your perceptive abilities are extraordinarily useful. Upon sighting the vicious poison spider, Tang San expressed his admiration for Hu Jiao with a look of delight. Little did he know, this encounter would lead him to overlook something significant. Have you made your choice? If so, step back. I shall intervene. Xiao Wujie stretched his muscles and strode forward. Teacher Xiao, wait. Tang San quickly stepped in front of Xiao Wujie, stating, I wish to hunt this soul beast myself, with only Little Jiao and Xiao Wu assisting. You may provide us with cover. Tang San was an independent individual. He believed in the necessity of relying on oneself rather than always depending on others. Both he and Hu Jiao, along with Xiao Wu, needed to grow and hone their skills. With a soul sage teacher accompanying them for protection, this was a splendid opportunity. Very well, that is acceptable. Rest assured, with me, old Zhao present, a mere spider cannot harm you. Zhao Wujie conceded. Realizing that although the goal of this excursion was to acquire soul rings, it also served as a chance for them to cultivate their capabilities. As students of the Monster Academy, how could they not embrace their monstrous nature? Hee, it's time to fight again, hooray! Xiao Wu exclaimed eagerly, almost bouncing with excitement. All right then, Little San, Xiao Wu, you two restrain it while I deliver a decisive blow. Drawing out his meteor hammer, Hu Jiao felt his blood begin to boil. Be careful, Little Jiao, don't accidentally kill it with one hit, Tang San cautioned, fully aware of Hu Jiao's overwhelming prowess. Fear not, I have it under control. Hu Jiao waved the meteor hammer with a grin. After devising their strategy, the trio exchanged glances, and Xiao Wu and Tang San moved into action first. They stealthily approached the vicious poison spider, now 100 meters away. First soul skill bind. Tang San extended his arms, and thick blue-silver grass vines sprang forth, swiftly ensnaring the vicious poison spider. Chirp chirp. Taken by surprise, the vicious poison spider remained unfazed, adeptly using its 8 agile legs to sever Tang San's blue-silver grass vines. However, that brief moment was sufficient. Xiao Wu concentrated a sphere the size of a basketball into a spiral ball and leaped toward the spider, aiming directly for its face. Meanwhile, Tang San, moving like a ghost, gathered another spiral ball in his hand and threw it with an unusual throwing technique, coinciding perfectly with Xiao Wu's attack. Both spirals detonating simultaneously upon the spider's head. Boom! The impact elicited a mournful cry from the vicious poison spider. Suddenly, dozens of thin, green, ominous spider silk shot forth from the dust, racing toward Xiao Wu and Tang San. Teleport. Sensing the imminent danger, the two swiftly bit down on the teleportation carrots they had been holding, disappearing and reappearing 100 meters away. Aha! Watch me. Hu Jiao's voice rang out. And in an instant, he had materialized behind the vicious poison spider. With a furious swing of his meteor hammer, he struck down with tremendous force. Boom! The blow, comparable to that of a soul king, instantly maimed half of the vicious poison spider's body. Screech! The spider let out a chilling wail. its head whipping around as a thick cloud of poisonous smoke surged toward Hujio. Aha, I'm out of here. Hujio wasted no time, having landed a successful hit. He activated his teleportation once more, vanishing from sight. Since acquiring the teleportation skill, his ability to both attack and retreat had become remarkably fluid, making battles more straightforward. Hujio retreated as Xiao Wu and Tang San, each wielding a spiral ball, reappeared, facing the severely injured vicious poison spider. Hujio stowed his meteor hammer in his storage ring and conjured another spiral ball, joining forces with Tang San and Xiao Wu to launch a coordinated assault on the spider. The trio maintained a principle of retreating as the enemy advanced and disturbing them while stationary, raining down spiral balls until the vicious poison spider lay breathless upon the ground. Little San, finish it off. We shall guard you. After battling the 1,500-year-old vicious poison spider, Hujio realized he had perhaps underestimated his own combat prowess. He could take on 2 of such soul beasts alone. Chapter 68. The disobedient Erming due to a lack of combat experience. Hujio had never accurately assessed his own strength. It was only now that he recognized that against a 1,500-year-old soul beast, there was no need for such complicated tactics or trio assaults. A direct confrontation would suffice. Teacher, do you think my current combat strength can rival that of a level 60 Soul Emperor? Hujio eagerly inquired of Xiao Wujie. What nonsense are you thinking? Xiao Wujie replied, exasperated. Aside from the fusion of your and Xiao Wu's martial spirits, your power is comparable to a strong attack-type Soul Master. Considering your lengthy preparation for your hammer technique, you might barely be able to fight above your rank, but that is a trump card. Every Soul Master has their own secret skill. Thus, your combat strength can only be considered decent for your current level. Hujio was taken aback. Am I really that weak? You, a food-type Soul Master, are already doing quite well to compare with a strong attack type. What more do you desire? Just think about it. Beyond that hammer technique, how much combat strength do you truly possess? Xiao Wujie bluntly pointed out. But I also have my self-created skill, the spiral ball. Its attack power is quite impressive, Hujio protested, feeling as though he had been reduced to nothingness. Indeed, your self-created skill, the spiral ball, is commendable. Its attack intensity rivals that of an average Soul King, which is why I say you can barely engage in battles above your level. I am quite pleased with your self-created skill, as it reflects the creativity of my monstrous disciple. Having such a disciple is truly delightful. Once we return to the academy, I must showcase this to those old fools. It seems I need to exert more effort. After considering Xiao Wujie's analysis, Hujio pondered that he needed to arm himself with more self-created soul skills as soon as possible. As for the present, Hujio glanced at Xiao Wu beside him, realizing he could only rely on her support. With this in mind, Hujio adopted a serious demeanor. Xiao Wu. What is it? Xiao Wu asked, puzzled. It seems I am still too weak. From now on, do not stray too far from me. We must always be ready to unleash our martial spirit fusion technique, for this world is fraught with danger. Don't worry, little Jiu. With me, your sister Xiao Wu around, no one dares to bully you. I will punch anyone who tries, she declared, thumping her chest with assurance. Plan successful. Achievement of the Soft Rice King. Hujio secretly rejoiced, for it seemed that in the future, Xiao Wu could be considered as part of his combat prowess. Henceforth, please refer to me as Lord Soul Emperor. On Tang San's side, the absorption of the venomous spider posed no challenge. In less than an hour, he had completed the refinement. Just as Hujio was about to inquire about Tang San's gains, he suddenly furrowed his brow. What was amiss? Hadn't Xiao Wu mentioned that Erming would not come? Yet, he had already appeared nearby. Hujio held great confidence in his perception abilities. A formidable presence was approaching from 5 miles away, and it was undoubtedly Erming. What shall we do? Hujio suddenly had a flash of inspiration, bending down with a pained expression and exclaiming, I have a slight stomachache. I must excuse myself for a moment. Without waiting for the others to react, he vanished in an instant, appearing 100 meters away. Hey, at this moment, Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Wait for me, Xiao Jiu. I feel unwell too. Swiftly, she retrieved a teleportation carrot and instantly pursued the direction in which Hujio had departed. Tang San and Xiao Wujie looked on in bewilderment. Have these two individuals grown so close that they share even the most private moments? Tang San and Xiao Wujie exchanged glances, each pondering the other's thoughts. After a brief silence, Tang San spoke. It's nothing to worry about. Xiao Jiu may have some matters to attend to. We can wait. Although uncertain as to why the two had hurried away, Tang San felt no concern. He understood Xiao Jiu all too well when it came to his own safety. He was more cautious than anyone else. If trouble truly loomed, it was likely that he had already sought refuge behind teacher Xiao. Xiao Wu, did you not say everything was fine? Hu Jiu inquired swiftly, his voice carried by the wind. Xiao Wu, exasperated, shrugged her shoulders. I have no idea what is going on. I clearly informed Ming not to look for us. Well then, let us not dwell on it. We'll understand the situation better when we see them, Hu Jiu replied, dismissing further discussion. Instantly activating his teleportation skill, he vanished once more. A quarter of an hour later, the two finally reunited with Ming along the way. Ming, what is going on? Did I not tell you not to seek us out? Xiao Wu confronted him angrily as soon as they met. Ming, looking innocent, squatted down and gestured quietly. Oh, what am I to do with you? Xiao Wu sighed in exasperation as she listened to Ming's explanation. Turning to Hu Jiu, she clarified, Xiao Jiu. Ming claims he lacks your carrots, which has hindered his training, so he disregarded my advice upon sensing your presence. Hu Jiu sighed in resignation. Yet a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. All right, you've won this round. This indicates that even the colossal titan ape cannot do without its carrots. In a bid to swiftly send Diming on his way, a plethora of accelerated cultivation carrots was hastily retrieved from the storage ring. Here, take these and enjoy. In a few days, I'll send you another batch to ensure you're never left wanting. The proximity of Soto City to the Star Doe Forest allows for a quick round trip, and soon a 10-cubic storage soul guide will be at hand, making the storage of carrots even more convenient. With a gleeful grin, Diming beamed at the mountain of vibrant red carrots before him, showering Hu Jiu with eager smiles of gratitude. Since the advent of Hu Jiu's cultivation-enhancing carrots, both he and Daming have experienced a significant boost in their training speed. For soul beasts, where power reigns supreme, what could possibly bring greater joy than the elevation of one's prowess? Goodbye, Diming. Little Wu and I will head back now. We'll visit again soon. Little Wu waved farewell to Diming alongside Hu Jiu, hurrying back. On the return journey, Little Wu's cheeks remained flushed as she recalled her earlier words spoken in haste to Tang San and teacher Zhao. How could she face anyone after the awkwardness of mentioning convenience with Hu Jiu? Hey, Little Wu, why are you blushing? Are you all right? Hu Jiu inquired with a puzzled expression, as it was unlikely for individuals of their constitution to fall ill. Humph, this is all your fault. Little Wu shot him a fierce glare, opting for silence as she quickened her pace. Me? Isn't it Diming's disobedience that's to blame? Why am I being accused? Hu Jiu looked at Little Wu in bewilderment. Is this considered a case of misplaced anger? Half an hour after their departure, Hu Jiu and Xiao Wu hurried back. Upon seeing the two, Tang San and Zhao Wujing finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they were in the perilous Star Doe Forest, and the prolonged absence of Hu Jiu and Xiao Wu had caused them considerable concern. In their relief, however, their gazes exchanged curious glances, oscillating between Hu Jiu and Xiao Wu, both pondering what the two had been up to during their time apart. Chapter 69. Individual Duels. Xiao San. How formidable is your soul ring skill? To alleviate the awkwardness, Hu Jiu diverted the conversation. He couldn't help but notice that since their return, Xiao Wu had kept her head bowed, her cheeks flushed. Of course, he also inferred from Tang San's greeting upon their return what excuse Xiao Wu had employed. To that, he could only remark that it was truly splendid. My third soul ring skill is the venomous spiderweb. Once activated, my blue-silver grass takes on a sticky quality akin to spider silk, with the primary attribute being its toxicity. Once my venom infiltrates an opponent's body, even a soul king would find it unbearable, and the potency of the toxin enhances with my strength. Tang San was exceedingly pleased with his newly acquired skill. Poison had always been his forte, and with this ability, his power had undoubtedly escalated. Now, even should he face Hu Jiu in combat again, he felt unafraid. Xiao San, have you become overconfident? Do not forget, I am about to acquire my fourth soul ring, one that possesses restorative properties. Your toxins will prove ineffective in my presence. Observing Tang San's expression, Hu Jiu was well aware of his thoughts. He then solemnly placed a hand on Tang San's shoulder, relishing in the opportunity to tease him. Now that Xiao San had obtained his soul ring, only Hu Jiu and Xiao Wu remained. Let us proc upon this realization. He discovered that the formidable spirit beasts surrounding him had considerably diminished in number, likely startled away by the recent aura emanating from Erming. However, it was fortunate that among Hu Jiu's preliminary targets, several were of the botanical variety. Many plant-type spirit beasts are largely immobile, and those that do move do so at a remarkably sluggish pace. This, in turn, facilitated his search considerably. For 2 hours, as the sun began to set, Hu Jio finally discovered a suitable spirit beast for himself. Be cautious. I sense an aura resembling that of a sun tree approximately 800 meters away. Judging by its emitted energy, it should be around 5,000 years old, making it perfect for my fourth spirit ring. Suddenly slowing his pace, Hu Jio turned to the others and spoke. That's wonderful. The sun tree can utilize sunlight to dispel negative states and heal injuries, making it ideal for you, Xiao Jio. Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. When it comes to understanding spirit beasts, Xiao Wu, as a fellow spirit user, certainly had the upper hand. In this regard, not even Tang San or the master could compete with her. Are you all going to handle a 5,000-year spirit beast by yourselves? Zhao Wujie inquired, looking up. A 5,000-year spirit beast, when converted to the human cultivation system, lies somewhere between the spirit master and spirit king ranks. If Hu Jio and Xiao Wu do not utilize their martial soul fusion technique, it may prove somewhat challenging. Teacher Zhao, have you forgotten? I have already obtained my third spirit ring, so it is the perfect opportunity to test my skills. You can just support us. Tang San interjected before Hu Jio could respond. Excited from just acquiring the spirit ring, he was eager to showcase his abilities. Xiao Wu, equally thrilled. Couldn't he resist the allure of battle? How could she possibly be left out? Only Hu Jio frowned. It's fine to give it a try. After all, this spirit beast won't escape. However, there may be other spirit beasts nearby serving as its guardians, so let us all be cautious. Understood. Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded solemnly in agreement. Then we need not rush to confront the sun tree, as it remains stationary. We can first eliminate its guardian spirit beasts, Xiao Wu suggested. That is a sound proposal. Let us move closer and observe which spirit beasts we are dealing with. Hu Jio agreed. Although he had already sensed 3 guardian spirit beasts and had a general idea of their types, it was prudent to confirm with his own eyes. The trio harnessed their spirit power to conceal their presence and stealthily approached. A phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, a scale-armored beast, and a shadow leopard. All around 3,000 years old, alongside the sun tree at 5,000 years, a perfect match for Xiao Jio, Tang San remarked, his eyes shimmering with purple light as he identified them. I'll take the scale-armored beast, Hu Jio declared first. Then the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is mine. I can restrict its ability to fly, Tang San quickly added. All right, that leaves the shadow leopard for me, Xiao Wu said, her fists clenched in excitement. Don't underestimate it. The shadow leopard is incredibly fast, Hu Jio cautioned, tapping Xiao Wu on the head, aware of her penchant for combat. Xiao Jio, you underestimate me too much. So what if it's fast? Does it have my agility? Xiao Wu protested, her cute nose wrinkling in displeasure. Oh, you. Hu Jio sighed, helpless against her charm. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on Xiao Wu and ensure she remains unharmed, Tang San assured from the side. Who needs you to watch over me? Mind your own business. I might finish it before you do. Xiao Wu shot back defiantly at Tang San, her tiny fists waving in a show of bravado. Enough of this chatter. Let us swiftly deal with them. I still need to secure my spirit ring, and Xiao Wu needs hers too. Hu Jio's words effectively silenced Xiao Wu. Go. Hu Jio, Tang San, and Xiao Wu each conjured a spiraling energy sphere, initiating their teleportation and appearing directly before the 3 spirit beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The unsuspecting spirit beasts were immediately stunned, before roaring in fury at their assailants. Roar, roar. The 3 spirit beasts bellowed, launching their counterattack, racing towards their attackers. However, Hu Jio, an expert in evasion, adeptly executed a hit-and-retreat strategy. After unleashing his spiraling sphere, he quickly fell back. Before departing, Tang San waved his hand, sending countless blue-silver grass vines spiraling into the air, effectively thwarting the spirit beast's pursuit. Boom, boom, boom. Behind them, the sun tree was not idle. It unleashed brilliant orbs of light that obliterated Tang San's vines. Thus, a chaotic battle commenced. Just as Hu Jio exited the sun tree's attack range, he activated his transformation skill, his physique expanding into a towering figure, muscles rippling as he wielded a meteor hammer. Unleashing the chaotic hammer technique. Behind him, the scale-armored beast charged like a small mountain. The armored beast stands colossal, towering at 2 meters and stretching over 3 meters in length, causing the ground to tremble with each powerful stride. Its gleaming, armor-clad body appears impervious, having endured a spiraling attack with naught but a faint mark upon its head. "Ah, foolish armored beast, come forth and reveal your mettle," Hu Jio exclaimed with exhilaration. Such a remarkably defensive spirit beast is truly worthy of a contest. Chapter 70. The soul ring obtained. Hu Jio swung his meteor hammer, deftly evading the armored beast's assaults like a matador with a bull, and when escape proved impossible, he would teleport away, inciting the creature's furious wrath. In less than a minute, he had amassed the force of numerous strikes, and the moment for counterattack had arrived. "Beast, reveal your true form at once," Hu Jio bellowed. Executing a swift maneuver that elevated him into the air, his meteor hammer raised high, imbued with ferocious power as it descended with might. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was entangled in a fierce struggle with the spectral leopard. The phantom leopard is a speed-type spirit beast, its attacks shrouded in an elusive aura, rendering Xiao Wu exhausted in her attempts to cope. After all, she has only just reached the 30th level, lacking both a spirit ring and a third spirit skill, making it quite challenging for her to contend with a 3,000-year-old spirit beast alone. Fortunately, with the support of Hu Jio's teleportation carrot and transformation carrot, she is able to engage the phantom leopard through her nimble agility. Finally, there is Tang San, who appears to be the most at ease. The prowess of a control-type spirit master at the same level is not to be underestimated. At the onset of the battle, Tang San immediately unleashed his newly acquired third spirit skill, the venomous spider web, which instantaneously immobilized the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Subsequently, he relentlessly employed the spiral pill skill, akin to targeting a stationary target, leaving the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake utterly defenseless. As the venom deepened, the resistance of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake waned, and it seemed on the brink of collapse. Boom. At this moment, Hu Jio's accumulation of the chaotic wind hammer technique finally unleashed its power, striking down with a force of 6,000 pounds to swiftly eliminate the target. Just as Hu Jio concluded his battle, Tang San, too, had efficiently dealt with the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Following this, with the assistance of Hu Jio and Tang San, Xiao Wu confronted the phantom leopard, which was soon vanquished as well. Frustrated, she exclaimed, "How could you finish the fight so quickly? I must hasten to obtain my soul ring. Otherwise, I will fall behind." Xiao Wu felt discontent with her performance. "Very well, let us swiftly tackle the sun tree. Once I absorb the soul ring, it will be your turn," Hu Jio said, gently stroking Xiao Wu's scorpion braid in a tender gesture of comfort. "All right." The trio exchanged determined glances before setting their sights on their final target, the sun tree. However, the sun tree was no ordinary foe. As a 5,000-year-old pea in that moment, Hu Jio teleported beside the sun tree, his hands firmly gripping the meteor hammer, its head imbued with suffocating power, crashing down with immense force. Boom. The force erupted, instantly shattering half of the tree trunk, preventing any chance of healing. Once more, with a swift retreat and a deep breath, he unleashed the chaotic wind hammer technique again. Minutes later, another explosive sound reverberated. The advantage of confronting a plant-type soul beast lies in finding the right method. With perseverance, one can eventually wear it down to defeat. An hour later, Hu Jio shouted, "Die!" With a resounding thud, the long-enduring sun tree finally succumbed. Subsequently, a deep purple soul ring hovered in the air, awaiting Hu Jio's absorption. "Xiao Jio, hurry! We shall protect you." Quickly absorb the soul ring. As the battle concluded, Xiao Wu eagerly urged him. The new soul ring signified that Hu Jio's carrot would become even more delectable, and with the enhancement of the soul power from the ring, their martial soul fusion technique would grow stronger. Besides Hu Jio himself, she was perhaps the most delighted. "Haha, splendid. You little monsters have truly vanquished the sun tree." "Quite impressive." Zhao Wuji, who had been watching from the sidelines, wore a satisfied smile as he generously praised them. "Hee indeed. We are the monsters among monsters," Xiao Wu proudly declared, tilting her head back. "Very well, I shall absorb the soul ring. I kindly request the teacher to guard me," Hu Jio stated without hesitation, immediately sitting cross-legged on the ground to begin absorbing the sun tree's soul ring. The 5,000-year soul ring was nearing the limit of what he could absorb, and Hu Jio approached it with utmost caution. Fortunately, his body had been tempered through the chaotic wind hammer technique, although primarily used for power accumulation. It also served to fortify his physique. In this state, Hu Jio absorbed the soul ring without any turmoil, though the process took a bit longer than usual. 3 hours later, as midnight approached, Hu Jio finally completed the absorption, elevating his level to 41. Where has Xiao Wu gone? The instant he opened his eyes, Hu Jio sensed something amiss. His Xiao Wu was inexplicably absent. In this moment, Hu Jio set aside all other concerns, channeling the full force of his sensory enhancement technique to attune himself to the familiar aura around him. A few seconds later, he exhaled in relief. It turned out that Xiao Wu had not strayed far, merely a few hundred meters away. Xiao Wu mentioned she was stepping out for a moment. Tang San hurriedly clarified upon noticing Hu Jio's expression. Another quick trip? Hu Jio paused, suspecting that this little rabbit had perhaps gone to condense her soul ring. Such a flimsy excuse, and Tang San was gullible enough to believe it? Chapter 71. Xiao Wu's fortuity having confirmed Xiao Wu's safety. Hu Jio set his anxieties aside and began to reflect on his own capabilities. Name: Hu Jio. Cultivation level, rank 41 Soul Master. First Soul Ring, 5, 935 years. Soul Ring ability, Absorption, doubles cultivation speed. Second Soul Ring, 5, 399 years. Soul Ring ability, Transformation, can assume the appearance of any individual, including attire and martial spirit, though cannot replicate soul skills. Temporarily enhances physical strength by altering muscle and nerve structure, but transformation of martial spirit requires face-to-face contact. Third Soul Ring, 5, 940 years. Soul Ring ability, Teleportation, can appear anywhere within a 100-meter radius at will. Fourth Soul Ring, 5, 000 years. Soul Ring ability, Holy Light, eliminates negative states, restores stamina, and heals injuries. Self-created Soul Skill Meditation, level 10, increases cultivation effectiveness by 90. Sensory Enhancement Technique, level 10, significantly amplifies vision, hearing, touch, smell, and taste. Awakening perceptive abilities. Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique, level 10, unites 81 strikes into one, with the final blow augmenting one's power by 10,000 gene. Soul Skill Manipulation, level 9. Soul power manifests as threads. POS. Over the years, he has gained considerable confidence. Xiao Wu has become quite dependent on him. However, one must always be cautious of unforeseen circumstances. This little rabbit is quite prudent. What if she decides to leave unexpectedly? Perhaps it would be wise to test the waters gently. He lifted his gaze to Xiao Wu, only to find her wearing a facade of delight, despite her evident anxiety. Hu Jio reached out and playfully tousled Xiao Wu's braided hair, inquiring, "What skill have you acquired? Is it a speed-related one?" Encouraging Xiao Wu to pursue agility was Hu Jio's suggestion, as her nimble abilities would be wasted if not utilized. Xiao Wu's demeanor lightened as she replied, "The soul skill I obtained is quite formidable. It's called Instant Speed. I can cover 100 meters in an instant, so in terms of speed, neither you nor Tang San can match me." "Oh, let me see it in action," Hu Jio said, his eyes sparkling with interest. "Hee, watch closely." Xiao Wu twirled joyfully, her third soul ring glowing. In an instant, she vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later, demonstrating what true swiftness entailed. Her movements were so rapid that her afterimages were nearly imperceptible, akin to teleportation. She appeared beside Xiao Wujia, then before Tang San, making a silly face before returning to Hu Jio's side. "What do you think?" Xiao Wu beamed with pride. "Impressive. Your instant speed surpasses even my teleportation," Hu Jio acknowledged. While both skills involved instantaneous movement, Hu Jio's teleportation was a spatial ability that could bypass any obstacle to reach its destination. In contrast, Xiao Wu's instant speed achieved a similar effect solely through velocity, which was already remarkable. Furthermore, Hu Jio's skill possessed certain limitations when used by others. It was far more convenient for personal use, as it required only a thought, whereas others had to consume his carrot for it to function. This prerequisite created a significant vulnerability. Chapter 72. The Indestructible Body. Subsequently, Hu Jio refrained from questioning Xiao Wu and approached Xiao Wujia alone. "Xiao Jio, why aren't you resting? Do you doubt your teacher's strength?" Xiao Wujia's rugged face softened with a gentle expression. "You underestimate your teacher, with my physique. I could go 2 days and nights without sleep. Let my heart rest. I won't slack off. I certainly believe in my teacher's strength. But my purpose for coming is different," Hu Jio respectfully replied. Though Xiao Wujia had only been his teacher for a day, Hu Jio held him in high regard. He was keenly aware of who treated him well and who did not. Those who were kind would receive double the gratitude, while those who were not would receive an equal measure of retribution. "What is it?" Xiao Wujia regarded his disciple with seriousness. It's nothing of great importance." Hu Jio chuckled, immediately dissipating the tension. "Yesterday, you showcased numerous self-created soul skills. and I am particularly interested in them, since dawn is not far off. I would prefer not to rest and would rather learn your self-created techniques. Hu Jie was quite eager about the more than 10 self-created techniques Xiao Wu possessed. He had ample empty slots available in his cultivation panel. Hey, you little rascal, do you fear that your teacher won't teach you? You will have plenty of time in the future. Why the rush? Xiao Wu scolded playfully, but ultimately he willingly produced a book from his waist. After observing you for these past 2 days, I have a clear understanding of your abilities. To be frank, aside from that hammer technique which requires significant charging time, the spiral sphere is the only one that stands out. Without these 2 methods, you are merely a food-type soul master devoid of offensive capabilities, Xiao Wu assessed. Indeed, teacher, my martial spirit is of the food type, making supportive soul ring skills the most suitable, which results in a somewhat monotonous offensive capability. I am aware of this shortcoming, but previously I had no means to address it, Hu Jie acknowledged. As long as you understand, Xiao Wu replied with satisfaction, handing over the book. I've noticed that you have not fully unleashed the power of that hammer technique during battles, likely due to your insufficient physical strength. Hence, you have set your sights on my indestructible body. Hee, your wisdom shines, teacher. Hu Jie gratefully accepted the manual for the indestructible body, feeling elated. As for Xiao Wu's insight into his intentions, Hu Jie was unperturbed. After all, Xiao Wu was a soul sage of level 76. And one does not reach such heights without a modicum of intelligence. However, Xiao Wu also stood to gain from having such a talented disciple. One could never tell who would benefit more in the future. Practice diligently. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. The indestructible body is my only self-created soul skill, and as my disciple, you must not practice it poorly. A proud expression graced Xiao Wu's face as he spoke of the indestructible body. This is a self-created soul skill. In the entire Douluo Continent, those capable of innovation are renowned figures. To put it simply, within Shrek Academy, apart from him, no one else has ever developed a soul skill. Not even the esteemed Dean Flanders. The only one. Upon hearing this, Hu Jie was perplexed. What about the manuals the teacher showed me yesterday? Those belong to others. Xiao Wu replied with a casual tone. At his words, Hu Jie shuddered. Despite Xiao Wu's nonchalant demeanor, he sensed a palpable aura of bloodshed. The unmoved king could almost be dubbed the king of slaughter. There was no need for speculation. These soul skills were undoubtedly acquired through bloodshed and plunder. Otherwise, how could one claim to have taken countless lives? Teacher, I still need a movement soul skill. Though he clutched a soul skill in his hand, his mind was already preoccupied with other ambitions. It would be a shame to miss the opportunity to fill the 2 vacant slots for soul rings. Get lost. You little rascal. Instead of learning properly, you've certainly mastered the art of greed. Let me tell you, unless you cultivate the indestructible body to my satisfaction, don't even think about other soul skills. Xiao Wu was amused by Hu Jie's audacity. His abilities were modest, yet his aspirations were grand. Hey, teacher. Don't be angry. I learned soul skills quite swiftly. One skill is hardly enough for my cultivation. Just watch. I'll master this indestructible body within 2 or 3 days. Hu Jie said with a grin. All right, don't say 3 days. I'll give you half a month. If you manage to grasp it within that time, I'll grant you a movement soul skill, Xiao Wu replied coolly. He had no faith in Hu Jie's bravado. The indestructible body was his own creation, and he understood its training difficulty all too well. In the past, even he took a full 2 months to reach the entry level. As for Hu Jie, no matter how talented he was, he shouldn't expect to achieve it in less than a month. Fine, but remember, you promised, so don't go back on your word. Hu Jie exclaimed joyfully. Who does he look down upon? With the training interface at his disposal, if he said 3 days, it would be 3 days. Whoever reneged would be the fool. Xiao Wu patted his chest, making a loud assurance. All right then, teacher, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll get to studying right away. Having achieved his goal, Hu Jie swiftly turned and dashed back to his tent to study soul skills. Hey, you little brat, Xiao Wu called after Hu Jie's retreating figure, chuckling to himself. Opening the manual for the indestructible body, Hu Jie began to read each word attentively. This soul technique aligns closely with his conjecture. Primarily designed to enhance physical strength through specialized training methods, thereby fortifying the body. However, with his automatic training panel, the arduous practices detailed in the manual could be bypassed. Within merely half an hour, Hu Jie had thoroughly perused this manual on the indestructible body. Before his eyes, a cerulean panel emerged, revealing an icon for the indestructible body skill in the 8th automatic training slot. encircled by a transparent progress bar that was gradually filling up. In his mind, insights into the indestructible body manifested every few seconds, as if this understanding were innately his own. With a chuckle, he concluded his reading and decided to rest. The following morning, Hu Jio was roused from his slumber by a gentle hand. "Oh, sleepyhead, rise and shine. Teacher Xiao wants us to tidy up before we set off," came the cheerful voice of Xiao Wu. "Oh," Hu Jio, still groggy, fumbled for a white carrot, squinting as he took a bite. "Huh, the holy light carrot is truly marvelous. With it, I need not worry about insufficient rest." With a single bite, Hu Jio felt instantly invigorated, banishing any lingering drowsiness. However, in reality, these were mere illusions. The carrot held no actual benefit for him, merely tantalizing his senses with its sweet flavor. Suddenly, as if jolted from a trance, Hu Jio noticed a portion of his carrot had vanished. Glancing up, he saw a scorpion-tailed figure before him, a small head bobbing with cheeks stuffed full. The crisp sound of munching resonating within the tent. "Oh, so you dared to pilfer from me." Chapter 73. The thoughts of Ma Hongjun. "Come on, little ones. Let us run. Your bodies are far too weak. Only through running can you grow strong." As the four of them emerged from the outskirts of the Stardow forest, Xiao Wu bellowed, "Teacher, I believe I am already quite robust. If I grow any stronger, I may have trouble finding a spouse, just like you." Hu Jio activated his transformation skill, instantaneously becoming a strikingly handsome man towering over 9 feet, his muscles rippling, rivaling Xiao Wu himself. "Come now, are those muscles even real?" "Mine are genuine." Xiao Wu felt a slight headache. His disciple was commendable in many aspects, yet rather mischievous and somewhat indolent. Mischief was inconsequential, but laziness was a different matter. Look at Tang San, who rises before dawn to train diligently. And Hu Jio? He merely indulges in slumber, having not trained even once during these many days. Faced with such a disciple, Xiao Wu felt his head throb. It could very well be true, with such strength. "I could sustain this for an entire day," Hu Jio muttered to himself. "Why run when the scenery along the way is so beautiful? On such a sunlit day, wouldn't it be splendid to accompany a lady on an outing? Run now?" Xiao Wujia's furious roar startled Hu Jio back to reality. How careless of him. Xiao was exemplary in many respects, except for his fervor for physical training, which inevitably dragged his students into the fray. Under Xiao Wujia's guidance, the trio traversed mountains and seas, snacking on carrots when fatigued, devouring more carrots when hungry, and even consuming carrots when thirsty. In a mere half-day, they returned to Shrek Academy. "Ah, I am utterly exhausted. Xiao Jio, quick, save me with a carrot." Upon returning to the academy, Xiao Wu collapsed against Hu Jio, her voice weak. After a single carrot, Xiao Wu indignantly raised her fist. "Teacher Xiao is too cunning. He promised we could wander the town after acquiring our soul rings. I had so many things I wished to buy. Fear not, I shall take you out someday, just the two of us. You may purchase whatever your heart desires." Hu Jio consoled her. "Xiao Jio, you are so kind." Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, her eyes shimmering with happiness. Tang San interjected. "Have you two forgotten something? Return to rest now. We will gather on the academy's field tomorrow morning. I must first report to the dean." Xiao Wu paid no heed to Xiao Wu's discontent, pretending not to hear. "Understood. Brother Jio, third brother, sister Xiao Wu, you have finally returned." Upon their arrival at the dormitory, Ma Hongjun rushed over, elated. The return of Hu Jio and the others signified the successful completion of their soul ring acquisition mission, marking Hu Jio as a true soul master. "With this prowess, I could easily overwhelm Dai Mubai. Hey there, how have you fared in the academy these past few days?" "We are utterly drained. Teacher Xiao made us run back from the Stardow forest. How outrageous." Xiao Wu still harbored resentment over Xiao Wujia's refusal to allow them to explore the town. "What do you mean by that? We have had it far worse. During your absence, the dean personally sparred with us, followed by running exercises. Oh dear, look at me. I've lost several pounds. How long will it take to recover from this?" Ma Hongjun lamented, patting his belly, feeling the softness dissipate. "Truly that dire?" Hu Jio and his companions exchanged glances, recalling their days at Noden Academy, where such rigorous training had never been encountered. Indeed, it was that severe. The dean asserts that Shrek is a peculiar institution. Thus its students must also be extraordinary. Slumping into a chair in Hu Jio's dormitory, Ma Hongjun appeared utterly spent. "Fatty, come and have a carrot." Hu Jio tossed him a holy light carrot. Hu Jio understood Ma Hongjun's eagerness for camaraderie. Of course, Ma Hongjun had never concealed his intentions. He sought a reliable ally. Given Dai Mubai's dominance, Ma Hongjun felt uncomfortable in his presence. In contrast, Hu Jio and his friends not only possessed formidable strength but treated others with equality, which greatly appealed to Ma Hongjun. Acknowledging the young man's discerning eye, Hu Jio was more than willing to indulge him. This white carrot is truly fascinating. Is this your martial spirit, Brother Jio? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, curiosity piqued as he accepted the carrot and took a bite. After a few mouthfuls, Ma Hongjun felt an invigorating surge of energy wash over him. Even the fatigue from Flinder's rigorous training faded into oblivion. What an impressive recovery effect. This far surpasses Oscar's sausage. Gazing at Hu Jio, Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is simply marvelous. With you around, I shall never again need to endure Oscar's revolting sausages. Revolting? Xiao Wu and Tang San looked at Ma Hongjun with puzzled expressions, while Hu Jio remained unfazed, contemplating acquiring a similar sausage for himself. I possess a grand carrot. At that moment, Ma Hongjun began to lament the sausage spell of Oscar, as if he had been grievously wronged. At last, Xiao Wu and Tang San have expanded their horizons, discovering that such grotesque skills and incantations exist in this world. Their gaze inevitably drifted towards Hu Jio. As a food-type user, the application of skills typically involves incantations. However, Hu Jio's mastery of soul power is so profound that he effortlessly disregards this principle. Thus, they have never been privy to the specifics of Hu Jio's incantations. It is unspeakable, indeed. Suffice it to say, it is nothing like Oscar's incantations. Hu Jio chuckled, speaking in vague terms. How to describe his incantation? While it is melodious, it is also excessively juvenile and rather embarrassing. Heaven did not give birth to me. Hu Lao Jio. Carrots endure through the ages like a long night. Absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, heaven did not give birth to me. Hu Lao Jio. Carrots shine eternally like the bright moon, transforming in myriad ways. I am supreme. Heaven did not give birth to me. Hu Lao Jio. Carrots endure through the ages like the dark moon, in an instant, soaring to the azure sky. Heaven did not give birth to me. Hu Lao Jio. Carrots endure through the ages like the warm sun, defying life and death, resurrecting the bones of the living. Look, how can he recite such an incantation? Is it truly not like Oscar's? Xiao Wu's face was filled with skepticism. If it weren't, why had she never witnessed Xiao Jio reciting it? Indeed, it is not. I simply find that incantation excessively lengthy, which hinders my ability to utilize my skills swiftly. Hu Jio explained. Moreover, what is there to be curious about regarding an incantation? I have never recited it, so you may as well consider it non-existent. After much persuasion, Hu Jio managed to deflect Xiao Wu's inquiries. Yet, under the weight of Tang San's penetrating gaze, Hu Jio felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Could it be that he could not evade this scrutiny forever? Fortunately, Tang San remained silent, allowing him to escape unscathed. That evening, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu sat alone atop a nearby rooftop. Xiao Wu, speak plainly. What are you concealing? Hu Jio fixed his intense gaze upon her, his tone grave. Xiao Wu stammered, her eyes cast downward in anxiety. Was she truly about to confess? After all these years of friendship, do you still not trust me? Regardless of the reason, I would always place my faith in you. The moment had come to test Xiao Wu. I certainly believe you, she blurted out. Yet, almost immediately, her confidence faltered. However, this truly cannot be disclosed. Even I cannot know? Hu Jio sought confirmation. At that moment, Hu Jio felt a tangle of emotions. He sensed he was pressuring Xiao Wu, but sometimes, without pressure, one cannot appreciate the outcome. Over the years, Hu Jio had watched Xiao Wu mature from a charming young girl into an even more enchanting young woman. Their time together had fostered a profound bond. Yet this closeness also instilled a sense of trepidation within Hu Jio. He feared that this intimacy might, with the passage of time, transform into something akin to familial affection. This is truly terrifying. Indeed, nurturing a bond is not as simple as one might imagine. Thus, he seeks to transform this intimacy into a sweetness akin to love. He wishes to shatter this closeness with his own hands, believing that emotions, once fragmented and needed, become more beautiful. Very well, I shall speak freely. Gazing into Hu Jio's unwavering eyes, Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and stamped her foot, defiantly declaring, I'll tell you this, I am inherently different from others. Each time I reach a significant level of cultivation, I can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to naturally condense my soul ring. This has been my concealment from you. Are you satisfied? Xiao Wu's face flushed, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Is that all? Hu Jio sighed in disappointment. Xiao Wu, despite my kindness towards you, you still do not speak the truth. Not only do you withhold the truth, but you also fabricate lies to deceive me. At this moment, Hu Jio felt a genuine disappointment. Regardless of how harmonious their relationship was, when it mattered most, she resorted to deceit. If you are lacking in compassion, do not blame me for being unprincipled. I did not deceive you. Everything I said is true, Xiao Wu insisted, her eyes wide with emotion. The ability to condense soul rings on her own. Was that not a secret? If others were to discover her unique capability, they would surely be astounded. Nevertheless, Hu Jio paid no heed to her words, bluntly stating, "What do you mean by being inherently different? Indeed, you are different, but that is due to your identity. Think it over. When you comprehend the truth, come find me. By the way, let me give you a final reminder. My perception exceeds your imagination, hence, you cannot conceal anything from me." With that, Hu Jio vanished in a flash, leaving Xiao Wu standing dazed and alone. Different identity? Perception ability? His words echoed in her mind, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Does he know my identity? A chilling thought arose within Xiao Wu, growing increasingly plausible. Soon after, another notion surfaced in her mind. What if I am mistaken? Perhaps Xiao Jio merely sensed that I was withholding something from him, which is why he is angry. After all, he is merely from the soul sect and cannot possibly discern my true identity. Ah, curse Xiao Jio. Why can't you articulate your thoughts clearly? How vexing. How infuriating. The impish Xiao Wu grasped her hair, her head swirling with agitation. On this particular night, two individuals at Shrek Academy found themselves unable to slumber. One was lost in a soliloquy, oscillating between laughter and tears, his eyes eventually reflecting a steely resolve. The other ventured into a stone forest, relentlessly striking the rocks with a fervor that seemed to defy exhaustion. At dawn, Hu Jio was the last to arrive at the training grounds, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Tang San immediately sensed something amiss. What could be troubling Xiao Jio? Concerned, he gazed at him. But with classes underway, he chose to temporarily set aside his worries, intending to inquire later. On the training field, Flander, Zhao Wujia, along with Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu were present. Xiao Wu kept her lips gently sealed, her face betraying no emotion, her beauty the only discernible aspect. In contrast, Zhao Wujia, standing in front, perceptively noticed his disciple's peculiar demeanor, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. Very well, now that everyone is here, we shall commence today's training, Flander announced, his gaze sweeping over the assembly before momentarily pausing on Hu Jio. Several of you are new to our ranks. I must thoroughly assess your capabilities before devising personalized training regimens. Dai Mubai, Flander called, fixing his gaze upon him. Engage in combat with Hu Jio. I wish to witness his prowess. Certainly, Dean. At the prospect of battling Hu Jio, Dai Mubai's excitement surged. This was a golden opportunity in his eyes. Hu Jio's greatest strength lay in his soul fusion skill with Xiao Wu, but now it was a one-on-one duel where he couldn't utilize that technique. As long as he interrupted Hu Jio's charging hammer technique in time, victory would be within easy reach. Once he defeated Hu Jio, he would remain the top student of Shrek Academy. And when that little pheasant lost his backing, a cold smirk played on Dai Mubai's lips as his fighting spirit surged, feeling an inexhaustible power coursing through his veins. Dean, I'm a food-type soul master without any offensive capabilities, not a combat type. I won't participate in this fight, Hu Jio stated flatly. His mood too foul to entertain childish games today. His words left everyone speechless. While they believed he was a food-type soul master, claiming to lack offensive power was laughable. Hadn't he wielded that meteor hammer with brutal efficiency before? In my eyes, you're a combat-type soul master. No more excuses, fight. Dean Flinder's authoritative gaze brooked no argument. Little Jio, be a man and fight me properly. I've been waiting for this match, Dai Mubai taunted, striding onto the open ground with his heterochromatic eyes gleaming dangerously. Very well. You've succeeded in angering me, Hu Jio replied impassively, the atmospheric pressure around him intensifying. Perhaps venting his frustration wouldn't be such a bad idea. He stepped forward deliberately. And my name is Hu Jio. The nickname Little Jio I sent for you to use. Dai Mubai's pupils contracted momentarily before he regained composure. Fine then. Junior Hu Jio it is. As the food-type soul master, you may make the first move. The royal prince seethed inwardly. How dare this commoner reject such an honor? Without ceremony, Hu Jio summoned his meteor hammer. His transformation skill activated, his physique swelling into a 9-foot-tall muscular behemoth. Junior, When I said first move, I didn't mean that charging hammer technique. If you start accumulating power, don't blame me for interrupting, Dai Mubai warned with feigned courtesy. Enough chatter. Fight or forfeit. A crimson sphere materialized in Hu Jio's left palm, while his right arm initiated the chaotic wind hammer technique. So be it. Don't say I wasn't merciful. White tiger. Possess me. Dai Mubai's body expanded as a spectral tiger manifested behind him. His pupils slit vertically, claws extending from enlarged hands. Second soul ring. White tiger's fierce light wave. A milky white orb shot from his mouth, expanding rapidly toward Hu Jio. Unfazed, Hu Jio launched his spiraling sphere while continuing to accumulate hammer strikes. Chapter 75. Revealing Cards, Part 2, Boom. The collision favored Hu Jio's technique, his spiraling sphere shattering the light wave and continuing its trajectory. But the momentary delay gave Dai Mubai time to react. Springing backward, he unleashed another light wave midair, aiming to disrupt the hammer technique. Pathetic. Hu Jio activated his third soul ring skill, vanishing and reappearing 100 meters behind Dai Mubai. You won't complete that charging sequence. Dai Mubai snarled, whirling around. Third soul ring. White tiger's Vajra transformation. His muscles bulged further, black stripes emerging across his skin. Engage. Crouching low, Dai Mubai lunged like a pouncing predator. Bring it on. Hu Jio's eyes flashed as he stood his ground, swinging his hammer in a perfect arc. Though only 5 strikes had been accumulated in these brief moments. The hammer radiated terrifying energy, its surface glowing like molten metal. Crash. Dai Mubai went flying, skidding over a dozen meters before tumbling to a stop. What? How? Impossible. That was only 5 accumulated strikes. Gasps erupted from spectators. Xiao Wuji's eyes widened in particular. He alone noticed the faint golden light shimmering across Hu Jio's arm during that devastating strike. Isn't this a manifestation of the indestructible body being successfully mastered? Goodness, could I be imagining things? Xiao Wuji skeptically rubbed his eyes. It had barely been 2 days. How could this be possible? What could be impossible? It seems you know the reason? Beside him, Flander cast a puzzled glance in his direction. Flander was well aware of Dai Mubai's strength and had heard of Hu Jio's use of the chaotic hammer technique. His understanding made him feel that Hu Jio's power was somewhat abnormal. Flander's words drew the attention of everyone present to Xiao Wuji. Who wouldn't be curious about someone who could send Dai Mubai flying in one blow? That seems to be my indestructible body. Xiao Wuji swallowed hard, speaking with difficulty. You didn't see it incorrectly? Flander was not doubting Xiao Wuji. Rather, the news was simply too astonishing. How could he not know about Xiao Wuji's indestructible body? He remembered that just yesterday, old Xiao had mentioned to him that he had taken Hu Jio as his disciple and had passed on the indestructible body technique to him. The soul skill had only just been imparted, and the individual had already mastered it. Wasn't that a joke? Indeed, how could I misinterpret my soul skill? Haha, good disciple. You are truly remarkable, Xiao Wuji affirmed, bursting into an unrestrained laugh. Learning a self-created soul skill in less than 2 days. Who could rival such talent? He could only wonder. Who else could compare? Truly indestructible. Xiao Wuji's certainty plunged everyone present into a state of astonishment. What kind of extraordinary talent was this? Among the crowd, only Tang San and Xiao Wu remained somewhat composed. Although Hu Jio's rapid mastery of a soul skill was surprising, they were almost accustomed to it. After all, it was merely learning a soul skill, not creating one. Little Jio had even invented 2 self-created soul skills. What was there to be astonished about? In the arena, Dai Mubai staggered to his feet, clutching his chest, blood seeping between his fingers. Hu Jio's meteor hammer was not so easily countered. Did he not see the gleaming cold light on that spike? Are we still fighting? Hu Jio inquired. This time I lost. But you merely relied on the power of your weapon. It doesn't count as true skill. One day, I will reclaim this battle, Dai Mubai snorted coldly. Still unwilling to concede to Hu Jio. All right, I'll be waiting for you. Next time, I want to use a weapon, Hu Jio replied calmly, looking forward to the next encounter where he would defeat him with sheer strength. Enough. Hu Jio has won this battle. You two may step down. The next match is Tang San against Xiao Wu, Flander announced after the fight concluded. All right. Tang San and Xiao Wu stepped forward, standing across from each other. Xiao Wu, be careful. This time I will go all out, Tang San cautioned. Understood, Xiao Wu nodded, her expression serious. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu in confusion. What was going on? Wasn't she always excited at the prospect of a battle? Why this reaction now? Strange. Tang San felt that both Xiao Jio and Xiao Wu were acting oddly today. First soul skill, bind. Third soul skill, instant speed. In the face of Tang San's blue-silver grass bind, Xiao Wu immediately activated instant speed, and in the next instant, she was before Tang San, her legs coiling toward him like venomous snakes. Crane catching dragon. Ghostly shadow disappearing. Tang San vividly recalled Xiao Wu's waist bow. He dared not engage with her directly. He swiftly maneuvered his hands, diverting her long, fair legs away, his feet moving rapidly to create distance. Run, can you escape? Xiao Wu flashed again, pursuing Tang San like a shadow. Venomous spider web. Just as Xiao Wu's legs were about to ensnare him, Tang San unleashed his third soul ring skill. Under other circumstances, he might not have been so decisive in using the venomous toxin, but with Xiao Jiu present, he was not afraid of Xiao Wu being poisoned. Tang San spread his hands, green-blue-silver grass shooting forth from his palms, encircling Xiao Wu while simultaneously protecting himself. Rasengan. Xiao Wu held a basketball-sized Rasengan in her left hand, using it as a shield as her body spun, darting toward Tang San like an arrow, entirely disregarding his venomous spider web. I evade. The venomous spider web was pierced through, and Tang San's expression changed as he immediately dodged. You cannot escape. In midair, Xiao Wu lay flat, spinning in a full 360-degree rotation, her toes nearly hooking around Tang San's neck. Following this, a clingy soul power emanated from her toes, and the other leg had already climbed up. First soul skill, waist bow, she exclaimed. Boom. Tang San felt himself spinning before crashing solidly to the ground. I lost. After a moment, Tang San dejectedly rose from the ground. Although this scene had played out many times before, he still felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed. I am still too weak. I have never defeated Xiao Wu. Very well, I have a clear understanding of your strengths. Next, I will formulate a detailed training plan for you. You must be tired today. Return to rest, and we shall commence formal training tomorrow morning, Flanders said, looking at the group with a sense of satisfaction in his eyes. The quality of the students recruited this time is commendable, and he is quite satisfied, indeed. He should be extremely pleased. Ha! Today there is finally no training. How wonderful. Upon hearing the announcement of dismissal, everyone erupted with joy, particularly Oscar and Ma Hongchun, who were so elated that they jumped for joy. Tang San, come here for a moment. I have something to ask you. Knock, knock, knock. As evening fell, the moon concealed itself behind the clouds, resembling a shy maiden. Hu Jio lay resting in bed when suddenly he heard a knock at the door. Have you thought about what you want to say to me? Upon opening the door, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Wu's silhouette in the moonlight, ethereal and fleeting. I thought it through. Xiao Wu's gentle voice nearly softened Hu Jio's heart. Chapter 76. The Revelation, Part 3. As Xiao Wu approached, Hu Jio noticed that she was carrying a small bundle, appearing as if she were prepared to run away from home. The little rabbit is about to flee. Hu Jio feigned calmness, turning back to the dormitory to await Xiao Wu's explanation. Xiao Jio, I wasn't lying to you yesterday. I truly can obtain a soul ring on my own. The dormitory remained unlit, illuminated only by the soft glow of the moonlight, preventing Hu Jio from discerning Xiao Wu's expression accurately. However, there is one thing you might not know. The reason I can obtain a soul ring myself is due to my identity. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wu prepared to confess. You are not human, are you? Hu Jio inquired lightly. At this, Xiao Wu gasped in surprise. You truly discovered it. Initially, she had come with a glimmer of hope, but not wanting to deceive Hu Jio any longer, she resolved to share the secret she had concealed deep within her heart. She had already decided that after revealing her identity to Xiao Jio, she would leave that very night. She could no longer remain here. Over the course of a night, she had come to realize that she had feelings for Xiao Jio and wished to be with him. Yet, if he were to discover that she was a soul beast, he would undoubtedly reject her. However, in the depths of her love, Xiao Wu found herself unable and unwilling to deceive Hu Jio. She was determined to confess everything, even if it meant that he could not accept her identity, leading her to depart alone. Yet, she felt little hope for acceptance. After all, she had even packed her belongings. Hu Jio chuckled softly. And then, after revealing your identity, do you intend to simply walk away? Yes, since you have discovered my identity. I do not wish to trouble you, Xiao Jio. I must leave. Xiao Wu gazed deeply into Hu Jio's eyes, her face etched with reluctance and profound affection. In this moment, Xiao Wu realized that her affection for Hu Jio surpassed her previous imaginings. Countless days and nights spent together, numerous instances of him feeding her and sharing laughter, had culminated in an overwhelming surge of emotion when the thought of parting finally arose. The intimacy they once shared had faded. Hu Jio stepped forward, gently enveloping Xiao Wu in his embrace, feeling the subtle tremors of her body, and softly whispered, "Do you truly believe I care about your identity? Xiao Wu is merely Xiao Wu. She is my Xiao Wu." "Xiao Jio, you!" Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment, raising her gaze. Could it be that he genuinely did not mind? "Xiao Wu, let me assure you, you cannot escape my grasp. From now on, you shall grow up obediently, and when the time comes, you will be my bride." "There is no escaping this," he said, tenderly stroking her back, a broad smile illuminating his face. At that moment, he realized he had won the gamble. "Who would want to be your wife?" Xiao Wu's voice trembled. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yet, deep within her heart, an overwhelming joy surged. He truly did not care about her identity. "What? Do you not like me?" Hu Jio's movements paused, his tone suddenly stiffening. "No, I do like you," Xiao Wu blurted out, only to realize afterward that Hu Jio was teasing her. "You just enjoy bullying me." She turned away, a blend of anger and delight apparent on her face. "All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Come here. Tonight, I shall hold you while you sleep." Hu Jio embraced Xiao Wu, pressing his advantage. As they approached the bed, Xiao Wu inquired, "Xiao Jio, since you are aware of my identity, why are you still willing to be with me? You may not know, but for someone like me, navigating human society is perilous. If my identity is discovered, I would face relentless pursuit, ultimately leading to my demise. Do not worry. With me around, I will protect you." Hu Jio pulled Xiao Wu close, tucking her into the blanket. "Being hunted is merely a consequence of lacking strength. Once I grow stronger, the tables will turn." Having chosen Xiao Wu from the beginning, he had prepared for this, including his arrival at Shrek Academy, all for that precious celestial herb. "All right, let us strive together. Once I reach level 70 and enter maturity, no one will discover my identity. At that time, I will return to being a true human, and I will entrust myself to you." Seeing that Hu Jio truly did not mind her identity, Xiao Wu felt a wave of relief, her affection for him deepening. Were it not for her youth, she might have already taken the initiative to approach him. "Well, it's quite late now. Let us get some rest." Holding Xiao Wu's soft form, Hu Jio closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The following morning, Hu Jio and Xiao Wu walked side by side onto the playground, their faces radiating with unmistakable joy, leaving onlookers momentarily speechless. "Hey, Brother Jio, you're impressive." Ma Hongjun jogged over, glancing at Xiao Wu and giving a thumbs up in praise. "Get lost. Speak another word, and I'll show you what I can do," Hu Jio retorted playfully, raising his fist in mock threat. "Xiao Jio, are you all right?" Seeing Hu Jio back to his normal self, Tang San let out a sigh of relief. He had been worried yesterday, as he was preoccupied with matters concerning Dean Flanders and had no time to check on Hu Jio. "I'm fine. It was just a minor mishap yesterday. Rest easy." Hu Jio chuckled, patting Tang San's shoulder, feeling grateful to have such a brother by his side. The group then engaged in casual conversation for a while. At this moment, Hu Jio keenly observed that although it appeared everyone was animatedly engaged in conversation, a closer inspection revealed the gathering had divided into two factions. One group consisted of himself, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun, while the other comprised Dai Mubai and Oscar. Amid Oscar's playful banter, the two factions seemed to be interconnected, appearing harmonious. Hu Jio maintained an indifferent demeanor. After all, he only conversed with his own group. As for Dai Mubai and Oscar, the former exuded an air of proud aloofness, as if he were a celestial deity, showing no interest in engaging. Regarding Oscar, Hu Jio realized he had indeed been profoundly affected, as the sight of Oscar evoked memories of flamboyant, bearded impostors. Shivering involuntarily, Hu Jio quickly turned away, fearful of being ensnared. After a while, Flander and Xiao Wujie appeared on the playground. "I have prepared your training regimen," Flander stated without preamble, addressing the crowd. "Your bodies are at a prime stage for enhancement. Effective training is essential to fully unleash your potential. Therefore, I have devised a long-term task, running. Everyone is to run 20 laps around the village. If you don't complete it by noon, you shall forego lunch." He called out. Hu Jio, Dai Mubai, remained behind. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the commencement. "Yes." Upon hearing the word running, both Oscar and Ma Hongjun were filled with despair. Reluctantly, they took the lead, beckoning Tang San and Xiao Wu to follow. Hu Jio observed the scene in silence, thinking to himself, "Running? Do I really need your instruction? Dai Mubai, follow me. I will conduct special training for you." "Your performance yesterday was exceedingly disappointing," Flander remarked coldly after Tang San and the others had dashed away. "Come, Xiao Jio. Follow me for training, Xiao Wu said, approaching Hu Jio and patting him on the shoulder. After Hu Jio had left hastily the previous day, he had the chance to confirm the specifics of the indestructible body, and now was the perfect moment to clarify. The two made their way to a secluded courtyard within the academy, surrounded by numerous large training apparatuses, clearly Xiao Wujia's personal training ground. Xiao Jio, demonstrate the indestructible body, Xiao Wujia said, his face alight with anticipation. Feigning reluctance, yet inwardly thrilled, Hu Jio flexed his arms, his muscles surging. A layer of imperceptible golden light shimmered upon his skin. Indeed, I knew you had entered the realm. You are truly my disciple. Excellent, Xiao Wujia exclaimed repeatedly, his excitement palpable. The difficulty of martial arts can only be truly appreciated through personal experience. Teacher, I have met the requirements. It is time for you to grant me my next self-created soul skill, Hu Jio implored, gazing eagerly at Xiao Wujia. After all, was this the purpose of taking on a mentor? The call of opportunity beckoned. Patience, Xiao Wujia replied, smacking his lips. Your indestructible body has only just begun. It requires consolidation, and we cannot afford to neglect your training. He spoke earnestly, emphasizing that with limited energy, it would be a waste not to fully harness such a remarkable talent. Teacher, this is unreasonable, Hu Jio retorted in frustration. You said, whoever does not acknowledge it is a fool. Do you wish to be that fool? In his quest for a movement-based soul skill, Hu Jio had no choice but to resort to his trump card. Xiao Wujia, being magnanimous and unconcerned with trifles, allowed Hu Jio to be somewhat audacious. Oh, I suspect you anticipated this day, Xiao Wujia remarked, somewhat irked that he had been outmaneuvered by his disciple. Very well, if I don't grant you this, you might truly cause an uproar. What soul skill do you desire? Thank you, teacher, Hu Jio exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. I seek a skill related to movement. One that aids in evading attacks and facilitates escape. You can only choose one, either agility or speed. You cannot possess both, Xiao Wujia replied with a sidelong glance. Do you think such a soul skill is readily available? Is there none? Hu Jio sighed in disappointment, responding honestly. Then I shall opt for enhancing my agility. We can discuss speed at a later date. Previously, he had lacked soul skills, and now, it seemed he was burdened with choices, a truly enviable dilemma. Then I shall impart the illusory shadow dodge to you. Once mastered, your agility will increase significantly, and you will be able to use soul power to create indistinct shadows to confuse your opponents. This skill is notoriously challenging. Even I have yet to master it. But you may attempt it, Xiao Wujia said, rummaging through his belongings until he finally unearthed a worn tome. Although he possessed numerous soul skills, few had been mastered, and many lay gathering dust. Thank you, teacher. Hu Jio was undeterred by the difficulty. After all, what challenge could intimidate one who had ascended alongside the extraordinary? Seizing the manual, Hu Jio perched upon a stone pedestal, diligently flipping through its pages with utmost seriousness. Hold on, you little rascal. This is class time. Why are you reading? Get up. Training is paramount, Xiao Wujia bellowed, causing Hu Jio to leap up in surprise. Teacher, I am studying. Please wait. I will train once I finish reading, Hu Jio replied, feigning innocence. This is class. Reading is indeed part of it, he argued, unperturbed. Impudent. I'll teach you a lesson. Today, we shall forego training for practical combat. Prepar Hu Jio's mindset has now achieved a state of tranquility. Among those present, only Oscar and Tang San appeared unaffected. Oscar was indulging in restorative sausages, while Tang San, having been tempered since childhood, boasted a robust physique. Hu Jio remained seated, cradling Xiao Wu, and offered her a carrot, subsequently tossing another to Ma Hongjun and yet another to Tang San. Xiao Wu, Xiao San, we ought to seek out the dean for our due recompense later. He still owes us a soul guide. Observing Xiao Wu's weary demeanor, Hu Jio felt a pang of sympathy. Had she possessed a storage ring, she would not find herself in such a predicament. As for why he neglected to provide Tang San with one, well, that slipped his mind. In the distance, Oscar watched as those who consumed the carrots swiftly regained their vitality, a flicker of jealousy crossing his eyes. As a fellow food-type soul master, he was older than Hu Jio and realized that his uniqueness within the academy would soon be challenged. Despite Ma Hongjun having boasted about Hu Jio's restorative prowess the previous day, witnessing it firsthand instilled a profound sense of urgency in him. Although Oscar often appeared jovial and comedic, he was, in fact, the most astute individual, acutely aware of the academy's dynamics. Hu Jio, Tang San, and Xiao were inseparable comrades, bound by deep friendship. Moreover, the rotund Ma Hongjun, unable to endure Dai Mubai, had directly allied himself with Hu Jio, compelling Oscar to abandon his neutral stance and draw closer to Dai Mubai. Only by doing so could he contend with Hu Jio's cohort and secure a place for himself. Otherwise, with Hu Jio, the overwhelmingly superior food-type soul master, in the fray, how could he expect to garner any recognition from the academy? He has considered everything clearly. Regardless of his inner reluctance, he must push Dai Mubai forward to confront Hu Jio and the others, not for the sake of victory or defeat, but to secure greater nurturing for the academy. I remarked, "Fatty, you brought this upon yourself. Who asked you to refuse my sausages? You've had them before. And now you act all disdainful. Humph, I won't share my sausages with you anymore." Oscar, clutching a sausage, approached Ma Hongjun with a playful grin, teasing. "In the end, it's just a slightly distasteful incantation, right? It doesn't affect the outcome. Does it warrant such disdain?" Chapter 78, Flinder's Training. "Come on, Xiao Wu. Can you show a bit of self-awareness? With that revolting incantation of yours, who would choose to eat it unless absolutely necessary?" At this moment, Dai Mubai limped onto the training ground with an uneven gait. When it came to Oscar, Dai Mubai showed no courtesy whatsoever. As a royal prince, within the confines of this academy, he reserved only the slightest deference for the instructors. Everyone else was beneath his consideration. No sooner had Dai Mubai's words faded than a flicker of something unreadable passed through Oscar's eyes, vanishing as swiftly as it had appeared, unnoticed by anyone. "Arrogant and ignorant fool. Ha, Oscar, that's what Boss Dai says. With ninth brother here, I'll never have to stomach your revolting sausages again." Ma Hongjun sprang up from the ground, gloating. "Keep your wretched sausages for yourself. Humph, suit yourselves. My sausages are delicious." Oscar took a blissful bite, savoring the flavor with half-lidded eyes. Ahem. At that moment, Flinder appeared instantaneously on the playground, unnoticed even by the keen-eyed Tang San and Hu Jio. "It seems that each of you has successfully completed today's tasks. Commendable indeed." However, the subsequent words from Flinder left everyone present in utter shock. "Now, there remains one final task, and upon its completion, you may rest. The task is rather simple. Upon arriving at Shrek, you are a collective, companions who can rely upon one another. Now, the time has come for your trial. Oscar, step forward and prepare the sausage." "Yes," Oscar exclaimed excitedly. Dai Mubai's expression shifted, as this scene felt eerily familiar. Hu Jio quickly realized that they were to eat Oscar's sausage. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun showed little reaction, for they had never anticipated such a peculiar task. Indeed, Flinder's next words confirmed Hu Jio's suspicions. "The task is straightforward. You simply need to consume one of Oscar's sausages." "I have a big sausage. I have a big sausage," Oscar chanted proudly, his voice growing louder and more resounding, as if fearing that others might not hear him. "This is undoubtedly a ploy to disgust us," Hu Jio thought. Noticing Xiao Wu's nausea, clenching his fists, he thought, "You're not escaping this beating." "Director, why must we eat Oscar's sausage?" Tang San asked with a peculiar expression, for he had no desire to consume such a bizarre sausage. "What, none of you wish to eat?" Flinder's gaze sharpened, his soul saint aura erupting and bearing down upon them all. "This is called adaptive training. I ask you, what is more important, life or face? When forced to choose between the two, which would you select?" Although Oscar's soul spell was somewhat unsavory, its restorative effects were commendable. "During your time at the academy, he is one of you. You will grow together. If you cannot establish rapport with him, you will squander the opportunity of having the finest support partner. Moreover, this serves as a test of your mentality. If you cannot even overcome this minor obstacle, how will you survive in the world of soul masters? To survive, one must resort to any means necessary. Do not think twice about consuming a sausage. When life is in peril, even a rat, cockroach, or earthworm would suffice." Tang San lowered his head, recognizing the truth in Flinder's words. If they could not conquer such a trivial challenge, how could they hope to grow stronger in the future? "Director, just as Tang San prepared to acquiesce, Hu Jio interrupted him. "Director, I believe you are correct. To survive, we must indeed be ruthless. For the sake of our lives, I could consume anything, be it a rat, cockroach, earthworm, or even dirt. However," Hu Jio raised his voice, "we are not in immediate danger. Must we consume his sausage based on an uncertain future?" He continued, "I feel that this is a sign of disrespect towards us. Even an insult." Hu Jio's gaze bore into Flinder's, and though his aura was weak, he showed no fear. Is it possible for me to force you to eat? Flinder looked at Hu Jio with a calm demeanor, yet his aura bore down heavily upon him. Activating his transformation skill, Hu Jio's body enlarged momentarily, and while enduring the pressure, he resolutely stated, "Then I shall withdraw from the academy." "I will also withdraw. What significance does a mediocre academy hold?" Ma Hongjun added, gritting his teeth. Xiao Wu stepped beside Hu Jio, grasping his hand, sharing the burden of pressure. Tang San also moved to Hu Jio's side, silently supporting him. "I too do not wish to eat," Ma Hongjun muttered, eyes shut tightly. Yet he dared not approach Flinder, instead shrinking back, a rather comical sight. Among those present, only two remained stationary, Oscar and Dai Mubai. Oscar's face darkened. His eyes clouded with indignation. The fact that Hu Jio and the others would rather withdraw than consume his sausage felt like a personal affront. Had their gazes been lethal, Hu Jio and his companions might have already perished. On the other hand, Dai Mubai's expression was no better. He had faced a similar choice the previous year, but he had chosen acceptance. Yet now he felt an intense jealousy. Why did they dare to defy the director while he had complied? He lacked Hu Jio's courage. Had he possessed such bravery back then, he would not have found himself in this dilapidated place, where he could have thrived as a prince. "Flinder, what are you doing?" "They are just children. Can't we communicate properly?" Just as Hu Jio was about to merge with Xiao Wu's spirit, Xiao Wujia appeared. He stepped in front of Hu Jio and the others, shielding them from Flinder's pressure, while smiling and attempting to mediate. What am I doing?" "Ask them what they intend to do. If they can refuse a task assigned by the academy, they need to be educated about the world's vastness," Flinder retorted angrily. "Thinking of withdrawing? Do you think Shrek is a place you can come and go as you please?" "Hu Jio, Tang San, what is the matter?" "Flinder is training you. Surely he would not harm you. Quickly apologize to the director, and this matter will be resolved." Xiao Wujia turned his back to Flinder, persistently signaling Hu Jio with his eyes. Regrettably, Hu Jio acted as if he were oblivious, continuing to defiantly stare at Flinder. "You think you're so impressive, Flinder? Go ahead. Try to touch me. If you dare to lay a hand on me, what about Tang San?" "Flinder, I will undoubtedly find a way to disgust you in return." Chapter 79. Subduing Ma Hongjun. Flinder had miscalculated. He initially thought he could easily subdue these youngsters, just as he had done with Dai Mubai in the past. However, he did not anticipate Hu Jio's unyielding nature, nor that Xiao Wu and Tang San would staunchly align with him in opposition. He merely sought obedience from the new students. This year's cohort comprised exceptional talents, and such prideful beings required a slight humbling for effective guidance. Was that not reasonable? Yet, Hu Jio perceived Oscar's sausage as an affront to his dignity. While not literally so, it evoked that sentiment. He could never bring himself to consume another's essence. In his previous life, he had found it peculiar how those who traversed worlds would readily devour another's core, even shamelessly requesting more. Experiencing such a scenario firsthand, Hu Jio now realized his own limitations. He appeared overly sensitive. He simply could not bring himself to yield. Flinder found himself in a quandary. It was no longer a matter of mere sausages, but rather the imminent expulsion of Hu Jio and his companions. Regret crept in, for had he foreseen their resolute spirit, he might have refrained from employing such tactics. It was inconceivable to dismiss them. It had been many years since Shrek had welcomed students of such exceptional caliber, and they must be retained. Today, none of you have fulfilled your tasks, hence you shall forego lunch. Xiao Wuji, keep a close watch on them. Let us see who dares to partake in a meal." With a disdainful snort, Flinder swept away, his gait a peculiar blend of disheveled and nonchalant. So what if they forego sausages? They would ultimately yield to his authority. Who among them would dare to eat today? Oscar and Dai Mubai interjected. "What does this have to do with us? We are fully capable of completing the tasks." The two felt unjustly aggrieved, as the fault was clearly not theirs. If punishment were to be meted out, it should fall upon Hu Jio, the instigator of this predicament. Anger simmered within them. Yet they dared not express it in Flinder's presence, redirecting their ire toward Hu Jio, the source of their troubles. After Flinder departed, Xiao Wuji gradually grasped the entirety of the situation, thanks to the fervent explanations of Xiao Wu. In her narrative, Flinder was portrayed as the malevolent Dark Lord, who relentlessly tormented these future titled Douluos, while they, undaunted in the face of adversity, ultimately triumphed over the wicked overlord. This remarkable ability to adapt has left Xiao Wujia utterly bewildered. Can it be that the formidable Flinder truly harbors such malevolence? Ultimately, it was Tang San who, unable to bear the situation any longer, impartially elucidated the events that had transpired. "Oh, it was merely a sausage. As a man, Why be so sensitive? Xiao Wu proclaimed, puffing out his chest and adopting a countenance befitting a true man of strength. However, this only served to infuriate the petty Flandra, who would undoubtedly make them pay for it later. Contemplating Flandra's pettiness, Xiao Wu instinctively shrank his neck, feeling an unsettling chill in his hands. He wouldn't have overheard my words, would he? A plaintive voice from Oscar pierced through. Teacher Xiao, you've never tasted my large sausage. This struck a fatal blow to Xiao Wu's defense. Oh, haha, this is quite understandable, isn't it? A true man must embody the spirit of resilience. How could one resort to sausages for minor injuries? Xiao Wu insisted, stroking his buzz cut in a forced attempt to justify himself. Yet, I often see you running to teacher Xiao Xian. Dai Mubai interjected coolly, delivering a sharp retort. Get lost. That was merely to maintain a rapport with teacher Xiao, not for treatment. Xiao Wu glared at Dai Mubai and Oscar, his anger palpable. You little rascals dare to undermine me in front of my disciples. You shall pay for this. All right, you all have trained hard this morning. Go back and rest. Remember, do not eat lunch. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your well-being. Xiao Wu waved his hand, signaling the dismissal. Brother Jiao, you were so imposing just now. You dared to stand up to the teacher. I admire you. After Xiao Wu departed, Ma Hongjun rushed to Hu Jiao, fawning over him. Of course, my little Jiao is naturally formidable, unlike you. A weakling who hides in the back. What a disgrace. Xiao proudly linked her arm with Hu Jiao's. After their candid night together, they had officially confirmed their relationship. How could she not feel proud of Hu Jiao's prowess? Sister Xiao Wu, but that is my teacher. How could I dare to contradict him? Ma Hongjun mumbled, feeling embarrassed about his earlier actions. Oh, forget it. Little Ma was left with no choice. And he did speak up for us. Not bad. He displayed courage, a true man. I acknowledge you. Hu Jiao patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder. In such a situation, it was surprising that Ma Hongjun had the audacity to speak out against the teacher. Haha, I knew it. Brother Jiao understands me best. Ma Hongjun's face lit up with a smile upon receiving Hu Jiao's praise. Following Hu Jiao, he felt that his future was bright. Let us head to my dormitory for a while. Having acknowledged Ma Hongjun as a little brother, Hu Jiao decided to let him savor the sweetness of the moment, reinforcing the correctness of his decision to follow Hu Jiao. Observing the group depart with camaraderie, Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They were clearly being excluded. Unconsciously, they drew closer together, mimicking Hu Jiao's actions as they walked in the opposite direction. In the distance, Hu Jiao caught sight of this scene and smirked disdainfully. Little Ma, do you know why, despite our identical ages, my soul power level surpasses yours by such a margin? In the dormitory, Hu Jiao toyed with Xiao Wu's fingers. Speaking casually, her fingers, as white as lotus roots, bore a delicate pink hue reminiscent of a baby's skin, soft and pleasant to the touch. Feeling bashful under the gaze of so many, Xiao Wu lowered her head, her former boldness vanishing. Brother Jiao, is that even a question? You and Tang San, along with Sister Xiao Wu, are all prodigious talents with extraordinary gifts. My soul has merely undergone mutation, granting me a slight enhancement. How could I ever compare to you? Ma Hongjun confessed, a hint of insecurity creeping into his voice. His so-called phoenix spirit was, in reality, akin to a common chicken. And this pathetic soul had squandered his youth. Ha. Would you believe that my innate soul power was only at level 2? Hu Jiao chuckled, dismissing the significance of talent. Does talent determine everything? What? How is that possible? The revelation of Hu Jiao's level 2 innate soul power left Ma Hongjun astounded. Leaping to his feet. Could someone with such low innate soul power really progress so quickly? There is nothing impossible about it. Just take a look at this. Hu Jiao produced a light pink carrot, a sly grin spreading across his face. Beside him, Tang San watched in silent disbelief, recalling how he had once accrued an insurmountable debt because of similar enticements. Come now, eat this carrot, and you shall discover the joy of cultivation. Hu Jiao coaxed, resembling a devil drawing Ma Hongjun toward the abyss of temptation. All right, I will eat it. Ma Hongjun, perturbed by Hu Jiao's expression, hesitated, clutching the carrot tightly. Quickly, eat it. Don't be such a coward. Do you think I would harm you? Hu Jiao, noticing Ma Hongjun's timidity, frowned and scolded him. Okay, I will eat it. Hu Jiao's anger proved quite intimidating, prompting Ma Hongjun to hastily grab the carrot and gulp it down. Now cultivate. At Hu Jiao's command, Ma Hongjun obediently sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. After a quarter of an hour, Ma Hongjun completed a phase of his meditation, his face alight with euphoria. Brother Xiao, you are now my true brother. No, even closer than a blood brother. I have finally found you, he exclaimed, leaping up and clinging to Hu Jiao's leg. Hey, you have quite the discerning eye. Hu Jiao gazed at Ma Hongjun, who looked at him with admiration, feeling a swell of pride as another had fallen under his influence. Brother Xiao, after consuming your carrot, cultivating feels as swift as driving. Now I understand what true cultivation is. Ma Hongjun lavished praise, showering Hu Jiao with compliments. It appears you have discovered the true meaning of life. My efforts in nurturing you are not in vain. However, as you know, nothing in this world comes without a price. Brothers are brothers, but this carrot will cost you. Hu Jiao smiled, revealing his ulterior motives. Indeed, even though Tang San and little Xiao share such a close bond, they still pay for it. You should be grateful for this opportunity. Such a monumental chance does not come often. Xiao Wu chimed in. Ma Hongjun glanced at Tang San, who nodded with a rueful smile. Although Hu Jiao only charged him a single silver soul coin per carrot, the cumulative debt he owed had grown immeasurable over the years. But Brother Xiao, I have no money. Ma Hongjun lamented, his face a picture of despair. The deficiencies of his soul had drained his finances, forcing him to frequent only the cheapest establishments, leaving him penniless for Hu Jiao's carrots. Well, seeing as you are pitiful, I, Brother Xiao, am not heartless. Thus, I shall allow you to keep a tab and repay it slowly, without interest, Hu Jiao declared, feeling quite magnanimous in an era of soaring prices. Wonderful. Thank you, Brother Xiao, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his spirits lifted, but then he remembered to inquire about the price. But how much is each carrot? Not much. Just a single golden soul coin for 1 carrot. That's practically a steal. If it were someone else, I would certainly sell them 100. Hu Jiao raised his finger, grinning. The money is of little consequence. What he truly relishes is the feeling of being a creditor. Tang San owes him, and so does Ma Hongjun. Oh, the sensation of being a lender is quite delightful. Upon hearing Hu Jiao's offer, Tang San was filled with gratitude. This is the bond of true brotherhood. Selling a golden soul coin to others, yet only charging him 1 silver soul coin. It is akin to a gift. Good brother. Xiao go, I'll buy it. Ma Hongjun nodded vigorously. An incredible opportunity lay before him. He could not possibly let it slip away. It's merely money. He could save by avoiding certain places and use the funds for cultivation. Once his skills had improved, he would proudly flaunt his prowess before that lecherous tiger, and see if it dared to look down upon him again. All right. Take these carrots and cultivate at your leisure. When you've used them all, just come back to me. Oh, and remember, the duration of these cultivation carrots is only an hour, so make sure to consume them on time. Hu Jiao cheerfully reminded as he extracted a pile of carrots from his storage ring. Ma Hongjun carefully tucked the carrots into his clothes, cradling them as if they were treasures, fearful that someone might snatch them away. With a deal struck, it was time to practice the skill of illusory evasion. He had not had the chance to learn this soul skill until now, and the timing was perfect. He anticipated the thrilling spectacle that awaited him later in the evening. Before that, however, he needed to master the skill first. In the dormitory, Hu Jiao was engrossed in his studies, while Xiao Wu sat beside him, keeping him company. The fragrance of books mingled with the beauty of the serene atmosphere. An hour later, Hu Jiao stretched lazily and gleefully gazed at the interface of his automatic training panel. The icon for illusory evasion on the 9th slot gleamed brightly, and the progress bar continued to provide him with insights into the skill. With illusory evasion mastered, and coupled with his indestructible body, he could finally engage in direct combat. A true man must confront challenges head-on. Once perfected, the illusory evasion skill would render him exceptionally agile. At its pinnacle, he could sense the slightest disturbance in the air, even create illusions to confuse his enemy's vision. If wielded wisely, it could yield remarkable results. As he surveyed the filled training slots on the panel, a profound sense of satisfaction washed over Hu Jiao. After all these years, he had finally filled up his skill slots. It had not been an easy journey. He had endured countless hardships and disappointments for the sake of these skills. Hey, Xiao Jiao, are you done? Xiao Wu, drowsily awakening from her slumber, blinked at Hu Jiao. Don't sleep anymore. Let us go out for a stroll. We've been at the academy for quite some time, and we haven't truly explored it yet. That simply won't do. Though framed as a casual outing, it was also a means of gathering intelligence for their plans that evening. They were aware that a grand event was set to unfold that night. What is so interesting about this shabby academy? Why don't we go to Soto City instead? You promised to take me to see the Grand Soul Arena. At the mention of fun, Xiao Wu sprang up, no longer feeling sleepy. We can visit the Grand Soul Arena later. I need to start practicing the illusory evasion skill today. Hu Jio fabricated an excuse without hesitation. The Grand Soul Arena could wait, but the evening's spectacle was a fleeting opportunity. All right then, I'll follow your lead. Xiao Wu blinked in disappointment, but nodded obediently. Under Hu Jio's influence, she gradually began to yield to his decisions. He was human, while she was a beast. Hu Jio accepted her unconditionally, even after learning her true identity, which deeply moved her. Unbeknownst to her, Hu Jio had carved an important place in her heart, one so significant that she could overlook her own life for him. Perhaps this is what human emotions truly are. Chapter 81. Flandre takes a beating that night. The stars shone brightly in the sky. Hu Jio lay in bed, fully activating his enhanced senses, acutely aware of every movement within the academy. In his hands, he held a delicate jar, a prized possession he had purchased for a hefty sum, named Yearning Drunken in the Mundane. As Hu Jio's impatience grew, he suddenly relaxed, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face. In his perception, a deeply concealed, nearly imperceptible, domineering aura was rapidly approaching Flandre's residence. The breath of energy lingered for several heartbeats before vanishing at an astonishing speed towards the academy's rear mountain. Shortly thereafter, Flandre's presence emerged, swiftly pursuing the dissipating aura. Observing this, Hu Jio hastily stuffed the jar into his storage ring, relentlessly employing teleportation to catch up, disregarding any toll it might take. During his journey, he activated his transformation skill, altering the musculature of his calves, his body transforming into a streak of lightning, racing towards the dual auras. He could not afford to lag behind. It was a rare occasion to witness Flandre handling such a situation, and today he was determined to arrive in time. Fortunately, in his perception, after the two auras had traversed nearly 5 miles, they finally came to a halt, allowing him to approach at a more measured pace. Simultaneously, he sensed another presence. Xiao Wuji's aura had also appeared. Had it not been for Hu Jio's quick reflexes, he would have nearly collided with him. Come forth, for I have already detected your presence. In the depths of the forest, a grave expression adorned Flandre's face as he halted in his tracks. A pair of colossal black wings unfurled behind him. As a soul saint of the agility type, it was utterly astonishing that he found himself outpaced. No sooner had Flandre spoken than a towering figure clad in a black robe, obscuring even his face, materialized before him. I am Flandre. Might I inquire, esteemed sir, what brings you to summon me at this late hour? Summon is one way to put it. I have sought you out not for trivial matters, but rather to engage in a sparring match. It has been some time since I last fought, and I could use the opportunity to stretch my muscles. The visitor replied nonchalantly. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and suddenly, a dark radiance emerged, coalescing into a formidable hammer. Simultaneously, 9 soul rings began to rise from beneath his feet, enveloping him in their ethereal glow. The final soul ring, amidst the darkness, subtly radiated a faint red hue. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings. An overwhelming aura slowly ascended, crushing down upon Flandre, rendering him breathless. Title Douluo, How, under the Haotian mantle, Flandre gulped. Beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Damn it, when did I inadvertently provoke such a formidable figure? This is dire. Ah, there is another. Let him join us. What difference does 1 or 2 make? The newcomer cast a glance toward Xiao Wuji's direction, speaking with a casual indifference. Uncle Hao is truly imposing. Hu Jio admired Tang Hao, whose tattered attire belied an extraordinary mastery. In the next moment, Xiao Wuji revealed himself, immediately embodying the great strength bear. His expression one of caution as he regarded Tang Hao. Boss, what is the situation? When did you attract the attention of a title Douluo? Flandre, however, paid Xiao Wuji no heed, and, with a demeanor of utmost respect, bowed to Tang Hao. I pay my respects to you, Hao Yan. Hiss. So it is indeed this esteemed individual, Xiao Wuji realized, and consequently, he too placed his right hand on his chest, bending in reverence. I pay my respects to you. Hao Tian. There is no need for excessive formalities. I am here to seek a confrontation. Tang Hao waved his hand, his Haotian hammer standing resolutely at his feet. Forgive me if I have inadvertently offended you, esteemed sir. Ignorance is no excuse. I harbor no intention of opposing you. Flandre lamented, feeling deeply aggrieved. He had taken great care to remain hidden in Shrek for over 20 years. How could he have possibly provoked this grand figure? When one bullies the weak, the strong shall inevitably come knocking. Enough of this prattling. Today, you shall receive a beating. Fear not, I shall not accuse you of malice. I will refrain from utilizing my martial spirit. If you can withstand my onslaught for the duration of a single incense stick, I shall depart without further ado. Otherwise, you shall assist me with the task. Tang Hao retracted his martial spirit, and the soul rings vanished. Your surname is Tang San. I see. In that moment, Flander grasped how he had offended this figure. Fortunately, he had conducted himself with restraint today. Otherwise, he might not have left unscathed. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us commence. You, step aside. Otherwise, I shall strike you as well, Tang Hao warned, casting a glance at Xiao Wu, who quickly waved his hands in protest. Retreating hastily, fearing the attention of this formidable individual. Boss, this disaster is of your own making. It has nothing to do with me. At this moment, a surge of excitement inexplicably welled up within Xiao Wu, leaving him feeling quite ashamed. Why should he feel pleased when his leader was being beaten? The ground trembled. The air vibrated, and the cacophony of screams, muffled groans, and crashing sounds intertwined, forming a symphony of chaos. Oh, how tragic! It was almost unbearable to witness. In just a few fleeting seconds, Hu Jio, like a spectator at a grand spectacle, observed as Flander was pummeled beyond recognition, even losing his cherished glasses in the fray. The thought of joining in crossed Hu Jio's mind. How delightful it would be to strike someone with bare hands, but he quickly dismissed it. After all, Flander was a teacher at the academy, and Hu Jio was a person who respected his elders. Such thoughts were not to be entertained. Moments later, Tang Hao stood with his hands clasped behind him, as if nothing had transpired. With his anger vented, it was now time for them to attend to his requests. Tang Hao's lips moved, uttering a barely audible sound that even Hu Jio, with his heightened senses, could not discern. Yes, Your Majesty. Came the respectful reply from Flander and Xiao Wu, their faces adorned with uncontainable smiles. Hu Jio felt a twinge of frustration. Why was Tang Hao withholding his words from him? He longed for such privileges as well. Come out, little ghost. How long do you intend to hide? Tang Hao's gaze swept toward Hu Jio's concealed position, his voice calm yet commanding. With a silly grin, Hu Jio emerged from his hiding place. Hey, Uncle Hao. It's been ages. Both Xiao San and I have missed you terribly. Why did you take so long to show up? With his modest abilities, it was impossible for him to remain undetected before a tidal Douluo. Had Flander and Xiao Wu not been preoccupied with Tang Hao, he could not have hidden even from them. Miss me? You didn't think of me when you were scheming against Xiao San? Tang Hao questioned, his expression unchanging, though his tone was somewhat chiding. Come on, Uncle Hao, be reasonable. Without my help, would Xiao San have reached level 30 so swiftly? It was all thanks to me. Hu Jio exclaimed, dramatically pointing at himself as though he had suffered a great injustice. You and your cleverness, Tang Hao finally chuckled, his expression softening. Indeed, Uncle Hao. Look here, this is a fine wine I prepared for you, longing for you in the mortal realm. I spent a considerable sum on it, and I've been waiting to present it to you for ages. Hu Jio declared proudly, swiftly producing the wine jar and eagerly presenting it. Chapter 82. Flander bleeds. Tang Hao seized the wine jar, drinking heartily before savoring it for a moment, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. This wine is delightful, he remarked. Of course, if it weren't for your teachings on the chaotic wind hammer technique, as a food system soul master, how could I have achieved such combat prowess? Hu Jio beamed with pride at Tang Hao's compliment. He felt genuine gratitude towards Tang Hao. Without the chaotic wind hammer technique, he would never have been able to impress Xiao Wu, resulting in the eventual culmination of his efforts to win her over. Is Xiao San well? Tang Hao refrained from questioning why Hu Jio was not surprised by his strength or how he dared to follow him here. At his level, few things piqued his interest. And aside from Ain and Xiao San, what else warranted his attention? Xiao San as well. He often thinks of you, especially in those early years. Every time he returned home, he seemed downcast. Yet, he is quite understanding and knows you have your own matters to attend to. He never blamed you for disappearing. Hu Jio replied. Ah, that poor child. A flicker of guilt crossed Tang Hao's gaze, but it was quickly replaced with resolve. His own affairs were far from finished. Xiao Jio, please take care of Xiao San for me, and do not inform him of my presence. I still have matters to attend to, but I will see him once they are resolved. Rest assured, Uncle Hao, with me around, no one will dare to bully Xiao San, Hu Jio declared confidently. Thumping his chest, he was determined to look after Xiao San, especially after witnessing Flander receive such a thorough beating. I have heard that you enjoy creating your own soul skills. I came in haste this time and lack preparation, but I will keep an eye out for you. Next time we meet, I shall present you with something as a token of gratitude for your care of Xiao San. After finishing the last sip of wine, Tang Hao nodded to Hu Jio and turned to leave. Uncle Hao, please take care. Both Xiao San and I will miss you. Hu Jio waved farewell. his heart heavy with longing. Tang Hao did not look back. He merely paused for a moment before hastily departing. Creating my own soul skills indeed. My efforts have not been in vain. I shall finally reap the rewards. Hu Jio thought with a flicker of joy, realizing the magnitude of having a title Douluo assisting him in finding soul skills. Although he had benefited from Tang Hao's kindness, Hu Jio harbored some resentment. The death of Yin had left Tang Hao despondent, had it not been for Tang San awakening his dual martial souls. He might have remained in that state of despair. Such behavior seemed less than manly. If it were him, he would have entrusted Tang San to a trusted individual for care and embarked on a path of vengeance alone. What kind of power could a title Douluo, consumed by revenge, potentially unleash? Of course, these thoughts remained unvoiced, for he was but a mere soul master, while Tang Hao was a title Douluo. He had no right to pass judgment. Moreover, he had received favors from him, and one must not be ungrateful. The following day, Flander appeared on the academy's playground, his face resembling that of a swollen pig. There was no alternative. As a distinguished title Douluo, the chance to receive such a beating was akin to a blessing. And he dared not use healing magic, waiting instead for the bruises to fade gradually. Who is this? Why is he wearing the principal's attire? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Though she struggled to suppress her laughter, this was entirely intentional. Teacher, what happened to you? Ma Hongjun called out, his voice filled with concern. Enough of the commotion. Today, Teacher Zhao will lead your training. Tang San, Hu Jio, Xiao Wu, you three come with me, Flander declared, feigning authority and refraining from explaining his swollen visage. How could he explain? That he had been favored by a title Douluo last night, or that he had injured himself through a misstep? Yes. The others stifled their laughter. Responding boisterously, Flander led Hu Jio and the others towards Soto City. Principal, where are you taking us? Xiao Wu inquired, bouncing with curiosity, puzzled by Flander's actions. Hu Jio, however, was contemplative. He mused, this stingy old man, after receiving a beating, is likely about to fulfill his promise. Just follow along and you will see. Flander replied stiffly, knowing he was about to part with his beloved collection, feeling a pang of sorrow. Yet, he had no choice. Opportunities to curry favor with the title Douluo were rare. To him, pleasing Tang San was tantamount to pleasing Tang Hao. Hey Xiao Wu, don't ask. Just look at the principal's pained expression, and you will understand. He is preparing to return our soul tools. Soon, you will receive one too, Hu Jio teased. Feeling emboldened now that he had Tang Hao's support. In Hu Jio's eyes, as long as Tang San remained, Tang Hao would always be his pillar of strength. Really? When did the dean become so generous? Xiao Wu looked up in surprise and then whispered softly in Hu Jio's ear, isn't he rather stingy? However, her quiet remark could hardly escape the keen ears of Flandra, whose lips twitched slightly as he feigned ignorance. Turning back, he retorted, Xiao Wu, you may have misunderstood me. I have always been quite generous. As soon as these words were uttered, Flinder was met with 3 perfectly synchronized eye rolls. Such a statement was even beyond Tang San's belief. Shortly thereafter, Hu Jio returned to Flinder's modest establishment. Indeed, Hu Jio had spoken truthfully. Today, I have brought you here to fulfill my promise. Since I pledged to provide each of you with a soul guide device, I shall not go back on my word. Henceforth, do not dare to call me stingy. Flinder's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd, ultimately resting upon Tang San. This time, it is primarily for him. Dean, we had an agreement. I want a storage soul guide of 10 cubic meters, nothing else. Hu Jio felt exhilarated. 10 cubic meters, imagine how many carats that could hold. I want a storage soul guide too, 10 cubic meters. No, I desire 50 cubic meters. Xiao Wu raised her small hand, her heart brimming with ambition. No, there is no 50 cubic meters. There is only one 10 cubic meter guide. You two can negotiate among yourselves. Frenda shook his head repeatedly. 50 cubic meters? He wishes. Only one? What about the rest? Hu Jio cast a skeptical glance at Frenda. This old fellow probably hesitates to part with it. Nevertheless, it's rare for him to loosen his purse strings. It's best to take what we can get. I recall there is also an 8 cubic meter option. Frando asserted without batting an eye. Oh, then Xiao Wu and I will take the 10 cubic meter and the 9 cubic meter. Dean, don't be stingy. Hu Jio turned to Tang San and added, we will remember your kindness, right, Xiao San? Indeed, the dean is a truly benevolent person, Tang San replied without hesitation. In his heart, Frendo had treated them well, not only guiding them in hunting soul rings, but also gifting them soul guides. How could one not appreciate that? Chapter 83. Oscar S. request. Ultimately, Hu Jio had his wishes fulfilled, acquiring a 10 cubic meter wristband and a 9 cubic meter exquisite necklace from Franda. This clearly indicated that the old man possessed valuable items. Xiao San, what kind of soul guide do you desire? Would you like me to recommend one? Franda's demeanor softened when addressing Tang San, a rare smile breaking through his meticulous facade. Tang San was not surprised by Franda's apparent change in attitude. He believed it was due to the master's influence. After all, it was the master who had urged him to join Shrek Academy and had even provided Franda with a letter. Being bestowed by an elder, I cannot refuse. I shall accept whatever the dean offers. Tang San expressed with utmost respect. Damn, Hu Jiu muttered under his breath, nearly cursing. Xiao San, oh Xiao San, when it comes to cunning, no one can surpass you. With such words, how could Franda dare deny you something valuable? Ah, such a good child. Look at how you all should learn from Xiao San. Bargaining with me, an elder, how amusing. Franda looked at Tang San with pride before casting a pointed glance at Hu Jiu, laden with meaning. The dean is right, henceforth. I shall learn more from Xiao San. I must learn the art of subtle cunning, for in this regard, Tang San is the true master. Let me think. Xiao San already possesses the 24 bridges on a moonlit night and lacks for nothing in terms of storage soul guides. So, how about something more practical? What do you think of the Shura mask? As he spoke, Franda retrieved an unsightly mask from the counter. Staring at the mask, everyone felt a menacing aura emanating from it. This Shura mask comes with a mental deterrent skill. Should it encounter someone with weaker mental power, it can render them completely immobile. Even if the opponent possesses stronger mental power, it can induce a state of confusion. Although it is ineffective against soul saints and above, it can be considered a rather nifty little gadget. What a remarkable item. It even comes with a skill. This mask is truly a treasure. Hu Jiu gazed enviously at the Shura mask in Tang San's hands. Although it is ineffective against powerful beings, how many can truly surpass a soul saint? In the eyes of Hu Jiu, this flaw seemed utterly insignificant. Thank you, Dean. Tang San evidently recognized the value of the Shura mask upon receiving it. He was utterly captivated. Well, the promise we made has been fulfilled, and it is time for us to return to class. Flander observed Tang San's expression with satisfaction. This investment was indeed worthwhile. The group made their way back, and by the time they returned to the academy, it was nearly noon. After having lunch, the training commenced. This time, Flander primarily had them engage in turns of combat. Hu Jiu, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun, with the exception of Oscar. Naturally, when facing opponents of lesser strength, the more powerful participants would be subjected to certain restrictions to enhance their training experience. During this period, Flander and Xiao Wujin would also offer guidance, teaching them how to seize opportunities in battle and how to maximize their inherent advantages. After a session of instruction, Hu Jiu and the others garnered considerable insights into the art of combat. In the afternoon, as training concluded, Oscar approached the group with a look of dejection. I envy you combat-type soul masters. You can engage in exhilarating battles, unlike me, who not only cannot fight, but also requires protection from others. How pitiable. Oh, that's merely your own lack of capability. Look at my Hu Jiu. He is also a food-type soul master, yet he fights more fiercely than we do. If you must assign blame, direct it towards yourself, Xiao Wu declared proudly, clinging to Hu Jiu's arm. Indeed, it is my own inadequacy. If only I possessed Hu Jiu's prowess, Oscar lamented, a flicker of delight briefly flashing in his eyes as he gazed enviously at Hu Jiu and the others. By the way, I noticed earlier that you were all utilizing that technique called the spiral sphere. Can food-type soul masters employ this technique as well? Of course. This technique was specifically tailored by Hu Jiu for himself. Did you not see it in action? Xiao Wu retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Oscar. Isn't it impressive? My Hu Jiu invented this technique years ago. Wait, Hu Jiu created this? And he did so years ago? How is that even possible? Oscar exclaimed, his astonishment genuine. He had initially thought this technique was something they had learned from an external source, never imagining it to be an original creation of Hu Jiu. To create a unique soul technique is no trivial matter. A well-executed technique is akin to possessing an additional soul ring skill. In this world, having an extra soul technique equates to an added advantage. Many soul masters, throughout their lifetimes, never even hear of a self-created technique, let alone possess one. Yet, Hu Jiu had managed to create a technique years prior. What extraordinary talent that signifies. In that instant, Oscar's eyes brimmed with envy, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Though he concealed it well, ensuring it was but a fleeting glimmer unnoticed by others. Meanwhile, the group was left in awe by the revelation from Xiao Wu. particularly Dai Mubai. As a prince of the Star Luo Empire, he alone understood the rarity and value of a self-created soul technique. Even within the royal family, such techniques were the most coveted secrets, and he himself had scarcely encountered a few. Regrettably, he lacked the talent for creating his own techniques. To avoid hindering his cultivation, he had never dedicated time to developing a self-created technique, opting instead to focus on enhancing his soul power. After a few futile attempts, he had promptly abandoned the endeavor, reasoning that it was more beneficial to invest that time in increasing his soul power. After all, with a higher level, one could hunt for soul rings and acquire soul ring skills. Why toil over a self-created technique that bore little fruit? Nothing is impossible. Those who strive will achieve their goals. With effort, you too can create your own soul technique, Hu Jio said, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he regarded Oscar, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Oscar's subtle desires were apparent to Hu Jio, who discerned them without difficulty. However, how could he possibly impart his self-created technique to a mere stranger? Such an idea was preposterous. Sigh, I lack your talent, Hu Jio. You know very well that as food-type soul masters, we face the greatest challenges in our training. To enhance my soul power, I have exhausted all my free time. I hardly have the capacity to create something of my own. Oscar expressed his frustration, but suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as he looked at Hu Jio with renewed fervor. Brother Jio, my dear brother, since you created this technique, would you be willing to teach it to me? I possess no offensive capabilities, and if I encounter an enemy, I would be utterly defenseless. If I could have a self-created technique, at least I would have some means of self-preservation, wouldn't I? Oscar beseeched, unabashedly adopting a fraternal tone akin to Ma Hongjun's, disregarding any semblance of pride for the sake of acquiring a self-created technique. Haha. Chapter 84. Conflict arises. Oscar cannot be deemed lacking in intelligence. He first used Xiao Wu as a means to inquire about the origins of the spiral sphere, followed by expressing astonishment at Hu Jio, the creator of the technique. He then emphasized his own plight as a food-type soul master lacking offensive capabilities, culminating in his shameless request to Hu Jio, declaring his desire to learn. This subtle scheming, TSK, astounding. Hu Jio instantly regarded Oscar with newfound respect. If memory serves, he is merely 13 years old, yet he has managed to win the affections of the illustrious daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. With such astuteness, what endeavor could he possibly fail at? Alas, Hu Jio would not indulge him. Why should he impart the spiral pill? Simply because of his charming visage? In the past, in pursuit of a soul skill, he had humbly approached the master, even offering to provide a year's worth of carrots for cultivation, yet he was still rebuffed. And now, he had taken Xiao Wu as his mentor for the same purpose. It is worth noting that in this world, a person may only have one teacher throughout their lifetime. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. This illustrates the profound bond between a teacher and a disciple. Since becoming a disciple, Hu Jio had willingly offered his carrots for Xiao Wu's training. Why? Because the creation of a unique soul skill allows for its legacy to be passed down. Yet Oscar, without offering anything in return, desires to learn his spiral pill. How could that be acceptable? Not to mention Tang San, who had initially assisted Oscar with key techniques to successfully create the spiral pill. Without that help, he might not have even considered teaching Tang San. Little San, what would you do if someone plotted to steal your soul skill? Hu Jio posed the question to Tang San, ignoring Oscar's request. Eliminate them. Tang San replied coldly, his demeanor serious. The consensus on Douluo Continent is that a well-crafted soul skill can elevate a family to greatness. To Tang San, creating a unique soul skill is akin to mastering a cultivation technique. In his past life as a disciple of the Tang sect, outsiders wishing to learn their techniques were regarded as foes unless they joined the sect, and the Tang sect's approach to enemies was straightforward, merciless extermination. Upon hearing Tang San's words, everyone present, except for Hu Jio, was rendered speechless. It was merely Oscar asking Hu Jio to teach him a soul skill. If Hu Jio refused, that should have sufficed. Why the ominous aura from Tang San? Tang San, Xiao Wu hesitantly regarded him. After years of companionship, she had always viewed him as mild-mannered, often teasing him to the point of embarrassment, to which he would only respond with a helpless smile. However, the sudden display of lethal intent left her bewildered. As if she no longer recognized him, Hu Jio gently squeezed Xiao Wu's hand, anticipating this very reaction. Oscar, did you hear Tang San's words? I advise you. Some thoughts should not be entertained lightly. The consequences can be severe. He cast a disdainful glance at Oscar, a cold smirk on his lips. If you choose not to teach, then simply don't. Why speak so ominously? You nearly made my heart leap from my chest, Oscar retorted. Feigning innocence with his hands clasped to his heart, yet deep within, he seethed with rage and jealousy, not just towards Hujio, but also towards Tang San. He had never anticipated such a fierce reaction, especially the moment Tang San's murderous intent bore down upon him, leaving him breathless. Come now, don't take it too seriously. Little Ao is still young and unaware of the Soul Master Domain's rules. Let us not hold it against him, Dai Mubai declared jovially, patting Oscar on the shoulder and laughing as he explained to Hujio. Dai, what rules exist in the Soul Master realm? Did I truly say something inappropriate just now? Oscar queried innocently, his curiosity evident. In the realm of Soul Masters, due to the unique nature of self-created soul skills being learnable and transferable, there is a strict vigilance against those who wish to acquire them. Such individuals are often viewed with suspicion and could even become enemies, as they might be seen as attempting to usurp precious techniques, a sentiment particularly strong among prominent families. Dai Mubai elucidated to the group. Dai Mubai dismissed Oscar's behavior with disdain, regarding him as ignorant. The superiority of being from a prestigious family became apparent in this moment. I see now. I was completely unaware of such rules, Oscar replied, feigning innocence as he raised his hands in explanation. I merely noticed that Xiao Wu and Tang San could all perform the spiral pill and assumed it could be freely taught. Well then, do take care of yourself. Hujio waved his hand dismissively, exchanging a knowing glance with Tang San before taking Xiao Wu's hand and walking away. Behind them, Ma Hongjun obediently followed. Hujio was unconcerned whether Oscar understood the rules of the Soul Master realm, as long as he did not provoke him. As for the rules, they held no significance for him. He would teach if he felt inclined, and withhold instruction otherwise, dictated solely by his mood. Initially, Hujio believed the matter would pass without further incident. However, he was unprepared for Oscar's audacity. The following day, after training, Oscar was mocked by Ma Hongjun for his peculiar sausage being inferior to Hujio's carrots. In a moment of frustration, Oscar blurted out, "What's wrong with my incantation not sounding pleasant? Just look at Hujio's. Do you think his is any better? If it were so delightful, why doesn't he ever chant it?" At that moment, Hujio, who had been playfully engaging with Xiao Wu, felt a surge of anger. This was the third time. As the saying goes, trouble comes in threes. Despite his usual magnanimity, he found himself enraged. The first instance was when Flinder treated them to sausages, and Oscar had boasted about his incantation while performing exaggerated movements that made Hujio wish to strike him. The second instance was when Oscar had requested the spiral pill soul skill, which had already irked Hujio. And now, Oscar was again provocatively criticizing his incantation. With a sudden surge of intent, Hujio's body expanded, activating his transformation skill, and he instantly teleported in front of Oscar. What delusion leads you to repeatedly provoke me? He grasped Oscar by the neck, lifting him effortlessly with a hand the size of a fan. Oscar flailed helplessly in midair, his feet kicking wildly, hands futilely striking Hujio as he struggled for breath, his face turning a shade of deep crimson. "Hujio, what are you doing? Little Ao is our companion. How could you treat him this way?" Dai Mubai roared, his eyes glowing with intensity as he swiftly approached Hujio, attempting to pry his hand away. Fortunately, Dai Mubai was astute enough not to attack Hujio at that moment. He merely sought to release Oscar. Otherwise, the white tiger would be in peril. "Companion? That's your designation. I have never acknowledged him," Hujio scoffed, casting a glance at Dai Mubai, his grip tightening. "Not just him. I have never recognized you either." The words remained unspoken. Chapter 85. Punishment. Ninth brother. This is excessive. Little Ao simply spoke without thinking. "Don't act on impulse," Ma Hongjun interjected, having finally processed the situation. From the moment Hujio had seized Oscar by the neck to Dai Mubai's intervention, only a few breaths had passed, leaving Ma Hongjun momentarily bewildered. He felt increasingly concerned about Oscar's deteriorating judgment. It was evident to anyone with clarity that Hujio was the leader of their group. Why provoke him? "Well, it seems that we've roused the ire of Brother Gio." "Humph." Hujio scoffed disdainfully, pushing aside Dai Mubai, who was still engaged in a contest of strength with him. He forcefully hurled Oscar to the ground, then lifted his foot to kick him several meters away. While he could afford to disregard Dai Mubai's pride, he could not do the same with Ma Hongjun, who had only just joined their group and deserved some respect. "Curious about my spell, are you? Allow me to enlighten you. My grandfather possesses an enormous carrot. How do you find that incantation?" Hujio sneered at Oscar, filled with contempt. Is it of any use to resort to underhanded tactics when one lacks the ability? You cough. Cough. Do you dare strike me? Oscar gasped for breath. A mixture of fear and fury etched upon his face. How could he dare? This was the academy, after all. Did he not fear the teachers? Dare you not see for yourself? Let me offer you a word of caution. Some individuals are not to be trifled with. Should there be a next time, it shall not merely be a matter of a kick. Hu Jio, you are being excessively petty. Young Oscar was merely jesting. Must you take it so seriously? Dai Mubai gazed at him solemnly, his eyes brimming with indignation. Hu Jio is truly insufferable. Dismissing even those who have been his seniors for several years. Indeed, I am rather petty. Hu Jio raised his head, interpreting this remark as praise. Not only am I petty, but I also harbor a vengeful spirit, more meticulous than a woman. Whoever causes him discomfort, he ensures they experience even greater unease. This matter will be reported to the dean in its entirety. Prepare to face the consequences. Dai Mubai was incensed by Hu Jio's nonchalant demeanor, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. Had he not known he was outmatched, he would have argued with him fiercely. Dai, there's really no need for that. It's merely a trivial dispute among classmates. Why involve the dean? If he finds out, neither Jio nor Xiao Ao will escape punishment, Ma Hongjun urged anxiously. He was well aware of his teacher's temperament, which could not tolerate any insolence. If the dean learned of this, the repercussions could be dire, possibly even expulsion. Dai, this is a matter for us students. Informing the dean seems a bit excessive, Tang San interjected, stepping forward to reason with him. Hey, what's with your attitude? It's just a fight. Back in the academy, my sister Xiao Wu was invincible, and no one dared to tell the teacher. They said those who inform the teacher are cowards. Are you a coward? Xiao Wu exclaimed, puffing out her chest proudly and making a face at him. Xiao Wu, please be quiet. Upon hearing Xiao Wu call him a coward, Dai Mubai's anger intensified. But recalling the disparity in their strengths, he restrained himself. If you wish for me to remain silent, then let him apologize to Xiao Ao. Dai Mubai asserted firmly as he gazed at Tang San. Expecting Xiao Jio to apologize is utterly impossible. He has forgotten the times Hu Jio wielded a hammer against others back at Notting Academy, Tang San retorted. Why should we apologize? Although Xiao Jio acted. It was Oscar's own fault for being so indiscreet, Xiao Wu protested indignantly. Then I shall inform the teacher. Enough. What more is there to discuss? If he intends to tell the teacher, let him do so. We can just beat him up as well. Hu Jio interjected dismissively, grasping Tang San, who was about to speak further. Are you threatening me? Dai Mubai's eyes flashed with malice, and he could no longer contain himself, charging toward Hu Jio with a fierce roar. Now that's more like it. If there's a fight, let us all join in. No one should point fingers. Hu Jio laughed heartily, raising his fists and rushing forward. In a state of martial soul manifestation, Dai Mubai faced Hu Jio, who was in an expanded state, and they engaged in a brawl, exchanging blows without the use of any soul skills. Stop! Don't fight! Xiao Wu excitedly rushed forward, joining the fray. She kicked and struck, seemingly targeting Dai Mubai alongside Hu Jio, wholly lacking the demeanor of a peacemaker. Tang San shook his head, feeling utterly drained. Then he shouted, channeling his spirit to intervene, stop fighting. The teacher will arrive soon. Though he genuinely intended to mediate, his focus seemed to be exclusively on Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun wished to intervene but, daunted, remained on the sidelines, shouting for them to cease. Oscar also wanted to intervene, but as a food system soul master, he found himself powerless to do anything. A quarter of an hour later. Do you concede? Hu Jio arrogantly surveyed Dai Mubai, who lay on the ground, and nudged him with his foot. Do you concede? Xiao Wu chimed in, hands on her hips, kicking him in triumph. I do not concede. You lack honor. Dai Mubai growled through gritted teeth, but in his fury, he became lightheaded and fainted. You all have quite the audacity. In just a few days, you dare to fight in the academy? Who gave you the gall? The following day, Hu Jio, Xiao Wu, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others stood in a line as Flander, furious, puffed out his beard, spraying saliva as he berated them, leaving everyone with their heads hung low. Unable to meet his gaze, Dean, they ganged up on me. Dai Mubai protested. It was he who struck first. Hu Jio pointed at Dai Mubai. He hit Xiao Ao. Xiao Ao insulted me. Enough. Everyone, run around the village until you recognize your wrongdoing, then return, Flander commanded with a booming voice, his soul sage aura silencing their disputes. The group obediently complied, running off, intimidated by Flander's overwhelming presence. After their departure, Flander rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Haha. Now you see that having talented students is not so easy to manage, is it? Xiao Wuji mocked from the side. None of these little rascals bring peace of mind. Flanders sighed, feeling a mix of exasperation and a strange sense of fulfillment. These students, each endowed with remarkable talents, are equally burdened by their genius, which fosters an air of arrogance among them. Even Tang San, who appears rather sincere, is not an easy character to engage with. It is perplexing what troubles the leader. After all, they are all prodigies, and it is only natural for such exceptional beings to possess a bit of temperament. Moreover, given their boundless energy, it would be prudent to cast them into the grand soul arena. Once they witness the brutality within, their minds will be occupied, leaving little room for other thoughts. Xiao Wujie chuckled softly, revealing a mischievous grin. Isn't this a bit excessive? They are still merely children, remarked Flander, his eyes sparkling. Though his words betrayed a hint of contradiction, Xiao Wujie responded, "The audacious scoundrel." Chapter 86, The Great Soul Arena. After the punishment concluded, Flander summoned them together. In light of your recent realization of your errors, I shall refrain from pursuing accountability. You may all return to rest, and this evening I shall take you to a delightful place. Flander wore a genial expression, yet his small eyes sparkled with cunning. An ill-conceived intention. Observing Flander's demeanor, everyone shivered. Having committed such a grave error, could the dean truly be so magnanimous? Tonight, could it be that location? Hujio pondered momentarily, his heart filled with speculation. After lunch, Hujio was summoned by Xiao Wujie to his training ground to cultivate the indestructible body. Ever since Xiao Wujie became his mentor, Hujio's days had become increasingly arduous. Previously, life was manageable, as he relied on the automation of the training panel to enhance his abilities. Diligent practice was no match for the efficiency of the panel. Aside from the period dedicated to developing his own soul techniques, he had mostly squandered his time in frivolity, with no one supervising him. He had little incentive to train earnestly, spending most of his days engaging in mischief with Xiao Wu. However, upon becoming Xiao Wujie's disciple, Hujio's trials began in earnest. Whenever Xiao Wujie sensed he had free time, he would summon him for grueling training, leaving Hujio no opportunity to slack off, a truly miserable fate. Particularly after witnessing Hujio's exceptional aptitude for the indestructible body, Xiao Wujie subjected him to even more intensive training. After all, Hujio's fourth ring soul technique was a comprehensive restoration skill. Even if he suffered injuries, one application of the skill would suffice to mend him. If that were insufficient, he could simply apply it again. As the indestructible body was a skill honed through rigorous training, it would be a travesty to squander such a remarkable talent. Thus, no matter how Hujio lamented, he could not escape the fate of being molded by Xiao Wujie. "Teacher, I can endure no longer. If you strike me again, you shall surely kill your prized disciple." Hujio cried out in desperation, gazing at Xiao Wujie. Xiao Wujie wielded a wooden rod as thick as a wrist, relentlessly bringing it down upon Hujio. Regardless of Hujio's frantic movements, he could not evade the rod's relentless assault. "Haha, my good disciple, hold on a little longer. We are soon to reach 1,000 strikes. Fear not. Teacher is measured in his blows. I shall not harm you." Xiao Wujie cheerfully encouraged Hujio, his hands never ceasing their motion, continuing to rain down blows. Suddenly, just as Hujio was about to reach his limit, his movements faltered, his feet twisting into an odd shape, enabling him for the first time to evade Xiao Wujie's strike. Oh! Xiao Wujie's brow furrowed as he reached out again. This time with noticeably increased speed, the rod leaving a blur in its wake, nearly making contact with Hujio's skin. Yet, at that moment, Hujio's body seemed to defy the laws of physics, slipping away like a boneless worm, deftly avoiding the blow. "Hee, teacher, you cannot strike me now." Hujio's triumphant laughter echoed, his heart brimming with joy. It turned out that just moments before, his evasion skill had successfully advanced to the first level. In that instant, an insight into the art of evading attacks blossomed in his mind, causing his muscles to tremble and reorganize, resulting in a dramatic increase in his reflexes. In fact, during Xiao Wujie's previous 2 strikes, his mind had not yet registered the danger when his body instinctively reacted, employing an unusual technique to dodge. "Xiaojie, what is happening? Pray, tell me, have you truly mastered the evasion technique?" Xiao Wujie, no fool, quickly grasped the situation. "Indeed, teacher, I have perfected the evasion technique." Hujio beamed with delight. "Teacher, strike me again and see if you can hit me." "Ah, you cheeky rascal, come forth. Do not think that mastering one soul technique has rendered you invulnerable." With a swift motion, Xiao Wujie accelerated his strikes, and no matter how Hujio attempted to evade, The wooden rod still found its mark upon him. Teacher, stop. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. As the rod struck, familiar pain surged through Hu Jio, causing him to leap in distress. Haha, good lad, you possess some talent. As the training concluded, Xiao Wu regarded Hu Jio with satisfaction. In just a few days, Hu Jio had not only mastered the indestructible body but also the evasion skill, which Xiao Wu himself had never perfected, leaving him astonished by Hu Jio's remarkable aptitude. Xiao Jio, I have numerous soul techniques to impart. Shall I bestow upon you the shockwave technique as well? Your offensive capabilities remain insufficient. Teacher, wait. Let us postpone the soul technique for now. I believe 2 techniques are my limit. Once I have thoroughly absorbed them, I shall learn new ones. Do not burden me further, lest I become distracted. Hu Jio resisted the temptation, repeatedly gesturing to refuse. He too longed to learn new skills, but the constraints of his training panel forbade it. The panel had a significant drawback. Once a skill was assigned, it could not be removed. In that moment, Hu Jio regretted his earlier greed in acquiring Tang San's hidden weapon technique. Without the automation skill, he would not have to watch helplessly as new techniques lay before him. Unattainable. Very well, I shall save them for later. Xiao Wujian nodded approvingly, commending. It appears you possess a surprising level of prudence. Indeed, as a disciple, I conduct myself with caution. How could I fail to discern the gravity of matters? Hu Jio raised his chin proudly, gracefully accepting Xiao Wujia's praise. Begone. Were you truly prudent, I would not need to oversee your training. Xiao Wujia laughed, feigning a kick at Hu Jio. That evening, after dinner, Hu Jio and the others naturally gathered on the playground. From their formation, it was evident that the group had split into 2 factions, one led by Hu Jio, accompanied by Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun, while the other was led by Dai Mu Bai, with Oscar by his side. The 2 groups stood apart, engrossed in their own activities, with no interaction between them. The confrontation had reached its peak. Upon witnessing the scene, Flander momentarily froze, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes before he regained his composure. Follow me. I shall take you to a delightful place today. As if he had not seen the spectacle before him, Flander cleared his throat and, with a serious demeanor, led the way. Behind him, Hu Jio and the others exchanged glances and then casually followed in Flander's footsteps. Once outside the academy, Flander's pace escalated, without even using his soul power. He merely tapped his toes on the ground and soared forward with remarkable lightness. His grace and speed were truly impressive. As they walked, Hu Jio discerned that his suspicions were correct. The route Flander had chosen was indeed leading them to Soto City. Soto City was not far from Shrek Academy, and in less than an hour, they arrived at the southern gate. The nighttime ambience of Soto City was even more vibrant than during the day, bustling with vendors and an array of delectable treats and amusements that dazzled the senses, especially for Xiao Wu, who had never encountered such lively scenes before. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she darted from one stall to another, nearly losing herself in the crowd, if not for Hu Jio's familiarity with her preferences. Seeing Xiao Wu's innocent wonder, a trace of disdain flickered in Dai Mubai's gaze. Xiao Wu, let us go. Hu Jio shook his head helplessly and hurriedly grasped Xiao Wu's hand to prevent her from straying too far. Wait a moment. Let's explore this place a bit. I never expected Soto City to be so lively at night, with so many things we didn't see during the day. Despite Hu Jio's restraint, Xiao Wu remained undeterred, her head bobbing eagerly, her scorpion braid swaying rhythmically behind her. All right, I'll bring you here every day from now on. Hu Jio affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's braid, contemplating when he might suggest letting it down, for loose hair was undoubtedly more beautiful. Now, we still have some time, let us take a seat over here. Flander halted in front of a tea stall and instructed them to gather around a modest table. In a rather frugal manner, he ordered them a single cup of tea foam. Headmaster, is this really what you're treating us to? Hu Jio frowned at the cup of tea foam, instantly losing any anticipation he had for drinking it. Xiao Wu, too, wrinkled her nose at the unclean stains on the cup and distanced herself. Enough chatter. This is already quite generous. You should be grateful for this opportunity to train, Flanders said dismissively, taking a sip himself. Today, I brought you here mainly for that place. He gestured towards a colossal building not far away, his tone turning serious. The group followed Flanders' finger, gazing upon the towering edifice that loomed like a colossal beast in the night, twinkling lights dotting its surface, obscuring its true nature. Headmaster, what is that place? Tang San inquired with curiosity. The Grand Sol Arena, Flander replied coolly. Oh, so that's the Grand Sol Arena. I've heard it's quite entertaining. Isn't it? Upon hearing the name, Xiao Wu's interest peaked immediately. Hu Jio had once described it to her, igniting her yearning to experience it. Entertaining, indeed, but to truly enjoy it, one must possess the requisite skills. Dai Mubai chuckled lightly, eagerly anticipating whether these so-called geniuses would tremble in fear once inside. Humph. You with your dubious gaze dare to question my capabilities? Let us not forget who once fell flat on their face, not once but twice. Xiao Wu made a face at him, teasingly. You. Humph. I shan't stoop to your level. There are many within the Grand Soul Arena far stronger than I. Dai Mubai retorted, his eyes flashing with irritation, but recognizing his own disadvantage, he chose to suppress his anger. All right, let me introduce you. That is the Grand Soul Arena. And your task is quite simple. Before graduation, you must each obtain the Silver Soul Badge. Dai Mubai, please explain the situation within, Flander directed, glancing at the assembled group. It was evident he still harbored hopes for a harmonious interaction among these students. Yes, Headmaster, Dai Mubai responded, elated by the assignment. It was a clear indication of the headmaster's regard for him, for why else would he entrust this opportunity to him? The Grand Soul Arena, as the name suggests, is a place where soul masters engage in battles. A soul master's rank or the number of soul rings does not solely dictate their actual combat prowess. The true measure of a person's strength is revealed through the achievements garnered within the Grand Soul Arena. The Grand Soul Arena boasts 8 levels of badges: iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. These badges are universally recognized across all major arenas on the continent and symbolize one's strength. Upon winning a match, one earns an Iron Soul Badge and a point. Accumulating points leads to advancement. And how is the point system calculated? Tang San asked, intrigued. Quite simply. Win a match to gain a point, lose a match to lose a point. If one wins 5 consecutive matches, every subsequent victory grants 2 points. After 10 consecutive wins, each win thereafter earns 100 points. To upgrade from iron to copper badge requires 100 points, and from copper to silver requires 1,000 points. Do the math? What a complicated system. After pausing to digest Dai Mubai's explanation, Tang San pondered for a moment before grasping the concept. Xiao San, don't fret about it. Hu Jio chuckled, patting his shoulder. As long as you keep winning, the rules and calculations matter little. Why overthink it? Humph, you think you can keep winning? Let me tell you, I currently have -8 points. Out of 16 matches, I've won 4 and lost 12. So much for winning. Dai Mubai scoffed at Hu Jio, dismissing his confidence. Dai Mubai's assurance stemmed from a rule in the Grand Soul Arena. Participants must face opponents of the same rank, with exceptions for those who challenge across ranks. Within the same rank, combat prowess can still vary greatly. Hu Jio, at the 41st rank of Soul Master, might encounter an opponent of equal level if fortune favored him, but such occurrences were rare. More often than not, he would face opponents nearing the late stages, around levels 48 or 49. Moreover, Dai Mubai was particularly confident because Hu Jio was a food system soul master. While he could defeat Dai Mubai due to his initial rank advantage, he questioned Hu Jio's chances against a combat-oriented soul master of the same level. Could he truly rely solely on his spiral pill or hammer technique? Oh, by the way, I believe weapons are prohibited in the Grand Soul Arena. So, could Hu Jio rely on merely a spiral pill technique to secure continuous victories? Was that even feasible? Whether I can win remains uncertain. But I know one thing. I will not let my points slip into the negatives, Hu Jio remarked, his smile unwavering as he regarded Dai Mubai. Besides, as a food system soul master, combat is not my forte. Do you truly expect me, a food system soul master, to compete against you in sheer combat prowess? Have you lost your mind? Chapter 88. Disguise. You cannot even defeat a food-type soul master like me. You are unable to overcome a food type. The taunts of Hu Jio echoed incessantly in Dai Mubai's ears, evoking a tempest of emotions within him: humiliation, rage, and jealousy. Was I, Dai Mubai, truly nothing more than a discarded wretch, akin to a stray dog? Is this my fate? No, I refuse to accept this. I do not believe it. Dai Mubai roared within, his resolve unexpectedly solidifying. Hu Jio, I will surely triumph over you. Suddenly, Dai Mubai rose, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. Very well. I shall await your challenge. Hu Jio was taken aback, astonished that Dai Mubai had not succumbed to despair under his biting words. At this moment, he realized that he might have underestimated him. After all, this was the future god of war. How could he be so easily defeated? However, the idea of him ever surpassing me is utterly impossible. Given my cultivation speed, if I can suppress Dai Mubai by 1 realm now, I'll suppress him by 2 realms in the future. He'll never have a chance to overturn this fate. Let us go. It's time. I'll explain the details once we reach the Great Spirit Arena, Flinders said, rising to his feet. Glancing up, he noticed that the Great Spirit Arena across the way was already ablaze with lights, crowds surging toward its entrance. Many wore expressions of eager anticipation. Boss Dai. I heard there is gambling inside, right? Ma Hongjun, whose pockets were emptier than his face after purchasing Hu Jiu's cultivation carrots, was desperate. Even the funds to resolve his martial soul issue had dried up, leaving him frustrated. Thus, desperation bred ingenuity. He considered gambling. Gambling is only allowed in the main combat arena. Don't even think about it. A word of advice, stay away from such temptations unless you want to lose even your undergarments, Dai Mubai warned coolly. Fine. I was just asking, Ma Hongjun sighed in disappointment. He was well aware of the dangers of gambling. As a frequent visitor to less reputable establishments, his sources were reliable. He knew the Great Spirit Arena was no charity. Its depths were treacherous. Still, curiosity had driven him to inquire. Little Ma, you're short on funds? Hu Jio observed Ma Hongjun's distracted demeanor and instantly understood. The boy was suffering. Brother Jio, what do you think? Ma Hongjun shot him a resentful look. If not for those damned cultivation carrots, he wouldn't be in such dire straits. Hu Jio shuddered under the intensity of that gaze. Damn fatty. Quit staring at me like that. It's just money. I've got plenty. Take this for now, and if it's not enough, there's more where that came from. He pulled a handful of gold spirit coins from his storage bracelet and shoved them into Ma Hongjun's hands without counting. We can't let our little brother suffer. Can we? Brother, you're my real brother. I swear, once I'm rich, I'll pay you back double. No, tenfold. Ma Hongjun's eyes gleamed as he clutched the coins, thumping his chest in earnest promise. Earning money isn't that hard, Ma Hongjun. In the Great Spirit Arena, a single victory nets you 10 gold spirit coins. So if you want wealth, fight like your life depends on it. Flinder interjected, a smirk playing on his lips as he delivered this electrifying news. The prospect of earning gold spirit coins through combat ignited not only Ma Hongjun's excitement, but also Tang San's determination. He clenched his fists, silently vowing to win. Money was tight. Ma Hongjun, having only recently started buying Hu Jiu's carrots, was deeply in debt. But Tang San? For years' worth of carrots, even at 1 gold spirit coin per day, amounted to over 1,000. Where would he find such a sum? Here, however, he saw hope. As Hu Jio had said, if he won every match, he could repay the debt eventually. A few extra battles wouldn't hurt. Just before entering the Great Spirit Arena, Hu Jio suddenly stopped them. Wait, have you always gone in like this? What's wrong with it? Dai Mubai paused, puzzled. Disguises. Look at us. Our appearances are far too conspicuous. If we win a few matches, we instantly draw attention? Hu Jio's reminder struck a chord. Indeed, their youth was undeniable. Dai Mubai, at 14, was passable. Oscar, despite his baby face, had a beard that obscured his age. But Hu Jio, Xiao Wu, and Tang San? They were unmistakably children. No amount of forced maturity could hide it. If their true ages and spirit power levels were exposed, trouble would inevitably follow. Hu Jio preferred to avoid unnecessary attention, such as the burden of prodigious talent. Even entering an arena becomes a hassle. Ah, what a vexing predicament, Hu Jio lamented with exaggerated sorrow. The others, never before had they encountered someone so shamelessly self-aggrandizing. At this moment, they gained a newfound understanding of Hu Jio's audacity. Indeed, Hu Jio was right. It seems I had not considered this thoroughly. It appears that your training plans must be temporarily shelved. Flander nodded in agreement with Hu Jio's assertion. Given that Hu Jio had already attained the formidable rank of 41 at the tender age of 11, along with Xiao Wu at 31, Tang San at 33, the extraordinary martial soul of Ma Hongjun, and the innate full soul power of Oscar, even Dai Mubai could be regarded as a rare genius. If the Grand Soul Arena were to take notice of them, even he, a soul sage, might find it difficult to protect them. It is important to recognize that the Grand Soul Arena stands as a unique power, arguably the third largest force after the 2 empires in the Spirit Hall. However, it has always maintained a low profile, especially with the 2 empires locked in conflict and the Spirit Hall interceding, leaving them little opportunity to attend to the Grand Soul Arena. If the Grand Soul Arena were to discover and covet these exceptionally gifted students, what could he possibly do? Thus, Flander preferred to forego their entry into the Grand Soul Arena rather than expose them to any danger. Dean, there's no need for that. We merely require a bit of disguise, Hu Jiu remarked with a faint smile, producing a red carrot. This is my second soul ring ability. You have witnessed its effects. It can alter a person's physique and appearance, even disguised martial souls and soul rings. However, it can only change the outward appearance of the martial soul and soul rings, lacking any alteration of soul ring skills. The effects of this soul skill left others astounded by the peculiar nature of Hu Jio's second soul ring ability. Ma Hongjuan's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of transforming into a handsome figure using Jio's carrot. Perhaps thereafter, he would no longer need to spend money to attract women. After all, when a person reaches a certain level of attractiveness, many women are inclined to pursue them. With this thought in mind, Ma Hongjun approached Hu Jio with an exaggerated grin. "Jio Gu, how much is this carrot?" "I'll buy one." "No, make it 10. Get lost." Hu Jio kicked Ma Hongjun aside, fully aware of the rotund fellow's intentions. His desire to use Hu Jio's soul skill to attract women was out of the question. Unless he could accompany him, it was simply impossible. This notion, long ago conceived, has been present for quite some time. Moreover, with the enchanting presence of Xiao Wu by his side, the mundane and unremarkable hardly warrant a glance. Furthermore, she is merely 11 years of age. His physical form does not permit such indulgence, does it not? Chapter 89. The formation of the Xiao Wu group. Come now. Each take one, transforming into the desired visage. Hu Jio smiled at his companions. With a mere thought, he began to ascend in stature, his muscles swelling with vigor, while his visage morphed into that of an ordinary yet robust man, exuding a quintessential masculine aura. "Hee, I shall join as well," Xiao Wu exclaimed, consuming the transformation carrot. Her delicate, elongated legs became more statuesque, her form maturing, particularly her face, which she subtly refined, her nose becoming more pronounced, and her eyes elongated, radiating an alluring charm. The cascading length of her hair added a striking brilliance to her appearance. "Aha, this is splendid," Hu Jio chuckled, drawing Xiao Wu into his embrace, a ripple of delight surging through him, filling his heart with joy. Tang San, silently observing, took action as well, transforming into a tall, lean man with an unremarkable presence, easily forgotten in a crowd. Ma Hongjun, with a flair for the dramatic, surprisingly morphed into a dapper young man clad in flamboyant attire. He playfully tossed his shoulder-length hair and, striking a handsome pose, inquired of Hu Jio, "Brother Jio, do I look handsome?" Once their transformations were complete, Hu Jio turned to Dai Mubai and Oscar, asking, "Would you care to join?" Dai Mubai cast a scrutinizing glance at Hu Jio, seemingly attempting to discern his sincerity. However, Hu Jio merely perceived his fighting spirit as commendable, offering the transformation without ulterior motives. After all, Master Flander was present, and being overly conspicuous would not bode well. "I shall give it a try." Unable to read Hu Jio's intentions, Dai Mubai approached and seized the carrot, initiating his transformation. In an instant, he became a man of similar stature to Hu Jio, albeit with a more rugged countenance. Oscar, grinning widely, stepped forward and confidently took the carrot. Before the group's eyes, a refined and ethereal youth emerged. "Now that we are all transformed, we can proceed." With everyone having completed their metamorphosis, Hu Jio clapped his hands and addressed them. "Hu Jio, wait. Please grant me one of those transformation carrots. I wish to evaluate the effectiveness of the skill." Flander stated with utmost seriousness, his gaze imbued with integrity, as if his request for the carrot was solely for the purpose of testing the skill. "Certainly." Hu Jio, unfazed, handed over a carrot. After all, it was merely a transformation. He understood. In the next moment, Flander transformed into a brawny, muscular giant. Turning around, he calmly led the group into the Grand Soul Arena. Registration and entry into the competition were completed seamlessly and efficiently. It is worth noting that the golden soul coins Hu Jio had lent to Ma Hongjun were nearly exhausted in the process of registration. This caused Ma Hongjun considerable distress, and he resolutely vowed to reclaim the lost money. Otherwise, the plans for the evening would be thwarted. "Xiao Jio, I have just inquired about the Great Soul Arena, and there exists a doubles competition. How about we form a team? I have even thought of a name. Let's call it the 9-Dance Duel. What do you think?" In a short while, Xiao Wu gleefully approached Hu Jio, her excitement palpable. "Forming a team is not an issue, but you seem to have great confidence in me. You do realize that if our duo is established, we will soon have to compete at the soul sect level. Are you not concerned about the possibility of losing?" Hu Jio chuckled wryly, wondering if Xiao Wu truly viewed him as a battle-type soul master. Alas, he felt he might not measure up. "Why fret? Have you forgotten our martial soul fusion technique? With that ability, we would be formidable even in battles at the soul sect level," Xiao Wu declared proudly, lifting her chin. "Foolishness. That is our trump card. It should not be used lightly. Remember, unless under special circumstances, we are not to employ the martial soul fusion technique in the future." Hu Jio gently tapped Xiao Wu's forehead, eliciting a pitiful expression from her. Moreover, the Dean brought us here to enhance our combat abilities. Relying on the martial soul fusion technique would diminish that training effect. Hu Jio wholeheartedly agreed with Flanders' approach. Level does not always equate to strength. Possessing rich battle experience certainly sets one apart from a soul master who is merely powerful yet lacks combat knowledge. In terms of cultivation, he could rely on the automated system for improvement, but battle experience could only be acquired through practice. His mentor, Xiao Wu, had escaped from the clutches of 16 equally ranked soul emperors, all elite members of the martial soul hall, due to his extensive combat experience. Such an achievement was enough to instill pride in Xiao Wu for a lifetime. Very well, but I still wish to establish the team. Xiao Wu gazed at Hu Jio with her big, innocent eyes, appearing both delicate and pitiable. That's fine. We can set up the team for now. Once my soul skill level increases, we can register for the competition, Hu Jio replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Xiao Wu's hair. After all, we have the funds. We might as well enjoy the process. Yay. That sounds great. Let us hasten to establish our 9-dance duo. Although they could not battle together for the time being, being able to form a team together was already enough to satisfy Xiao Wu. She eagerly pulled Hu Jio towards the staff. Unable to contain her excitement about forming their duo, Hu Jio had no objections, yet he pondered if the name 9-dance duo was rather mundane. What about calling our team the Supreme 9-5? That sounds imposing. No. We shall call it the 9-dance duo. It has a lovely ring to it. Xiao Wu insisted stubbornly. What Supreme 9-5? I am Xiao Wu, not some lesser figure. Why must I be placed at the end? This won't do. All right, suit yourself. Fortunately, Hu Jio was not overly concerned. After all, it was merely a team name. Any title would suffice. This time, they did not alter Xiao Wu's dance to a 5th variation as they did in the original work, which is certainly related to Hu Jio's timely reminder. Otherwise, the potential for error remains uncertain. As they had just formed their group, the one-on-one soul combat competition had already commenced. Coincidentally, Hu Jio's name appeared in the 5th match. Haha, I'm off to battle. Wait for me. Hu Jio waved to Xiao Wu and the others before swiftly darting towards the soul arena. Go for it. We will be cheering for you. Xiao Wu called out, waving back. Rest assured, victory is guaranteed. Hu Jio replied over his shoulder, undeterred by the prospect of battling an opponent of equal rank. In fact, after being rigorously trained by his teacher over the past few days, he welcomed this opportunity to release some pent-up emotions. Hu Jio felt as though he had been influenced by the battle-hungry Xiao Wu in just a few days. Otherwise, how could someone so inclined towards peace feel excitement at the thought of combat? Hadn't he always shied away from such confrontations in the past? Indeed, it seemed he had been led astray by his instructor. Chapter 90, Soul Combat Training soon. Guided by the staff, Hu Jio arrived at the 5th Soul Arena. The upcoming match featured 2 Soul Masters, Xiao Jio, wielding the Carrot Spirit, and Tai Kui, a formidable opponent with a massive Iron Hammer Spirit who had already achieved 2 consecutive victories. Would the newcomer Xiao Jio triumph? Or would the seasoned Tai Kui continue his winning streak? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Now, let us welcome our 2 Soul Masters to the stage to commence their performance. On the arena, a handsome and mature host energetically narrated the events, quickly igniting excitement among the audience. Initially, they felt a tinge of disappointment upon learning that Hu Jio's spirit was a carrot, but there sent him the imposing aura, which might seem formidable against others, appeared rather comical when confronted by the towering figure of Hu Jio, akin to a child at play. Come, let us engage in a contest. Hu Jio deftly lifted the iron hammer in his hand and charged forward. With a resounding crash, the 2 massive hammers collided, producing a deafening echo. Tai Chui stumbled back a couple of steps, while Hu Jio remained steadfast, unyielding in his position. Hee, in a battle of strength. It seems you cannot surpass me. Hu Jio chuckled. Humph. Witness my first soul skill, power amplification. Tai Chui bellowed defiantly as the first soul ring beneath him illuminated, and his aura surged, revealing a latent power that seemingly overshadowed Hu Jio's. Indeed, the drawback of combat-type soul masters lies in their skills being exclusively tailored for battle. In this regard, I find myself at a disadvantage, Hu Jio mused, shaking his head. Yet, with a swift motion of his hammer, he initiated the first strike. Come forth and experience my strength. Tai Chui roared, twisting his body with one hand as his massive hammer surged forward at an alarming speed to meet Hu Jio. Bang, bang, bang. In a flurry of relentless clashes, Hu Jio found himself gradually being pushed to the back foot. It appears I must resort to that technique, Hu Jio thought, as he briefly engaged Tai Chui in a fierce exchange before retreating a half step. swinging his great hammer in a wide arc to confront Tai Erchui once more. This was the application of the chaotic wind hammer technique. Though merely a single accumulated strike, it managed to contend evenly with Iron's second hammer in sheer force. Ah, now this is truly exhilarating. Amidst the fierce clash, Hu Jio stole a glance and noticed within his idle panel that the progress of his indestructible diamond body had abruptly accelerated, astonishingly, at twice its original speed. This was indeed the ultimate purpose behind his willingness to participate in the Grand Soul Arena competition. It offered a splendid opportunity to enhance battle experience while accelerating the progress of skill cultivation, a truly harmonious dual benefit. What could be the reason for Xiao Jio to engage in such a prolonged struggle with his opponent? Given his prowess, should the confrontation not have concluded long ago? On the observation platform, Xiao Wu gazed perplexedly at Hu Jio, who was still locked in a fierce clash with his adversary. I believe he is seizing the moment to hone his skills, Tang San remarked thoughtfully as he observed Hu Jio on the battle stage. Indeed, Hu Jio's approach is commendable, for he remains acutely aware of the purpose for which I brought you all to the Grand Soul Arena. You should learn from him. Remembering that victory and defeat are ultimately inconsequential, what matters is the enhancement of one's own strength, whether it be through gaining battle experience or improving abilities during combat. Any progress made is far from wasted effort, Flender stated seriously as he turned to face the others who were spectating. Simultaneously, he regarded Hu Jio on the arena with immense pride, recognizing that such intelligent and gifted students are rare. Regrettably, he had been outpaced by that headstrong Zhao. Flender's words inspired contemplation among Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others, leading to a deeper understanding of the tasks assigned to them. On the battle stage, Hu Jio had lost count of how many times he had clashed with Tai Kui. He sensed that his stamina was nearing its limit. I will not be defeated by you. Behold my second soul skill, rampant amplification. Tai Kui, panting heavily, suddenly halted his previous actions. Initially, he had been quite unconvinced by Hu Jio's capabilities and intended to triumph through sheer brute force. However, Hu Jio's endurance exceeded his expectations. And soon it was Tai Kui who found himself on the brink of collapse, reluctantly to secure victory in the battle. He abandoned his original strategy and activated his fourth soul ring skill, determined to turn the tide of the match. If that is the case, then I shall no longer indulge you. Upon witnessing Tai Kui transform into a towering figure after activating rampant amplification, Hu Jio wasted no time. He activated his teleportation skill, instantly appearing behind him. With his right hand wielding a hammer and his left hand conjuring a rapidly spinning spiral pill, he launched an attack aimed at Tai Erchui's nape. The combination of teleportation and spiral pill was an insurmountable skill for Tai Kui. To make matters worse, Hu Jio had also mastered the basics of both the indestructible body and the shadow flicker, his self-created soul skills. One enhanced his physical strength, while the other allowed him to move with the agility of an eel. Minutes later, Tai Erchui's rampant amplification came to an end, leaving him in a weakened state. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Jio delivered a spiral pill to his face, finally toppling his training opponent to the ground. Victory! Unexpectedly, in this war of attrition, it was the Soul Master Hu Jio, possessing the carrot martial soul, who persevered until the end. Let us cheer for him. Hu Jio Soul Master. Hu Jio Soul Master. Hu Jio. Under the host's lively encouragement, the atmosphere in the venue remained vibrant. Although the combat style of Hu Jio and Tai Kui may have appeared somewhat monotonous, their clash of strength excited the spectators, who rallied with fervent cheers for the victor, Hu Jio. Hiki. This sensation is rather delightful. Hu Jio waved cheerfully at the audience. Feeling invigorated by the enthusiastic cheers, an undeniable surge of desire for battle igniting within him. Upon descending from the arena and returning to the spectator seats, Hu Jio realized that only Flender and Oscar awaited him. The others seemed to have departed to different battle stages. Where did Xiao Wu and the others go? Hu Jio inquired. Xiao Wu and Tang San are at the 10th battle stage. Dai Mubai is at the 8th, and Ma Hongjun is at the 15th. Flender explained with a smile. Oh, then I shall go watch their matches. As Flender spoke, Hu Jio scanned the surroundings and noticed Tang San ensnaring his opponent with a venomous spider web, ultimately concluding the fight with a spiral pill. As for the others, their battles had already reached their conclusion. From a distance, he spotted Xiao Wu bouncing towards him. Higi, Xiao Jio, the soul fighting is so much fun. I didn't expect the dean to assign us such an enjoyable task. We'll never be bored again. Xiao Wu's cheeks were flushed, making her even more alluring. No problem. I'll come every day. Hu Jio observed the transformed Xiao Wu, feeling a stirring within him. Indeed, in her mature form, Xiao Wu exuded a potent charm. He realized he needed to strengthen his own resolve. Soon after, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San returned. Ma Hongjun rushed to the registration desk, eagerly awaiting the prize for their victorious battle. He had exerted his utmost effort in the fight, had his opponent anticipated the difficulty of his Phoenix Evil Fire. Victory might have eluded him. Daimubai had a similar experience, nearly losing to a level 39 agility-based Spirit Master. Today's task is complete. If you wish to explore Soto City, feel free, but do remember not to cause any trouble, Flinder instructed as the group finished their registration and received their rewards. Haha. All right, Dean, we won't cause trouble. Before the words had fully left Flinder's lips, Ma Hongjun could hardly contain himself. He wanted to seize the moment before his transformation ended for a thrilling experience. All right, then disperse. With a wave of his hand, Flinder vanished without a trace. Damn. That old man, Hujio muttered, his expression suddenly strange as he watched Flinder hurry away. They are quite talented, even developing unique uses for transformation skills. Exiting the Grand Soul Arena, Ma Hongjun, Daimubai, and Oscar hurried off, and before leaving, Daimubai and Oscar surprisingly greeted Hujio with friendly smiles. Xiaojio. Where are they going? Why didn't they tell us? Xiao Wu asked curiously, noticing their secretive demeanor. Never mind them, we'll have much more fun on our own. Hujio vaguely changed the subject and turned to Tang San. Xiao San, would you like to join us for a stroll? No thanks. I'm planning to find a blacksmith in the city. I just collected a special ore and want to craft some gadgets, Tang San replied, patting the moonlit night of 24 bridges at his waist with a smile. All right, you carry on then. Xiao Wu and I will look for some delicious food in the city and bring you back something for dinner, Hujio said. He had seen the array of street foods in Soto City during his earlier visit, and he shared Xiao Wu's passion for culinary delights. With Xiao Wu linking her arm with Hujio, they hopped towards the night market they had discovered earlier. It was only by midnight that the delighted Hujio and Xiao Wu returned to Shrek Academy, burdened with a large bag of food. Notably, the snacks they had purchased were still steaming when extracted from their storage soul guide, which Hujio found rather perplexing. Since when can the storage soul guide keep things warm? He scoffed. The following day, on the Academy's playground, Flinder stood before Hujio and the others. After yesterday's Grand Soul Arena battle, I trust you have all gleaned valuable insights. However, mere combat is insufficient. We must reflect, discuss, and understand our strengths and weaknesses. This is paramount. Today, we will summarize yesterday's battles. Daimubai, you may begin. Yes, Dean. My opponent was a speed-type Spirit Master with a Wind-Hound Spirit. He was incredibly swift, had his damage been higher. I might have lost if I hadn't employed the White Tiger's transformation to enhance my defense and strength at a critical moment, Daimubai explained, shaking his head in frustration. You did well. When facing a faster opponent, bolstering your defenses is essential. You may consult old Zhao later for further guidance, Flinder nodded, shifting his gaze from Oscar to Tang San. Dean, my opponent was a strong attack-type Spirit Master. His strength was formidable. He nearly broke free from my blue-silver grass. One by one, Hujio and the others summarized their battles from the previous day, and Flinder provided guidance, helping each identify areas for improvement. Hujio, for instance, realized his attack skills were too monotonous, necessitating the development of his unique soul skills. Xiao Wu, having transitioned to an agility-based route, also noted her insufficiencies in attack power. Beyond her waist bow and her self-created ate, she primarily relied on her fists and feet. Fortunately, her spiral pill temporarily compensated for her lack of offensive capability, making enhancing her attack capacity her top priority. After training, while Xiao Wu and Hujio were deliberating on how to augment her attack power, Daimubai and Oscar approached them. Hujio, could you sell us more of those transformation carrots you gave us yesterday? Daimubai's previously haughty demeanor had vanished, replaced by eagerness. Oscar's enthusiasm was even more pronounced, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The two had experienced remarkable results from using Hujio's transformation carrots, fundamentally altering their performance in battle. Want to buy transformation carrots? No problem. 100 gold soul coins each, fixed price. Hujio grinned at Daimubai and Oscar, akin to a merchant eyeing two unsuspecting lambs. The reason he had given them the carrots yesterday was precisely for this moment. I must sell. Ideally, I'd like to drain all of Daimubai's funds, after all. He is quite the cash cow. 100 gold soul coins? Are you robbing us? My sausages only cost 5 copper soul coins each. Oscar exclaimed, disregarding his image. His expression akin to Hujio had just declared a heist. Hujio nodded with a smile. Indeed, I am taking advantage of you. Different effects demand different prices. As far as I know, while your recovery sausages are effective, they only last for about 12 hours, correct? My carrots, however, if stored carefully, remain effective even after 1 or 2 months. Of course, the primary factor is the effect. I trust you sampled the flavor of the transformation carrots yesterday. So my pricing is quite reasonable. 100 gold soul coins? No problem. I want 10, Dai Mubai declared, viewing the cost as trivial compared to his monthly allowance of thousands of gold soul coins. Here are your 10 transformation carrots. Enjoy, Hu Jiao said, swiping his wrist to reveal a pile of transformation carrots in his hand. Dai Mubai promptly handed over a bag of gold soul coins, and they swiftly completed their transaction. I want one too. Oscar gritted his teeth, reluctantly pulling out 100 gold soul coins. The effectiveness of Hu Jiao's transformation carrots had left him feeling addicted. For the sake of happiness and joy, he was willing to make the sacrifice. All right. Hu Jiao welcomed the business, knowing every sale counted. And 100 gold soul coins would allow him and Xiao Wu to purchase many delectable treats. Feel free to return anytime. Hu Jiao waved goodbye to Dai Mubai, relishing the prospect of more generous customers. Xiao Jiao, it seems I don't have enough money to buy your transformation carrots. Could you give me a discount? At this moment, Ma Hongjun, who had been lingering at the back of the crowd, rubbed his hands together and, with a sheepish grin, remarked, "Little horse. It's not that I'm criticizing you, but it would be wise to avoid such places in the future. They not only harm your health but also hinder your cultivation. It's simply not worth the cost." Hu Jiao spoke with earnest concern. Well, it's not entirely my fault. It's the spirit's influence. I had no choice. Ma Hongjun replied, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Tell me, what is the longest you can hold out between visits? Hu Jiao inquired. Hiki, the longest would be half a month. No, wait, a week at most. I can only manage a week, Ma Hongjun said, his eyes darting, trying to minimize the duration. All right then, that means 2 visits a month. If you exceed that, let us say 1 golden soul coin per visit. Hu Jiao nodded, promising Ma Hongjun 2 transforming carrots. He wasn't without excess, but he genuinely felt concern for Ma Hongjun's well-being. Although the consequences of the spirit's influence were not yet apparent, he sensed that Ma Hongjun was becoming somewhat plump. If this continued, it could lead to more serious issues. As his subordinate, Hu Jiao could not allow him to suffer. Thank you, Brother Jiao. If you need anything, just ask. Though I might not match your strength, I can still help with the little tasks, Ma Hongjun said, patting his chest with a look of gratitude. How could he not feel grateful? Just moments ago, when Dai Mubai and Oscar were purchasing carrots, Ma Hongjun witnessed firsthand how a carrot worth 100 golden soul coins was sold to him for a mere coin, and he was even allowed to keep a tab. This was a testament to Brother Jiao's regard for him. Well, focus on your cultivation. At your current level, I would find it slow to have you run errands for me. Hu Jiao expressed his disdain. Wait, Brother Jiao, I actually broke through to level 22 yesterday. With your cultivation carrots, my level will rise swiftly. Ma Hongjun said, feeling aggrieved. Really? When did you break through? I was aware. Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. A level up was indeed a significant matter. I broke through while I was asleep last night. I just didn't have the chance to inform you all. Ma Hongjun explained awkwardly, stumbling over his words. Well, you're quite the talent, Hu Jiao exclaimed, realizing that the sleeping he referred to as something else entirely. He couldn't help but curse in astonishment. Why was it that such fortuitous events never happened to him? Stealing a glance at Xiao Wu, he pondered if he should try it out sometime. Impressive. It seems your talent for cultivation is rather high, Tang San remarked, oblivious to the underlying tension, offering Ma Hongjun genuine praise. The sincerity of his expression nearly made Hu Jiao burst into laughter. This fool. After a brief exchange, Tang San and Ma Hongjun returned to their dormitories to cultivate, leaving only Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu behind. Xiao Wu, you heard what the dean said this morning. He was right. Both of us are lacking in attack power. I'm alright since I've mastered the basics of the indestructible body and shadow dodge. Once my physical strength improves, I can still rely on my hammer techniques. But you can't rely solely on a spiral sphere. It's clearly insufficient. Should I ask the teacher if he has any methods? Hu Jiao suggested. Is that appropriate? I'm not teacher Zhao's student. How could he teach me about soul techniques? Xiao hesitated. It's fine. He knows our relationship. What's yours is mine. I'll go ask him. It should be fine, Hu Jiao said, embracing Xiao Wu affectionately. Without hesitation, Hu Jiao sought out Zhao Wujin in the training grounds that afternoon. Upon hearing Hu Jiao's request, Zhao Wujin pondered for a moment. There is a soul technique available, but it requires a high level of control over soul power. Given your little girlfriend's playful nature, it might be a challenge for her to master it. Zhao Wujin's words filled Hu Jiao with excitement, while he lacked confidence in many areas. Control over soul power was not one of them. Teacher, you underestimate Xiao Wu. You know our spiral sphere technique, right? Can any technique demand more control than that? Hu Jiu argued. Oh, I nearly forgot about that. It seems this technique truly suits her. Here, take this and practice it, Zhao Wujin said, handing over a manual while cautioning, remember, only share it with Xiao Wu. If I find out you've shared it with anyone else, you'll regret it. Rest assured. Teacher, I want to share this manual with anyone but Xiao Wu, not even myself, Hu Jiu promised solemnly, patting his chest. That is unnecessary. If you're interested, you can practice it too. Now, off you go. Zhao Wujin waved him away, indifferent to the soul technique. After all, he didn't possess the talent to cultivate it himself. However, he recalled the considerable effort he had expended to acquire it initially. He was reluctant to give it away freely. What if, in the future, he had descendants? He was only in his 50s and still quite young. Chapter 93. The Master arrives. Xiao Wu, I've acquired the soul technique for you. Hu Jiu exclaimed excitedly as he approached her, raising the manual triumphantly. Teacher Zhao really gave it to you. Xiao Wu was taken aback. Of course. My teacher is not stingy, especially considering you are his disciple's wife. This is a bond we must cherish, Hu Jiu replied proudly. Indeed. Zhao Wujin's willingness to be so generous was partly due to Hu Jiu's consistent offerings of cultivation carrots. He had given so much that it was only natural for Zhao Wujin to reciprocate. Who is your wife? How shameless. Xiao Wu blushed, turning away slightly. Why? It's you. Isn't it obvious? Hu Jiu laughed, catching up to her and handing over the manual. Take a look at what technique the teacher has bestowed upon you. I haven't had a chance to see it myself. All right. Xiao Wu accepted the manual and sat on the edge of the bed, studying it intently. Hu Jiu, not wanting to disturb her, sat beside her and began to cultivate his own soul power while meditating. Under Zhao Wujin's influence, he had become more diligent whenever he had a moment to spare. He would practice without needing encouragement. Though his progress was not as rapid as when he was in a meditative state, it certainly accelerated his growth in soul power. After all, once he reached the soul master level, advancing further with a remarkable soul skill left Hu Jiu feeling somewhat envious, as it would undoubtedly benefit him as well. Unfortunately, there were no more idle slots available. However, a thought suddenly struck him. Was it impossible for him to practice on his own without an idle slot? Why must he always rely on external aids? In an instant, Hu Jiu realized that the absence of an idle slot did not preclude him from self-study. Did he truly believe he could not succeed without it? Yet, almost immediately, another thought emerged, tempting him to abandon his own training. If he had time to cultivate his soul skill, why not focus on enhancing his soul power instead? Wouldn't elevating his level sooner be far more advantageous? Faced with these two choices, Hu Jiu found himself in a quandary. After all, what was there to deliberate? As an adult, he could pursue both. Why not cultivate his soul power while simultaneously honing his soul skill? It seemed that everyone else was doing just that. With a decisive slap to his forehead, Hu Jiu resolved to practice independently. Fortunately, his proficiency in soul power manipulation was sufficiently high, making the hand blade technique, a skill demanding exceptional control over soul power, manageable for him. That said, by the time he grasped the basics, a week had already passed. As he observed the shimmering blade of light dancing in his hand, a profound sense of accomplishment engulfed him. This is truly an achievement without relying on the automated training panel. Remarkable! Xiao Wu, look, I have succeeded, Hu Jiu exclaimed, brandishing the blade light in his hand to showcase his accomplishment to Xiao Wu, who was still diligently honing her soul skills. What's so impressive about that? I will succeed shortly as well. Xiao Wu pouted defiantly, immersing herself deeper into her training. An hour later, Xiao Wu also successfully completed her preliminary training. Hehe, Xiao Jiu. I have succeeded too. Let us see who can chop down the sapling first. Xiao Wu gleefully raised her palm and struck the tree trunk with her hand blade. All right. Challenge accepted. Hu Jiu, intrigued by Xiao Wu's challenge, concentrated and delivered a decisive strike. Unfortunately, their newly acquired hand blades lacked sharpness. Both he and Xiao Wu merely left a shallow gash on the trunk, akin to the mark of a dull axe. Jiuge, Xiao Wu Jia. The dean has summoned us for a gathering. Just as they were engrossed in their training, Ma Hongjun rushed over to inform them. What? Didn't we already finish today's training session? Why the gathering? Hu Jiu inquired, puzzled. Apparently, a new teacher has arrived at the academy. And the dean wants us to meet him, Ma Hongjun explained. A new teacher? Could it be the master? Hu Jiu speculated, stroking his chin. To confirm his suspicions, he asked Ma Hongjun, have you seen this teacher? Just once. The teacher looked about the same age as the dean, and seemed quite serious and stern. If he becomes our teacher, we might be in for a tough time, Ma Hongjun remarked, rubbing his forehead, clearly unimpressed by the new arrival. Is he short-haired? Perhaps a buzz cut? Hey, Jiuge, how did you know? Have you met this teacher? Ma Hongjun inquired, astonished. Indeed, you are correct. If it is truly him, you may find yourself in a predicament, Hu Jio replied, his gaze serious and filled with pity. Ah, what should I do? Wait, why am I the one in trouble? Aren't we in this together? Ma Hongjun initially felt disheartened, but then suddenly realized. Because my relationship with that teacher is not particularly good. I don't even know if I will attend his class, but you certainly won't escape, Hu Jio shrugged nonchalantly. Xiao Jio, are you saying the master has arrived? Upon hearing Hu Jio's words, Xiao Wu immediately caught on. Yes, if it is indeed him, we shall know soon enough. Hu Jio exhaled deeply. Master, please do not put me to the test. As they made their way back from the back mountain to the academy's playground, Hu Jio spotted that familiar silhouette from afar. At that moment, the figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, his long black robe billowing in the breeze, exuding an aura of profound wisdom. Ah, how convincingly he plays his part. Now, the purpose of gathering you all here is to introduce a remarkable teacher. As soon as everyone had arrived, Flanders turned to the assembly and proclaimed, you may refer to him as the master. He is an erudite theoretical expert, having articulated the 10 core competencies currently revered in the realm of soul masters. Additionally, he is the mentor of Tang San. Let us extend him a warm welcome. Applause erupted as Flanders concluded his remarks, with Dai Mubai and the others demonstrating their respect. To have nurtured Tang San, who achieved the rank of 33 at the tender age of 11, is no small feat. While he may not rival Hu Jio, his prowess is nonetheless formidable. Moreover, considering the close bond between Hu Jio and Tang San, one cannot dismiss the Master's influence in their development. If they too could benefit from the Master's guidance, might they not also ascend to greatness akin to that of Tang San and Hu Jio? Hu Jio, undeterred, joined in the applause with gentle claps, signaling his approval. Greetings. I am the master. Among you, some may recognize me while others may not. However, that is of little consequence. I trust that through our future interactions, you will come to know me better. The master spoke in a somewhat stiff and peculiar tone. After a brief pause, his gaze lingered on Tang San, Hu Jio, and Xiao Wu before he fixed a serious expression upon the group. Henceforth, I shall oversee your educational curriculum. I have reviewed your resumes and will develop tailored teaching methodologies. Apart from collaboration, I expect no dissenting voices. Regardless of who you are, I shall treat each of you equally. When he emphasized equally, the master deliberately cast a profound glance at Hu Jio. Chapter 94, The Master Relents Equal Treatment? Is this a sign of capitulation? At the sight of the master's meaningful gaze, Hu Jio's mind briefly entertained this thought. In truth, Hu Jio had indeed discerned correctly. The master harbored 2 lifelong ambitions, to break through the 30th level himself, and to cultivate Tang San into a paragon of excellence. Both objectives are rooted in a desire for self-validation, to prove that one can achieve remarkable accomplishments despite possessing minimal talent. Initially, before encountering Hu Jio, he had relinquished the first goal, focusing solely on nurturing Tang San. Yet, unexpectedly, Hu Jio's cultivation carrot infused him with a glimmer of hope. Although he deemed Hu Jio excessively avaricious for demanding a family-created soul skill in exchange, compounded by the subsequent revelation of Hu Jio's rapidly advancing soul ring abilities, their relationship soured somewhat. Nevertheless, after consuming Hu Jio's carrot, he glimpsed the possibility of breaking through the 30th level. In the face of such obsession, what is a moment of displeasure matter? As time passed, his heart itched with impatience, yearning to find Hu Jio and agree to his terms. Thus, he arrived. After Flander announced the dissolution, the master immediately called out to Hu Jio, scarcely sparing a glance for Tang San. Hu Jio, I wish to speak with you. Talk? Certainly. Let us find a suitable place. The master's approach had been anticipated by Hu Jio, though he hadn't expected the visit to occur so promptly. Truth be told, Hu Jio was quite reluctant to meet the master. If given the choice, he would have preferred to deliver a swift blow and cast him far away. Tang San observed Hu Jio with worry etched in his eyes. It was not Hu Jio he feared for, but rather the master. With the master's level as a great soul master, Hu Jio could easily overpower him given his current prowess. Do not worry. I know my limits. Hu Jio waved his hand reassuringly. I hope so. Tang San continued to look concerned as he watched the master and Hu Jio depart. I wonder what the master wishes to discuss with me? The two ascended to a secluded hillside, where Hu Jio initiated the conversation. The master hesitated, seemingly pondering something. After a pause, he spoke with an awkward tone. Hu Jio, there may have been some misunderstandings between us due to past events. I hope you can overlook them. Hu Jia was taken aback. He had thought he understood the master well, stubborn, inflexible, and resistant to change, yet he never anticipated the master would soften his stance. Very well. You are Tang San's teacher. For his sake, let bygones be bygones. After a moment's reflection, Hu Jia deemed it prudent not to further strain their relationship. That's good to hear. The master forced a stiff smile. So, did you summon me for this reason? Hu Jia began to conjecture the master's true intentions. Doubting that the master sought him merely to apologize. I wish to exchange a self-created soul skill for your cultivation carrot. Upon uttering these words, even the master felt a pang of embarrassment. He had rebuffed Hu Jia's earlier proposal, yet now he found himself revisiting that same topic. Is that so? Hu Jia stroked his chin, not immediately acquiescing. He had anticipated the master's request. It was evident that the proud master could only humble himself before Hu Jia for reasons beyond mere courtesy. To be honest, had you consented to my terms years ago, I would have been quite pleased. However, you may not realize that I have since apprenticed myself to the unmovable king, Xiao Wu, with such a generous manner. I no longer find myself in need of self-created soul skills. Hu Jia endeavored to conceal his amusement, feigning difficulty in decision-making. Haha, back then you were indifferent. And now you come seeking my favor. What a delightful change of circumstance. What? You have found the unmovable king Xiao Wu as your mentor? A flicker of astonishment crossed the master's eyes. Hu Jia's decision to apprentice under Xiao Wu was entirely unexpected. Xiao Wu had earned a formidable reputation due to his past with the Spirit Hall, and even the master had heard of his illustrious title. In that fleeting moment, a faint pang of regret surged within the master. Had he known back then that Hu Jia would achieve such remarkable success, perhaps he would have hastened to accept him as a disciple. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret. And he might have overlooked the fact that even if he desired to take Hu Jia under his wing, would Hu Jia have acquiesced? Indeed. The master had an eye for talent. He had recognized my potential at first glance and had even offered me numerous self-created soul techniques to entice me into apprenticeship. Hu Jia, brimming with pride, thought to himself, didn't he once look down upon me? How do you feel now? Regretful? Might I procure some of your cultivation carrots? The master's expression shifted, but he soon clenched his jaw, feeling a twinge of pain as he replied, Of course, I can sell them. Why would I refuse a profitable venture? Hu Jia gazed at the master with a beaming smile, however. There is something you may not be aware of. Do you know the current market price of my transformation carrots? The master's heart skipped a beat at Hu Jia's words. Was it possible? Though the transformation carrots were not as effective as the cultivation carrots, their novelty made them desirable. I had sold a few for around 100 gold soul coins, and the buyers were quite satisfied with that price. Reflecting on Dai Mubai's indifferent gaze before his departure, Hu Jia asserted confidently, And how much do you intend to charge for your cultivation carrots? The master's countenance stiffened once more, feeling as though Hu Jia was mocking him. I had planned to sell the cultivation carrots for 500 gold soul coins each, but as you are Tang San's mentor, I shan't deceive you. You may have them for a mere 100 gold soul coins. Hu Jia smirked, thinking, I am indeed playing you for a fool. He was genuinely willing to sell the master the carrots, for he alone knew that soon, once Tang San returned from the Eye of Ice and Fire, the master would undoubtedly break through, even without his cultivation carrots. At this moment, failing to seize the opportunity to profit would be an utter disservice to Flander. Your carrots are simply too expensive for me to afford. The master tugged at the corners of his mouth and finally spoke with an expressionless demeanor. What a pity. It seems this business endeavor is beyond my reach. Hu Jia also felt helpless. This master, despite being the son of the illustrious Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect leader, was nothing but a pauper, a waste of his own expression. In the end, the master was unable to achieve his goal, and with a heavy heart, he could only watch as Hu Jia departed. At this moment, the master was even overwhelmed by an impulse to capture and imprison Hu Jia. However, his strength forbade him from acting upon it. In this moment, Hu Jia activated the sensory enhancement technique, his thoughts unwaveringly focused on the master. He was acutely aware of the formidable power he possessed through his training. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he was willing to endure a little fatigue. However, it seemed Hu Jia had overestimated the master. After their conversation concluded, the master returned directly to his residence, subsequently meeting Tang San to engage in heartfelt confessions, leaving Hu Jia feeling somewhat embarrassed to witness. Once Tang San departed, the master retrieved the Shrek Academy students' profiles to study them, embodying the essence of a teacher with a profound sense of responsibility. The following morning, on the academy playground, the master stood among the crowd, flanked by Flinder and Xiao Wu. Through my observations, I discovered that many soul masters in the realm were preoccupied with honing their soul power and combat skills. neglecting the fundamental aspect of physical training. They failed to realize that without a robust physique, how could one withstand the immense power bestowed by soul rings? Therefore, starting today, I require you all to engage in physical conditioning. The master's words prompted Xiao Wu, standing behind him, to open his mouth in indignation in terms of physical strength. He believed he was unmatched. Fortunately, Xiao Wu was not foolish. Recognizing Flinder's esteem for the master, he was not inclined to disrespect him. Yet, at that moment, doubt began to creep into Xiao Wu's mind regarding the so-called strongest theoretical master. Hu Jie, step forward. The master's expression was devoid of the friendly demeanor from their previous encounter. Here, Hu Jie took a gentle step forward in response. I assign you a task. Starting now. Without causing any serious injury, you are to defeat them one by one. Can you accomplish this? The master inquired. Ah, that's quite simple. However, I believe it would be more interesting if they all attacked me at once. Otherwise, they won't stand a chance, Hu Jie responded, glancing back at Tang San, Daimubai, and the others. Humph. Hu Jie, do not get too cocky. If the 5 of us attack simultaneously, you will inevitably lose. Daimubai retorted with a disdainful snort. Indeed, little Jie, do not underestimate us. Xiao Wu added, raising her hand, glimmering with a blade-like aura. Well, little Jie, you seem to be getting carried away, Tang San remarked, his gaze fixed on Hu Jie, a hint of battle intent brewing in his eyes. He contemplated that individually. None of them could hope to match Hu Jie, but together, they stood a chance. Then let us find out. Hu Jie's spirit surged, relishing the challenge of taking them all down. Beside them, the master observed the scene with a calm demeanor, refraining from comment. Facing the 5 opponents, Hu Jie activated his transformation skill, his physique instantly swelling to reveal a formidable figure. Gripping a meteor hammer, its chilling spikes glimmered ominously, as if seeking to devour its prey. Brother Jie, this isn't fair. You can't use the meteor hammer against us. It defeats the purpose of the training. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes as he beheld the weapon. Hu Jie, remember my words. I instructed you to defeat them without inflicting serious harm. Not to employ lethal weapons, the master's voice rang out, stern and unwavering. All right, if you insist, Hu Jie shrugged, swiftly stowing the meteor hammer into his soul tool. Do you truly believe that without the meteor hammer, I would struggle against you? How naive. Hu Jie chuckled lightly, turning to face Xiao Wu. Master, may I borrow your martial soul? In an instant, a towering bear silhouette emerged behind Hu Jie. Thick, brown fur enveloped his body, his height surging to 3 meters. Muscles rippling with power, his eyes turning a fierce brown, exuding an overwhelming aura, while 7 soul rings pulsated rhythmically around him. Haha, little Jie, go for it. Bring them all down. Xiao Wu's boisterous voice echoed from the sidelines, his heart soaring at the sight of Hu Jie harnessing his martial soul. Fear not, master. I shall not bring you shame. Hu Jie laughed heartily, casting a teasing glance at Tang San and the others. Little Jie, you can't use that. It's teacher Xiao's martial soul. Don't be unfair. Xiao Wu pouted, disapprovingly eyeing Hu Jie. Although the transformation skill allowed him to assume another's martial soul, it did not grant him the use of their soul ring abilities and required direct confrontation for the transformation. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Hu Jie's newly adopted form was immensely powerful. This was a martial soul of a level 76 beast, and the enhancement it provided to his physique was beyond their reach. Clearly, this was another of Hu Jie's trump cards, one he had never revealed before. Of course, previously, he could not even attempt the transformation. The only reason he could now was due to the support of his second-level indestructible body. Otherwise, attempting to transform into Xiao Wu's martial soul would have been utterly impossible. Why can I not use the martial soul I acquired through my own efforts? Hu Jie retorted, dismissing Xiao Wu's protests, and in a flash, he was before Oscar, seizing him by the neck and tossing him aside like a chick. The first opponent was eliminated. Damn it. White Tiger martial soul. Daimubai reacted swiftly, stepping back and activating his martial soul. First soul skill, bind. Tang San's eyes gleamed with purple light as he summoned thick blue silver grass to sprout from the ground at Hu Jie's feet. Ha, little San. Your skill is ineffective against me. Hu Jie smirked lightly, extending his palm, which shimmered with blade-like brilliance. With a series of swift slashes, Tang San's blue silver grass was severed at the roots, leaving Hu Jie unscathed. Ha, first soul skill, waist bow. At this moment, Xiao Wu's figure flickered, and in an instant, she appeared before Hu Jie, her legs entwining around his neck like strands of noodles, leaving him no time to react even with his illusory form. Ha ha, trying to bend my waist? I fear not. Hu Jie lowered his center of gravity and took a horse stance, resolutely refusing to be thrown off by Xiao Wu. Come on, beautiful, you cannot escape. He waved his large hand with a mischievous grin, reaching for Xiao Wu. Not a chance. Xiao Wu playfully smiled at Hu Jio, her eyes radiating a pink glow. Her alluring spirit ability was activated. Hu Jio, unable to withstand this, was instantly entranced, his eyes glazed over, revealing a smile that any man would understand. A perfect opportunity, Daimubai, Mahanjun. Witnessing this, Tang San's eyes sparkled with determination as he unleashed his second spirit ability, Parasite, causing blue-silver grass to swiftly sprout from Hu Jio's brown fur, binding him tightly. Second spirit ability, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Second spirit ability, Phoenix Fireline. Daimubai and Ma Hongjun swiftly positioned themselves beside Hu Jio, initiating a ranged attack. Ah. Xiao Wu, you must not misuse your charm ability. It should only be employed when no one is around. Faced with the assault from several directions, Hu Jio exaggeratedly shouted. And a layer of white light enveloped him. Fourth spirit ability, Divine Light Expulsion. With the activation of his fourth spirit ability, Holy Light Restorations, Hu Jio completely suppressed Tang San. He effortlessly nullified the effects of Tang San's second spirit ability, Parasite, as well as his third spirit ability, Venom. After a burst of white light, the blue-silver grass binding him fell away, disintegrating into fragments upon the ground. However, at this moment, Xiao Wu's Spiral Sphere, Daimubai's White Tiger's Radiant Wave, and Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fireline were already upon him. Hey, I'm evading. Hu Jio activated his teleportation skill. And in the next instant, he appeared before Ma Hongjun. In a group battle, one must first eliminate the weaker opponents. Fatty, hold on. Daimubai, witnessing this, felt a surge of malevolence in his gaze. With a loud shout, he activated his White Tiger Diamond transformation, momentarily pausing before charging at Hu Jio. Hey, too late. Hu Jio grinned widely, his enormous hands swiftly descending towards Ma Hongjun. Ah, fatty dodge. Sister Xiao Wu is here to save you. As Daimubai failed to arrive in time, Xiao Wu appeared before Hu Jio. Ever since acquiring her third spirit ability, Instantaneous Speed, she had matched Hu Jio's teleportation and swiftness. Release fatty, if you dare, come at me, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her palm shimmering with unpredictable light as she attacked Hu Jio. Heh, your attempt is futile. Hu Jio disregarded Xiao Wu's assault. Knowing her hand technique was newly learned and lacked sufficient power to harm him while he was in the state of the powerful Diamond Bear, his palm descended unerringly, capturing Ma Hongjun. Second elimination. Hu Jio seized Ma Hongjuan's head and casually tossed him aside, shifting his gaze to Tang San and Daimubai. Compared to the 22nd level Ma Hongjun, the 34th level Daimubai and the 33rd level Tang San were evidently more challenging opponents. As for Xiao Wu, her speed was too formidable, making her defeat improbable in a short span. Tang San, quickly use your limiting spirit ability to deplete his soul power. He cannot use his teleportation skill many times. Daimubai roared, conjuring a milky white sphere of light aimed at Hu Jio. Impossible. In terms of soul power, the three of us combined do not match Xiao Jio. His soul power might still be intact while we exhaust our own. Tang San shook his head, dismissing Daimubai's suggestion. Then what shall we do? Daimubai glared skeptically at Tang San, suspecting him of deceit, aiming to elevate Hu Jio in order to usurp his position as the leader of their academy. There is no choice. You must confront Xiao Jio head-on while Xiao Wu and I provide support from the sidelines. Tang San, undeterred by Daimubai's gaze, remained gravely focused on Hu Jio. 2 of their 5 members had already fallen, leaving only the 3 of them. In this battle, he was resolute in his desire not to be defeated. Ah. The understanding of a third party is indeed admirable. When it comes to comparing soul power, what do you possess to compete? Hu Jio laughed heartily as he regarded his opponents. With 4 soul rings averaging 7,000 years, he was endowed with ample soul power, the intensity of which could rival that of a soul king. Daimubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu encircled Hu Jio from 3 different directions, their steps deliberate as they sought any flaw in his defenses. Since you shall not advance, I shall take the initiative. Hu Jio grinned widely, his figure vanishing in an instant to appear directly before Daimubai. Compared to Tang San and Xiao Wu, it was Daimubai he was more eager to confront. How dare you underestimate me? In his white tiger form, Daimubai emanated an aura of royalty, his eyes transforming into beastly slits. Underestimating you is not my intention. I merely wish to teach you a lesson. Hu Jio replied with a calm smile, forgoing any special abilities as he launched a colossal fist directly at Daimubai's face. You think I fear you? Daimubai's gaze sharpened, and with a fierce roar, he clenched his fist and charged forward to meet the blow. Boom. The two collided. Hu Jio remained steadfast in place, while Daimubai was forced to retreat several steps. Just then, Tang San unleashed his third soul skill, the venomous spider web. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was not to be outdone. She swiftly positioned herself before Hu Jio, raising her right hand high for a spiraling strike. "Ah, Xiao Wu, how dare you strike my face?" Hu Jio exclaimed. Turning his head away, his body enveloped in a radiant white light as he activated his fourth soul skill, Holy Light Recovery. He could disregard Xiao Wu's attack. But Tang San's poison required immediate attention, otherwise he would soon find himself in dire straits. "Humph, we are enemies now. It is only fitting to strike your face." Xiao Wu proudly lifted her chin, bringing her palm down with force. This woman is truly ruthless. Hu Jio broke free from Tang San's blue-silver grasp, looking at Xiao Wu with a mixture of vexation and disbelief. Has this girl been spoiled by him? She is so ruthless even towards her own. Well, it seems that without taking some serious measures, nothing will change. Hu Jio shook his head, raised his hands, and two spirals, each with a diameter of 1 meter, materialized in his grasp. "Daimubai, prepare yourself." With remarkable speed, Xiao Wu darted forward, and with Tang San employing the ghost shadow perplexing track, the only target he could strike was Daimubai. "You dare to use the spiral technique with both hands?" Daimubai was momentarily taken aback, having just evaded the first spiral. However, the next moment, he was engulfed by the second spiral. Boom! Daimubai was instantly propelled away by the explosion, lying incapacitated for a considerable time. Haha, unexpected, isn't it? Utilizing the spiral technique with both hands is quite simple, Hu Jio declared with a smug smile. Behold the 9th level spiral technique. Next up, who will concede? Xiao San, Xiao Wu, will you surrender voluntarily? Or shall I capture you one by one and deal with you at my leisure? Hu Jio turned to face Tang San and Xiao Wu. Come on. I will not concede, Tang San replied resolutely, locking his gaze upon Hu Jio. It was inconceivable for him to surrender without a fight. Humph. I refuse to concede as well, Xiao Wu replied defiantly, raising her chin. Very well, then the next opponent is Xiao San. With a swift movement, Hu Jio teleported directly in front of Tang San, his fist, the size of a large pot, aimed mercilessly at Tang San's head. Fortunately, Uncle Hao is not present. Otherwise, witnessing this scene would likely lead to a dire fate for Flander. Hu Jio mused to himself, but in the next instant, he struck with even greater ferocity. Control the crane and capture the dragon. Unfazed, Tang San swiftly pivoted, his hands transforming into a jade-like hue, reaching out to grasp Hu Jio's fist from afar. Hu Jio felt an unexpected smooth pull on his fist, causing his center of gravity to shift involuntarily. Good, Hu Jio shouted, twisting his body at an unusual angle, managing to regain his balance. Spiral technique. Spiral technique. Both Hu Jio and Tang San extended their other hands simultaneously, launching one large and one small spiral towards each other. Boom. The spirals collided, and instead of dodging, Hu Jio stepped forward, seizing Tang San, who was attempting to retreat. Come on, let us perish together. Hu Jio laughed widely, believing that to defeat Tang San, he must be ruthless towards himself. Chapter 97, The Master S Strategy Boom. Hu Jio held on to Tang San, forcing him to confront the dual onslaught of the spirals. Bang! Both Hu Jio and Tang San were enveloped by the spirals. As the dust settled, everyone noticed that Hu Jio had cleverly used Tang San as a shield, placing himself beneath him, emerging relatively unscathed, at least without serious injuries. However, Tang San was not so fortunate. Struck head-on by both Hu Jio and his own spiral, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, rendering him weak and powerless. Xiao Jio, you are incredibly ruthless. Tang San looked up at the concealed Hu Jio with a wry smile, full of admiration. He had never anticipated that Hu Jio could exhibit such ferocity. Haha, good. Xiao Jio, you have grasped some of my true teachings. This is the essence of a man-s battle style. Keep up the effort. Before Hu Jio could respond, Xiao Wujie from the sidelines offered his explanation. With a triumphant grin, Hu Jio turned to Xiao Wujie and said, It's all thanks to the excellent teachings of my master. Under the tutelage of Xiao Wujie, he had not only honed his skills but also absorbed two vital traits, the first being to strive earnestly in his training, as even the slightest improvement is commendable, and the second, to be ruthless, both towards his adversaries and himself. This sentiment is most vividly embodied in Xiao Wujie, and it is also the aspect that has profoundly influenced Hu Jio. Emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, Xiao Wujie exudes an air of fierce determination, making it nearly impossible for Hu Jio, who often remains by his side, to remain unaffected. Hu Jio produced a radiant carrot and presented it to Tang San, then rose to survey the remaining opponent in the arena, Xiao Wu. Shall we continue to fight? Hu Jio teased, gazing at Xiao Wu like a wolf eyeing a lamb. I won fight. Xiao Wu hastily shook her head. It would be foolish to engage in battle knowing one is outmatched. In terms of speed, although she possesses the third soul skill, instantaneous, and despite Hu Jio's ability to teleport, she could still respond. The crux lies in the attack, apart from the spiral pill. Her waist bow and 8 division slam are ineffective against Hu Jio, who is empowered by the formidable King Kong bear. And let us not forget who created the spiral pill. Competing with the founder is akin to showing off one's skills before an expert. Thus, she resolved not to engage in battle any further. That was an excellent bout. At your age, possessing such combat prowess is indeed a source of pride for you. Following the conclusion of the fight, the master approached the group, uttering words of praise, yet his expression remained stoic, creating an odd juxtaposition. However, do not allow yourselves to become complacent. In my view, your fighting techniques are utterly abysmal. First, addressing Oscar, the master inquired, why, when the battle commenced, did you exhibit no vigilance whatsoever, allowing Hu Jio to eliminate you without so much as a reaction? The master's gaze turned stern, leaving Oscar feeling deeply ashamed. And you all, do not laugh. Oscar's lack of response was unacceptable, and as his companions, why did you not rush to his aid? Tang San, you bear the primary responsibility for this. The master cast a glance at Xiao Wu, who was stifling a laugh, before focusing on Tang San. Indeed, master. This is my responsibility, Tang San admitted, lowering his head in acknowledgement. The master then proceeded to critique each individual's shortcomings, and after addressing the 5 oddities, he turned his attention to Hu Jio. Hu Jio, your skills are distinctive, yet you must remain mindful that Teacher Zhao will not always be at your side. Understood. Hu Jio nodded, though internally he dismissed the notion. Without Teacher Zhao, was there not Teacher Fu? And without Teacher Fu, were there not adversaries? Did he truly need such admonishment? I have assessed your physical abilities and combat potential. Now we will proceed to the next phase of training, physical conditioning. All of you, except Hu Jio, gather at the village entrance. I will conduct targeted physical training with you. The master then looked at Hu Jio, stating, as for you, I have heard that you are learning his self-created soul skill from Teacher Zhao, so I shall not intervene here. Hiki, master, there is no need for such formality. I am actually eager to experience your training methods, Hu Jio thought cynically, though he spoke with feigned admiration. While the master's arrangement seemed reasonable at first glance, considering Hu Jio had his own mentor in Zhao Wuji and was honing a self-created soul skill, which would undoubtedly yield better results than training under the master, Hu Jio harbored deep-seated skepticism regarding the master's intentions. From the original narrative, Hu Jio had a sense that upon arriving at Shrek, the master first required them to undertake extreme training. Why? Because when Tang San first joined Shrek, the group was disorganized. The master exploited this disarray, compelling them to endure arduous training together, thereby fostering strong bonds among the members of Shrek. In a team, it is typically the control-type soul master who serves as the core. Consequently, after a session of extreme training, Tang San became the spiritual leader of the Shrek 7. Of course, Tang San's inherent excellence played a significant role in this. However, this was the original narrative. With Hu Jio now present, variables had emerged. To cultivate his disciples, the master first sought to unify the 5 oddities through combat, positioning Hu Jio prominently aside. Now, by conducting extreme training, he effectively excluded Hu Jio from participation, denying him even the opportunity to engage. Such cunning is truly remarkable. Were it not for Hu Jio's keen perception, he might have remained oblivious to such machinations. Moreover, it is only now that he has come to realize this. Had it been someone else, they might have already fallen victim to the trap. One only needs to observe Dai Mubai and his companions to understand that they would never entertain such thoughts. Hu Jio even harbors doubts regarding the master's intentions behind such arrangements, pondering whether it is an attempt to isolate him, especially since he had disappointed the master just yesterday. For the time being, he cannot afford to abandon the lead concerning Tang San, as it pertains to the matter of the celestial herb. Without Tang San, not only is there uncertainty about locating the ice and fiery Yang Eye, but even if he were to find it and gain entry, how would he procure the celestial herb without Tang San? Firstly, he is unaware of what the herb looks like. Secondly, he lacks knowledge about the methods of harvesting it. And he is even ignorant of how to consume it. Rather than exhausting himself with trivial thoughts, he would be wiser to bide his time and closely follow Tang San. Consequently, Hu Jio outright rejected the master's arrangements and shamelessly insisted on participating in their training. If the intent is to isolate him, he shall certainly not allow it. Were it not for his desire to stay close to Tang San, he would have little concern for the master's schemes. Ultimately, he is indifferent to notions of core status. The complexities of such matters can simply be left for Tang San to unravel. Whoever wishes to take on this core responsibility may do so. The master was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Hu Jio would be willing to participate in the physical training he had arranged. Considering that Hu Jio was known to detest such exercises, the master had conducted a thorough study of Hu Jio's character. Little did he know that. Having been influenced by Xiao Wu during their time apart, Hu Jio's personality had undergone a significant transformation. Chapter 98. Individual Choices Regarding the Oscar's Pitfalls. Please be gentle. Your physical capabilities may not yield optimal results if you utilize my training methods. Upon hearing that Hu Jio intended to join the trainings, the master fell silent for a moment before speaking in a subdued tone. The effectiveness of the training depends on the master's expertise, does it not? Are you unwilling to teach me, master? A hint of sarcasm appeared on Hu Jio's face. So, you wish to scheme, do you? I shall ensure your calculations come to naught. Upon the utterance of these words, the master's gaze momentarily flickered, before locking eyes with Hu Jio, each refusing to yield. At this moment, Xiao Wu approached the master, casually blocking Hu Jio's line of sight with his presence. He sensed something amiss, evidently, in the young lad's eyes. His standing was not on par with that of the master. If that were the case, why not showcase a bit of skill, allowing me, old Zhao, to learn a thing or two? Xiao Wu smiled endearingly at the master. Meanwhile, Flander felt a throbbing headache, bewildered by the situation. Why did he have the impression that the master was targeting Hu Jio? Training was acceptable, but he was to obey commands unconditionally. The master spoke slowly. Master. Upon your arrival, you may be unaware that when we first enrolled, we reached an agreement with the dean regarding our training regimen. Should our training conflict with that of the academy, we would take precedence. Thus, I may not be able to comply with your unconditional commands. This stipulation was clearly designed for the master. What? This is absurd. Flander, how could you agree to such a ridiculous condition? The master gazed at Flander, disbelief evident in his eyes. Well, that's a matter for another time, but I did indeed agree to the conditions proposed by Hu Jio. Flander replied with a resigned smile. Is it truly so easy to manage such a talented prodigy? I cannot teach such a student. The master declared in frustration. Why not? On what grounds must we follow your orders unconditionally? Would you have us commit wrongful acts at your behest? Seeing the master's reluctance to train with Hu Jio, Xiao Wu stepped forward in indignation. What kind of master are you? No wonder you were labeled a freeloader back at Nodding Academy. It seems they weren't mistaken. Xiao Wu, you shouldn't speak like that, Tang San chided, his eyes glaring at her. The master was his teacher. How could she utter such words? Am I mistaken? If the master is your teacher, then what is Xiao Jio to you? Can't you see he is deliberately targeting Xiao Jio? Xiao Wu was unafraid of Tang San, defiantly meeting his gaze. Still, you shouldn't speak of the teacher in such a manner. As a lady, wouldn't it be better to be a bit gentler? Tang San's voice softened, though he pressed on. The master indeed harbored suspicions against Hu Jio. With his intelligence, he could hardly remain oblivious, but he remained silent. Caught in a difficult position. What does your gentleness matter to me? I don't need your approval. All that matters is that Xiao Jio is fond of me. Xiao Wu retorted, her spirit ignited by Tang San's comments on her demeanor. Hu Jio stood by, observing the verbal sparring between Tang San and Xiao Wu, curious to see if his years of nurturing had indeed been squandered on ungrateful recipients. No need to bicker. Those willing to train may follow me. Those unwilling may depart. The master said stiffly before turning to walk toward the village entrance. Observing his disciple caught in the middle, he felt a twinge of sympathy. It was merely a disrupted plan, and there would be ample time in the future. Behind him, a group exchanged glances, until Oscar cautiously inquired, is this master's training particularly rigorous? Hiki. Extreme training means that as long as you don't perish, you will be pushed to your limits, little Oscar. You'd best prepare yourselves. Hu Jio smirked, casting the master in a less favorable light. However, Hu Jio was not entirely incorrect. The master possessed considerable skill, able to predict an individual's physical limits and precisely control their training to the point of making survival seem impossible. This aspect is something that Hu Jio finds utterly unacceptable. With his prowess and capabilities, why should he endure such torment? He is determined to train relentlessly. As Hu Jio flashed his pearly white teeth, Oscar felt a shiver run down his spine. Teacher, surely Brother Jio isn't being serious. Ma Hongjun shrank back, his face a mask of fear. Indeed. Hu Jio speaks the truth. Based on my understanding of the master, his training will undoubtedly be arduous. However, this is precisely why I have requested his guidance for you all. As soul masters, without the spirit of hard work and perseverance, even with exceptional talent, Your ultimate accomplishments will remain limited, Flanders stated with a solemn nod. This revelation left Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun momentarily stunned. Flanders' words extinguished the last flicker of hope within them, especially for Ma Hongjun, who was the least capable of enduring hardship. Teacher, is there any chance I could opt out? Ma Hongjun implored, his eyes filled with a pitiful glimmer as he gazed at Flanders. What do you think? Flanders shot him a knowing look, urging him to reflect on his own circumstances. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged glances, hesitating as they observed Hu Jio and Xiao Wu, who remained steadfast in their positions. At this moment, Tang San did not hesitate. He silently turned and pursued the direction in which the master had departed. He held a steadfast trust in the master's training and was unafraid of hardship. Upon seeing Tang San leave, Ma Hongjun grew anxious, casting a glance at the serious expression of Flinder before ultimately seeking help from Zhao Wujing. However, Zhao Wujing merely waved his hand, indicating his own helplessness. For he was not Ma Hongjun's mentor. Had Ma Hongjun been his disciple, he would have intervened. But alas, he was not. Oscar stood still for a moment, his expression fluctuating between hope and despair, though his thick beard concealed any signs of his turmoil. The argument between Hu Jio and the master presented him with an opportunity. He pondered whether aligning himself with the master at this juncture might yield benefits. Yet, he was unaware of the extent to which the dean valued the master. After all, the master had only just arrived. What if he were to incite widespread ire and be abandoned by the dean later? I'm curious to see just how rigorous the master's so-called limit training truly is. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai observed Tang San's retreating figure, a fierce determination flashing in his eyes. If you, Tang San, dare to go, then so can I. Though I might not yet match Hu Jio. Does that mean I cannot surpass Tang San? Wait for me, I shall join as well. Upon seeing Dai Mubai's movement, Oscar cursed under his breath and, gritting his teeth, followed suit. Ahem. Flinder glanced at the still motionless Ma Hongjun and pretended to cough. Teacher, if Brother Jio and Sister Xiao Wu are not going, then neither will I. I refuse to be a traitor, Ma Hongjun declared resolutely, feeling like a valiant warrior at that moment. Then let it be. I shall arrange a special training for you later. Flinder replied flatly, his expression unchanging. Oh, you think I cannot handle you? All right then, let us disperse. I will take care of Xiao Jio and Xiao Wu. I shall train them myself. Zhao Wujing chuckled, casting a knowing glance at the two who stood frozen in place. Author's note, the time for the release has been set for tomorrow. I am filled with excitement. Seizing this opportunity, I shall reflect on my work. Many readers have expressed their dissatisfaction with the plot of Shrek. I shall refrain from specifying the details to avoid dissuading you further. Therefore, I will endeavor to soften the narrative and steer clear of any contentious points in the future. My intention in writing is to ensure that you find joy and delight in reading. If you do not enjoy it, then that is indeed my fault. This is a matter I must reflect upon. Ultimately, the issue lies in updates. The frequency of updates will undoubtedly increase. However, the exact amount depends on the initial subscription. Should the results be satisfactory, I shall refrain from reserving any content, delivering as much as possible, starting with 5 updates. Subsequently, barring any extraordinary circumstances, the norm will be 3 updates. Of course, this hinges on the results. If the author resigns due to specific reasons and struggles to make ends meet, I may contemplate dual or even triple updates to sustain a living. It is also possible that I will take a 2-month hiatus before returning to work. Therefore, do visit often. The young ladies at home are eagerly awaiting. Regarding the question of whether to feature a single or multiple female protagonists, the esteemed Pillai has offered guidance. Should there be any dissatisfaction in the future, Pillai has graciously accepted responsibility. Lastly, I extend my gratitude to the multitude of readers for their support. I diligently read the comments and recommendations daily, and I have memorized many usernames. Witnessing this inspires me immensely, igniting my passion for writing. Henceforth, I kindly request an initial subscription. The Chidian Reading app allows one to view advertisements for free, and Q Reading seems to offer a similar opportunity. Although I have not verified this, nonetheless, let us support the legitimate sources. I shall refrain from lamenting further. My purpose in writing is to demonstrate my capabilities. I do not wish to fail miserably. Chapter 99. Zhao Wujie makes his move, request for initial subscription. Pray tell, what is the nature of your relationship with the master? In the training ground, Zhao Wujie calmly inquired of Hu Jio. Master, as I previously mentioned, my cultivation of the carrot, aside from Xiao Wu and Xiao San, is known only to the master. Hu Jio gathered his thoughts and began to articulate. Initially, I sought to exchange my cultivated carrot for his unique soul technique. However, He not only declined but also pried into my secrets. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuji's copper eyes widened, a flicker of anger illuminating his gaze. Secrets are deemed as such for a reason. They must not be pried into by others. Had he retained the temperament he possessed 2 decades prior, any attempt to encroach upon his disciple would result in a singular response: death. Yesterday, the master approached me once more, wishing to barter his unique soul technique in exchange. However, I declined, as I am no longer in need of soul techniques. And thus, he isolated you today? Xiao Wuji interjected. The subsequent events requiring no further explanation from Hujio. A master is indeed a master. You discern this much. Hujio gazed at Xiao Wuji in astonishment, suddenly viewing his teacher in a new light. The master typically presents himself as rather straightforward. When did he become so astute? I have consumed more salt than you have rice. If I cannot perceive such trivial matters, then I have truly wasted my years. Then what should I do now, master? With the master present, my life is likely to be quite unbearable. Hujio earnestly asked. The very reason I chose to apprentice under Xiao Wuji was for moments like this. What does it matter? This so-called master is merely a term of jest from others. Does he truly believe himself to be significant? Xiao Wuji scoffed disdainfully. He held no respect for individuals devoid of strength, merely engaging in empty rhetoric. You two should put your hearts at ease. While I am here, not even the master shall receive undue respect. Do you truly believe my position as Vice Dean is to be taken lightly? Then I shall rely on you, master. Hujio responded with delight. Indeed, old Xiao is formidable. I have chosen the right teacher. Enough chatter. I am not solely here for your benefit. Xiao Wuji waved his hand impatiently. Do you think my disciples require instruction from others? It would be a disgrace to my reputation. The following day, Xiao Wuji allied with Li Yusong, Xiao Xian, and other seasoned members of the academy, effortlessly exerting immense pressure upon Fland. It is worth noting that these instructors have shared a long-standing camaraderie with Fland, some having spent more time in each other's company than with the master himself. After all these years, the depth of our emotions is undoubtedly profound. These elderly gentlemen, under the influence of Xiao Wuji, have risen to oppose the master. And even Flanders finds himself at a loss. After much deliberation, it was decided that the master would remain at the academy, yet he would solely instruct Tang San, while the remaining students would continue to be taught by them. What a farce. These old-timers, having reached a considerable age with no descendants to speak of, merely wish to enjoy their twilight years at the academy, while occasionally imparting knowledge to the students. However, the arrival of the master has relegated them to the periphery. If they were not mentioned, it would be inconsequential, as they could comfortably retreat into retirement without teaching. Yet, they cannot withstand the booming voice of Xiao Wuji. In his discourse, they are portrayed as pitiful creatures, usurped from their positions by the master alone, with their collective worth and Flanders' eyes overshadowed by that of the master. Otherwise, why would the entire teaching responsibility be entrusted solely to him? This is quite a predicament. Several elder gentlemen, leaning on their canes, marched over to challenge Flander. Faced with the inquiries of these older gentlemen, Flander dared not act recklessly. In a state of helplessness, he had no choice but to burden the master, striving to appease both parties. A teacher is indeed remarkable, and the mastery was evident. When Hujio learned that Zhao Waoqi had resolved the matter quietly and without fanfare, he was instantly struck with profound admiration. With a mere utterance, the trouble was dispelled. Now that is the hallmark of a true sage. The following day, when Oscar became aware of this development, his gaze towards Dai Mubai was filled with palpable resentment. He felt he had chosen the wrong side. Had he, like Hujio and the others, skipped training yesterday, he would have gained considerable favor from the Academy's instructors. Perhaps they would have even shared their most treasured techniques. Dai Mubai, uncomfortable under Oscar's scrutinizing gaze, retorted, "Damn it, don't look at me like that. I'm not into that sort of thing." "Bah, Dai, neither am I." Oscar scoffed, looking down on Dai Mubai, this colorful tiger, whose thoughts were so impure despite coming from a prominent family. "How did you fare yesterday? Did you experience the feeling of being worse than dead?" Ma Hongjun inquired with a hearty laugh, curious. At Ma Hongjun's words, both Dai Mubai and Oscar turned pale. And even Tang San's expression soured. "Cruel, the master is exceedingly ruthless. We are not even considered human," lamented Oscar. "It's a blessing. Enduring hardship is the path to greatness. With a master of such caliber training you, I am certain your abilities will see significant enhancement. Seize this opportunity," Hujio said with a smile, casting a particularly profound glance at Oscar. Oscar felt a flutter of anxiety under Hujio's gaze, avoiding eye contact. Who would willingly suffer? If enhancing one's strength requires such rigorous training, I would rather remain at my current level. After all, I am merely a food-type soul master and can rely on others for protection in the future, Oscar replied submissively, indirectly signaling his concession. Hu Jie was formidable. He had witnessed how single-handedly he had confronted the five of them and emerged victorious. Subsequently, the academy life of Hu Jie and his companions settled into a tranquil rhythm. Mornings were dedicated to various training sessions, afternoons to academic lessons, and evenings to optional combat soul arena training. Generally, they would engage in battle every 3 to 5 days, allowing a few days for reflection and assimilation. Thus, 3 months slipped by. In this span of 3 months, Hu Jie and his companions each elevated their levels, with Ma Hongjun remarkably ascending 2 levels, now at 24th rank Great Soul Master. As for the reason behind his rapid advancement, Ma Hongjun attributed it to his martial spirit and Hu Jie's training regimen involving carrots. Curiously, each time his evil fire flared, his strength would experience a notable enhancement, a gift that left Hu Jie envious. On that evening, Shrek's 7 monsters, accompanied by Flinder and Master, made their way to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. Xiao Jie, are we truly going to engage in a duo soul battle today? Xiao Wu inquired excitedly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as if she might take flight in her joy. Is the Xiao Wu combination finally about to debut? Indeed. My indestructible body and shadow evasion techniques have reached a considerable level of mastery. It is time to establish our name in the arena, Hu Jie replied with a smile. Over the course of 3 months, not only had his soul power advanced by 1 rank, but both his indestructible body and shadow evasion techniques had simultaneously ascended to the 5th level, resulting in a significant enhancement of his abilities. With a 5th level indestructible body, Hu Jie possessed the capability to withstand battles against soul masters of equal rank. Meanwhile, his 5th level shadow evasion rendered him exceptionally agile, and when combined with the enhanced sensitivity of his senses at the 10th level, it birthed an extraordinary premonition for combat. This premonition, akin to the cicadas sensing the autumn breeze before it stirs, manifests when the adversary first reveals their intent to attack. The targeted area instinctively reacts, transmitting signals to the body, which autonomously initiates evasive actions to sidestep the impending assault. It is precisely this ability that emboldens Hu Jie to enter the Soul Arena's duo competition alongside Xiao Wu. The anticipation for the inaugural match of the Xiao Wu duo is palpable. Upon seeing Hu Jie nod, Xiao Wu excitedly leaped into his arms, her joy unmistakable. Observing the intimate exchange between Hu Jie and Xiao Wu, Master, who had been trailing them, felt a flicker of complexity in his gaze. Had he not been so prideful in the past, who knows what might have transpired. Soon, the group arrived at the Grand Soul Arena, where they adeptly registered before engaging in one-on-one matches. After a period of rigorous training, losses had become a rarity for them, especially for Hu Jie, who had upgraded his iron badge to a copper badge, amassing over 100 points. As his strength grew, so too did the rate at which his points accumulated. It would not be long before his badge might elevate to silver, meeting the Dean's task requirements. Today's matches proceeded smoothly, with the Shrek team encountering relatively weak opponents, each member dispatching theirs with ease. They chose to remain, eager to witness how Hu Jie and Xiao Wu would confront their opponents in the upcoming duo match. Even Dai Mubai, who had always held a grudge against Hu Jie, decided to stay. Over the past few months, he and Oscar had purchased numerous modified carrots from Hu Jie, fostering a camaraderie that had eased tensions. It was undeniable that Hu Jie's modified carrots were exceptionally effective, particularly in critical moments, leading Dai Mubai to somewhat neglect his training. Occasionally, Dean Flander would also patronize Hu Jie's business, though not frequently, as his frugality made Hu Jie's prices seem exorbitant. Next up was the match between the Xiao Wu duo and the Niu Lang duo. Contestants, please take your positions. Hu Jie adjusted his attire and shared a glance with Xiao Wu, walking side by side towards the duo fighting stage. Behind them, the cheers and blessings of Tang San and Ma Hongjun resonated. Neither had experienced a duel battle before, and this opportunity for Hu Jie and Xiao Wu to lead the charge offered them a chance to witness something new. As the transformed iron-willed Hu Jie and the elegantly tall Xiao Wu stepped onto the stage, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the audience. Having participated in numerous solo battles, the two had garnered a substantial fan base, and the crowd was abuzz with excitement at the prospect of their duo competition. Roar. Opposite them, the Niu Lang duo made their entrance. A towering man, adorned with a bull helmet and standing at an imposing 2.5 meters, pounded his chest in a fierce roar, instantly heightening the tension in the arena. Without further ado, Hu Jie unleashed his carrot martial spirit, activating his transformation skill to morph his spirit into the formidable bull martial spirit of his opponent. With the bull martial spirit enveloping him, Hu Jio's stature surged to 3 meters, an overwhelming sense of power coursing through him. The bull-headed brute's eyes narrowed. He had heard of Hu Jio's transformation soul skill long before arriving at the Grand Soul Arena. It was said that Hu Jio relished in altering his opponent's martial spirits, and he had seemingly developed a self-created soul skill that enhanced his physical prowess beyond that of the original owner, Little Jio of the Soul Sect. I never imagined you would bring a burden to the duo competition. Don't blame us if the middle-aged man's eyes gleamed a vivid green, reminiscent of a wild wolf, his gaze brimming with aggression and hostility. The outcome of the battle could only be determined through confrontation. Thus, he declared, enough of the idle chatter. Let us commence. With a commanding shout, Hu Jio signaled to Xiao Wu and charged towards the imposing figure of the brawny man before him. Man Yo, restrain him. Allow me to deal with this little rabbit first, the tall, slender man ordered, swiftly darting towards Xiao Wu. In an instant, the battlefield was divided. Hu Jio faced Man Yo, while the tall man confronted Xiao Wu. The clash between Hu Jio and Man Yo was replete with brutality, each engaging in a relentless exchange of blows. Conversely, Xiao Wu and the slender man exhibited an equally fierce dynamic. Their martial spirits, a rabbit and a wolf respectively, aligned them as agile attackers. They danced through the fray with astonishing speed, Xiao Wu's hand strikes and rapid movements rendering her nearly invisible, only momentarily discernible when she halted to strike. The slender man, though not as swift as Xiao Wu, was undeniably nimble. His hands bore sharp, glistening claws, each counterattack infused with lethal intent. Roar. Barbaric hellball. The brawny man, finding his physical prowess insufficient against Hu Jio, impatiently unleashed his spirit technique, expelling a massive sphere of light that hurtled towards Hu Jio with lightning speed. Spiral sphere. Hu Jio showed no signs of retreat. Upon witnessing his opponent's spirit attack, he advanced, extending his left hand to meet the incoming assault with a 1-meter diameter spiral sphere of his own. The two attacks collided with a thunderous impact, the light sphere and the spiral sphere annihilating each other, leaving neither party at a disadvantage. However, in that moment, Hu Jio extended a hand, from which a shimmering blade of light pulsated ominously. Self-created spirit technique, handblade. This soul skill is the only one that he has cultivated through his own efforts, rather than relying on idle training panels. Although its current level remains unknown, its power is undeniably formidable. With the aid of shadowy evasion, Hu Jio's hand moved with remarkable agility, delivering a swift chop that flashed before the chest of the fierce bull. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as a crimson wound materialized on the bull's chest, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Roar. You have provoked my wrath, bloodthirsty rampage. The bull bellowed, disregarding its injury, as a surge of sanguine light enveloped its body, emanating a ferocious and savage aura as it lunged towards Hu Jio. Alas, Hu Jio was no fool. Sensing the bull's fury, he activated his teleportation skill and instantaneously joined the fray alongside Xiao Wu. Soul power, mystify. For a sensitive attack-type soul master, Hu Jio had his own countermeasures. A rosy glow enveloped him, and his soul power began to simmer, emitting a faint mist. With a mastery of 10th level soul power, he maneuvered it with precision, causing the released mist to envelop the enemies. The slightest touch would allow his soul power to infiltrate, igniting their own power and effectively restraining their actions, a clever and useful technique. Xiao Wu, Hu Jio shouted, signaling her to engage in battle. Ha! Xiao Wu responded, swiftly restraining the tall, lean man, preventing him from escaping the range of Hu Jio's soul power mist. In the grand battle arena, the tall, lean man remained ensnared by Xiao Wu, unable to flee from Hu Jio's mist. In an instant, the invasion of soul power rendered the man immobile, his speed drastically reduced. Roar. Watch and learn. At that moment, the rampaging bull finally caught up. Hu Jio, seizing the opportunity, teleported behind it, his hand becoming a blade as he circled the bull, leaving a myriad of varying wounds on its robust frame. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu began to unleash her strength. Facing the now hindered tall man, she seized absolute advantage, utilizing her speed and swift strikes to leave him battered and bruised. They were victorious. From below the arena, the master offered a faint yet confident assessment. It is primarily because Xiao Jio is exceptionally well-rounded, with enhanced offensive capabilities, speed, and physical prowess, rendering him nearly flawless. Tang San nodded, having anticipated the outcome of the ensuing combat. Master, if faced with a competitor like Hu Jio, do you possess any effective strategies? Dai Mubai inquired, his gaze fixed upon the master. Within the academy, Hu Jio had now emerged as the most formidable, and though he still held the title of boss in name, it was merely a reflection of age. In terms of strength, he was no longer the leader. Hence, Dai Mubai yearned to defeat Hu Jio, aspiring to claim the title of true leader. Strength is paramount. As long as your abilities surpass his, you can defeat him, the master replied, his expression unyielding. Strength? Is it? I shall acquire it. Daimu Bai's fighting spirit ignited as he earnestly gazed at the master. Master, may I undergo your training? I wish to grow stronger. My training is arduous. As of now, aside from Xiao San, no one has managed to endure until the end, the master remarked, contemplating Daimu Bai's sincere gaze before refraining from a direct refusal. I fear not the hardship. Allow me to try, Daimu Bai respectfully stated, his desire for strength overshadowing any apprehension of potential suffering. I can instruct you, but it cannot be without cost. Additionally, I will provide specialized training, requiring certain herbs for your recovery, which will not come cheaply. The master's eyes glinted as he fixed his gaze upon Daimu Bai. Since he could no longer afford the training carrots for Hu Jio, the master had been diligently earning money. One of his sources of income was the Grand Battle Arena, where he had engaged in betting on matches. With his keen insight, he could estimate the outcomes based on the contestants' profiles, earning a substantial sum over time. However, this was not enough. No one would turn down excess wealth. Daimu Bai was recognized as affluent within the academy, and the master would not decline such an opportunity. Moreover, aiding Daimu Bai in his training would allow for a swift enhancement of his capabilities, even in the absence of Hu Jio's carrots. Master, money is no object. As long as you agree to train me, Daimu Bai replied, relieved at the mention of payment. Very well. Come to the small woods with Xiao San tomorrow and await me, the master nodded, casting a glance at the concluded battle before turning towards the main arena. Flender instructed them to return to the academy on their own and hurriedly followed the master's footsteps. During this period, he had followed the master and earned a considerable amount of money in the Soul Arena. Dailauda, are you serious? You actually dare to let the master train you? Are you courting death? Oscar exclaimed dramatically after Flender and the master departed. If Tang San can persevere, why can't I? Besides, I have compelling reasons to grow stronger. Daimu Bai clenched his fists, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Indeed, compared to the certain failure and demise, what did a little arduous training amount to? This conclusion was drawn after he observed Tang San's significant improvement under the master's guidance for a long time. Dailauda, your decision is wise. By following the master, you will undoubtedly become stronger, Tang San encouraged, casting a hopeful glance at Daimu Bai. As a disciple, only he understood how desperately the master yearned to prove himself. And training students was a means to achieve that. With Daimu Bai's involvement, Tang San felt a surge of hope and turned his gaze toward Ma Hongjun. Hongjun, would you like to train with us? Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun recalled the training session Oscar had described and immediately shook his head. No need. With Brother Joe's assistance, I don't require any additional training. Huh. Fatty, what is going on? Oscar seized upon the key point in Ma Hongjun's words. No wonder he had recently felt Ma Hongjun's cultivation speed noticeably increasing. He had initially thought it was due to the evil fire. But it seemed there was more to the story. Ma Hongjun froze, realizing he had inadvertently exposed Brother Jio's secret. Higi, there is nothing to hide. You all probably don't know the effect of my first soul ring, right? Hu Jio's voice echoed from afar. With his keen senses, nothing that transpired here had escaped his notice, including Daimu Bai undergoing the master's training. First soul ring. Daimu Bai and the others were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, they had never inquired about what Hu Jio's first soul ring was. Well, I can only tell you when we get back. It's not safe here, Hu Jio said with a smile. The moment he heard the master was looking for Daimu Bai, he knew he couldn't keep his training carrots a secret any longer. Instead of letting the master come to him to purchase carrots, why not directly inform them? After all, he wouldn't have to pay a middleman. Each of them returned to the academy, harboring their own thoughts. Daimu Bai and Oscar looked at Hu Jio with anticipation, for among them, only the two of them were unaware of Hu Jio's training carrots. My first soul ring is actually for assisting in cultivation. It's a training carrot that can double your cultivation speed for an hour, Hu Jio said with a grin as he waved a carrot in front of Daimu Bai. Double the effect? Are you selling it? Daimu Bai leaped to his feet, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of Hu Jio's carrot. Doubling the cultivation effect would mean having the time spent training. Could it be that hope was still alive? Well, in principle, I don't sell these carrots. Hu Jio's words made Daimu Bai's heart sink, but then he thought, what about if we disregard principles? However, since we are classmates, I'll give you a chance. 300 gold soul coins each, fixed price. 300 for one, lasting only an hour. That would amount to 10 over the course of a day. So, that was 3,000 gold soul coins a day, which would total 100,000 gold soul coins a month. Daimu Bai mentally calculated and instantly felt a wave of helplessness. He only received 30,000 gold soul coins as pocket money each month, which was insufficient to even buy the carrots. Could you make it cheaper? Daimubai's tone was somewhat awkward. He was very skilled at bargaining. I can lower the price, but you must agree to one condition, Hu Jio smirked, seizing the opportunity to profit. What condition? Daimubai regarded Hu Jio resolutely, willing to accept any condition to enhance his training speed and defeat his brother in the future. It's quite simple. I'm not particularly interested in other things, but I do enjoy creating my own soul skills. Given your background in a prominent family, I assume it won't be difficult for you to acquire some soul skills of your own, right? Hu Jio's request left Daimubai hesitant. While he had created soul skills, they were precious, even highly regarded within the royal family. Yet, considering the benefits of Hu Jio's training carrots, Daimubai gritted his teeth. After all, if he failed to compete for the position of heir, he might not just lose his soul skills but potentially his life as well. I agree. Daimubai resolved, taking the plunge. Since you're so agreeable, I want to take advantage of you. You can get the training carrots for the same price as the regular ones, 100 gold soul coins. That is quite a low price, right? Hu Jio chuckled. All right. After calculating his pocket money, Daimubai nodded decisively. He could afford the 30,000 gold soul coins a month expenditure. Brother Jio, I don't have any soul skills or money. What about this carrot? Once Daimubai finalized his agreement, Oscar stepped forward, looking pitiful. He too wanted the carrot that accelerated cultivation. Hu Jio glanced at Oscar disdainfully. He was clearly a penniless fellow with nothing to offer. Forget it. You don't even have soul skills. However, the price remains unchanged. Dai Laodao got a discount because he offered soul skills. And I'm being generous enough by not asking for yours. 100 gold soul coins, not a single coin less. Thank you, Brother Jio. Seeing the tangible benefits, Oscar was willing to overlook his pride. As long as he didn't have to give up his soul skills, he could find ways to gather the gold soul coins. If all else failed, he could resort to trickery or thievery to obtain the necessary funds. After securing their deals, Daimubai and Oscar purchased a substantial number of carrots from Hu Jio, leaving him smiling throughout the night. Xiao San, I need a favor. What is it? Tang San looked at Hu Jio curiously. It was rare for him to seek assistance. It's simple. Earlier, you mentioned discovering a type of highly extensible ore. I would like to modify my meteor hammer. The current weight no longer suits my needs, and I'd like to change the hammerhead as well. Hu Jio pulled out a large pile of gold soul coins from his soul guide, counting them. The amount exceeded 10,000 coins. Among them, many were produced by Daimubai and Oscar. Over the past 3 months, Hu Jio has sold a considerable quantity of transformed carrots to the two. And the key is that the effects of these transformed carrots are remarkable, leaving all users thoroughly satisfied. Very well, I shall take care of this matter. But you must also lend your assistance when the time comes, for your expertise in or refinement surpasses mine. Upon hearing this, Tang San readily agreed without hesitation. After that day, Tang San immediately took action. He first spent money to purchase sufficient materials, and then he dedicated some time each day to forge the meteor hammer alongside Hu Jio. However, Hu Jio's standards were quite high this time, and they also had to balance their cultivation, so their progress was not particularly swift. Time passed gradually, and Hu Jio and his companion's strengths were steadily improving. In the soul fighting arena, the combination of Hu Jio and Xiao Wu, known as the Nine Dance, gained increasing fame with each battle they fought, and their points soared rapidly. Within just a few months, they upgraded their copper badge to a silver badge, meeting the Dean's requirements. With the upgrade to the silver soul badge, they became eligible to appear in the main soul fighting arena. But Hu Jio felt that he and Xiao Wu still lacked a bit in strength, so they continued to linger in the sub-arena. After all, even in the sub-arena, they did not always emerge victorious. There were times when they encountered formidable opponents and suffered defeats. However, there was one incident over these months that had Hu Jio laughing for quite a while. Since Daimubai began his training under the master, his strength had indeed increased significantly. Yet, when he started consuming the medicinal soup prepared by the master, something amusing occurred. Due to the abundance of medicinal herbs included in the soup, Daimubai initially did not notice, but after a while, he surprisingly detected the taste of the carrots that Hu Jio had cultivated within the soup. This revelation darkened his expression considerably. Thus, after inquiring with Hu Jio, the confirmed facts only fueled his anger further. The master had actually purchased Hu Jio's cultivation carrots, then deceitfully mixed in some herbs to mask the flavor, essentially swindling him out of his money. In that moment, he was overwhelmed by the impulse to strike the master down with a single blow. It seemed the master had taken him for a fool. After paying such a hefty training fee, he received nothing but this farce? Fortunately, Daimubai retained a semblance of reason and, citing the arduous nature of the training, resolutely declined to continue under the master's tutelage. At that moment, the master's expression was quite a sight to behold. Having finally found a willing victim eager to pay for his training, he was now refusing? Was he toying with him? After that day, the relationship between Daimubai and the master plummeted to an icy low. Whenever they met, they regarded each other with palpable disdain. Hujio, the soul skill you requested has arrived, Daimubai announced one day several months later, presenting a book. My good brother, you have indeed kept your promise, Hujio replied, his eyes brightening as he swiftly accepted the tome and began to peruse it with utmost seriousness. This tome is significantly thicker than the usual manuals, and as I leaf through its pages, I discover the invaluable experiences of predecessors. Although these insights may not greatly benefit Hujio, they prove quite useful for solitary cultivation. This soul technique, belonging to the realm of sonic assaults, is named the White Tiger Sound Killing Roar. Once mastered, it wields tremendous destructive power, functioning as an area of effect soul skill, as Daimubai proudly elucidated. Have you not practiced it? Hujio's inquiry momentarily cast a shadow of embarrassment across Daimubai's visage. This soul skill is exceedingly difficult to master. Within our family, apart from the clan leader, no one else has succeeded. Moreover, we are currently at a crucial juncture for enhancing our strength, and the family does not endorse our delving into soul skills, Daimubai elaborated. Indeed, Hujio comprehended Daimubai's sentiments well. Creating a soul skill is not akin to other endeavors, without a golden opportunity. He too would lack the leisure to cultivate a self-created soul technique. Chapter 103, New Weapon, Request for Initial Subscription. Receiving the White Tiger Sound Killing Roar filled Hujio with delight, yet simultaneously ushered in a wave of concern. The crux of the matter lay in the absence of idle slots. Within the idle panel, the 11th slot had been largely unlocked, and at this rate, it would take several more months of waiting. Currently, his self-created soul skill, the hand blade, was already consuming a significant portion of his time, alongside soul power cultivation. These two tasks had monopolized his schedule, and the prospect of undertaking another soul skill would inevitably hinder the progress of the first two, an outcome he was loath to entertain. Sighing, he resolved to set it aside for now. Who would have thought that one day I would lament having too many soul skills? Hujio cast a nostalgic glance at the manual in his hand before decisively consigning it to the soul guide device to gather dust. Daimubai, I've noticed your strength has surged quite rapidly of late. Are you now at level 36? Hujio remarked with a smile. As the most prominent patron, Hujio maintained a friendly rapport with Daimubai. As the saying goes, those with wealth hold sway. With Daimubai purchasing his carrots and bestowing soul skills upon him, Hujio felt a twinge of reluctance to be adversarial towards him, provided, of course, that Daimubai did not provoke him. Haha, have you noticed? Indeed. I just leveled up a few days ago, all thanks to your cultivation carrots. Without them, my progress would not have been so swift, Daimubai replied. His confidence bolstered by his newfound strength, his gaze towards Hujio now more amiable. You're most welcome. After all, you are my esteemed patron in the academy. No one else has purchased as many carrots as you. Hujio beamed, feeling no qualms about profiting from others, save for Daimubai, who was notably generous. As the departure of Daimubai resonated in the air, Tang San arrived shortly thereafter. Upon noticing Tang San, Hujio's eyes sparkled with excitement. Little San, has my meteor hammer been successfully forged? Since his assistance in Tang San's refining endeavor some time ago, he had been unable to contribute further. He could only watch as Tang San tirelessly juggled his training and the crafting of weapons, leaving Hujio feeling somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, the meteor hammer you requested has finally been completed. Crafting this weapon was more exhausting than creating several powerful hidden weapons. Tang San replied as he activated his Xian Yu hand technique, revealing a heavy spherical object the size of a watermelon in his grasp. The sphere was adorned with glimmering spikes, and a long chain connected to its center marked the completion of the new meteor hammer. Aha! This is splendid! Hujio exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the newly forged weapon. Eagerly, he took it in his hands to feel its weight. Had he not been previously informed of its substantial mass, he might have embarrassed himself. This meteor hammer, after multiple forges, weighs an impressive 1,280 pounds. The chain is crafted from a highly elastic special material, capable of extending up to 10 meters. Simply channel your soul power to wield it, and the spikes, made from a millennium of cold iron, render it a weapon that only you could handle effortlessly. Tang San elaborated on the hammer's capabilities, prompting Hujio to nod in satisfaction. Thank you, Little San. To repay your efforts, I propose a friendly sparring match. Hujio suggested, gripping the meteor hammer in anticipation. With a new weapon in hand, he felt it essential to demonstrate its might to Tang San, the very craftsman behind its creation. I want to fight. If you wish to spar, seek out Teacher Zhao. He is likely the only one in the academy capable of enduring your meteor hammer, Tang San replied with a wry smile, weary from the effort of crafting the weapon. Only to have to test it as well. Little San, don't be difficult. Seeking a teacher to test it is merely self-inflicted suffering. Do you truly wish to torment me? You, at level 43, bullying a mere 35-level soul ranker. How shameful. Tang San retorted, feeling a twinge of regret for having forged the weapon. Hu Jiao, ever the opportunist, seemed eager to strike him right after receiving help, which left Tang San incredulous. Over the past few months, the levels of their group were as follows. Hu Jiao, a level 43 food system support soul master, Daimu Bai. A level 36 assault type soul venerable, Tang San. A level 35 control type soul venerable, Xiao Wu. A level 34 agility attack type soul venerable, Oscar. A level 27 food system great soul master, and Ma Hongjun. A level 26 assault type great soul master. It had been approximately 6 months since they arrived at Shrek Academy, and in another 6 months, the new enrollment season would commence, likely bringing Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong to their ranks. Hu Jiao did not harbor ulterior motives. He merely felt the absence of female companionship in the academy. With only Xiao Wu present, the arrival of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong would at least provide some eye candy. Ultimately, in the afternoon, Hu Jiao dutifully made his way to Xiao Wujia's training ground. Teacher, let us engage in a battle befitting men, Hu Jiao declared, brimming with determination as he stood before Xiao Wujia, pride swelling within him. The path to invincibility begins with defeating my teacher. Haha, are you itching for a challenge? Young man, what has given you the audacity to provoke me? Xiao Wujia responded, a smile playing on his lips, though his eyes betrayed a hint of seriousness. He pondered whether he had perhaps been too lenient with Hu Jiao's training recently. It seemed that after today, the intensity would need to be doubled. What has given me courage? Why this? Hu Jiao replied confidently, swiftly revealing his meteor hammer. Teacher, do you dare accept my full force strike? What is this? Your weapon appears considerably heavier than the last, Xiao Wujia observed, quickly noting the differences in Hu Jiao's weapon. Indeed, it weighs 1,280 pounds. What? Are you afraid to accept my challenge? Hu Jiao teased, anticipation coursing through him as he imagined unleashing the hammer might under the influence of his 10th level chaotic wind hammer technique. Humph, why would I accept your full force strike? Today, I shall impart a lesson. No matter how many trump cards you possess, if you cannot employ them, they are worthless, Xiao Wujia scoffed, his eyes narrowing as he activated his martial spirit. Prepare yourself, combat waits for no one, and that is the lesson for today. Teacher, how can you disregard martial ethics? Hu Jiao's expression shifted as he saw Xiao Wujia charging towards him, prompting him to activate his teleportation ability. Once safely relocated, he transformed, allowing his martial spirit to manifest. With his martial spirit activated, Hu Jiao's form was enveloped in a layer of brown fur, towering at 3 meters, standing alongside Xiao Wujia like 2 roaring giants. Allow me to show you what a battle between men truly entails. Xiao Wujia bellowed, pivoting and charging straight at Hu Jiao. Come at me. Feel the force of my hammer. Hu Jiao shouted, brandishing his meteor hammer defiantly as he charged forward to meet Xiao Wujia. The training field erupted with the sounds of fierce combat. That afternoon, the resounding sounds of fists and feet persisted unrelentingly, continuing until the sky darkened. At which point Hu Jiao, tattered in attire, emerged from the training ground. His staggering figure appeared utterly exhausted, embodying a profound sense of desolation. Chapter 104. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Time swiftly passes, like a fleeting horse. In the blink of an eye, 6 months have elapsed. A new year has dawned. After the academy's break, Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu returned briefly to Shahan village, while Tang San remained at Shrek, continuing to receive Master-esque guidance. Upon returning home, Hu Jiao's mother, Emma, was overjoyed to learn of his relationship with Xiao Wu, treating her with more affection than her own son. After a fortnight, as the school term approached, Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu hastily made their way back to Shrek. We've finally arrived, Xiao Jiao. I'm famished. Let us find a restaurant to dine. I want to indulge, Xiao Wu declared, clinging to Hu Jiao's arm, playfully pouting. During their journey, the pair had endured the elements without a decent meal. Now back in Soto City, Xiao Wu was devoid of any desire to play, solely yearning for a satisfying feast. All right, let us head to that renowned eatery in the South City, Hu Jiao replied with a smile. The restaurant boasted exquisite flavors and was the closest to Shrek Academy, making both Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu frequent patrons. As they adeptly placed their orders, Xiao Wu suddenly tugged at Hu Jio's sleeve. "Xiao, look. That young lady is stunning." Following Xiao Wu's gaze, Hu Jio beheld a charming young woman at the entrance. Her petite frame clad in a snug black leather jacket that barely concealed her youthful visage, scanning the surroundings, seemingly searching for a seat. There was an endearing purity mingled with a hint of defiance, and in that instant, Hu Jio found himself captivated. "Indeed, she is quite lovely," Hu Jio admitted candidly, though internally he speculated if she was indeed the person he thought she might be. Humph. Xiao Wu shot Hu Jio an indignant glance, her hand unconsciously circling his arm. "I'm upset. Didn't you ask me to look?" Hu Jio responded, exasperated. "You told me to look, so I looked." Xiao Wu pouted, feigning jealousy. "Oh, then I shall avert my gaze," Hu Jio chuckled, turning away, genuinely refraining from looking. Judging by the intensity of the girl's soul power, it was indeed plausible that she was the one he suspected. There would be ample opportunities to observe her later. The young woman surveyed the restaurant, frowning slightly before finally directing her gaze towards Hu Jio's table. Their similar ages and Hu Jio and Xiao Wu's appropriately dressed appearances set them apart from the other patrons. Naturally, she would not mention that it was also their strikingly handsome faces that drew her attention. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" The young lady approached Hu Jio and Xiao Wu, her voice cool and crisp, reminiscent of biting into a snow pear on a frigid winter's day. "Ahem. It's just the two of us. Feel free to take a seat," Hu Jio replied, his demeanor both amiable and earnest. The bustling restaurant had its inconveniences, including the concern of insufficient seating. Helping the young lady in her moment of need felt only right. However, no sooner had Hu Jio spoken than Xiao Wu discreetly stepped on his foot beneath the table, causing him considerable discomfort. "Thank you," she said. And although it was an expression of gratitude, her tone remained frosty, leaving Hu Jio feeling no warmth from her words. "Are you here for the Shrek entrance examination?" Xiao Wu inquired curiously after the young lady sat down. The young lady nodded lightly, acknowledging the question. "Yay, that is wonderful. We are also students at Shrek. So it seems we might be classmates in the future." Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled as she regarded her, her demeanor instantly becoming more welcoming. In Shrek, she was the only girl, lacking any female companions, a fact she had lamented for quite some time. Now, with the arrival of a beautiful young lady, even if she seemed a bit aloof and spoke little, Xiao Wu was thoroughly pleased. Upon learning that Hu Jio and Xiao Wu were Shrek students, the cool young lady's eyes glimmered with interest. "My name is Zhu Shiqing. Do you happen to know someone named Daimubai? Are you referring to that unscrupulous playboy?" Xiao Wu spoke impulsively, and only after the words left her mouth did she cover her mouth and glance at Zhu Shiqing, hastily changing the subject. "Haha, I'm Xiao Wu, as in dance. This is Hu Jio, as in carrot." Beside her, Hu Jio found himself sidelined by the two young women, unable to interject. Nonetheless, upon hearing Zhu Shiqing's name, he mused that only she possessed such a unique aura. Xiao Wu, did you just call him a playboy?" Zhu Shiqing's expression flickered with complexity, tinged with a hint of resentment. "Ah, his eyes with those circles? They're just broken, aren't they?" Xiao Wu gingerly sidestepped the issue, only then realizing she may have spoken out of turn. Zhu Shiqing remained silent, her gaze fixed on Xiao Wu, awaiting further elaboration. "Hey, you insisted I speak. I'm not gossiping behind anyone's back." Xiao Wu, under Zhu Shiqing's steady gaze, steeled herself, thinking, Xiao Wu, dare to speak my mind. So what? That Daimubai, always gallivanting with women, not returning to the academy at night, what else could he be but a playboy? Oh, Zhu Shiqing lowered her head slightly, obscuring her expression from view. Observing this scene, Hu Jio felt an inward amusement. "Daimubai, you're in for it now." All the while, Hu Jio had been perplexed as to why, in the original story, Zhu Shiqing would marry Daimubai despite knowing of his womanizing ways. Was this merely a royal privilege? If so, Hu Jio thought, once he became powerful, he could procure an emperor for himself as well. "Zhu Shiqing, what is your relationship with Daimubai?" Xiao Wu ventured cautiously. "I have no connection with him whatsoever," Zhu Shiqing replied icily. Just then, their food arrived. Xiao Wu extended an invitation for Zhu Shiqing to join them. After some hesitation, Zhu Shiqing ultimately acquiesced under Xiao Wu's insistence. "By the way, Zhu Shiqing, we are heading back to Shrek Academy. Would you like to join us?" After satisfying their appetites, Xiao Wu inquired. Zhu Shiqing nodded gently, a bit overwhelmed by Xiao Wu's exuberance. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance of Shrek Village. At the village gate, a crowd was queuing, while teacher Li Yusong languidly sat behind a dilapidated table, registering the students. At that moment, Hu Jio's eyes sparkled with excitement. Before Li Yusong stood a young lady clad in a flowing white gown, her shoulder-length hair framing a delicate neck that revealed her fair, tender skin. From her silhouette, an air of elegance and charm radiated, unmistakably identifying her as Ning Rongrong. Hu Jiao mused silently to himself. Are you certain you wish to join us at Shrek Academy? Is your family aware of this decision? Li Yusong asked the young girl with a serious expression. I have met your admission criteria. You have no grounds to reject me. She replied with a smile. Very well, please wait here while I arrange for someone to escort you inside. Li Yusong gazed deeply at her before beckoning Hu Jiao. Xiao Jiao, your timing is impeccable. There is a student here. Please guide her to your teacher for the subsequent assessment. Chapter 105. Ning Rongrong in tears, seeking initial subscription, of course, teacher Li. Hu Jiao led Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing to Li Yusong, stating, I happen to have another talented student here. Bone age 12, soul power at level 27. Might I trouble you to process the necessary paperwork, teacher Li? Zhu Shiqing cast a suspicious glance at Hu Jiao. She had not disclosed this information, so how was he aware of it? Another genius, you say? Where did you find her? Li Yusong exclaimed with curiosity, eyeing Zhu Shiqing. Let me see your hand. Zhu Shiqing stepped forward, extending her delicate hand for Li Yusong's examination. Bone age checks out, and soul power is accurate. Very well, please provide 10 gold soul coins, and you may enter alongside them. Li Yusong beamed at Zhu Shiqing. Sensing that at least 2 new students would be joining this year, I shall take them to meet the teacher now. Hu Jiao nodded at Ning Rongrong, leading the way into the academy. Behind him, 3 beautiful young maidens followed, elevating his spirits. Sausages for sale. Come one, come all, don't miss out. Oscar's sausages are delicious and sweet, reasonably priced at just 5 copper coins each. Enjoy Oscar's sausages, and you are sure to pass the entrance exam with ease. As they stepped onto the academy's playground, the group heard Oscar's enthusiastic call. Your academy actually sells sausages? Ning Rongrong inquired curiously, observing Oscar. This gentleman is quite the businessman. Even taking advantage of the academy. Sir? Oscar's face froze as he looked at Ning Rongrong, his expression on the verge of tears. Initially, he had hoped to make an impression on the beautiful girls Hu Jiao brought along, but instead, he was struck down by her words. Hiki, you misunderstood. This man is also one of our academy students. Though his hair is rather thick, making him appear older, he is merely 14. Xiao Wu chimed in with a playful grin. I apologize. I was unaware of this, Ning Rongrong hurriedly said. How about this? I will buy all your sausages as compensation. As soon as Ning Rongrong finished speaking, Hu Jiao and Xiao Wu exchanged bewildered glances. And even Oscar felt a twinge of embarrassment. Are you worried I lack the funds? Rest assured, I have sufficient coin to purchase your sausages, Ning Rongrong declared confidently, puffing out her chest to convey her wealth. I suggest you think this through carefully, lest you regret it later, Hu Jiao chuckled. Not at all. Here, keep the change. Consider it a gift from me, Ning Rongrong said, pulling out a handful of gold soul coins and handing them to Oscar without counting. Oscar stood there, stunned, feeling as though he had just been bestowed charity. Oscar, what are you doing selling sausages here again? I thought I told you not to sell at the academy? If you're not embarrassed, I certainly am. Do you want everyone here to be nauseated? Came Dai Mubai's voice from a distance. He sensed a familiar aura akin to his martial spirit nearby. Upon hearing this, Oscar's expression shifted instantly, and he quickly donned an awkward smile. Boss Dai. Surely this isn't necessary. After all, we have been classmates for years. Can't you spare a little face for your junior? Though he spoke this way, Oscar internally wished he could strangle Dai Mubai. I am, after all, your junior, and yet you show me no respect. What a foolish miscreant. Dai Mubai scoffed. You care about face now? Where were you when it mattered? Nonetheless, he did extend Oscar a modicum of grace, refraining from humiliating him outright. Why yes, Boss Dai is right. I will take my leave and not sell here again, Oscar stammered, pushing his cart away with his head hung low. At this moment, Hu Jiao suddenly felt a wave of pity for Oscar, who was utterly devoid of temper. If he were subjected to such humiliation, he might seize the opportunity to retaliate. What restraint? What nonsense? Where is my sausage? I paid for it. Ning Rongrong stared blankly at the rapidly departing Oscar, her face aflame with anger. Little dance? Please explain the situation to her, lest she remain confused. Hu Jiao glanced helplessly at the furious Ning Rongrong, signaling to Little Dance with his eyes. Little Dance, with a cheerful demeanor, leaned close to Ning Rongrong's ear and whispered a few words. What? His sausage is actually that disgusting? Ning Rongrong gasped, and then, as if recalling something, she pointed an accusatory finger at Hu Jiao, her face contorted with rage. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You've made me look foolish. Hu Jio's expression turned icy, refusing to even glance at Ning Rongrong. He turned to Dai Mubai and said, "Boss Dai, why are you here? Some people are clearly ungrateful. If she wishes to suffer, let her do so." "Haha, I just came to greet you all upon your return," Dai Mubai replied, casting a complex glance at Zhu Qing, whose expression had grown even colder since his arrival. "Who are you calling ungrateful? I demand an apology." Ning Rongrong glared defiantly at Hu Jio, exuding an air of superiority. "Are you addressing me?" Hu Jio's aura surged, the essence of the soul sect fully manifesting, overwhelming Ning Rongrong with an oppressive force. "Remember, in this place, no one is your servant. Be more cautious with your words in the future." You. Ning Rongrong, crushed by Hu Jio's imposing presence, sank to the ground. Fear etched across her features. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, and she sobbed pitifully on the ground. Hu Jio was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Ning Rongrong would be so easily frightened. Her emotional resilience was shockingly fragile. "You, too, should be more considerate. She is just a girl. Why frighten her? Can't you show a bit of grace?" Little Dance, observing Hu Jio's helplessness, shot him a disapproving glance before kneeling beside Ning Rongrong to offer her comfort. Nearby, Zhu Qing glanced curiously at Hu Jio, sensing the formidable aura he exuded. "Boss Dai, I believe this is a moment for you to step in. Aren't you supposed to be adept at handling girls?" As Ning Rongrong showed no signs of calming down, Hu Jio turned to Dai Mubai, digging himself deeper into the situation. "With such a fine girl as Zhu Qing, you might as well forget about her and focus on your flings." Hu Jio felt himself to be quite the benevolent soul, truly exhausting his efforts to rescue the innocent maiden. I'm not. Hu Jio, I call you Brother Jio, so don't misinterpret." Dai Mubai, hearing this, became flustered, his eyes darting wildly at Hu Jio. "Garbage." Zhu Qing coldly spat, not even bothering to look at Dai Mubai. After a considerable amount of time, Ning Rongrong finally calmed down thanks to Little Dance's soothing words. However, her pitiful, tear-streaked face made Hu Jio feel as though he were the villain in this tale. "Let us go. I will take you to face the final assessment," Hu Jio said, quickening his pace. Indeed, he found himself ill-equipped to handle Ning Rongrong's spoiled nature. "Teacher, I'm back." Upon arriving at Xiao Wu's training grounds, Hu Jio called out loudly. "Haha, you little rascal finally returned. I was nearly bored to death." Xiao Wu's excited voice echoed from afar. If it weren't for Hu Jio's return, he would not have found himself so bored as to take on the task of assessing new students. "What little rascal? Why not call me a little bear?" Little Dance grumbled in dissatisfaction. Who are these two young ladies?" Xiao Wu inquired, his curiosity piqued as he looked at Hu Jio, perplexed by the situation. "They are this year's new students. Teacher Li Yusong asked me to bring them for your assessment," Hu Jio explained. "Oh." Xiao Wu slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling his task. "Xiao Jio, how should I assess these two young ladies? This task falls to you now." He waved his hand dismissively, losing interest instantly. "That won't do. What if I accidentally cause them to cry with a single punch?" Hu Jio shook his head repeatedly, recognizing that the little kitty and Ning Rongrong, both barely above level 20, were no match for him. "How about you, Little Dance? Are you looking down on us?" Ning Rongrong glared at Hu Jio, feeling indignation rise within her. Even Little Dance's expression sharpened. "I am not looking down on you. I merely speak the truth," Hu Jio replied nonchalantly. "Come. I wish to fight you." Zhu Qing with a light exclamation. Hu Jio felt his muscles swell, his height seemingly increasing several inches, transforming him into a tall, well-defined young man. His face, along with the exposed skin on his arms and neck, instantly took on a bronze hue, radiant golden light shimmering across his form, akin to a living bronze statue. The sound of Zhu Qing's claws tapping against Hu Jio resonated like the harmonious chime of metal striking metal. "Hiki," Hu Jio chuckled, shaking his neck and smiling at Zhu Qing. "Little wildcat, are you tickling me? Also, you've ruined my shirt. You owe me for that." He innocently tugged at the torn fabric of his shirt, revealing his robust, bronzed skin beneath. Lecher." Zhu Qing's expression turned icy. With a sudden pause, she activated her second soul skill, Ghostly 100 Claws. Her hands became a blur, sharp claws spinning rapidly, slicing toward Hu Jio like a relentless cutting machine. Faced with such a fierce attack, Hu Jio no longer dared to rely solely on his impervious physique. Instead, he contorted his body like a piece of dough, evading Zhu Qing's ghostly 100 Claws with remarkable agility. Seizing the moment her skill concluded, he unleashed a powerful straight punch to her chest, sending her flying backwards. In midair, Zhu Qing adeptly adjusted her posture, her cat tail held high. After a series of graceful flips, she landed smoothly beside Ning Rongrong. "Are you all right?" Ning Rongrong asked. Concern etched on her face as she reached out to support Zhu Shiqing. Yes, I'm fine, Zhu Shiqing replied with a muffled grunt, feeling as if she might lose her breath. Yet, her stubborn nature prevented her from showing weakness before others, and she endured the discomfort in silence. Hey, Xiao Jiao. Can't you show a bit of gentleness? She's just a girl, and you strike so harshly. I truly wonder how Xiao Wu ever fell for you. Xiao Wu Jie remarked loudly from the sidelines, his contempt palpable. Teacher Zhao is right. Xiao Jiao is such a blockhead, a complete fool, Xiao Wu chimed in indignantly. In response, Hu Jiao could only smile wryly. Could he truly be blamed for this? Xiao Wu is only 12, and her peculiar notions about relationships and their complexities were rather perplexing. Ah, teacher, I merely suggested that Xiao Wu test them. It was their choice to decline, so this isn't my fault. Hu Jiao spread his hands in exasperation. Well then. These two girls seem promising. Just go through the motions. Don't take it too seriously, Xiao Wu Jie said, casting a satisfied glance at Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong, pleased with their displayed strength. Such a prodigious talent, if allowed to escape from his grasp, would likely incite the wrath of that old devil, Furland, who would undoubtedly come to strangle him. Once more. Upon hearing Zhao Wujin openly permit Hu Jiao to hold back, a flicker of indignation flashed in Zhu Shiqing's eyes. It felt as though they were being looked down upon. With her first soul skill, the phantom stab, Zhu Shiqing let out a cold huff. In an instant, her figure blurred, and the next moment, she stood before Hu Jiao, her hands transforming into sharp cat claws that lunged towards his face. What a fierce little kitten! Hu Jiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Fortunately, his sensory enhancement technique had reached level 10, otherwise, he would not have been able to react in time. With a swift push off the ground, Hu Jiao executed a large lateral step, narrowly evading Zhu Shiqing's lethal claws. Once more, Zhu Shiqing, like a shadow, swiftly approached Hu Jiao, one claw aimed directly at his throat while the other targeted his ear, each strike intent on inflicting harm. Little wildcat, do not force my hand, or I shall be compelled to employ my ultimate technique. Hu Jiao swayed his body side to side, his phantom flickering as he exerted all his might, leaving behind a trail of afterimages to obscure Zhu Shiqing's line of sight. Casual. Zhu Shiqing maintained her icy demeanor, continuing her relentless assault. Her hands and feet working in unison, each strike aimed at Hu Jiao's vital points. You have brought this upon yourself, spiraling sphere, Hu Jiao shouted, placing his hands before his chest as a luminous orb rapidly expanded in his grasp, radiating an immense energy. Prepare for impact. Hu Jiao gazed at the incessantly attacking Zhu Shiqing, and with a swift motion, he hurled the spiraling sphere towards her. Upon witnessing Hu Jiao's spiraling sphere, Zhu Shiqing's expression shifted dramatically. Without a second thought, she retreated, swiftly distancing herself from the impending danger. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed as a massive crater formed before Hu Jiao, debris scattering in all directions amidst the swirling dust. What a formidable attack! As the dust began to settle, Ning Rongrong gazed at the enormous pit in astonishment. Meanwhile, Zhu Shiqing's eyes narrowed, her gaze towards Hu Jiao laced with deep apprehension. This attack, if it had struck her directly, would undoubtedly have left her gravely injured, unmatched in strength. At this moment, Zhu Shiqing finally came to terms with reality. Hu Jiao, do you intend to destroy this place? At that moment, Xiao Wu Jie's dissatisfied voice echoed. This was his training ground. And how could he train if it were damaged? Time's up. Xiao Wu joyfully pointed to the incense that had nearly burned out in front of Zhao Wu Jie and declared, Xiao Jiao, you have lost. Indeed, I have lost. I hereby announce that Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong have qualified. Congratulations on joining the Shrek family, Hu Jiao shrugged. Indifferent to the outcome, treating it as mere play, those who took it seriously were destined to lose. Humph, who needs your announcement? Isn't it obvious? Ning Rongrong proudly lifted her chin and said to Hu Jiao. Hu Jiao, uninterested, thought that the current Ning Rongrong had yet to experience the education of love and thus felt no inclination to engage with her. Approaching Zhu Shiqing, Hu Jiao pulled out a holy light carrot and said, Apologies, it seems I was a bit too forceful earlier. I am a food system soul master. Please eat this. It can heal your wounds. A food system soul master? Zhu Shiqing instantly raised her head, forgetting even to refuse. Is it possible? How could you be a food system soul master? Wasn't it said that food system soul masters lack offensive power? Ning Rongrong gazed at Hu Jiao in disbelief. How is this even possible? A food-type soul master devoid of offensive capabilities cannot be deemed a worthy soul master. My current achievements are undoubtedly the result of my relentless effort. There is nothing peculiar about that, Hu Jiao stated earnestly, affirming that a food-type soul master can indeed possess offensive abilities, all attained through dedicated training and the creation of his own soul techniques. You, indeed. There is striking resemblance to Shrek. You are quite the anomaly, Ning Rongrong remarked in astonishment, casting a curious glance at Hu Jio. No need for that. I am perfectly fine, Zhu Xing replied, her gaze evasive, stubbornly declining Hu Jio's offer of a carrot. Suit yourself, after all. It is not I who will feel the pain, Hu Jio said nonchalantly as he retracted the carrot. He then turned to Xiao Wu and said, Teacher Zhao, since our matters here are concluded, I shall take my leave to rest. The past few days have been quite exhausting due to the hurried journey. You, young lad, are simply in need of practice. Tomorrow, when classes commence, I shall witness the progress you have made during this time, Xiao Wu grinned, feeling an itch to spar. Hu Jio had not seen a proper training dummy in ages, and it was beginning to frustrate him. Subsequently, with Zhu Xuqing and Ning Rongrong arranging matters with Xiao Wu's assistants, Hu Jio bid them farewell and departed alone. He needed to reflect on what soul technique to assign to his newly unlocked 11th hanging slot. Indeed, after a year, his 11th hanging slot had finally been successfully unsealed, allowing him to possess yet another hanging position. This idle position is intended for the cultivation of an area of effect soul skill. After all, when it comes to offensive capabilities, he finds himself lacking, particularly in the realm of area attacks. There are, in fact, two ideal targets in mind. One is the shockwave in Xiao Wu's possession, which utilizes soul power to vibrate the air, thereby restricting the movements of adversaries. When mastered to a profound degree, it can even disrupt an enemy's soul power, rendering them incapable of unleashing their soul skills. The second target is the white tiger's roar of sound, which he seeks to acquire from Daimubai. This soul skill, as a self-created technique passed down through the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, undoubtedly possesses its unique attributes. As the name suggests, the white tiger sound kill roar is a sound-based soul skill crafted by the Daimubai family, tailored specifically to the characteristics of their martial soul. This soul skill possesses direct lethality, capable of attacking the enemy's mind, diminishing their willpower, and wreaking havoc on their brain. Faced with two soul skills, Hu Jio found himself in a quandary, pondering which one to choose. As his thoughts meandered, he recalled that Ning Rongrong seemed to possess a distraction control soul skill. If he could acquire this skill, might he not be able to multitask, simultaneously cultivating his soul power around the clock while also developing his unique soul skills, such as the shockwave and the white tiger's roar? Imagine splitting his focus into 7 or 8 parts, allowing him to train and indulge in leisure. What a splendid soul skill that would be. Furthermore, mastery of distraction control need not reach prodigious heights. As long as he could manage dual focus, he could wield the chaotic cloak hammer technique with his left hand while employing other skills to restrain his foes, culminating in a decisive strike upon the completion of the chaotic cloak's charge. However, his rapport with Ning Rongrong, that proud little princess, was rather tenuous. Securing her sect's secret techniques would likely prove challenging. Stroking his chin, Hu Jio fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 108. Ma Hongjuan's upgrade. The arrival of Zhu Xuqing and Ning Rongrong gathered the Shrek 7 into one assembly. No, it should now be referred to as the Shrek 8. In the dormitory area, to Hu Jio's left was Xiao Wu's room, and to his right was Tang San's. In front of Tang San was Ma Hongjun, followed by Oscar, and ahead of them was Daimubai. However, Daimubai, being affluent, often indulged in a vibrant nightlife. Rarely present in the dormitory, the newly arrived Zhu Xuqing and Ning Rongrong chose to share a room, ostensibly at Ning Rongrong's insistence, for she was afraid to be alone. And their quarters were conveniently adjacent to Xiao Wu's. On that night, the perceptive Hu Jio noticed a nimble figure stealthily slipping out of the dormitory and approaching the bridge by the riverside. A faint, pained sound caused Hu Jio, who was about to investigate, to freeze in place. What a stubborn little cat. If only it had eaten my carrots earlier, it wouldn't he have to show off. With a resigned shake of his head, Hu Jio returned to his bed. Activating his senses, a hazy silhouette emerged in his mental realm. It was simply a matter of concern. A young girl alone in the dark of night is an unsafe situation. Early the next morning, the Shrek 8 gathered in the academy playground. Upon first seeing Zhu Xuqing and Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjuan's eyes widened, unabashedly swallowing hard. Beside him, Daimubai nudged him with his elbow. Hongzi, behave yourself. It's best to suppress those lecherous thoughts. Ma Hongjun glared at him in anger. Why? Are you going to intervene again? Dai, you're going too far. Even if you're older and our leader, you should let your brothers have some dignity. Upon hearing this, Daimubai turned pale, glancing furtively at Zhu Xuqing, who appeared oblivious to their conversation. He quickly grabbed Ma Hongjun, whispering urgently, Hongzi, while you can eat whatever you like, don't speak carelessly. If you tarnish my reputation, be careful of my wrath. Ma Hongjun was unfazed, feeling empowered. His voice not only did not diminish but grew louder. Hey, Dai, aren't you always proud of your shamelessness? What is with the sudden change of heart today? Pongzi. Shut your mouth, or don't blame me for turning hostile. Dai Mubai's expression shifted, hastily covering Ma Hongjuan's mouth while anxiously glancing at Zhu Shiqing. However, Zhu Shiqing remained cold, not even sparing them a glance. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong looked at Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Hu Jio with evident disgust. Thinking that no man was worth her attention, Tang San furrowed his brow. I haven't provoked anyone, so why am I included? Hey, Oscar, you look different today. Xiao Wu remarked, surprised by Oscar's transformed appearance. His usual scruffy beard was gone, revealing a handsome face that could rival Hu Jio and Dai Mubai. His peach blossom eyes gave him an air of nonchalance, though the sausage he held tarnished his elegant demeanor. With a grin, Oscar quickly devoured his sausage and struck a pose he deemed charming. These beautiful new arrivals require a little effort to catch their attention, don't you think? Look at Dai. He is behaving so seriously, clearly interested in our new junior sisters. Even if you dress to the nines, no girl would be interested in you. Oscar, you should just give up. Ma Hongjun scoffed, taking a jab at him. You're not much better. Should I reveal your embarrassing stories instead? Oscar retorted, glaring back at Ma Hongjun, unwilling to back down. Just as the two were about to exchange more barbs, Flinder appeared. This year is promising. We have 2 more little monsters. I am Flinder, the Dean of Shrek Academy, and I welcome the new students. Everyone, remember to pay your tuition at the Academy's finance office, 1,000 gold soul coins per person. When mentioning the tuition, Flinder shot a glance at Hu Jio. Although the Academy's tuition was typically only 100 gold soul coins per year, Flinder was displeased seeing Hu Jio's carrots sold for such a high price. Are you trying to take my title of a cunning merchant? Thus, the tuition was raised. However, Hu Jio and the others had no objections. After the soul battles in the Great Soul Arena and registering at the Spirit Hall for their rankings, they could earn considerable sums monthly. Of course, Hu Jio had no need for that registration. He was not short on money. Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong were unaware of the previous tuition fees and had no objections either. Moreover, there are 2 more pieces of good news. Oscar and Ma Hongjun have both broken through to level 30 during the Academy's break. Tomorrow, I, along with Teacher Zhao, will lead an expedition to the Star Doe Forest to hunt for soul rings for them and take you all out for some training. I have said all that I needed to. Now, you are dismissed. Oh, little fatty, you broke through to level 30 and didn't tell us? You're asking for a beating, aren't you? Xiao Wu approached Ma Hongjun with her hands on her hips. Xiao Wu, I wanted to tell you, but you all went home. Where could I have said it? Ma Hongjun replied innocently. Your training speed is commendable. It seems my efforts were not in vain. Hu Ji remarked, patting Ma Hongjun's shoulder with satisfaction. In the original story, Ma Hongjun was around level 26 or 27, but under Hu Jio's guidance, he had advanced 3 or 4 levels, filling Hu Jio with a sense of achievement. Even Dai Mubai had reached level 38, 1 level higher than in the original story. As for Tang San, he was currently at level 37, nearly catching up to Dai Mubai. Even Oscar, who had purchased the least of Hu Jio's carrots, had reached level 30 ahead of the original timeline. How many levels do you all have? Why do I feel like I'm the only one with the lowest level? Ning Rongrong inquired curiously, especially regarding Hu Jio, who had not been pushed to his limits during their recent battle, rendering their efforts a complete failure. Since we are to be companions from now on, let us introduce ourselves by age. I'll go first. Dai Mubai laughed heartily and began. Dai Mubai. Martial Soul White Tiger, level 38 Assault System Soul Master. Oscar, Martial Soul Sausage, level 30 Food System Support Soul Master. Tang San, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass, level 37 Control System Soul Master. Hu Jio, Martial Soul Carrot, level 45 Food System Soul Ancestor. Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul Phoenix, level 30 Assault System Soul Master. Xiao Wu, Martial Soul Softbone Charm Rabbit, level 36 Agility System Soul Master. Ning Rongrong, Martial Soul 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Pagoda, level 26 Support System Great Soul Master. Zhu Shiqing, Martial Soul Nethercat, level 27 Agility System Great Soul Master. Indeed, amongst them, my soul power level was the lowest. Why do you all train so quickly? This is unreasonable. Ning Rongrong felt dejected, incredulously gazing at Hu Jio and the others. As the pride of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile sect, she naturally possessed her own arrogance. Yet, before she could showcase it, reality dealt her a heavy blow. Dai Mubai and Oscar were not to be mentioned. By age, they were indeed much older. However, the rest were all of similar age, making it hard for her to accept. Upon hearing this question, Everyone turned their gaze toward Hu Jio, instantly drawing Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's attention. Chapter 109. In the stillness of night, why are you all looking at me? Hu Jio said, displeased. Have you forgotten what you promised me? His gaze made the group swiftly turn their heads, unable to meet his eyes due to guilt. What did they promise? It was, of course, to keep his martial soul effects a secret. Wait, could it be that your rapid training is because of him? Ning Rongrong, possessing an astute intelligence, immediately discerned the unusual reactions of Dai Mubai and the others. Beside her, Zhu Zhiqing gazed intensely at Hu Jio, her eyes ablaze with a fervor that seemed capable of reducing him to ashes. When it comes to the determination to grow stronger, who could rival her? Haha, curious. Are you? If you wish to know, you may visit my room tonight, and we shall converse by candlelight, Hu Jio proclaimed with a rogue's grin, instilling a sense of trepidation in Ning Rongrong. Very well, I shall await you this evening, came a voice as frigid as ice, which sent a shiver down Hu Jio's spine, causing him to glance over in surprise. Yet, all he beheld was Zhu Zhiqing, her back turned to him, as though the words had not escaped her lips at all. The words of Zhu Zhiqing left the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Xiao Wu, poised to reprimand Hu Jio, froze in her tracks, staring blankly at the icy maiden before her. What should I do? My boyfriend could be taken from me. Should I be furious? Should I retaliate? Xiao Wu felt her mind clouded, unsure of her own actions. However, amidst the gathering, one individual bore an exceptionally grim countenance, Dai Mubai, whose expression had darkened to a near-drowning depth. Zhou, please. You cannot betray Sister Xiao Wu. Such trivial matters can be handled by me. And I assure you it will be resolved impeccably, Ma Hongjun shouted, lunging in front of Hu Jio, clutching his leg in a display of loyalty. Get lost. Hu Jio retorted, kicking the chubby fellow aside, for he had never even contemplated such an opportunity for himself. Haha, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. I have a girlfriend, Hu Jio quickly clarified, halting Xiao Wu's hand midair, realizing he had been merely flirtatious, unaware that this feisty little kitten would take him so seriously. Such clandestine behavior only reveals your true nature. I have no desire to know any further. Ning Rongrong scoffed at Hu Jio, though her heart felt as if a cat were scratching at it, igniting a fierce itch within. All right, you all heard the dean's instructions, correct? First, proceed to pay your tuition, then pack your belongings. We will be departing for the Star Doe Forest tomorrow, Dai Mubai stated. His countenance